Chapter 1. The Appearance of the Qilin. In the summer of the fourth year of the Great Sui auspicious reign, at the far southern borders of the empire, an extraordinary beast stood suspended in midair, engulfed in flames that soared to the heavens. This creature towered over 10 feet tall, with a face reminiscent of a ram, wide mouth, and eyes bulging with intensity. Its gaze burned like torches. Its sharp fangs gleamed, and its fiery mane billowed in the wind, accompanied by a pair of long, serpentine whiskers trailing behind. Its head was rounded, crowned with a pair of robust azure dragon horns that pointed skyward, sturdy and majestic. The body of the beast resembled that of a deer, adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales that shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Its limbs were both thick and elongated, muscles rippling explosively beneath taut skin, with veins prominently visible. The hooves were broad and formidable, their tips sharp as spears. A dragon-like spine ran down its back, while its long tail swept behind it. As it breathed, flames erupted from its snout, the sound of its hissing audible from afar. At this moment, it fixed its gaze upon the vast continent below, a breathtaking panorama stretching for miles. With a deep inhalation, it unleashed a roar akin to a dragon's, reverberating through the air. Its limbs clawed at the void, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its body surged forth like a thunderclap, transforming into a streak of fiery red lightning. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed. The red lightning struck against an invisible barrier, sending ripples cascading outward in all directions. Immediately, a swirl of white sigils illuminated the air, and the transparent barrier swiftly returned to its original form. The beast, undeterred, reversed its course, and once again morphed into a bolt of crimson lightning, crashing into the transparent barrier once more. This collision generated even greater waves, mingling with vibrant flames, crashing in relentless succession. The flames roared and surged outward. Whoa! The beast let out a soul-stirring howl. It retreated, distancing itself from the barrier. After 2 failed attempts, the creature became furiously agitated. Its eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with rage. Muscles rippled violently, veins bulging grotesquely. Blood oozed faintly from the base of its dragon horns. Seizing the fleeting moment when the sigils on the transparent barrier flickered, the beast charged forth for a third time, its dual horns aimed at the barrier. Its speed was so great that even the air was rent with the passage of the red lightning. Pop! A surprising sound erupted. This time, the transparent barrier offered no resistance, but rather opened a passageway. The beast surged through the opening, its form spiraling out of control, plummeting toward the earth like a shooting star. In the sweltering afternoon, the sun blazed mercilessly. A warm breeze, laden with heat, pressed against one's face, making it hard to breathe. Enian, drenched in sweat, his dark complexion flushed from the sun, was diligently following Aunt Lou in the village outskirts, weeding and fertilizing the fields. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the distant sea, startling Enian, who fell onto the ground in shock. He raised his gaze toward the horizon, where the clear sky suddenly ignited with flames. Another thunderous boom followed, even louder, shaking him to his core, sending tremors through his very soul. Flames erupted once more. The sky appeared to be ablaze, flames stretching out like tentacles, rapidly expanding to nearly 100 miles, as if the apocalypse had descended. Enian, transfixed by the fiery sky, suddenly spotted a fireball hurtling toward him, moving at an astonishing speed. It resembled a meteor plummeting to earth. The fireball emitted a faint roar reminiscent of a dragon's as it barreled toward the nearby village. Enian's eyes widened with alarm, fixating on the trajectory of the fireball. A sense of impending doom washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Realizing the urgency, Enian sprang to his feet and bolted toward the village, crying out, "Arya, yeah." Aunt Lou, recovering from her shock, paled instantly, collapsing onto the ground in the vegetable patch. As Enian ran, he calculated the angle of the fireball's descent, and with each estimation, his heart sank deeper into despair. All that echoed in his mind was a silent plea. No, please no. Inevitably, the fireball struck the ground, crashing into a mud brick house, only to bounce back fiercely. After losing much of its force, it continued to devastate several homes along its path before finally coming to a halt, leaving behind a trench over 30 yards long in its wake. In an instant, flames engulfed the area, thick smoke billowing into the air. Enian quickened his pace, tears streaming silently down his face as he raced toward the direction of the smoke. Upon reaching Aunt Liu's home, He was dismayed to find that the fireball had landed squarely on the foundation of his own house. The scene was one of utter ruin. The previous structure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping pit over 2 yards deep. Charred earth lay overturned, as if it had unearthed a water vein, with droplets of water seeping from the pit's bottom. Fine dust hung suspended in the air, obscuring vision. Fragments of bricks and wood, ablaze, littered the ground. Ignoring the devastation before him, Li Enian dashed into Aunt Liu's home. He beheld the structure partially collapsed, its beams ablaze, crackling ominously. Bricks and tiles fell like rain, the entire edifice teetering, on the verge of collapse. Amidst the chaos, he faintly heard cries for help, sending a jolt through him. Arya was still alive. He leaped over the debris, rushing into the inferno. A wave of heat struck him, nearly overwhelming him. Inside, smoke billowed, obscuring his vision to mere feet. Arya, clearly aware of his presence, cried out in a trembling voice, "Brother! Brother!" Li Enian scanned the room, and to his horror, he spotted Arya sitting on the earthen Kong in the east room. The brick wall had collapsed, and nearby bedding had caught fire, the situation dire. Without a second thought, he crawled through the flames to her side, scooping her up and turning to flee. At that moment, a burning beam snapped. Crack! It fell directly onto Li Yinian's back. He grunted in pain, collapsing to his knees. Instinctively, he braced himself against the ground, shielding Arya beneath him. In an instant, tiles from the roof cascaded down, burying both Li Enian and Arya completely. Within him, a surge of anguish welled up, and he tasted blood as it erupted from his mouth. With a fierce resolve, Li Enian pressed his hands against the ground, refusing to yield. His back burned with agony, the searing pain distorting his features. His frail body trembled under the weight, his face pale, gasping for breath. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Memories flashed before him: his deceased parents, Aunt Lu, brother Lu Chung, and Arya. "Arya!" Li Enian jolted awake, his gaze falling upon her. Arya gently caressed his face, murmuring through tears, "Brother, brother." The depths of his unwillingness and rage surged to a boiling point. His eyes blazed with fury, blood vessels bursting with intensity, the world around him tinted in crimson. His jaw clenched tightly, his face contorting into a grimace. A fierce energy ignited within him, coursing rapidly throughout his body, quickening with each passing moment. An inexplicable force filled him, as his bent arms trembled and began to straighten. Li Enian arched his back and attempted to shift the beam above him. Ah! A roar erupted from within him. With a resounding thud, the beam fell away, clearing a layer of tiles as he rose to his feet. Bending down, he scooped up Arya, leaping forward with all his strength. His body shot forward like an arrow, soaring through the air. In a single bound, he cleared over 3 yards. He landed with a roll, escaping the engulfed structure entirely. Li Enian hurriedly cradled Arya, spinning around to examine her closely. Fortunately, she was unscathed. Just then, Aunt Liu's house collapsed in a cacophony, reduced to rubble. In a flash, the entire ordeal had transpired in the brief span of mere moments. Li Enian, trembling with fear, stood up, gazing at his hands in disbelief over what had just occurred. He looked down at Arya, who clutched his clothing, and accepted the reality of the situation. Turning to the ruins of Aunt Liu's home, then to the remnants of the only inheritance left by his parents, the old house, now reduced to a deep pit, his heart ached with profound sorrow. All the joys and sorrows of his brief life had unfolded within those 2 old homes. In that moment, Li Enian was overwhelmed by grief. He approached the edge of the pit and knelt down, bowing his head to the ground. In silence, he whispered his parents' names, tears blurring his vision. After bowing 3 times as he prepared to rise, a flash of faint red light caught his eye, as if something stirred within the depths of the pit. With hesitation, Li Enian descended into the pit, moving toward where he felt the warmth emanating. He began to clear away the charred earth with his hands. A vibrant, oval-shaped crimson gem came into view. It was the length of an adult's finger, its surface smooth and lustrous, transparent within. Cradling it in his hand, he felt a residual warmth. Confused, Li Enian tucked the gem into his clothing and climbed out of the pit. Suddenly, his heart raced. Following an instinct, he glanced toward the far end of the long trench. 30 yards away, a 4-legged beast, ablaze with flames, fixated its gaze upon him. It was the very creature that had struck the heavens. Standing over 10 feet tall, with a dragon's head and a deer's body, its mane danced in vibrant hues like fire. Its multicolored scales glimmered in the sunlight, dazzling his eyes. Its limbs were elongated, crowned with dragon horns, and its robust tail trailed behind on the ground. The eyes, wide open like copper bells, glimmered with a flickering flame within. Even from such a distance, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped Li Enian, rendering him breathless, as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. A powerful desire to flee surged within him. Yet he did not retreat. Recalling the harrowing brush with death he had just faced, he gazed at the monstrous beast responsible for it all, and once again, anger and defiance surged within him. With his left hand, Li Enian drew area behind him, standing firm and straight. His right hand clenched into a fist, fiercely glaring at the beast. A standoff ensued, as man and beast locked eyes, neither willing to yield. Before long, the beast shook its head dismissively and exhaled a breath of scorn. With a powerful leap, it vanished into the rear mountain in a few swift bounds, leaving no trace behind. Instantly, the pressure surrounding Li Enian dissipated, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, villagers returning from their fields streamed back to the village. They surveyed the devastated landscape, shouting to extinguish flames, to rescue the injured, and demanding answers. The clamor was deafening. When Aunt Lou stumbled back, her heart finally settled upon seeing Li Enian and Arya sitting amidst the rubble. She knelt down, embracing both of them, murmuring, "As long as you're safe, as long as you're safe." Li Enian felt disoriented. Everything had TR. The black-clad official bowed respectfully and spoke, "Master, I have surveyed the scene. The traces of destruction indeed align with the villagers' descriptions of a fireball striking the ground. 12 houses were demolished along the way. The force was immense, yet there are no traces of blood, which attests to the formidable physique of this otherworldly beast." Having said this, he retrieved a palm-sized stone from his waist and handed it to Qin Songju. He continued, "This is a piece of blue brick. The extent of its combustion indicates that it is no ordinary fire." Qin Songju squinted, inspecting the blue brick meticulously. The edges had melted, the center bulged, and the periphery sank. It bore no resemblance to a blue brick. It was clearly a square bond. A chuckle escaped Qin Songju's lips. Could it be that he had truly encountered such an event? The news had circulated widely, claiming that a Qilin had descended to Earth, heralding great auspiciousness. However, he remained skeptical, having only encountered such tales in books of strange wonders, dismissing them as mere folklore. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely. Qin Songju surveyed his surroundings, noting the villagers' uneasy expressions, squinting against the scorching sun, and bowing their heads. It seemed unlikely that any valuable clues could be gleaned from them. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him. Following its direction, he met the clear eyes of a young boy, approximately 11 or 12 years old. The boy was bald, with a dark complexion, and his large, twinkling eyes were fixed on the blue brick in Qin Songju's hand. The boy, noticing Qin Songju's gaze, quickly averted his eyes and hid behind a woman in fear. Having dealt with similar evasive glances throughout his years in law enforcement, Qin Songju felt a compelling intuition that the boy held some knowledge. Thus, he rose and approached the lad. The object presented by the black-clad official was something Li Enian had encountered before. It was a brick from their deep pit, now rounded from the fire. A brick transformed in such a manner was indeed rare. His curiosity had led him to linger a moment too long, drawing attention, and now Li Enian regretted it deeply. As the chief official advanced toward the crowd, all eyes filled with curiosity turned towards Qin Songju. Aunt Lu, amidst her confusion, recognized that the individual the official had fixed his gaze upon was none other than Li Enian. Her heart raced. She grasped Li Enian and, with a thud, knelt before the official. Bowing her head, she cried out, "Your Excellency, pardon us. My child has offended you. I beseech you, spare us." The crowd fell silent. Qin Songju felt awkward. How had matters escalated to this? He had yet to even speak. He hurried forward to assist the woman, forcing a smile as he prepared to address her. Suddenly, a high-pitched, resounding beastly roar echoed from the back mountain. A shiver of primal fear coursed through everyone present, causing some villagers to kneel and pay homage toward the mountain. Not good. Junior brother. The young sorcerer leaped into action, dashing toward the back mountain, disappearing in mere moments. Without a second thought, Qin Songju tore off his green official robe, revealing the black shirt beneath. Seizing a broadsword from the hands of a nearby guard, he gripped it firmly and raised his arm, exclaiming, "Everyone, follow me into the mountains." With that, he turned and set forth. After taking just a couple of steps, he paused, hesitatingly looked back, and commanded, "Bring that boy along." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu felt her strength wane and turned to tightly embrace Li Enian. However, the burly vice commander, with formidable strength, forcibly pulled Li Yinian from Aunt Lu's grasp and tossed him onto the saddle. He then mounted his horse and galloped away. As fate would have it, at this moment, Li Yinian felt an unexpected courage surge within him. He quickly reassured Aunt Lu, calling out, "Aunt Lu, I am fine. I will return shortly. Wait for me." The group, comprising over 20 riders, sped forward, trailed at a distance by 200 infantrymen wielding swords. Li Yinian experienced his inaugural horseback ride in an unexpectedly tumultuous manner. The horse's back jolted against his chest, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chen Song reined in his steed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The vast expanse of the mountain loomed ominously, its treacherous terrain posing a challenge not only for horses but also for those lacking martial prowess. He promptly commanded, "Those above the 9th grade of martial arts, accompany me up the mountain. The rest shall proceed cautiously, following the markers we have left behind." Having spoken, he dismounted and turned to Li Yinian, inquiring, "Young one, are you familiar with the mountain path?" Li Yinian was momentarily taken aback, responding, "I know a bit, but anything too profound eludes me." That sufficed. The sound suggested it wouldn't be overly intricate, so I shall follow your lead. When it comes to familiarity with these mountains, none surpasses Lu Cheng, the elder brother. Lu Cheng, the son of Aunt Lu, is a few years older than Li Yinian and is regarded as the village's youthful leader. Coming from a modest background, he had little in the way of treats, yet frequently led a band of children into the mountains for play. He was well acquainted with which peaks bore hawthorn, where mulberries thrived, the locations of mountain spring water, and even where sweet potatoes and oranges were cultivated. He knew it all like the back of his hand. A group of children could spend an entire day in the mountains without experiencing hunger. However, being mere children, their stamina was limited, confining their adventures to the outskirts of a few nearby peaks, for they dared not venture deeper. As they conversed, Li Yinian felt his collar suddenly lifted by a large hand, his body momentarily suspended before being placed atop a broad shoulder. The hand's owner was none other than the vice commander who had recently managed the steed. Now, stripped of his heavy iron helmet and clad in a short-sleeved tunic, he was a man in his 30s, towering nearly 7 feet, with a robust physique and sinewy muscles. A standard saber hung at his waist, and he wore boots adorned with cloud patterns typical of military officers. His hair was gathered neatly, secured with a simple wooden hairpin, with thick brows and piercing eyes. A scar ran from the bridge of his nose to the base of his right ear, giving him an intimidating presence. The vice commander, known as Ma San, had originally been a brawler in a gambling den on the outskirts of the capital. His imposing stature and fierce demeanor earned him a notorious reputation in the area. After incurring the wrath of a local official, he was imprisoned in retaliation. The jailers, having accepted bribes, tortured him mercilessly for several days and nights. Yet Ma San remained silent throughout. The warden respected him for his fortitude and falsely reported his death, subsequently dispatching him to serve in the border army. Unexpectedly, Ma San thrived in military life, quickly rising through the ranks due to his valor and returning to the capital within a few years, eventually joining the Jinwu Guard. With preparations complete, 6 individuals, all of martial rank above the 9th grade, including Chen Song, each wielded their sabers and set forth, moving swiftly up the mountain. Ma San steadied Li Yinian with one hand and followed closely behind. The mountain paths connected one peak to another, weaving complex and challenging routes. Yet the 6 maintained steady breath and flew along the trail with remarkable agility. Li Yinian remained utterly focused, always able to announce the ascent path before the team reached a fork in the road. Remarkably, the journey unfolded with great ease. This prompted Chen Songju to glance back at the dark-skinned youth, secretly admiring. This lad possesses quite a bit of courage. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed through the mountains. In the forest, the beasts lamented, and the birds took flight in a frenzied uproar. They flapped their wings and screeched, hastily leaving the branches and causing countless leaves to cascade down. The group paused, straining their ears to discern the source of the roar. To the northeast, approximately 5 miles away, Chen Songju swiftly made a judgment and set off. The other 5 promptly followed suit. At this moment, Li Yinian was filled with fervor, his mind racing with thoughts. He had completely entered a state of focus. The topographical map of the mountain unfolded in his mind, as he swiftly devised various routes while contemplating potential destinations. 5 miles to the northeast. Beyond that, there are no paths. He pondered the black cloud gorge. Li Yinian's heart trembled with a sudden realization. 6 miles to the northeast, there lay a waterfall atop a mountain, known as Heiyun Gorge. If one were to veer left for 2 miles, a narrow path would lead directly to the summit. Li Yinian swiftly relayed the route. The 6 companions, trusting his words, gathered their strength and accelerated, racing forth with fervor. Li Enian felt Ma San's strong arm protectively encircling him, and the wind around his ears intensified swiftly, howling fiercely. The scenery before him rapidly receded, the mountain breeze refreshing and particularly comforting. After a brief moment, the 6 individuals successfully reached the mountain summit. A light sheen of sweat adorned their brows, yet Chen Songju appeared unfazed as he lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The mountaintop was a flat expanse, measuring approximately 20 zhang in diameter. The rocks were smooth and bare, devoid of any vegetation. The central area was slightly lower, surrounded by elevated terrain, resembling a bowl, with a shallow pool of clear water at its center. 3 sides of the flat ground hung in midair, with 2 towering peaks directly to the north, their steep cliffs soaring into the clouds. The gap between the 2 peaks was narrow, less than 3 zhang across, resembling 2 swords thrust together, with a slender stream trickling from their intersection. Due to the height, the water was dispersed by the mountain winds before it could reach the ground, leaving only a fine mist. During the rainy season, dark clouds shroud the 2 peaks, and the thunder reverberates between them with a resonant rumble, truly awe-inspiring. Hence the name Black Cloud Gorge. When the sky's clear, the water flows down from the mountain gorge's confluence like a teapot pouring, cascading over the edge of the summit, while excess water remains in the bowl-like center, forming a clear pool. Lu Qing often brought Li Enian and a group of children to frolic in the pool, where the spring water invigorated the soul and provided great relief from the heat. Chen Songju gazed at the gorge, noting it was about 10 zhang high and over 2 zhang wide, not difficult to ascend. Contemplating this, he deftly flipped his wrist and produced a rolled-up rope from an unknown source, with a 3-fingered iron hook affixed to its end. Just as he was about to cast the hook, a head crowned with a cap emerged from the gorge. "Master Chen, Brother Wang sent me to assist you. Please stand within the light circle on the ground, and I will bring you up." Upon saying this, the young sorcerer formed a hand gesture, seemingly murmuring an incantation. A circular light appeared on the ground before them, with white runes swirling within, quite magical. Chen Songju scoffed lightly, saying, "You underestimate us, thinking we are mere 5th-tier martial artists and cannot fly." Despite his jest, he obediently stepped into the light circle. As they positioned themselves, Li Enian suddenly felt his body lighten, and the surrounding white light dazzled his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself atop the cliff in the middle of the gorge. There was also a light circle on the cliff's surface, which was gradually dimming, soon to vanish without a trace. Li Enian cast a glance at the spot he had just occupied at the cliff's edge, his heart filled with astonishment. What remarkable prowess! Chapter 3. Encountering the Qilin again. Master Chen, there lies a cavern approximately 3 miles along the water's course, where the extraordinary beast resides. My 3 companions are currently engaged in holding the entrance. The young sorcerer bowed respectfully. Chen Song reciprocated with a clasped fist, then swiftly turned and dashed away. Ma San once again hoisted Li Enian onto his shoulder and followed closely behind. Li Yonyan found himself in this mountain gorge for the very first time, his curiosity leading him to gaze around in wonder. Several individuals were traversing a dense forest, where the trunks stood tall and the foliage flourished abundantly, intertwining as they forged a path that seemed to stretch endlessly. At the center flowed a stream, its waters murmuring gently. It was likely that the waters of the Heiyun Gorge waterfall originated from this very spot, modest in the dry season and bountiful during the rainy season. The terrain was relatively gentle, ascending gradually. After running for 3 miles, they reached the stream's source, which emerged from a cave, its entrance dark and unfathomable. 4 sorcerers clad in white stood at 3 positions outside the cave, their hands poised in mystical gestures, prepared for any eventuality. The foremost sorcerer, named Wang Qi Lang, hailed from the Qitian Monitoring Bureau and held the rank of a 5th-grade sorcerer, with well-defined features and a striking appearance. He donned flowing white robes that exuded the aura of a mountain sage. He was the very young sorcerer who had just reported to Chen Songju at the foot of the mountain. Upon spotting Chen Songju, Wang Qinglang approached, clasping his fists in a respectful bow, and leaned in to whisper a few words in Chen Songju's ear. Upon hearing, Chen Songju's expression shifted to one of shock. After confirming with Wang Qinglang once more, his brows furrowed deeply as his left hand instinctively rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly advanced toward the cave entrance, halting 10 paces away, with both hands clasped in a bow. He performed a deep salute and proclaimed loudly, "I am Chen Songju, currently serving as the inspector of the Dali Temple. I had no intention of disturbing the venerable beast's cultivation, yet under the imperial decree, I have come to inquire, is your presence in Great Sui a sign of friend or foe? For a long while, silence enveloped the surroundings, the stillness growing increasingly unnerving. Qin Songju maintained his bow, his heart racing with apprehension. He turned to glance at Wang Qi Lang, exchanging a look that yielded no answers. In desperation, Qin Songju spoke again. I am Qin Songju. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. A brilliant flame erupted within the cave, casting a fleeting shadow that expanded on the rock walls before vanishing in an instant. A powerful pressure surged forth from the cave, rapidly enveloping the area outside. The three closest white-clad sorcerers formed protective stances, retreating swiftly. Qin Songju felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. His legs buckled, nearly forcing him to his knees. He quickly summoned his vital energy to stabilize himself. Ma San, sensing imminent danger, took a deep breath and swiftly shielded Li Yunyan, retreating a full 20 paces before finally halting. Li Nian felt a sudden heaviness in his body, once again experiencing a familiar oppressive force. It is it, the otherworldly beast that had destroyed Aunt Lu's home and his own ancestral dwelling. Li Nian clenched his teeth, strenuously resisting the suffocating pressure that enveloped him. His heart raced rapidly, and his small face flushed a deep crimson. Suddenly, a warmth surged from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout his body before returning to his dantian, where it began to rotate slowly. Instantly, he felt a sense of lightness, as the oppressive force diminished significantly. Is there truly no one from the Great Sui? They have sent a mere 6th-grade martial artist to deal with me. A deep voice resonated, its volume not loud yet echoing in the ears of everyone present, deafening in its impact. The 6th-grade martial artist referred to as a warrior by the beast was none other than Qin Songju. Warriors are categorized into 9 grades based on the strength of their physical bodies. The 9th grade Copper Skin Realm, once mastered, endows one with the strength of an ox, creating a considerable gap between them and ordinary individuals. Should one enlist in the military, they could easily attain the rank of squad leader. Upon advancing to the 8th grade Iron Bone Realm, one's physical strength escalates further. In battle, if not confronted by another warrior, one could take on 100 foes single-handedly. The 7th grade Diamond Realm signifies a perfected physical form, where ordinary weapons struggle to inflict harm, marking a pivotal point in a warrior's progression. In the martial world, those at this grade are often capable of gathering disciples and establishing schools, hence earning the title of Minor Master. Ascending further, one reaches the 6th grade Spirit Refinement Realm, a threshold of great difficulty that necessitates the cultivation of the primordial spirit. The secrets of such techniques are closely guarded, known only to a select few noble families, making them exceedingly rare. Once attained, the primordial spirit aids the physical body in combat, enhancing one's intuition and eventually enabling the anticipation of an opponent's attacks. Qin Songju, at the age of 32, hails from a family of officials. His ancestors supported the Great Sui's founding emperor, Zhou Xian, in expanding territories, making him a descendant of illustrious lineage. Trained in martial arts from a young age, he possesses exceptional talent, further augmented by the abundant resources of his family. Achieving the 6th grade at the age of 30 caused a stir in the capital, underscoring the immense difficulty of cultivating martial prowess. As the crowd pondered the meaning behind the beast's words, a flicker of fire ignited within the cave, casting a large shadow against the rocky walls as it slowly approached the entrance. With a sharp sound, the crisp footsteps echoed, each step resonating with the hearts of those present, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Ripples of transparent energy surged from the ground, swiftly expanding outward from the cave. Retreat. The farther, the better. Several white-clad sorcerers muttered as they backed away. Understanding the urgency, the crowd turned and hastily retreated until they halted 30 yards away. Ma San lifted Li Nian, retreating 10 more yards in a few swift motions, emanating a faint aura of true energy as he shielded the young boy, demonstrating the pride of a 7th grade warrior. Qin Songju, positioned closest to the cave entrance, felt the greatest discomfort. While everyone else could retreat, he could not. For he was the highest-ranking official of the Great Sui court, a messenger bearing the emperor's mandate. Veins throbbed on his forehead, teeth clenched tightly. Eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and dread, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Suddenly, the footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A towering figure emerged at the cave's entrance. Standing over 10 feet tall, it possessed a goat-like visage with a wide mouth and eyes as large as bronze bells, within which flickered a glowing fire. Its sharp fangs glistened, and its fiery mane danced in the wind, while a pair of elongated dragon whiskers floated gracefully, reminiscent of ethereal serpents. Crowning its head were deep brown dragon horns, robust and formidable. The creature's powerful physique was adorned with vibrant scales that shimmered dazzlingly under the sun. Its limbs were stout and elongated, with claws as sharp as daggers. The dragon's tail, long and sinuous, trailed behind on the ground. It was indeed the mythical beast that had locked eyes with Lienian in Zhu village. The crowd's mouths gaped involuntarily, their gazes gradually losing focus. Despite having prepared various psychological strategies, they were utterly shocked by the sight before them. The divine beast lifted its head, inhaling deeply, its gaze piercing. Was it foe? Was it friend? The creature did not speak, but its soft voice resonated in everyone's ears, exuding an overwhelming pressure once more. With a sharp sound, Qin Sengju plunged his sword into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly with his left hand. Unsteady on his feet, he knelt on one knee. The blood and energy within him surged tumultuously, and as he stumbled, blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. How could he not comprehend the meaning behind the words of the venerable beast? Who, pray tell, beneath the heavens, could stand as an adversary or ally to the divine creature before him? As Qin Sengju pondered how to respond, Wang Qi-lang, the white-clad sorcerer, gritted his teeth and bravely approached Qin Sengju's side. With both hands clasped in a salute, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "My master has sensed anomalies in the South Seas Barrier Formation and suspects the arrival of a great being. We have come to inquire what you desire. The Grand Celestial Monitoring Bureau shall serve you with utmost dedication." Wang Qinglang's message was clear. "You are our esteemed elder. Please command us as you wish." The Qilin beast cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qi-lang, its voice laced with fury. "Barrier formation? You nearly shattered a tooth of mine." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Qilin raised its forepaw and flicked a claw. A transparent force shot towards Wang Qi-lang, arriving in an instant. Qin Sengju's eyes blazed with intensity. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow as he unsheathed his sword, striking precisely at the incoming force. With a resounding clash, the impact reverberated. Qin Sengju's hands trembled, nearly losing his grip on the sword, prompting him to hastily switch to a two-handed grip. Before he could catch his breath, the warrior's instincts surged. Dozens of similar forces erupted from the cave's entrance. Qin Sengju's form leaped and twirled, his sword becoming a radiant arc. In a flash, over 10 crescent-shaped slashes erupted, ringing out in a cacophony of sounds. However, the sheer number of forces was overwhelming, and it was evident that he alone could not fend them all off. Among those behind him, several with lesser cultivation fell victim, collapsing and spewing blood. Ma San forcefully shoved Li Inian aside, drawing his sword, one hand gripping the hilt while the other braced against the side of the blade. Planting his feet firmly, he bravely absorbed one of the strikes. With a resounding clash, his sword flew forth. In the air, a graceful arc was traced, piercing the ground at a sharp angle. Ma San retreated swiftly, his towering figure dragging 2 long furrows across the earth. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, and he knelt upon one knee. Wang Qinglang's pupils constricted sharply. With his left hand forming a seal, a translucent shield materialized before him. Bang! The shield shattered with a resounding crack. The force surged directly toward Wang Qinglang's chest, leaving him with no means of escape. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely braced himself to endure the blow. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as Wang Qinlang was propelled 10 zhang away, tumbling through the air before finally dissipating the force with a series of flickering teleportations. Landing just in time, Wang Qinlang had just lost a protective talisman, an ancient azure jade pendant, intricately patterned and embedded with a small defensive array. It was handcrafted by the National Master Shen, of the Qintian Bureau, given only to close disciples, thus the source of Wang Qinglang's anguish. In the aftermath of the sudden chaos, only Qin Sengju, Wang Qinlang, and the bewildered Li Yunian remained at the cave's entrance. The others had either fallen or retreated back into the woods. Trembling with shock, Qin Sengju was suddenly engulfed in darkness as a colossal figure obscured the sunlight, its shadow looming ominously close. Instinctively, he raised his sword in defense, guarding his chest. However, it proved futile as a paw, nearly half his size, descended, crushing both him and his weapon into the ground. A claw, sharp as a spear tip, pressed against his forehead, causing a thin stream of blood to trickle down, pooling on the earth beside his ear. The scene before him was indelibly etched in his memory. The divine beast lowered its head, fixating its gaze upon him. The flowing whiskers, razor-sharp teeth, and even the minute patterns on its scaled hide were vividly discernible. The disdain in the creature's eyes seemed to convey that crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Undaunted, Qin Sengju met the beast's gaze with unwavering righteousness. With a voice steady and resolute, he declared, "In the century since the establishment of the Great Sui, Our founding emperor and the benevolent emperor one have brought peace to the people through their kindness and generosity, allowing the populace to thrive in safety while the nation grows ever stronger. Though I am aware of my humble station, I dare to plead for the safety of the masses today. Should I perish, I shall have no regrets. Truly unafraid of death. The beast showed no mercy, its claw pressing down gently, causing blood to spout forth. Qin Songju gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of agony. Li Yinian, filled with an overwhelming urgency, could no longer contain himself. Summoning an unexpected courage, he surged forward with remarkable speed, leaping into action. With a swift motion, he seized a broadsword nearly as tall as himself, gripping the hilt firmly, and raised it high above his head. A surge of warmth radiated from his dantian, a fervent energy coursing through his entire being. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Li Yinian soared into the air, wielding the sword with fervor. With a single, decisive stroke, he unleashed a brilliant arc of light that cleaved through the air. The resounding clash reverberated as the blade struck the dragon horn of the divine beast. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Li Yinian clearly perceived the blazing fire igniting within the eyes of the divine beast as it turned its gaze upon him. The frigid aura of murderous intent instantaneously locking onto him. He realized with profound clarity that it was over. Everything had come to an end. A wave of searing heat rushed towards him. Within Li Yinian's pupils, a vivid crimson shadow rapidly expanded, and the roaring flames surged forth, crashing down upon him. In a moment of dire urgency, a slender black serpent coiled around his waist, and then, with a sudden jerk, the serpent tightened. His slight frame was yanked backward at an alarming speed, barely escaping the inferno's reach. Wang Qilang swiftly caught Li Yinian's body. Pressing his head down as he knelt upon the ground, offering a deep bow, he proclaimed loudly, "This young one, in his ignorance, has inadvertently offended the esteemed elder. We are willing to bear the consequences. We beseech your mercy, esteemed elder." After a prolonged silence, the surroundings remained eerily still, as if a pin could be heard falling. Li Yinian knelt upon the ground, plagued by remorse for his earlier actions, unable to comprehend why he had felt compelled to rush out impulsively. How ironic. It seemed that I alone bear the mantle of villainy here. Observing that Wang Qilang maintained a relatively composed demeanor, the divine beast refrained from further aggression. Releasing its paw from Qin Songju. "Very well, rise. Return to your master and convey my intentions. I harbor no malice. I merely seek a moment's respite within your esteemed sanctuary before taking my leave." A crimson crystal slowly floated into view, halting before Qin Songju. "Take this back as a token of my rent." The beast's gaze remained indifferent, yet the earlier air of arrogance had dissipated. Qin Songju accepted the crystal, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from it, as if potent energy surged within, certainly not an ordinary item. His mind raced with myriad thoughts. After much contemplation, this was perhaps the most favorable outcome imaginable. Without further hesitation, he clasped his hands in salute and exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity." Li Yinian caught sight of the crimson gemstone from a distance, instinctively placing a hand over his chest, realizing it originated from the divine beast Qilan. The information before him was overwhelming, rendering his gaze somewhat vacant. As fate would have it, he once again locked eyes with the mythical creature. This marked the second encounter between man and beast in such a short span of time. Reflecting on his earlier strike, Li Yinian couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. For a moment, he found himself utterly at a loss. How could it be that having struck a blow, he was now expected to compensate with a dwelling? The divine beast shot him a disdainful glare before turning and soaring away towards the distant mountains. The oppressive aura that had enveloped the crowd abruptly dissipated, allowing them a collective sigh of relief. Qin Songju, feeling the weight lift, plopped down onto the ground. In his mind, he silently replayed the events of the day, as if he had danced on the very threshold of the underworld, only to return. Yet, an unsettling aura lingered, suggesting something was amiss. A hand extended towards him. It was Wang Qinglang's. The two exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Qin Songju took his hand, and Wang Qinglang effortlessly pulled him to his feet. Li Yinian had yet to fully process the lingering resonance of Qilan's final words. Intuitively, he did not sense any significant malice. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, he shyly lowered his head, unconsciously scratching his little bald head. Qin Songju, with a bit of contemplation, roughly deduced the connection between Li Yinian and the divine beast. The creature had demolished the boy's house, and he had been present at the scene. While one might not speak of a profound bond, he could at most be considered an eyewitness from close proximity. Throughout their journey, this child had displayed remarkable composure and discernment, setting him apart from the ordinary children of common folk. Although that blade did not alter the outcome, the purity of his heart was evident to the heavens. The results of today's events were, in no small part, attributable to this child's contributions. He was likely favored by fortune. Qin Songju approached Li Yinian, slightly bending forward, and with a formal bow, he smiled and inquired, "I am Qin Songju from the Dali Temple. How shall I address this young hero?" Li Yinian felt his heart race with excitement, instantly flustered and at a loss. In a hurry, he imitated the gesture of a deep bow, proclaiming, "Li Yinian, with the character for excess in New Year." His uneasy demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. "Let us descend the mountain." Lu Song exhaled a breath of relief, feeling invigorated throughout his entire being. With a grand gesture, he appeared spirited and confident. As they made their way down the mountain, it was already evening, perfectly timed with the setting sun. This time, riding a horse felt far more magnificent. Li Yinian rode in the front, with Ma San behind him, both perched upon the saddle. The fiery glow of the evening sunset hung in the sky, casting a delightful rosy hue upon Li Yinian's dark complexion. As they approached the village entrance, a throng awaited them. At the forefront stood the county magistrate alongside two clerks from the Dali Temple, with local villagers gathered behind them. Aunt Lu cradled Arya in her arms, tiptoeing anxiously. Peering toward their direction, Arya, with her keen eyes, spotted Li Yinian from afar and exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, "Brother! Brother is riding a big horse." Aunt Lu focused her gaze and confirmed, indeed, it was Li Yinian riding alongside a robust man. The anxiety that had burdened her heart was finally lifted. As the two groups converged, the county magistrate rejoiced upon hearing that the case could be concluded today. He had not anticipated such smooth proceedings, having harbored deep concerns prior to their arrival. If matters had not unfolded favorably, losing his position would have been a minor concern. There was a real risk of bearing the blame and losing his life. Shortly thereafter, Chen Song, having finalized the arrangements, mounted his horse, bowing to the crowd in farewell. Li Yinian clasped his fists in salute amidst the throng. "Those who have suffered damage to their homes, please report to the county constable, and the county treasury will fund the reconstruction," the county magistrate proclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Such a fortuitous announcement was indeed rare. Villagers bowed deeply, collectively exclaiming, "Our benevolent lord." The magistrate, stroking his goatee, beamed with delight, his countenance radiating satisfaction. Li Yinian watched as Qin Songju, Wang Qi-lang, and others gradually departed. Reflecting on the day's sights and sounds, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. His seemingly mundane life appeared to have been opened to a grand door, revealing a world of vivid wonders, so distant yet irresistibly alluring. After standing in contemplation for a while, Li Yinian reined in his soaring thoughts and retrieved a small booklet, merely a few pages thick, from his pocket. This was a standard printed manual of martial arts, commonly found among military circles and not difficult to acquire in the marketplace. The entire volume contained only 3 techniques, Ping, Pai, and Gua, along with 2 pages elucidating breathing methods. What set it apart were the annotations in small script beside each technique, pinned by Qin Songju himself. Qin harbored no ulterior motives. On the mountain, he had seen a spark in the boy's eyes. He recalled his own first encounter with his master's celestial techniques, likely a reflection of the same scene. What boy does not harbor a dream of heroism? Chapter 4. The Qilan Hall, the small fishing village, named Zhu Village, is situated at the southernmost tip of the Dai Sui dynasty's Jiaozhou. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, backed by mountains, with a stretch of marshland overgrown with reeds nestled between the mountains and the sea, covering an area of merely 20 miles. A century ago, amidst the chaos of war among the 4 nations, a group of refugees sought refuge here. They cleared the reeds and constructed straw huts, subsisting on fishing and farming. Gradually, they settled down, and the village has since flourished to over 100 households. After the establishment of the Dai Sui dynasty, the court dispatched officials to create a thoroughfare along the coastline, connecting it with the interior. Thus, Zhu Village emerged from its isolation. The villagers were registered and formally incorporated into the Dai Sui territory, under the benevolence of the previous 2 emperors, who prioritized the welfare of the people. A period of peace lasting nearly a century allowed for a relatively stable existence. Li Yinian is 12 years old this year, a native boy from a fishing village. He possesses a slender physique, standing half a head shorter than his peers, with a dark complexion and strikingly prominent brows and large eyes. Finding his long hair bothersome, he has opted for a shaved head. He appears somewhat naive, resembling a little monk. His father, Li Hai, is a taciturn fisherman who has spent nearly half a lifetime as a bachelor and, approaching 50, has yet to marry. One year, while at sea, he rescued a woman who had fallen overboard. After drifting in and out of consciousness for several days, the woman, in a state of confusion, decided to stay and became Li Hai's wife, possessing a certain charm. The villagers praised Li Hai, claiming that he had struck fortune by acquiring such a beautiful bride seemingly from the ancestral blessings of his family. Old Man Li merely chuckled foolishly, murmuring, "What a fortunate life! What a fortunate life!" A year later, he welcomed the birth of Li Inian, which prompted Old Man Li to toil even more diligently. His family managed to live a relatively stable life. Unfortunately, this fleeting happiness was short-lived, as his inexpensive wife, having suffered from an early drowning incident, was left with lingering ailments and succumbed to tuberculosis within 2 years. Old Li's world had crumbled, as he spent his days gazing blankly at the distant sea, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. One fateful night, amidst a torrential downpour and tumultuous waves, Li Hai, having just finished his drink, cursed and set sail into the tempest. He never returned, most likely having perished in the unforgiving waters, leaving behind a 4-year-old boy, Li Inian, who was irrevocably transformed into an orphan. Li Inian was also quite obstinate, going to the dock each day to gaze at the sea, waiting for his father's return. No amount of persuasion could dissuade him. After 3 consecutive days, he ultimately collapsed from hunger at the dock. Neighboring Aunt Lu, kind-hearted and tearful, carried him back to her home, nurturing him back to life over the course of several days. Once he regained his strength, young Inian bowed deeply to Aunt Lu. The emotions he had suppressed for so long finally erupted, and he wept uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Aunt Lu, sharing in his sorrow, reassured him, "From now on, as long as we have food in our home, you shall not go hungry." Thus, she embraced him as her own son. Aunt Lu was a widow. Her husband, Old Lu, like Li Hai, was a fisherman. Last year, while at sea, he encountered a fierce wave, and, unwilling to abandon his fishing net, he was swept away by the tide. They made a living from the sea, yet it was the sea that ultimately claimed his life, a fate that had befallen generations before them. Despite this, Aunt Lu did not lament her fate excessively. Gazing at her son Lu Cheng, who was on the brink of adulthood, she resolved never to let him venture out to sea. Consequently, she spent most of her life savings, pleading with anyone who would listen to secure him an apprenticeship as a carpenter in town. At home, there was also her late husband's posthumous daughter, a little girl named Arya. At the tender age of learning to walk, she was fair and delicate, with fine brows, large eyes, and long eyelashes, charming and endearing in appearance. It was on the day of her birth that Li Inian risked his life to save her. After Old Lu's passing, Aunt Lu cultivated several acres of land on the outskirts of the village, sustaining her family by selling vegetables. Li Inian often carried Arya on his back, assisting Aunt Lu with various farm tasks in the fields. When the vegetables ripened, before dawn, Aunt Lu would push her cart to the town several miles away to sell them. Naturally, the responsibility of looking after Arya fell upon Li Inian. Children of the impoverished grow up quickly. Despite his tender age, Li Inian was already well-versed in the myriad household chores. During festive occasions, Lu Cheng would return from the town to visit his family. Though their means were modest, the 4 of them gathered together, and this familial bond was indeed a blessing. Time flew by, and 3 years elapsed, during which 3 significant events transpired. The first was the imperial decree to construct the Qilin Hall. This was a monumental undertaking, demanding considerable human and material resources. Many able-bodied men from Zhu village ascended the mountains as laborers. Although they toiled in arduous conditions, the astute among them managed to learn some craftsmanship from the artisans who came from the capital. Among the most distinguished was Lu Cheng, who, with his foundation as a carpentry apprentice, proved to be diligent and sociable. He won the favor of the master craftsmen from the capital, who exceptionally accepted him as an unofficial disciple. Upon its completion, the Qilin Hall indeed basked in glory. Within 100 miles, it stood as a paragon of opulence. The inauguration ceremony was presided over by the county magistrate, accompanied by several officials from the Ministry of Works. Notable figures from the surrounding towns gathered, and the local gentry could not resist the urge to flatter, even uttering praises likening it to celestial palaces. In the days that followed, the Qilin Hall of Zhu village gained widespread renown, attracting throngs of visitors and thriving in its spiritual significance. The mountain gate stood at the foot of the hill, a towering archway of 2 zhang, supported by 4 majestic stone pillars that divided it into 3 segments, the center elevated above the flanking sides. The eaves jutted out half a lu, crowned with golden glazed tiles. The central arch bore the bold inscription Rui Lin Mountain, exuding strength and vigor. This small hill, affectionately referred to as the Back Mountain by the locals, was thus blessed with the auspicious name of Rui Lin Mountain. Upon entering the mountain gate, one would find a stone staircase leading directly to the summit. The steps, pristine and white, ascended endlessly. The granite slabs were meticulously maintained, gleaming with a clean luster, each piece polished squarely, resembling slices of tofu. Ascending the steps, one would find verdant bamboo groves and pines flanking the stone path, their branches gently arching down to shield the pathway from the harsh summer sun. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, creating a melodious sound. From a height, gazing downwards, one would feel as if immersed in an expansive sea of green. The leaves swayed with the wind, akin to waves lapping at the shore, one after another. Should weary travelers or worshippers feel fatigued, they need only to sit upon the ground and rest for a moment. Upon ascending, I soon felt my mind clear and my fatigue diminish. After traversing approximately 3 miles, I arrived at the summit of Mount Ruilin. Nestled to the south by the South China Sea and flanked by a range of mountains, Ruilin Mountain may not rise high compared to the sprawling hills behind it. Yet it serves as a sentinel before entering the depths of the mountains. The summit, originally a mere half-acre peak, was tended by local villagers who cultivated sweet potatoes and similar crops. However, with the arrival of officials from the court, a portion of the mountaintop was brutally sheared away, revealing several acres of land. Subsequently, numerous trees and flowers were transplanted, adorning the entire summit. The Hall of Qilin stands majestically along the central axis of the flat land, facing the sea and backed by the mountains. In front of the main hall lies an expanse of open space, paved with pristine granite slabs. Adjacent to the precipice, a circle of bluestone pillars encircles the area. Each pillar, waist-high, is intricately carved with vivid depictions of flora and fauna, exuding a delightful charm. To prevent falls, iron chains, as thick as a child's arm, connect the pillars. At the center of the open space stands a majestic phoenix tree, large enough for 5 people to embrace. This grand tree, transplanted from afar, showcases the remarkable capabilities of the court. Its trunk rises straight and tall, exceeding 30 feet, with a lush canopy resembling a grand parasol, casting a shade that spans 5 or 6 yards. Beneath the verdant shade rests an octagonal table, elegantly simple in design, surrounded by several rounded, charming stone stools. A glance reveals an ethereal ambience, suggesting that lounging under the tree's shelter during leisurely hours would be an immensely pleasurable experience. Passing through the cool shade, I approached the main entrance of the Hall of Qilin. The hall, oriented north and facing south, features a porch that extends about half a yard. 4 solid wooden columns support the straight wooden beams, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, topped with intricately layered dugong brackets. The craftsmanship is truly breathtaking. Above the dugong, the eaves extend outward, arching upward to form a pointed tip, with golden glazed tiles adorning the roof. At the center of the porch stand 2 grand crimson doors, approximately 2 yards wide, embellished with neatly arranged copper nails the size of a fist. A pair of resplendent brass lion door knockers adorn the doors, 1 female and 1 male. Their expressions, while less fierce than those typically found on the doors of affluent households, radiate a sense of solemnity. Flanking the grand doors, the pillars bear an inscription of a couplet in gilded characters. Qilin presents auspiciousness for a millennium. Beautiful edifice offers peace for 100 generations. Perhaps due to the absence of festivities, the main doors are firmly shut, leaving only the side door ajar. The side entrance, somewhat narrower at roughly 4 feet wide, is accompanied by a small gatehouse, akin to those found at the residences of wealthy families in the county, serving as the abode of the gatekeeper. The heart of the inner courtyard reveals the main hall of Qilin, a rectangular structure of stone and wood, embodying a palatial style. The 2-tiered building, approximately 2 stories high, boasts an ancient and elegant appearance. The first floor, rising about 2 yards, features unbroken wooden beams without visible joints, adorned with vibrant auspicious symbols. The dugong brackets atop the beams are layered intricately, showcasing a complexity that far exceeds that of common folk architecture. The eaves extend outward, ultimately resting upon 24 solid wooden pillars, forming a corridor approximately half a yard wide. The second floor rises to about 10 feet, with an even more intricate wooden structure. The ridge stands tall and straight, while the eaves curve gracefully downward, only to arch skyward in a splendid display. The roof is adorned with a variety of mythical creatures, such as ridge beasts and other figures, each distinct in form and charmingly endearing. The roof is similarly laid with golden glazed tiles, a hue reserved for the imperial court, whereas the common folk typically favor shades of blue and green. Thus, The resplendent gold before one's eyes is indeed a rarity, coupled with the vibrant crimson of the sandalwood pillars and the pale yellow of the stone walls. These three colors harmoniously reflect the grandeur of royal craftsmanship, imparting an air of solemnity and magnificence. Suspended in the center between the first and second floors is a plaque, bordered in gold and embellished with cloud patterns. Inscribed with the four characters that read Qilin Treasure Hall. The main hall features 3 doors, with the central entrance leading into the sanctum. Within resides a statue of a Qilin, meticulously crafted by the Bureau of Astronomy, based on the illustrations found in the records of unusual beasts from the mountains and seas. Rendered in a 1:1 scale. Standing at a height of 12 feet, it boasts the head of a ram, the body of a deer, the hooves of a wolf, and the tail of a dragon, crowned with roundness and a pair of dragon horns pointing skyward, draped in a resplendent armored hide of colorful scales. The Qilin stands with its mouth agape, revealing a formidable set of fangs, its forelegs straight and its hind legs slightly bent, creating an illusion that it might leap forth at any moment. Its demeanor is solemn, and the lifelike representation captivates the beholder. Flanking the main hall are 2 side chambers. Interestingly, the Great Sui dynasty had no precedent for constructing a Qilin hall. Thus, the Ministry of Works replicated the design of the Dragon King Hall, adding the Empress Hall and the God of Wealth Hall as side chambers. This arrangement proved successful, as pilgrims and visitors flocked to seek blessings, children, and wealth, thereby generating considerable popularity. The furnishings within are akin to those of typical temples: incense burners, offering tables, and meditation cushions, all in proper order. Noteworthy are the vibrant murals adorning the walls, depicting the Qilin's journey from the South China Sea to the depths of the mountains. The final mural illustrates the Qilin standing atop a peak, receiving the reverent kneeling of the populace, subtly conveying the court's admiration for this auspicious creature. Through the rear door of the main hall lies a courtyard wall, featuring a semicircular moon gate that opens into a modest quadrangle. At its center stands a small apricot tree, recently transplanted and yet to blossom, its trunk no thicker than a cup, with sparse branches and leaves. The 2 side rooms serve as quarters for the temple's officials and disciples, while adjacent to each end are likely kitchens and restrooms. Li Yinian, well acquainted with the Qilin Hall, found little novelty in it. However, he was unaware that the tumultuous journey of his life would commence and culminate here. In a notable development, a new primary school was established in Zhu Village. According to regulations, each household may send 1 eligible child to learn reading and writing at no cost. Gifted children may even be recommended to continue their studies at the Mingshan Academy, located 100 miles away. This initiative reflects the astute efforts of the Great Sui court to cultivate literary talent. Aunt Lu intended for Li Yinian to attend, however, out of concern for her exhaustion. He resolutely declined. Ultimately, unable to persuade him, she sent Arya instead. At 4 years old, Arya is fair-skinned and delicate, possessing an astute mind and a silver tongue. She remembers everything the teacher instructs after a single mention, demonstrating remarkable aptitude for learning. Li Yinian, a thoughtful young man, took the opportunity to listen intently outside the porch while waiting for Arya to finish school. He quietly noted down what he heard and later pondered over it at home. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would seek guidance from the little teacher, Arya. Day by day, he gradually learned to read and write on his own. This final accomplishment was immensely significant for Li Yinian. After the completion of Qilin Hall, a position for a miscellaneous worker became available, and astonishingly, it fell to him. When the village chief informed him, he was filled with doubt, unable to perceive that this seemingly insignificant boy had connections. Earning 2 taels of silver a month was a prized opportunity, as even those working in the county office earned no more than that. Li Yunyang pondered deeply and realized that the only official she was acquainted with was Chen Songjiu. To her surprise, he still remembered this humble fisherman from their brief encounter in the village, which added to the kindness she had already received. With this new appointment, her family need not worry about finding a suitable match for her. Aunt Lu beamed with delight. Li Yinian did not ponder excessively. A mere 2 taels each month would suffice for his family's sustenance, even if Aunt Lu ceased selling vegetables. After several years of saving, it would be just right to arrange a marriage for brother Lu Qing. After dinner, Li Yinian returned to his newly acquired abode, lit the lamp, and firmly secured the door behind him. He entered the main room, assumed a stable stance, and raised his fists, deeply contemplating the movements of his martial art. With a deliberate step forward, he followed up with a punch, executing a crashing blow. The power emanated from his roots, striking swiftly and forcefully, penetrating deeply. His heel generated force, channeling it through his body, with his arms serving as conduits, emphasizing the importance of suddenness and precision. He then retracted his stance, lifted his hands, and stepped forward once more, delivering a downward slicing punch. The force originated from his waist, exuding tremendous weight and power, capable of cutting through thorns. With his legs as the foundation, his waist as the pivot, and his arms as the blade. He emphasized the unity of waist and horse stance to vanquish adversaries with strength. Taking another step, he advanced, raising his arm to deliver an upward punch, the hanging fist. This maneuver is the most intricate, with legs, waist, and arms working in harmony, capable of being swift or slow, direct or diagonal, offensive or defensive. When executed adeptly, it can yield the effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Li Yinian occasionally practiced his punches with deep contemplation, sometimes letting his instincts guide him to strike with spontaneity, and at other times, he remained rooted in a horse stance without throwing a punch. His movements varied in speed and intensity, and gradually he became engrossed in his training. The 3 forms of boxing he practiced developed into a myriad of transformations. As the sky began to lighten, Li Yinian halted his movements and seated himself cross-legged on the bed. Before long, he felt a warmth rising from his dantian. A surge of energy flowed from his dantian along the meridians, spreading throughout his body before returning once more to the dantian. This cycle continued, leading him into a state of deep meditation. It was not until he heard the crowing of a rooster that Li Yinian emerged from his trance. In just a brief hour of meditation, his body had remarkably regained much of its vitality, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He opened the door and made his way to the water tank beside the wood shed, shedding his upper garments. He scooped a ladle of water and poured it over his head. The water cascaded down his bald scalp and flowed towards his chest, though he remained slender. His physique was defined with lean muscle. Under the soft glow of the rising sun, he shimmered with a faint golden radiance. Today marked the first day of his ascent to the mountain for work, and after completing his morning routine, Li Yinian deliberately chose what he considered his finest attire. After having breakfast at Aunt Lu's home, he set out with Arya. The school was situated a mile west of the entrance to Rualine Mountain, enclosed by walls. Reminiscent of the estates of affluent families in the town. The teacher was a scholarly man in his 50s who, it was said, had passed the provincial examination at the age of 14 but had struggled to advance further in his academic pursuits. Having spent a lifetime in scholarly wanderings without success, he eventually settled in this remote village to become an elementary teacher. He was generally stern and reticent, preferring not to engage with others, and was particularly rigorous regarding his students' studies, with the sole exception of Arya. Arya was lively and charming, possessing keen intelligence, and was considered a promising scholar. The teacher, upon seeing her, would beam with delight, often proclaiming that she was a candidate for the top scholar, lamenting only that she was a girl. Watching Arya enter the private school, Li Yinian turned and made his way toward the entrance of Rualine Mountain. Upon entering the mountain gate, he found a long stone path flanked by lush trees, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. At that moment, it was early morning, and the mountain path was devoid of people. Li Yinian took a deep breath and quickened his pace, gradually breaking into a run. The sound of the wind whistled fiercely by his ears, reminiscent of 3 years ago when he sat upon Ma Sanjian's shoulders. Just a little bit further, Li Yinian channeled the fiery energy within his dantian, exerting an additional force. With steps as swift as the wind and a body as agile as a leopard, he surged toward the mountain peak. Chapter 5. The initial ascent. In the span of a few breaths, Li Yinian's dantian emitted a gentle warmth, his breath radiating from the core to envelop his entire being. His muscles synchronized perfectly, propelling his speed to its utmost limit. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, as leaves fluttered and rustled in his wake. He experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, a shadow darted toward him with astonishing speed. Li Yinian's pupils constricted as he leaned forward, his right hand pressing against the stone steps before him. With his feet lifted off the ground, he utilized his right hand for support, lowering his body to its utmost position. Just as the shadow swiftly darted past the spot where he had once stood, his right arm surged with power, delivering a precise punch. In a moment of propulsion, his body executed a somersault in the air, landing perfectly on the resting platform nestled between 2 sections of the stone steps. Before he could steady himself, 2 more piercing sounds sliced through the air, arriving with astonishing speed, leaving no room for evasion. Li Yinian took a deep breath, grounding himself firmly in a horse stance. He stepped forward with one foot, followed swiftly by the other, simultaneously striking with his left hand while his right arm hung poised. Bang! Bang! The sound echoed, and in an instant, the shadow shattered. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 limp, withered branches lying on the ground. Turning to the direction from which the branches had flown, he beheld a young lad in white descending the steps. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, tall and slender, towering over Li Yinian by a full head. His hair was a glossy black, neatly tied into a bun, adorned with a ceremonial cap and a jade hairpin. The style of the cap was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of what Wang Qinglang and his companions had worn 3 years prior. An apprentice of the Astronomical Bureau, with a well-proportioned forehead, sword-like brows, and starry eyes, his high nose and rosy lips radiated a scholarly charm, imbued with an innate air of nobility. Every gesture conveyed an effortless confidence and an extraordinary poise, exuding an ethereal grace. Clad entirely in white, his garments fluttered elegantly in the wind. In his left hand, he held a scroll, while his right hand formed a subtle gesture. He moved with the grace of a celestial being. What a strikingly handsome youth! Li Yinian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ah, a ninth-grade martial artist, Li Yinian? The young lad smiled and inquired. Li Yinian paused for a moment in contemplation. Surmising that the young man before him likely hailed from the Qilin Hall, he adjusted his attire, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and bowed gracefully. Indeed, come forth, your master awaits you upon the mountain. The young man in white turned and departed, his steps light and ethereal. Li Yinian quickened his pace to catch up, pondering whether the youth's mention of a ninth-grade martial artist referred to him. May I inquire, young master, does your earlier reference to a ninth-grade martial artist pertain to me? Li Yinian asked apprehensively. Zhou turned back to scrutinize Li Yinian once more, observing his youthful countenance, likely around 13 or 14 years of age. Indeed, at such an age, a ninth-grade martial artist is a rarity. However, within Zhou's perspective, it was rather commonplace. Indeed, the youth continued, now that you have entered the mountain gate, you are considered a half-disciple. I am Zhou, henceforth. Refer to me as your elder brother. Very well, elder brother. Li Yinian was astounded internally, realizing he had somehow become a ninth-grade martial artist in merely 3 years. Zhou turned, secretly grinning, seemingly quite pleased with the title of elder brother. Their journey was devoid of further conversation, and the two arrived at the mountain peak in succession. Before them stood a majestic phoenix tree, its canopy resembling an umbrella around which 5 people could embrace. Beneath the tree sat a young girl, resting her chin on her left hand while gazing at her right hand, which cradled a crystal-clear teacup. Her demeanor one of utter boredom. Sunlight filtered through the teacup, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon her delicate face, rendering her exceptionally lovely. Upon noticing the newcomers, the girl's face brightened, and she hastily set down her teacup, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother." She then sprang to her feet and rushed towards them, her pink dress fluttering in the breeze, an enchanting sight. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with her hair styled in a single bun, adorned with a hollow gold hairpin embedded with pink jade. Her skin was fair, her face slightly rounded with a delicate chin. Her eyebrows were slender and elongated, and her round, dark eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, as if they could speak. Her nose was petite and refined, and her lips were a rosy hue, radiant and glossy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between her features and those of Zhou. She wore a green, sheer blouse beneath a short, rosy outer garment, which was intricately embroidered with golden floral patterns. Her lower attire consisted of a green skirt, cinched at the chest, crafted from soft silk that danced in the wind. Exposed were her white stockings and embroidered shoes, as she moved gracefully, leaving a faint fragrance in her wake. Unlike the playful and charming Arya, she exuded an innate elegance and grace befitting her stature. Zhou appeared slightly impatient as he remarked, "Why are you not ready to leave yet? Mother has sent several letters." Hearing this, the girl frowned, her delicate nose crinkling as she lightly bit her jade-like lip. She retorted playfully, "Humph. You've only been gone for 2 or 3 days, and already you're urging me to leave? It will be no fun back home." With that, the girl peered curiously at the charcoal-haired boy behind Zhou. Li Yinian, the newcomer, Zhou indicated, gesturing towards Li Yinian, and then pointed to the girl. "This is Zhou, my mischievous younger sister." Li Yinian hurriedly stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Zhou clearly disdained the playful moniker, casting a glance at Zhou before extending a hand as if to pull Li Yinian along. "Come, let us play together." Zhou's smile radiated like a blooming flower. "Oh dear, he is here for work. There is no time for games," she exclaimed. "Off you go. I still need to introduce him to the master." Zhou, evidently at a loss with his sister, tugged at Li Yinian and led him into the hall. Zhou, left with no choice, pouted and walked back to the 8 immortals' table, plopping down with a heavy sigh. Li Nian and another individual hastily approached the entrance of the Qilin Hall. Inside, an elderly man with a mane of white hair was seated on the threshold, gazing intently at the Qilin statue, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing their footsteps, the old man rose and stepped out to face the two. "Sir, I have brought Li Nian," he announced. Zhou Ju performed a respectful bow. The elder, known as Cui Zhong, was a lecturer at the Astronomical Bureau, appearing to be in his 60s. His hair and beard were pristine white, and he donned a lotus crown atop his head. He had a slightly corpulent figure and a round face, characterized by bushy eyebrows, triangular eyes, and a prominent nose reminiscent of a ruddy complexion. Clad in a pale purple long robe, he wore high white socks and round-toed cloth shoes, presenting more as a fortune-teller from the marketplace than a celestial sage from the mountains. Mr. Cui was known for his open-mindedness and disregard for trivialities, often mingling with the disciples of the Astronomical Bureau in playful antics, resembling an old child at heart. Cherished by his students, they affectionately referred to him as Old Cui. With a light grunt of acknowledgement, Old Cui turned his sharp gaze upon Li Nian, scrutinizing him from head to toe with eyes that burned like torches. Li Nian hurriedly performed a respectful bow and said, "Li Nian pays his respects to Master Cui." Qin Songju, with his discerning eye, despite his tender years, had already attained the rank of a ninth-grade martial artist, a promising future indeed. Old Master Cui had occasional interactions with Qin Songju in the capital, and they had known each other as old friends for many years. After years of handling cases, whenever Chun encountered some enigmatic methods that defied explanation, he would bring wine to the Astronomical Bureau to seek counsel from Old Master Cui. The old man, fond of fine wine, recognized Qin's exceptional abilities and upright character, which fostered a mutual fondness, leading to their growing familiarity over time. Before departing, Qin Songju came to bid farewell. He spoke in veiled terms about the affairs of the Qilin Hall, not mentioning a word. Instead, he referred to a young boy from a village at the foot of the mountain, earnestly requesting Old Master Cui to offer him guidance and care. This set the stage for their meeting today. "Are you capable of performing menial tasks such as sweeping, laundry, and cooking?" "Indeed. My parents passed away early, and I have been accustomed to such labor since childhood." "Very well. It would be a disservice to have a ninth-grade martial artist engaged in such menial work. Do not feel constrained. We have no rigid rules here. Once your tasks are completed, you may attend to your own matters. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me." With that, Old Master Cui turned and left. Li Nian let out a silent sigh of relief. He had successfully passed this hurdle and would now be tasked with responsibilities. After inquiring about the location where Zhou Ju stored the tools, he set about his work. Fetching water, chopping wood, sweeping the floor, and polishing various items were all tasks he had been accustomed to since childhood. As noon approached, Li Nian set aside his current duties and made his way to the kitchen in the backyard. The pots, bowls, and utensils, along with an array of aromatic seasonings, were all present. The ingredients were somewhat scarce, likely because only 2 individuals resided in the palace, and thus, there was no need for an abundance of provisions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Nian selected a piece of pork belly, a handful of greens, several potatoes, a block of tofu, and extracted 2 fish from the water tank. He diced the pork belly into cubes of half a finger's width, heated the bottom of the pan, added oil, and then half a spoonful of sugar, reducing the heat to a gentle simmer. He stirred continuously with a spatula until the sugar caramelized. Next, he added the cubed meat, ensuring it was evenly coated, followed by soy sauce, cooking wine, ginger, rock sugar, and salt. Once it reached a boil, he lowered the heat to allow it to stew slowly. In the meantime, Li Nian sliced the potatoes into thin strips and soaked them in cold water. He then turned to the fish, cleaned them thoroughly, and placed them in a clay pot alongside an array of scallions, ginger, garlic, and various spices. The greens and tofu were washed, cut, and arranged neatly on a plate in preparation. The kitchen soon resonated with the clattering of pots and utensils, creating a lively symphony. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Old Cui from afar. Zhou Ju and his sister had already followed the delectable scent to the backyard, where they sat on a bench observing the industrious young man. In no time, the dishes were served: braised pork, stir-fried potato strips, fish soup, and a refreshing salad of greens and tofu. The presentation was novel, with vibrant and fresh colors. The cooking technique was distinctive, neither boiling nor grilling, prompting Old Cui to gather around the table with the 4 of them. Zhou Ju picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of braised pork, placing it in his mouth. After a few chews, his expression remained unchanged. He quickly picked up 2 more pieces. Seeing this, Zhou also took a piece, savoring it before widening her eyes at her brother. Their gazes met, a silent understanding passing between them as they hastened to eat. Old Shui, sensing something amiss, exclaimed, "Rebellious disciple, stop." As the remaining pieces of meat dwindled, Old Shui reached for his chopsticks. Just as he successfully grasped a piece, Zhou whisked both the plate and the meat away. With a swift motion, she scraped the few remaining morsels into her bowl, shielding it with her small hands while sticking out her tongue at the 2. The meal was filled with lively banter, as both master and disciple showcased their culinary prowess, leaving Li Yinian with only a few bites of plain rice. After the meal, Old Shui, picking his teeth, patted Li Yinian on the shoulder and produced a silver ingot, placing it on the table. "From today onward, you are responsible for grocery shopping. Buy what you excel in, and do not be stingy with money." With that, he hummed a tune and walked away. Li Yinian stared in astonishment at the large silver ingot before him, which weighed an impressive 10 taels. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Li Yinian had already acclimated to his role as the chief steward of the Qilin Hall. Both inside and outside the hall, everything appeared pristine and renewed. All items were meticulously categorized and arranged in an orderly fashion, much to the satisfaction of old Master Cui. Zhou remained as stern as ever, engrossed in her studies and cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhou had grown quite familiar with Li Yinian, affectionately calling him Little Hay and persistently urging him to take her out for leisure activities. After diligently attending to his affairs in the morning, Li Yinian spent the afternoon adventuring through the vastness of the mountains with Zhou. Ruilin Mountain is relatively modest, however, the neighboring Wild Boar Mountain boasts a treacherous terrain. It is rumored that wild boars roam there, known for their ferocious demeanor, with adult boars capable of contending with tigers. The duo set traps to capture the wild boars, but for 3 consecutive days, their traps were rendered useless, torn apart. On the 4th day, they successfully ensnared a young wild boar, to their immense delight. However, as they approached to retrieve it, they were unexpectedly pursued by an adult sow that had been lurking nearby, causing Zhou to lose one of her shoes in her frantic escape. This incident, recounted many years later, still elicits laughter. Bald Head Ridge, with its starkly bare summit, is renowned for yielding a variety of oddly shaped stones. Li Yonian delighted in collecting uniquely styled stones, which he stored at the bottom of the water tank in his home. During his leisure moments, he would retrieve them for admiration, finding joy in their presence. A few stones, tucked away, were placed beneath his bed, one of which, a brilliant emerald green stone, he gifted to Zhou. She cherished it dearly, treating it as a precious treasure. There was also a place known as Marin Mountain, characterized by a gentle slope. Although devoid of trees, it was adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers and grasses. This locale was the second favorite of Li Yonian and Zhou, where they could simply lie on the grass, inhaling the floral fragrance, gazing at the azure sky, and counting the drifting white clouds, effortlessly passing an afternoon. Their foremost favorite spot was Heian Gorge, particularly enchanting on the day following a rain. The water cascaded down, filling the mountain's summit with spring water. The two would leap joyfully into the water, reveling in their playful antics. Li Yonian would point out the scenery above the gorge, narrating tales of the mythical Qilin to Zhou. The young girl listened with wide-eyed wonder, her expression radiating an overwhelming sense of yearning. For half a month, they collected wild fruits, explored bird nests, roasted sweet potatoes, and even endured a bee sting while stealing honey. Their joyous footprints could be traced across nearly every hilltop. Zhou's laughter was enchanting, her voice melodious. Yet, this refined young lady had transformed into a spirited wild girl. On the morning of their farewell, Li Yonian, cradling the items he had purchased, was preparing to ascend the mountain. In the distance, he spotted a horse-drawn carriage at the foot of the hill, where Zhou stood beside Zhou. Li Yuniang hastened her steps and approached the carriage. "I've waited for you for quite some time. Why do you not come?" It was evident that Zhou felt a twinge of reluctance towards her younger sister. Li Yinian approached the young girl and smiled. "Are you leaving?" "Today." Zhou had reverted to the makeup she wore upon their first encounter. Although her complexion had darkened slightly, she remained playful and charming. Yet, a hint of sorrow lingered in her brows, evoking a sense of heartache in those who beheld her. She pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes, and asked, "Brother Yinian, will you come to the capital to see me?" "Oh, no longer calling me Little Heisey?" Li Yinian chuckled. The girl's expression faltered, and with a huff, she turned her face away. "I will. I promise that if I go to the capital, the first thing I shall do is visit you." Li Yinian reassured her. "It's settled then. Let us make a pact." The young girl's face brightened with a radiant smile as she extended her little pinky. Li Yinian hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. The two stood beneath the mountain gate, watching as Zhou Yi's carriage gradually disappeared from view. Li Yinian gently patted Zhou Ju's shoulder, and the two ascended the mountain side by side. As long as one holds on to the thought, they shall meet again. Chapter 6. Mother's jade pendant. Without Zhou Yi's presence in the Qilin Hall, an air of desolation enveloped the place. Zhou Ju immersed himself in his studies and cultivation with renewed diligence, and the only moments one could catch a glimpse of him were during mealtimes. Li Yinian brought an intricately woven bamboo lounge chair to old Shui, placing it beside the 8 immortals table. Old Shui, captivated by the chair, praised Li Yinian as a genius. After that, old Shui vanished, no longer needing to seek solace elsewhere. Li Yinian followed a disciplined routine, laboring on the mountain during the day and returning home in the evening to practice his skills. Within the grand daming palace of the capital, Chang'an, in the greenhouse hall, Zhou Yi sat elegantly at the dining table. The exquisite porcelain held a variety of colorful court dishes, roasted lamb legs, silver thread base, and steamed water lilies, all exuding a delightful aroma and vibrant presentation. Surrounding the table were an array of soups and an abundance of colorful sweets and pastries, filling the entire surface. Across from Zhou Yi sat a regal lady, her hair styled in an elaborate updo adorned with jeweled combs and a delicate pink peony. Her fair complexion contrasted with her slender neck, exuding an air of grace. Her features were striking, and her makeup was meticulously applied. The lady gazed lovingly at the young girl, who had appeared lost in thought since her return the previous day, often staring vacantly out the window with a silly smile. Observing this, the lady gently inquired, "Yuzhen, is the food unpalatable? Should I have the kitchen prepare something anew?" Zhou Yi, returning to reality, quickly responded, "Ah, it's delicious. Everything is to my liking." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and began to eat heartily. "This child," the lady chuckled softly. "Mother, Yuzhen envies her brother for living in such a wondrous place. It is far more interesting than this palace. If only I could cultivate as well." "Silly child. Cultivation is the most arduous path. Each hurdle is fraught with peril. Your father would be heartbroken to see you undertake such a path," the lady replied. Recalling how Emperor Wen had cherished Princess Yuzhen above all, wishing to keep her by his side at all times. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of sorrow for her son, far away in the heavens. The influence of Yongla Palace was on the rise, and even the Empress's Qingning Palace had become a mere shadow of its former self, forced to relocate to the old Eastern Palace. The days ahead seemed increasingly challenging. As time flowed by, autumn faded into winter. In the blink of an eye, the year-end approached, marking the most prosperous year for Li Yinian. He had earned 12 taels in 6 months and managed to save 10, all entrusted to Aunt Lu, who was instructed to procure the necessary goods for the New Year celebration, ensuring that the family could enjoy the festivities together. Aunt Lu wiped away her tears in acceptance. On New Year's Eve, Li Yinian took his first sip of wine, not at the dining table, but at the small dock where his father, Li Hai, had gone to sea. He did not understand why his father drank, finding the taste unpleasant, nor did he grasp why his father had deceived him with promises of returning. He struggled to recall his mother's appearance and asked Aunt Lu what she was like. "Your mother was the most beautiful and kindest woman I have ever known," Aunt Lu replied. On the first day of the new year, Li Yinian woke up early. His meditation the previous night had not gone well. His blood surged restlessly, wave after wave. His entire body ached with sharp pains in the meridians, and his mind could not find focus, preventing him from achieving tranquility. Since that fateful encounter 3 years prior, Li Yinian had sensed certain changes within himself, most notably the intense energy rising from his dantian. Initially, it was awakened by the weight of the beam pressing down upon him, subsequently swirling within the dantian in a continuous dance, particularly after the prolonged fever lasting 3 days. This fiery current intensified, seeming to possess a life of its own. It often roamed throughout his body, cleansing the meridians with varying intensity, both swift and languid. Fortunately, there was no sensation of pain, and thus Li Yinian paid it little mind. Today, as customary, he disrobed to the waist and approached the water tank, pouring a ladle of cold water over himself. With a hissing sound, a mist erupted. Without lingering on the matter, he donned his attire and set forth towards Rualin Mountain. Old Shui, accompanied by Zhou Ju, was returning to the capital for official matters, intending to leave after the Lantern Festival. Before departing, he instructed Li Yinian not to ascend the mountain too early. Arriving a day prior to their return would suffice. Li Yinian is a man of integrity. This task is not burdensome. Anyone can manage it, and the remuneration is quite generous. He accepts this as a favor and will not shirk his duties if he can contribute more. Zhu village is located by the seashore, where the humidity is exceedingly high. On winter mornings, the cold wind carries dense moisture, biting and frigid. In previous years, Li Yinian seldom ventured outside at this time, for a thin garment is inadequate against the chill. Remarkably, this year he has been able to afford cotton robes for his entire family. Yet he himself has become a mere ninth-grade warrior, feeling no difference whether he wears them or not. On Rualin Mountain, fog envelopes the landscape, limiting visibility to less than a yard in circumference. As he ascends the steps, the surroundings are as tranquil as still water. Upon reaching the final step at the summit, his vital energy instinctively disperses throughout his body, and he automatically enters a state of vigilance. His presence has been detected, and an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes him. Seated beside the Eight Immortals table is a silhouette, standing tall. Judging by the figure, it appears to be a man. As he approaches to speak, his voice is deep and resonant, penetrating to the core, exuding an undeniable authority. Li Yinian steeled himself and took a step forward, approaching the octagonal table. Before him sat an elder, appearing to be in his 60s. His hair, a mix of black and white, was simply swept back. His forehead was prominent, and his face was square and resolute, radiating a vibrant, fiery complexion. His thick eyebrows arched high towards the heavens, and his nose was distinguished with a straight bridge and broad, fleshy nostrils. His thick, drooping mustache framed his lips, which curved slightly downward, while his chin was long, jutting out prominently. The impression he left was intricate. His steadfastness mingled with an air of refinement, his authority softened by a hint of tranquility. Though his eyes were clear, they remained somewhat inscrutable. In an instant, Li Yinian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and knelt before him. Esteemed elder, Li Yinian dared not lift his head. That gaze was all too familiar, a sensation that reverberated through his very soul, leaving no room for error. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the cleverness displayed. Rise, please. Li Yinian rose apprehensively, standing with hands clasped, his head bowed in shyness. The elder scrutinized Li Yinian for a considerable time before speaking. What is your purpose in pursuing martial arts? Li Yinian was momentarily taken aback, truly caught off guard by the question. The world is replete with martial artists, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Some pursue martial arts to uphold justice, others to defend their homeland, while some merely seek a livelihood. For 4 years, he had diligently practiced, never wavering, yet he had never pondered the purpose behind it all. As his thoughts drifted, he found himself transported back to the shores of his childhood at the tender age of 4. His mother had passed away, and his father was never to return. He felt utterly powerless, unable to voice his questions, incapable of taking action. Even the very act of surviving seemed a daunting challenge. He loathed his own impotence, despising the way his existence resembled a fragile boat, vulnerable to being engulfed by the surging waves at any moment. In order to seize control of my destiny, Li Yinian declared resolutely. Such grand aspirations. The elder continued. Do you know how your parents met their demise? Li Yinian felt a tightening in his heart, but then thought to himself that it was not a secret. Thus, he casually replied, my mother succumbed to a lung disease, while my father perished in a storm at sea. The elder pondered, a lung disease? How peculiar. What is so peculiar about it? In impoverished households, ailments of the lungs are often challenging to treat. Wait, given the elder's tone, could it be that he knew my mother? A question that had lingered in Li Yinian's heart for many years began to resurface. He had long heard that his mother's origins were mysterious, merely stating that she had been rescued from the sea. A woman, alone and cast into the ocean, yet was saved by his father? The circumstances themselves were shrouded in enigma. Please, esteemed elder, elucidate this matter. Li Yinian knelt once more in reverence. The elder's gaze, profound and far-reaching, slowly articulated. In the grand currents of life, who is not swept along by the tides? To seize one's own destiny? How effortlessly one speaks of it. Your mother, possessing an innate kindness, was not of this realm, yet she found joy in traversing it. She spoke of true love existing in this world. My arrival here is largely due to her influence. As he spoke, the elder produced a jade pendant from within his robe. It was square, roughly the size of a thumb, its edges smoothly rounded, glistening in a vivid emerald hue. Intricate vine and cloud patterns were carved around its perimeter, while a delicate flower motif was embossed at its center. The craftsmanship was exquisite and unique, a beauty Li Yinian had never encountered before. The elder gently caressed the pendant, seemingly lost in a memory. Before her demise, your mother must have uncovered a staggering secret. For 3 years, I have quietly investigated, yet I have only scratched the surface. The implications are vast, your power is limited, and knowing too much could only jeopardize your life." With that, the elder extended the jade pendant towards Lienian. Lienian extended his hands to receive the jade pendant, which felt smooth yet cool to the touch. "If you accept your fate, the matters concerning your mother shall conclude here. I shall ensure your safety throughout this life. However, if you harbor resentment, a drop of your blood upon this pendant may aid your cultivation." Without a moment's hesitation, Lienian bit his finger, allowing a crimson drop to stain the jade. "Aha! Your temperament indeed mirrors that of your mother." Lienian was taken aback, realizing that the elder not only knew his mother, but was also likely well acquainted with her. Just as he was about to inquire further, the old man raised his hand to silence him. "The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, should you perish. It is but a fate accepted. However, I shall devote myself entirely to matters concerning your mother. If you can survive and reach the summit, I shall come to find you and reveal everything." With that, the elder stood and made his way toward the exit. Lienian hesitated, feeling utterly at a loss, and could only watch the old man depart. "That is the jade pendant once worn by your mother." A short distance away, the old man paused, not turning around. His voice tinged with sorrow. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, leaving no trace behind. "This is the jade pendant my mother wore." Lienian cradled the pendant, tears streaming down his face, his heart tumultuous and restless. As the sun rose in the east, its rays bathed the mountaintop, dispersing the thick mist. It felt as though he had just awoken from a dream. Was there something within? Liuniang lifted the jade pendant. Gazing at it under the sunlight, its vibrant green hue seemed to glisten and sparkle. Subsequently, she gave it a shake and a gentle swing, yet still found nothing of significance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her as she recalled the day in Heiyun Gorge when Chen Song had inexplicably produced a bundle of ropes from some hidden place. Lienian closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit as the vital energy flowed from his palms into the jade pendant. A space measuring 5 feet square unfolded in his mind, brimming with an array of treasures. 3 chests appeared before him. One was somewhat larger, filled with women's garments and boots, representing all 4 seasons. Nestled within was a smaller box containing hair ornaments, gold and silver jewelry, ribbons, and cosmetics, all of which surely belonged to his mother. The other 2 chests were each 1.5 feet square. One was filled with an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, and ingots, enough to leave Lienian in awe. The other chest contained rows of small, charmingly rounded boxes, each housing a single pill. Additionally, there was a somewhat larger, flat box resting at the bottom of the chest, obscured from clear view, seemingly locked. Scattered around the 3 chests were various household items, a small table and chairs, an iron pot, flint, a dagger, ropes, and all manner of essentials. In one corner lay a palm-sized statue, pressing down on a piece of animal hide. And outside amidst the collection, with a flicker of thought, Lienian found the statue and the animal hide materializing in his grasp. The statue depicted a solemn figure resembling an armored general, adorned in intricate armor. Each joint of the figure was articulated, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The animal hide was a weathered piece of sheepskin, upon which a meditative human figure was illustrated. Within this figure, intricate pathways of energy flow were depicted, accompanied by several lines of small text that appeared to constitute a treatise on martial arts. Lienian's thoughts stirred once more as he returned the statue and the sheepskin to the jade pendant. The information received today was rather abundant and required careful organization. His mother was acquainted with an eminent figure, indicating her extraordinary status. Judging by the contents of the jade pendant, it was clear that his mother hailed from a prosperous family and had a penchant for travel. What, then, could have compelled such a remarkable woman to become a wife to his father? Lienian found himself in a perplexing situation. It was not that his father was lacking, but rather that the circumstances defied logic. There must be some hidden truth beneath it all. Furthermore, even the elders deemed his mother's affairs to be quite troublesome. One thing was certain. Regardless of who the potential adversaries were, with his current strength, he was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. His sole objective was to grow stronger. After untangling his thoughts, Lienian stowed away the jade pendant and made his way towards the gates of the Qilin Hall. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and by the time the interior and exterior of the hall were tidied up, it was already midday. Lienian approached the Qilin statue, offering a respectful bow. He then settled on the threshold, retrieving the provisions he had brought from home, and began to eat them with cool water. With a thought, the figurine materialized in the palm of his hand. Since the age of 4, Lienian has not played with any proper toys. Aunt Lu often remarks that he is too burdened by his thoughts, rarely crying or making a fuss, and lacking the demeanor of a typical child. Yet this is not entirely accurate. Li Yinian does enjoy play, particularly in moments free from mental burdens. For instance, during those carefree days spent running wild with Zhou Yimin across the vast landscapes. Just like now, Li Yinian, with his posterior raised, lay flat on the ground, his hands dancing as he arranged the puppets into various poses, murmuring incantations under his breath. Who approaches? State your name, for I shall not slay those of unknown identity. I am Li Yinian, the foremost valiant general of Dazue. After tiring of his play, Li Yinian, with a flicker of thought, summoned the puppets into his jade pendant. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Li Yinian once again took out the doll, placing it on the ground. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the doll. Li Yinian gazed intently at the puppet lying on the ground, his heart pounding fiercely. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a towering figure materialized before him, strikingly resembling the very puppet. The figure inspected his attire and caressed his own face. After surveying the surroundings, he turned his gaze downward and beheld Li Yinian. Child, where am I? What dynasty is this? Were you the one who roused me? Inquired the armored general, crossing his arms and posing 3 questions in quick succession. Li Yinian clasped his hands in salute and said, Respected senior, this is Zhu village. We are presently in the 8th year of the Ruaging era of the Great Sui dynasty. I suppose it is I who have awakened you. Zhu village? Great Sui? Alas, it appears I have been thrust back several centuries, exclaimed the armored general, clutching his head in despair. Li Yinian lowered his head, hesitant to respond. Where did you obtain the doll? Who provided it to you? Li Yinian remained silent, gazing at the figure before him, and gestured towards the statue behind him. Suddenly, a piercing cry erupted. The armored general leapt back 3 paces, clearly startled by the magnificent Qilin statue that loomed behind him. However, upon realizing it was merely a statue, his expression transformed back to one of bravado. Pointing at the statue's nose, he bellowed, You old cur, do not be so arrogant. If you possess the courage, come forth and face me in single combat. Chapter 7. Breaking the boundaries. Li Yinian gazed with curiosity at the animated figure of the armored general before him. Tall and lithe, he stood nearly 6 feet in height, his physique robust and well-proportioned. His hair was tied high, fashioned into a ponytail with a slender hemp cord, cascading behind him. On either side of his forehead, a few strands of black hair were left to dangle, exuding a hint of a roguish charm. His forehead was narrow, his face elongated, and his brow prominently arched. His sword-like eyebrows were long, his deep-set eyes piercing, and his elongated, almond-shaped phoenix eyes glimmered with intensity. His nose was high and slightly hooked, while his lips were thin yet wide. Though devoid of a mustache, a dense stubble adorned his visage, lending him an exotic allure. Despite his unkempt appearance and exaggerated demeanor, an unmistakable aura of lethal prowess enveloped him. The armored general, sensing he had regained some dignity, strode back to the statue before him. Turning to face Li Yinian, he casually prodded the statue behind him with his thumb and inquired, What is your name? What is your relation to this old man? I am Li Yinian, with Yuan meaning surplus, Anya meaning new year. My mother was a close friend of the elder, and I have had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. Your mother? A close friend? How utterly scandalous, the armored general muttered, casting another scrutinizing glance over Li Yinian. Li Yinian suddenly realized the situation, rendering him both amused and exasperated. The ironclad general abruptly exclaimed, Li Yinian? The foremost valiant general of the Great Sui? Li Yinian's face instantly flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to hide himself. Gathering his courage, he inquired, Might I ask who the esteemed elder is? The armored general took 2 steps back, crossing his arms and slightly nodding his head, standing sideways while casting a sidelong glance at Li Yinian. After taking a deep breath, he intentionally lowered his voice and proclaimed, I am the dashing and charming, the epitome of grace, adored by all, causing flowers to bloom in my presence. In the martial world, I am known as the jade-faced flood dragon, the one who overshadows the peony, the greatest war god of the Great Tang, by Jingtang. Li Yinian felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The renowned first general of Dazue appeared to be of little consequence. Bai Jingtang plopped down onto the mat and remarked, Come now, show me what you've got. The transition was abrupt, and Li Yinian momentarily struggled to grasp the thought. Just throw a few punches, let me assess your fundamentals. Bai Jing'ang, rubbing his forehead, suddenly sensed that this cohort of disciples might not be particularly astute. Oh. Li Yinian appeared somewhat uneasy as he stepped into the central open space of the main hall. He crouched into a horse stance, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, his aura shifted dramatically, becoming sharp and fierce. With a swift stride, he unleashed a punch, a crushing blow. The sound of air being torn asunder echoed. Quick as the wind, the brilliance of his fist shimmered, generating a surge of formidable energy. He retracted his fist, took another step, and brought his arm down in a slicing motion, delivering a powerful strike. The force resonated through the air as a gust of energy surged from his arm, scattering his garments. Following this, he advanced half a pace, twisting his waist to execute an upward elbow strike with his left arm, a hanging punch. Almost simultaneously, his body reversed from the previous stance, and his right hand thrust forward from his waist in a piercing punch. With a resounding clap, he concluded with another crushing blow. Li Yinian felt somewhat awkward, as he only mastered these three forms. Completing a set of punches took merely a couple of breaths, and he turned to Bai Jingtang. In martial arts, the essence lies in intention rather than mere form. Being overly fixated on techniques can lead to a disadvantage. Bai Jingtang pondered quietly. The four simple punches, devoid of any superfluous movements, were direct, effective, and unambiguous. Though the level was somewhat lacking, there was a hint of martial intent, suggesting he had indeed dedicated effort to his practice. Bai Jingtang, in an uncharacteristically serious manner, stated, "The path of martial arts is long and fraught with obstacles. Exceptional talents emerge continuously, yet those who prevail in the end are often the diligent and steadfast. Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Li Yinian replied, clasping his fist in salute. "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow you will attempt to break through to the Iron Bone realm. It may take as little as 3 days or as many as 6. Iron Bone realm? My dear ancestor, your vital energy is surging to your head. Are you not aware that you're on the brink of a breakthrough?" Having practiced alone without any guidance until now, Li Yinian asked for Bai Jingtang's understanding. Bai Jing'ang was taken aback and regarded the young man before him with newfound respect. He then gestured for Li Yinian to sit and proceeded to explain the 9 ranks of martial artists and the characteristics of each rank in detail. As Li Yinian listened, his expression was one of excitement and rapture. "I can only manifest once a day for half an hour. Prepare well tomorrow, and then summon me. I shall guide you through your breakthrough." With that, Bai Jingtang's figure dissipated, leaving only a puppet on the ground. Had Shouju been present, he would have marveled at Bai Jingtang's extraordinary skills. The art of puppetry belongs to a complex discipline within sorcery, and its creation is intricate. Firstly, the materials are rare, typically consisting of metals like copper and iron, resulting in a lifeless, wooden figure. Furthermore, a high level of mastery in mechanisms and formations is required. Each joint must be crafted with precision and complemented by intricate arrays. The most challenging aspect involves an understanding of life and spirit. Puppeteers generally extract a fragment of their own soul to infuse into the puppet, enabling it to follow simple commands. However, a puppet like Bai Jingtang's, which appears lifelike and retains an independent soul, is truly remarkable, a manifestation of the mysteries of the universe. Thus, puppeteers are held to a high standard of comprehensive abilities. Classified as 4th tier within the sorcerer's cultivation system, Zhou Ju, having entered as a 5th-tier soul master at the age of 13, is a unique talent within the Qintian Bureau. Ascending to the 4th-tier puppeteer would require breaking through a plateau she has been stuck at for 2 years. Day and night she practices, striving to pierce through that final barrier. During her return to the capital, she has been diligent, spending her days in the attic of the Qintian Bureau, occupying Shun Wen's study to the point that the Grand Master of Great Sui nearly sought alternative office space. The Grand Master's study houses the most ancient texts, many of which are rare editions. Notably, several manuscripts from previous generations possess significant research value. Zhou Yi has frequently visited the Qintian Bureau to fetch her brother for meals, which gradually evolved into bringing food and eventually staying to dine there. At this age, the girl has grown significantly taller in just 6 months. Her face had grown noticeably more delicate, and her features increasingly exquisite. The venerable Master Shin, at the remarkable age of 100, had no descendants. He had always shown great fondness for the siblings, a sentiment stemming from the late emperor's entrustment of them to his care. Master Shin had served under 3 emperors, the illustrious Gaozu Wu of the Shou, the virtuous one of the Shou, and the current young sovereign, Emperor Shou Qi, making him a seasoned veteran of 3 reigns. The foremost tenet of the Astronomical Bureau was to abstain from political interference. Thus the identity of the emperor held no significance to the Bureau. Emperor Wen of the Zhao was a learned man, renowned for his benevolence and integrity, and was deeply cherished by his subjects. He was the emperor whom Master Shin had served the longest. Both were custodians of their respective legacies, sharing mutual respect and devoid of conflicting interests, embodying the ideal of gentlemanly camaraderie and a model of the ruler-minister relationship. The branch of the warm house, inherently virtuous yet lacking in influence, found solace in the understanding nature of imperial concubine Zhao, who resolutely refrained from engaging in the contest for succession, seeking merely to safeguard her well-being and live a tranquil life. Consequently, she had early on arranged for Zhou Ju to enter the astronomical bureau for cultivation, clearly signaling her withdrawal from the race for the throne. Privately, she implored Emperor Wen to summon Master Shin for a premature entrustment, ensuring the safety of the siblings. To this day, one stands as the future star of the astronomical bureau, while the other is the most approachable Princess Yuzhen of the harem. Master Shin had observed their dispositions and genuinely held them in high regard. Recently, Zhou felt as though she might fall ill from the overwhelming pressures. As one of the only two princesses of Great Sui, coupled with the year-end festivities, she was inundated with endless well-wishing visits, countless banquets, and an unending array of formalities. With time and energy stretched thin, she found solace in seeking refuge within the astronomical bureau. Naturally, the one she inquired about the most was Li Yinian. Li Yinian, having gathered various provisions, ascended the mountain early, intending to break through at the Qilin Hall. Once prepared, he summoned a puppet with a mere thought, and Bai Jingtang reappeared before him. Bai Jingtang stretched his limbs and beckoned to Li Yinian, saying, "Come, unleash all your might upon me." This marked Li Yinian's first encounter in actual combat since he began his martial training, and his emotions were inevitably a mix of trepidation and excitement. After a brief moment of adjustment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he lunged towards Bai Jingtang, delivering a powerful punch, exuding a fierce aura. Bai Jingtang, however, moved with effortless grace, slightly tilting his body, allowing Li Yinian's fist to glide past his armored form. Li Yinian, losing his balance, surged forward. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot, forcefully retracting his body to lean against Bai Jing'ang, delivering a retaliatory elbow strike. Bai Jing'ang retreated a half-step, evading the blow. Following the trajectory of his elbow strike, Li Yinian launched himself into the air, executing a whip kick aimed at Bai Jingtang's chest. Bai Jing'ang raised his arm, and the whip kick struck his forearm, yet he remained utterly unmoved. In a flurry of swift attacks, Li Yinian found his breath swiftly depleted, sensing imminent danger. He urgently crossed his hands in front of his chest for protection. Bai Jingtang's arm, which had blocked the whip kick, suddenly vanished, delivering a close-range punch. Bang! A massive fist crashed against Li Yinian's crossed arms. Li Yinian's entire body trembled. His arms turned numb, losing all sensation. The vital energy within his internal organs surged uncontrollably, and his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, traced an arc as it fell backward. With great effort, he inhaled deeply, using both hands and feet to scrape a long mark upon the ground, barely managing to steady himself. He lifted his gaze once more towards Bai Jingtang. Again, Bai Jing'ang commanded. Li Yinian took a deep breath, his figure once again darting forth like a cheetah. This time, he did not unleash his full strength in each punch. Instead, he restrained his power, employing speed to gauge Bai Jingtang's range of movement. Bai Jing'ang, unfazed, continued to stroll leisurely, narrowly evading Li Yinian's strikes by mere inches. Occasionally, he countered with a punch of his own, launching retaliatory blows. Before long, Li Yinian found himself struck on the chest, waist, and back, each blow seemingly light, yet imbued with tremendous force. Moreover, the speed of these punches was so swift that evasion was utterly impossible. Li Yinian's internal energy surged within him, overwhelming him until he could no longer contain it, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. A mist of crimson dispersed as his vision gradually blurred. When he gazed once more at Bai Jing'ang, he no longer perceived a mere man before him, but rather a towering mountain, an insurmountable and despair-inducing peak. Come again! The stubbornness that resided deep within Li Yinian was utterly ignited, drawing in a breath of true energy. His eyes brimmed with a fierce combat spirit as his body propelled forward. "Watch closely," Bai Jingtang exclaimed, advancing with determination. This time, Bai Jing'ang did not merely adopt a defensive stance, but opted for a proactive assault. His form moved like a specter, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages. Just moments ago, Li Yinian had been filled with battle fervor, yet he now found himself in a one-sided predicament, unable to retaliate. His sole focus was to shield his vital points, instinctively evading the relentless barrage of blows raining down upon him. In an instant, fists fell upon his body like a torrential downpour. One particular strike came hurtling toward him, landing squarely on his face, causing blood to cascade from his nose. Teeth followed suit, propelled away by the crimson flow, uncertain of their destination. Before he could even touch the ground, another kick struck his waist, causing his spine to crack ominously. His ribs, perhaps fractured in multiple places, sent shockwaves through his innards. His body once again soared into the air. Before he could regain his composure, a massive foot crashed against his chest. His chest caved in instantly, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. He collided with a pillar within the hall, rebounding violently before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Li Nian surged forward once more, charging at Bai Jing-Ang with a frenzied determination. Bai Jing-Ang let out a derisive laugh, his fist flying with remarkable speed. The struggle continued for an entire incensed stick's worth of time. Li Nian's body resembled a deflated ball, relentlessly battered against the walls. The pillars within the Qilin Hall and the azure stone floor bore countless scars from the impact. The disparity was insurmountable. Li Nian forced himself to turn over, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. A searing pain pierced his chest, as if his lungs were akin to a bellows with a leak, allowing only air to enter but none to escape. His entire skeletal structure felt as though it had collapsed, and he could summon no strength whatsoever. An eerie silence enveloped him. Li Nian could almost hear the feeble thumping of his own heart, frail and on the brink of extinction. Bai Jing-Ang approached Li Nian, bending down to scrutinize his bloodied visage, and remarked with a smirk, "On the verge of death? Is it truly so? At merely the 9th rank?" Li Nian endured excruciating pain, struggling to rise once more. "No, no, no, just lie still," Bai Jing-Ang remarked, his words piercing the heart. "If you perish, I shall dig a grave and bury you with ease." Tears streamed from Li Nian like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam. The intertwining emotions of humiliation and rage surged within him, as if molten lava churned in his chest, crashing wave after wave against his heart, reaching a boiling point. It erupted in an instant. "Ah!" Li Nian roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot and ready to burst. His blood surged violently, and the flickering flame of life within him surged once more from his dantian, rapidly coursing through his meridians. His battered body, akin to a marionette lifted by unseen strings, slowly rose once again. Blood oozed from the crevices of his teeth, and his bones creaked ominously. He was drenched in his own lifeblood. Resembling a vengeful specter returned from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who beheld him. With a single step, he surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Gathering the last vestiges of his strength, he unleashed a punch towards Bai Jing-Tang, radiating fierce energy. Bai Jing-Tang extended his palm. Bang! The fist collided with his hand, unleashing a powerful cyclone. The fabric of their garments clung tightly to their bodies, whipped violently in the tempestuous air. After a moment, Li Nian finally collapsed from exhaustion. Bai Jing-Ang grasped the back of his collar, gently placing him on a nearby mat. Quite intriguing. Bai Jing-Ang shook his hand, his palm slightly flushed. Li Nian felt as though he were adrift in an interminable abyss of darkness, devoid of sensation and time, enveloped solely by an endless haze of confusion. Upon awakening once more, he found himself reclining upon a bed, a quilt draped over him. The surroundings were as tranquil as still water. A chill seeping through the cracks of the door into the room. Faintly, the melody of birdsong could be discerned from outside, suggesting it was likely dawn. Observing the furnishings of the room, he noted the abundance of books. It was evidently Shoju's chamber. Li Nian struggled to rise, his entire body still racked with excruciating pain. However, compared to before his fall, he felt considerably lighter. He bent down to pick up a figurine, then opened the door and walked slowly to the water tank in the backyard. He scooped up a ladle of clear water and gulped it down eagerly. Dragging his heavy frame, he traversed the backyard and the main hall, finally settling beside the 8 immortals' table beneath the phoenix tree. At that moment, the sun was just beginning to rise. The mist gradually dissipated, and sunlight bathed the mountaintop, casting a mosaic of shadowy patterns from the trees below. Li Nian produced a puppet, and with a subtle thought, Bai Jing-Tang materialized beside him. "Haha, you're awake. How long have I slept? Perhaps 2 days? Not bad. Though it pales in comparison to my previous experiences. You nearly met your demise. Indeed, had you not refrained from delivering that final blow, you would have perished by now. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. I now comprehend the gravity of it." Bai Jing-Tang chuckled, giving Li Nian a gentle pat on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain, nearly losing his breath. The two gazed silently at the rising crimson sun on the horizon, embracing the moment. It is truly wonderful to be alive. On this day, Li Enian ascended to the 8th rank of the Ironbone realm. Chapter 8. The wind rises on the evening of the 16th day of the first lunar month. Li Enian stood before the mountain gate, awaiting for an extended period. A horse-drawn carriage gradually approached and came to a halt before the gate. Master, junior brother. Li Enian smiled and performed a respectful bow. When old Shui alighted from the vehicle, he assisted Li Enian to his feet, surveying him with keen interest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Old Shui exclaimed, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." Since his breakthrough, Li Enian had begun to grow his hair, which now measured about half a finger's length, giving him a spirited and capable appearance. Having just traversed the threshold of life and death, he had shed the naivety of youth. His gaze had become resolute, and his demeanor exuded a newfound maturity and composure. He had also experienced a noticeable growth spurt, subtly approaching the stature of Zhou. However, what astonished old Shui the most was the transformation in Li Enian's aura. If one were to liken fortune to a radiance, Li Enian's previous fortune resembled a feeble candle flame, flickering in the wind and at risk of extinguishment, much like the fortune of the common folk. Now, however, the aura surrounding Li Enian resembled the steadfast brilliance of starlight, enduring and persistent, with an undercurrent of potential for magnificent illumination. Zhou comprehended his mentor's implication and, after a moment of contemplation, slightly pinched his fingers to calculate, furrowing his brow in evident puzzlement, as he seemingly failed to derive any conclusive results. Li Enian did not notice him and casually took the burden from old Shui's shoulders. "Let us ascend the mountain. I have prepared a feast of wine and delicacies to welcome you and the young master," he declared. "We shall converse at our table." Upon hearing about the wine, old Shui immediately quickened his pace, and the three ascended the mountain together. Old Shui led the way while Li Enian followed closely behind. Zhou hurried a few steps and playfully kicked Li Enian's backside. "You little rascal, when did you break through?" "Half a month ago." "Impressive, quite discreet about it," Zhou remarked, handing over a package. "Ah, Joey brought me something?" Li Enian took the heavy bundle, glancing back to see the silly girl had brought an abundance of food, as if she feared he might go hungry. Li Enian tightened his bundle, his heart brimming with joy. In the fortnight following his breakthrough, he toiled diligently in the mornings, engaged in sparring sessions, often receiving a beating, with Bai Jingtang for an hour in the afternoons, and opted to stay in the gatehouse at night. Strangely enough, regardless of the severity of the thrashing he endured during the day, no matter how agonizing it felt, a single night of meditation allowed the surging energy to traverse through his entire meridian system and bones. By the following day, he would recover almost completely. Thus, he continued to spar, continually transformed into a disheveled figure. This cycle persisted, and he found himself oddly unaccustomed to a day without sparring. As he ascended the mountain, the moon crested the treetops, shining like a silver platter. Li Enian decided to lay out the food and drink on the 8 immortals table, complemented by 2 lanterns. The interplay of moonlight and lantern light created a unique ambience. The 3 of them sat around the table, setting 4 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Under the inquisitive gazes of the 2, Li Enian retrieved a figurine and placed it on the vacant seat. With a mere thought, Bai Jingtang materialized. Bai Jing'ang had shed his iron armor, donning only a short white undershirt. His hair was still tied high, with 2 strands cascading beside his ears, and his gaze exuded a carefree, roguish charm. Turning to Lao Tzuedo and Zhou, he raised his hands in a salute. The elder, Mr. Cui, was the overseer of Qilin Hall and an immortal master from the Astronomical Bureau. The younger disciple, Zhou, was a student of Mr. Cui. Li Enian introduced. "Bai Jing'ang is currently teaching me martial arts, thus he is my master." The 3 stood and exchanged respectful greetings. Lao Tzuedo's eyes sparkled with excitement, barely able to contain himself, while Zhou gaped in astonishment. After the formalities, Lao Tzuedo leaped from his seat, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he circled around Bai Jingtang, examining him from top to bottom, muttering, my apologies, how marvelous. It is simply a work of divine craftsmanship." Bai Jing'ang, evidently accustomed to such attention, maintained his composure. Zhou, fixated on Bai Jingtang's visage, furrowed his brow in surprise. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "The god of war? Bai Jing'ang?" Bai Jingtang's face lit up with joy, and he returned Zhou's salute, as if to say, "Yes, it is I." Li Enian was equally astonished, casting a gaze filled with bewilderment towards Bai Jingtang. Could it be that the legendary battle god of the Tang dynasty truly exists? Bai Jingtang shot a glance at Li Yinian and remarked, "This is why one should immerse oneself in literature. Look at him, so young yet so well-versed in the world." In the twilight years of the Tang dynasty, a multitude of heroes arose, and Bai Jingtang emerged like a comet. He single-handedly battled 3 third-rank martial artists, averting a calamity in a single encounter. Zhou Ju's expression was one of fervor. "Let bygones be bygones. It's a trivial matter." Bai Jingtang feigned modesty. Yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. To single-handedly contend with 3 third-rank martial artists, what a marvel! Li Yinian was nearly rendered speechless. After spending so many days sparring with this individual, it was a miracle that he was still alive. One should not dwell on past glories. That was an event that transpired over 300 years ago. Clearly, Bai Jingtang was quite amused. Old Shui, upon hearing this, emerged from his reverie. Realizing he had lost composure, he quickly bowed in apology, saying, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, esteemed senior. May I inquire, to whom do we owe this remarkable artistry? It is simply exquisite. I am unable to disclose that information, but I can reveal that it is of the first rank." Bai Jingtang replied, "Indeed, I have overstepped, esteemed senior." Old Shui's heart was filled with astonishment. A first-rank sorcerer, while not as rare as a first-rank warrior, had not emerged for over a century. The sorcerer system is rather unique, originating from the Taoist sect, with both schools sharing certain philosophical principles. However, the sorcerer system places greater emphasis on empirical investigation. It has developed through a pragmatic style, focusing on inheritance and accumulation, gathering the wisdom of generations, which has led to its current scale. The Qintian Monitor is presently presided over by National Master Shenwan, a second-rank celestial mechanic, who steals celestial secrets, shrouded in mystery. The third-rank talismancer can harness the power of the laws of nature, wielding immense destructive capability. Old Shui, recently promoted to third-rank sorcerer, had honed his skills for many years as a fourth-rank puppeteer, considering himself quite adept in the craft of puppet making. Upon meeting Bai Jingtang today, he felt the vastness of knowledge was boundless, and there are always greater heights to aspire to. After their initial pleasantries, they formally acquainted themselves, and a lively exchange of toasts ensued. Bai Jingtang, brimming with the spirit of the rivers and lakes, drank heartily and engaged in jovial conversation with everyone around. Li Yinian accompanied him for a few rounds of drinks, the fiery liquor scorching his throat and heart, and before long, his face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. As half an hour passed, Bai Jingtang raised his hand in a gesture of farewell, clasping his fists, and proposed to gather again on another day. The 3 of them stood to see him off. Li Yinian put away the puppet, and both Old Shui and Zhou Ju cast inquiring glances. Without concealing anything from the 2 before him, he recounted the 3 meetings with the Qilin elder in detail. However, given the gravity of the matters, he chose to omit the topics of the Qilin blood crystal and the relationship between his mother and the elder. "Are you boasting? Do you truly dare to cleave the divine beast's dragon horn?" Old Shui exclaimed, laughter mingling with disbelief. "Back then, you were fearless, now you're terrified." He sighed, realizing that the change in Li Yinian's fortune was likely due to this very encounter. The Qilin, a creature of auspiciousness embodying benevolence and righteousness, inherently bore luck. The national master, Shenwan, had intended for Zhou Ju to test his fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, fate twisted, and this stroke of luck ultimately fell upon the young man with the dark countenance before them. Zhou Ju seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, a light chuckle escaping his lips, his gaze growing even more resolute. After all, true talent carries with it a certain pride. It turned out that Zhou Yi's bundle indeed contained quite an array of delicacies. The jars filled with honey-roasted treats, dried fruits, and cured meats were particularly remarkable. The porcelain was exquisitely crafted, with a radiant glaze, elegant shapes, and intricate patterns, not something a typical wealthy family could easily present. Among them, one jar was especially unique. Its exterior transparent like water, seemingly devoid of substance, allowing a clear view of its contents. Inside, a glistening mass of golden yellow, remarkably viscous, resembled some form of paste. Li Yonian delicately sampled a morsel, finding it exceedingly sweet with a subtle hint of fruity aroma. A letter, penned with elegant and meticulous handwriting, conveyed the essence of longing after a separation of more than 6 months, expressing a profound yearning for the picturesque scenery of Raylene Mountain. Alas, the family rules are stringent, and with no one to fulfill filial duties in the presence of his mother, it remains uncertain when they might reunite. The last time he heard, Yonian's brother still had a younger sister at home, so he thoughtfully prepared some delightful sweets from the capital, instructing his elder brother to bring them back for both Li Yonian and his younger sister to savor. After reading the letter, Li Yonian felt a warm glow in his heart. He never anticipated that Zhou Yi, usually so carefree and boisterous, possessed such a meticulous side. As the days unfolded, life continued in its regular rhythm. However, the difference now was that Li Yonian had a mentor, Bai Jingtang and Old Chui, sharing a mutual fondness for each other's company. Would daily best Li Yonian in their sparring sessions, after which they would indulge in a few cups of wine beneath the parasol tree, their discussions growing ever more expansive. Old Chui spoke of the courtesans in the capital's pleasure houses with the intimacy of an old friend, recounting their singing, dancing, and talents in vivid detail, as if they were standing right before him. Bai Jing'ang, too, boasted of his own escapades in the world of romance, his tales of dalliances flowing endlessly, embodying the spirit of a carefree wanderer who could leave without a trace. The secrets of 3 centuries past captivated Old Chui, leaving him perpetually yearning for more. As time passed, Li Yonian's physique grew increasingly robust. Though he continued to endure daily beatings, he progressed from enduring a single incense stick's worth of time to 2. And now Bai Jing'ang found it necessary to employ some cunning to swiftly bring him down. Although Li Yonian still cannot reach Bai Jing'ang, he has developed a formidable resilience to punishment. Bai Jing'ang once remarked that to strike others, one must first learn to endure strikes oneself. This is not to imply that Bai Jingtang lacks seriousness. Rather, this puppet body possesses its own limitations. Lacking a dantian and meridians, the material, under the enhancement of formations, exhibits a strength roughly equivalent to that of the 7th-rank Diamond Realm. In fact, an ordinary practitioner of the Diamond Realm might not necessarily be a match for Li Yonian. Li Yonian's martial arts are devoid of intricate techniques or established forms, relying solely on the sheer strength of his physical prowess. He cultivates his ability to respond adeptly in combat through practical experience, emphasizing the harmonious integration of speed, power, and combat awareness. Bai Jing'ang, hailing from a military background, resonates deeply with this martial philosophy. Thus, upon first witnessing Li Yonian's 3 stances, Bai Jing'ang felt an innate admiration. Unconfined by traditional techniques, it resembled a blank canvas, brimming with potential for development. As for the sheepskin scroll, its origins are remarkable, holding a significant connection to Bai Jingtang. It contains a method for cultivating one's spirit, which once stirred up considerable turmoil in the martial world of yore. At one point, it had even passed through Bai Jingtang's hands before being gifted to a friend's descendant. Little did anyone know, it has now circled back to this very place. However, it cannot yet be utilized. At the very least, one must attain the 6th rank to access its secrets. Following the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather has turned increasingly oppressive, with the blazing sun distorting the distant landscape. Typically, this time of year would herald the onset of typhoons at sea, and this year is no exception. Old Chui received a letter from the capital containing references to Qin Songju, which he brought to Li Yonian's attention. After reading the letter, Li Yonian was instantly consumed by restlessness. Chun Song had been imprisoned, and now Li Yonian was preparing to descend the mountain. Lao Chui presented him with a palm-sized jade token, adorned on one side with a map of mountains and rivers, and inscribed in the center with the characters Kinianjian. The reverse side bore a single character, Chui. Carrying it would help him evade certain troubles. Joju gifted Li Yonian a purple bamboo brush, which contained a 1-foot square compartment filled with maps of the various regions of Daisu and several thick local gazetteers. Li Yonian bowed deeply to bid farewell. "You may go first. I shall return to the capital once I have broken through," Joju remarked with a smile. The thought of a 4th-tier sorcerer at such a young age left Li Yonian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon returning home, he took a moment to bid farewell to Aunt Lu. Her eyes brimmed with reluctance. She understood that her child had grown, and this day would inevitably arrive, though she had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Before departing, Li Yonian placed a small box into Aunt Lu's hands. Inside were 2 land deeds, several ingots of gold and silver, and some jade ornaments. The deeds pertained to 2 shops. To secure them, Li Yonian had enlisted the assistance of the 5th-tier sorcerer Zhou to select the 2 most auspicious and promising establishments in town, offering their owners an irresistible price. Aunt Lu was taken aback, her legs trembling, but Li Yonian assured her that the money was acquired honestly. She believed him and simply said she would save it for now. With no worries on his mind, Li Yonian embarked on his first journey away from home. At the age of 17, he stood 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a well-proportioned physique. His hair was long, tied high in a ponytail with a dark hemp cord, with 2 strands cascading beside his ears. His forehead was full, and his face was slender. Though still dark-skinned, his complexion was delicate and rosy, giving him a vibrant appearance. He had the brows of a general, a straight nose with a slightly upturned tip, and deep-set eyes that exuded determination. While he may not possess Joju's striking handsomeness, he was at least clean and upright, offering a unique charm of his own. He donned a white coarse linen shirt with wide sleeves, topped with a blue round-collared robe. A wide-patterned black jade beast belt cinched his waist, and he wore black leather boots adorned with cloud patterns. This ensemble was meticulously arranged by Bai Jingyang, who had declared, "To traverse the rivers and lakes, one must don such attire. Simple yet not monotonous, it conveys an air of profound mystery. Young ladies will surely flock to you." Chapter 9. The 10-mile-long street. The vast territory of Dazue encompasses a total of 9 major continents. Jizhou lies in the center, while the other 8 continents encircle it like the trigrams of the I Ching. Qingzhou to the east, Yangzhou to the southeast, Jiao Province directly south, Jingzhou to the southwest, Yizhou to the west, Yongzhou to the northwest, Bingzhou to the north, and Yuzhou to the northeast. The capital, Chang'an, is situated at the heart of Jizhou, serving as the focal point of the trigrams. Zhu village belongs to Liizhou, located at the southernmost tip of Jiao Province, adjacent to the sea. Li Yunyan's journey to the capital city spanned over 3,000 miles, with the swiftest route being by water. He traveled by land from Liizhou for 300 miles to Yuping, then entered the Yushui River, eventually navigating through the Lishui River for a total of 700 miles before transitioning into the Xiang River. After sailing 600 miles upstream on the Xiang River, he entered Dongting Lake. Exiting Dongying, he proceeded into the Han River, continuing north for 1,800 miles, passing through Jiangxia, Xiangyang, and Zhejiang, before finally disembarking at Shanglua. Subsequently, he journeyed 300 miles by land to Jingzhou Prefecture, entering the main city, which is none other than Chang'an. Liizhou City stands as a significant southern stronghold, bustling with innumerable residences and a plethora of shops. The streets are wide and the crowds are incessantly flowing. Various tradespeople shout their wares, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled liveliness. Prior to this, the most prosperous place Li Yunyan had visited was the town of Nanjing City. In comparison to Liizhou City, it pales in significance. It is unfathomable to imagine what sights await him in the capital. Without delay, Li Yunyan proceeded directly to the relay station near the North City Gate, where he hired a carriage to Yuping. The driver, an elderly man in his 50s, was lean and capable, having driven carriages for a lifetime, thus possessing considerable experience. The official road was broad and well-maintained, and the old man was quite talkative, sharing anecdotes about family matters and the hardships of life along the way. Midway through their journey, their carriage was halted by a voice, belonging to a woman, who inquired if she might share the ride to Yuping. The old man replied that he needed to consult his employer. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunyan consented. The woman possessed a slender figure, seemingly even taller than Li Yunyan. She carried a wooden box, measuring about 1 foot in width and 2 feet in length. The box was painted black, its material indiscernible, yet it appeared to be quite sturdy, as evidenced by several shallow knife marks that marred the paint. The corners of the wooden box were reinforced with copper, showing significant wear. The woman wore a wide-brimmed hat and a veil that concealed half of her face. Her forehead was slightly narrow, but her skin was as fair as snow. She had elongated willow leaf eyebrows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like water, with striking blue irises and pronounced double eyelids. She donned a flowing purple silk gown with wide sleeves, layered with a half-sleeved cotton jacket, cinched at the waist with a black belt, and on her feet, she wore soft deerhide boots. Li Yunyan clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. The woman reciprocated the gesture with a slight nod, saying, "Thank you, young sir. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." There was a hint of a martial arts spirit in her demeanor. The two traveled in silence until they reached Yushui, just as the lanterns began to illuminate the surroundings. They bid each other farewell. Yushui County serves as one of the vital transportation hubs for both water and land within Jiazhou, bustling with countless merchants. Li Yunyan found lodgings in an inn situated by the dock. The innkeeper greeted him with a broad smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Upon inquiry about the merchant ships heading to Dongting, the innkeeper handed Li Yunyan a bamboo token, saying, "You may seek the merchant vessel named Xingyuan at the dock tomorrow during the hour of Qin. It is our largest merchant ship, and this token will exempt you from half the fare." Li Yunyan gazed at the bamboo plaque in his hand, the front inscribed with the characters Xingyuan Trading House, while the reverse bore the name of the inn in fine print. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but admire the merchant's skillful tactics for attracting customers. The following day, Li Yunyan arrived early at the Yushui wharf. He lifted his gaze to behold countless merchant vessels, stretching for a full mile in length. Beside the wharf lay a long street bustling with activity, where carts and people flowed like a river. Laborers shouted slogans to galvanize themselves as they loaded and unloaded cargo. Various travelers hurried past each other, their paths briefly intersecting. Along the street stood a row of shops offering delectable food and essential goods, all remarkably affordable. At this moment, just before boarding, business was thriving. After a brief inquiry, he located the Xingyuan merchant ship, which indeed loomed larger than its neighboring vessels. It was a three-masted sailing ship, measuring 15 zhang in length and over 9 zhang in width. The vessel was divided into two levels, the lower deck for cargo and the upper deck for passengers. After registering his name and paying the fee, he received a numbered token and made his way to his cabin, designated as Room 7. The cabin was narrow and elongated, scarcely 6 feet in width, containing only a small wooden plank bed and a half-size table affixed to the wall. Li Yunyan set down his burdens and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to restore his spirit. The journey to the capital was long and arduous, and the reasons behind Chen Songju's imprisonment remained shrouded in mystery, as Old Chui's letter had not elaborated on the matter. According to Old Chui, Chen Songju was a man of integrity, dedicated to his cases, and had never been one to form factions. Thus, it seemed unlikely that political strife was at play. The Chen family, with its illustrious lineage and significant influence, would not have allowed their own to languish in prison without just cause. Fortunately, he was confined in the Dali Sea, where the likelihood of suffering was minimal. Old Chui had recommended a contact, someone who frequently traversed the space between the Qintianjian and the Dali Sea, often assisting with casework. This individual was none other than Wang Qi Lang, whom Li Yunyan had met during an earlier case in Zhu village alongside Chen Songju. Their acquaintance was not just superficial. Wang had even saved Li's life. In those days, Chen Songju had displayed remarkable composure in the face of danger, advocating for the safety of the people at great personal risk. Upon their parting, he had gifted Li Yunyan a small booklet on martial arts practice. While it was not a secret manual, it had opened the door to the path of cultivation for Li, bestowing upon him a profound sense of gratitude. After descending the mountain, he had advised the county magistrate to assist the villagers in rebuilding their homes, and subsequently had indirectly arranged for Li Yunyan to undertake menial tasks in the mountains. Thus, Li Yunyan held Chen Songju in the highest regard, consistently viewing him as a paragon of virtue. What may have been a fleeting act of kindness for Chen had been a monumental blessing for Li, as it provided him with a place to belong, a path for cultivation, and a role model to emulate. Now, with his benefactor imprisoned and the outlook uncertain, Li felt compelled to offer whatever meager assistance he could during this trip to the capital. If that proved impossible, it would still be essential to bow in gratitude before his benefactor, acknowledging the profound debt he owed. As Li Yunyan was lost in contemplation, a call resonated from outside the cabin. The vessel shook as the merchant ship set sail. Rising to the deck, he leaned against the railing, gazing into the picturesque scenery upon the river. It was the moment when the hour of Chun and sea intertwined, with the sun rising in the east. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing, a gentle breeze caressing the surface of the river, which sparkled with shimmering reflections. Occasionally, ships would dock, and as two vessels crossed paths, the crewmen shouted to one another, navigating the bustling scene with a sense of urgency. By chance, he turned his head and caught sight of a familiar figure a few paces away beyond the railing. Tall and graceful, adorned with a conical hat, she wore a flowing purple gown that danced in the wind. Upon sensing his gaze, the woman in purple turned her head. Their eyes met, and Li Yunyan clasped his fists and bowed slightly in respectful acknowledgement. The woman's gaze was somewhat frosty. She returned the gesture with a slight bow of her own. For 7 consecutive days, apart from dining in the ship's rear cafeteria, Li Yunyan remained in his quarters, practicing meditation. Since the journey began, his external martial training had come to a halt. He could only occasionally assume a horse stance, slowly moving his arms and whimsically throwing a few punches. His body still felt restless, yearning for sparring. Bai Jingtong's martial prowess was exceedingly elusive. Each time he felt he had grasped a hint of counterattack, he would find himself knocked down once more. This perpetual challenge ignited Li Yunyan's indomitable spirit. As he harbored the aspiration of landing a punch upon Bai Jingtong's face one day, Li Yunyan, finding himself with rare leisure, envisioned Bai Jingtong as a hypothetical adversary, rehearsing their encounters repeatedly in his mind. On the evening of the 8th day, at the hour of Sui, the clamor outside the cabin gradually intensified. Having inquired with the sailors the previous day, he discerned that at this hour, they should have arrived at Dongting Lake. Li Yinian collected his luggage and stepped outside. The Xingyuan merchant ship glided slowly into Dongting Lake, the busiest port in the Great Sui dynasty's interior and a vital hub for the transfer of goods. 2 lengthy streets were built along the lake, stretching from the mouth of the lake to both shores of Dongting. From a distance, they resembled a luminous crab claw. Along the lakeside stood a row of shops, with lofty attics rising in sequence, offering a plethora of trades, bustling with pedestrians. Behind the shops lay warehouses and residences, where countless lights flickered like stars, extending beyond the horizon. As the merchant ship had yet to dock, a painted pleasure boat, serenading with dulcet melodies, glided gracefully towards the shore. A few elegantly dressed women adorned in exquisite makeup appeared at the bow of the boat, some seated, some standing, and others reclining, revealing their alluring waists and captivating gazes. Amidst the crowd on the deck, a young gentleman in splendid attire stepped onto the railing with a gentle push. With sleeves billowing, he soared gracefully like a swallow, tracing a beautiful arc before landing steadily on the pleasure boat. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by waves of applause. The dashing young man raised his hands, embracing the waist of 2 beauties, leading them towards the cabin of the boat. Such remarkable skill, yet he was evidently no stranger to the allure of the floral world. The Xingyuan merchant ship docked at the western shore, and Li Yinian planned to rest by Dongting Lake for the night, as he would be changing vessels for the second leg of his journey. Upon leaving the pier, he found himself on the West Street. Walking along the long street, the vibrant splendor that enveloped him struck his vision and spirit with overwhelming force. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed before his eyes, leaving him breathless, amidst a cacophony of street vendors' calls, boisterous shouts from taverns, and the innocent laughter of children. It felt as though he had stepped into a vast, colorful dye vat, swirling with abandon. Each person spun and danced within, imbued with a myriad of hues. No wonder the village elders always spoke of the world beyond as a dazzling spectacle, for once one ventured out, returning became a distant thought. Li Yinian sought refuge in a modest inn, as was his custom, requesting a ship permit from the attendant. Unlike the previous merchant vessel, the Xingyuan, this permit bore the inscription Suion Trading Company on its front, with the words De Sui Shipping delicately etched in the lower right corner. It appeared to be a government vessel, scheduled to set sail at dawn the following day. After settling his belongings, Li Yinian stepped outside, contemplating a stroll through the main street to procure some rare trinkets for Aunt Lu and Arya. As he meandered along, he acquired a few items, a bamboo toy resembling a bluebird, which, when the slender base was vigorously spun, would flutter its wings and soar several yards into the air. A set of scholar's implements including a purple brush, a long eyeing stone, a sandalwood paperweight, and a pure white porcelain brush-washing basin, nothing ostentatious, yet elegantly simple, suitable for Arya to use when she attended the Mingshan Academy in the future. He also procured 2 bolts of silk from Jiangnan, smooth and delicate, adorned with understated patterns that matched Aunt Lu's temperament, along with a few charming accessories such as jade combs, pearl hairpins, and pink ribbons, all of which would surely enhance Arya's appearance. While he was engrossed in his purchases, a sudden uproar erupted from within the tavern ahead. Accompanying the clamor was the sound of shattered dishes and glasses. A burly man plummeted from the second-floor window of the tavern, landing right at Li Yinian's feet. The man, flushed from drink, bore a distinct footprint on his face, his nose askew, 2 front teeth missing, and his visage smeared with blood. Almost immediately, a cacophony of screams filled the tavern, echoing in the air. Li Yinian lifted his leg to step over the burly man beneath him and approached the entrance of the tavern, peering inside. A figure clad in purple, hastily descending the staircase, casually tossed a silver ingot towards the counter and strode purposefully towards the door. It was none other than the woman in the purple robe, carrying a wooden box on her back. Behind her, a muscular, bare-chested giant hung limply from the handrail of the staircase, his limbs utterly devoid of sensation. Another unfortunate soul, less fortunate than the first, plummeted straight down the stairs, crashing onto a table laden with food and drink. Wine jugs, cups, and dishware mingled with the splintered remains of the table and chairs, scattering chaotically across the floor. The giant lay in the very center of this wreckage, clutching his abdomen and rolling back and forth in agony, his features contorted in pain. Li Yinian bent down and, in a habitual gesture, cupped his fists in salute to the woman. The woman in the purple attire cast a frigid gaze, glaring fiercely at Li Yinian as she passed by. Li Yinian awkwardly lowered his hands, watching her depart. On the way back to the inn, he passed by a wonton stall. A handcrafted wooden cart, ingeniously designed with 2 tiers, caught his eye. The upper level housed a stove and an iron pot, simmering broth, while the lower tier contained a furnace, bowls, chopsticks, and an assortment of vegetables. Lanterns hung at both ends of the cart, their flickering light barely illuminating the various items upon it. 2 low tables and several stools were haphazardly arranged by the lakeside. Li Yinian gazed at the cart, a sense of inexplicable warmth washing over him. In his childhood, he accompanied Aunt Lu to Nanjing Town to sell vegetables, where such wonton stalls were commonplace along the roadside. Aunt Lu would treat young Yinian to a bowl of wontons, delightfully smooth and flavorful, with a broth that was exquisitely rich. They were not only delicious and affordable, but also imbued a comforting warmth that shielded him from the chill. "Shopkeeper, a bowl of wontons, please." Li Yinian casually pulled out a stool and sat down. The old man, with his hair grizzled, had simply gathered it into a bun secured with a wooden hairpin. His face was etched with deep lines, and his eyes were profound and hazy. He was smoking from a pipe behind the cart, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Excuse me, sir, I would like a bowl of wontons, if you please." Li Yinian, believing the old man to be hard of hearing, raised his voice deliberately. "Coming right up." The old man extinguished his pipe, rose unhurriedly, and muttered to himself, "What a fortunate fellow." Before long, a bowl of clear broth wontons, adorned with 2 leafy greens, was presented before him. Li Yinian scooped up a dumpling with broth and, upon tasting it, found it devoid of the familiar flavor. It was bland, likely due to the omission of salt. He glanced up at the old man, who had returned to his bench, engrossed in rolling his tobacco. Thus, he chose not to disturb him further. After swallowing a few mouthfuls, dumpling and broth alike, he felt a comforting warmth envelope him. That was sufficient. Casually placing a fragment of silver on the table, Li Yinian rose and made his way outside. The old man finally lit his tobacco again, and amidst the flickering red glow, clouds of white smoke billowed, obscuring his face. Chapter 10. The flavor of the Jianghu upon exiting the dumpling shop. It was already the hour of the high, and the streetlights dimmed, leaving the surroundings increasingly desolate. Under the moonlight, Li Yinian strolled back to the inn. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of over 10 men, cursing as they approached. The leader, towering at 7 feet, had a muscular build, broad shoulders, and an imposing presence. His face was slightly swollen, with 2 front teeth missing. Upon closer inspection, he was the very man who had fallen from the 2nd floor of the tavern. Following him were 7 burly men, each resembling the leader, their eyes radiating a menacing glare, unmistakably troublemakers. At the end of the procession were 2 men, one short and wiry, with a shifty appearance, ingratiatingly conversing with his companion. The other, standing over 6 feet tall, possessed long limbs, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his demeanor as cold as water, with a piercing gaze reminiscent of a predatory bird. Li Yunian leaned against the roadside, lowering his gaze to yield to the passers-by. A group of individuals strode past him. Several men cast a fleeting glance at Li Yunian, yet paid him no heed. However, as a lean man passed by, he scrutinized Li Yunian with a hint of hesitation on his face. After hastening a few steps forward, he approached the leading man, whispering a few words into his ear while gesturing towards Li Yunian. The leader turned his gaze towards Li Yunian and inquired, "Are you certain?" The lean man nodded vigorously in affirmation. The leader then pivoted and approached Li Yunian, while the eyes of the other 9 men simultaneously fixed upon him. The leader glared fiercely, demanding, "You there, do you recognize that woman in purple?" "I cannot claim to know her. We merely shared a fleeting encounter on the same boat to Dongting," Li Yunian replied. "Huh, then do you know her whereabouts?" "I do not. It seems that only by showing you a bit of color will you speak the truth." With that, the man swung his fist in a wide arc, aiming a blow at Li Yunian's chest. Li Yinian remained calm and composed, stepping back half a pace. The burly man missed his punch, stumbling past Li Yinian. "Damn it! How dare you evade?" The man, feeling humiliated, turned and launched another punch aimed at Li Yinian's face. Li Yunian leaned slightly backward, taking half a step back. His fist brushed past the tip of his nose, the force of the punch tousling the hair on his forehead. Yet again, he missed. The burly man, filled with rage and humiliation, unleashed a torrent of colossal fists that rained down upon Li Yunian. Li Yunian moved through the shadows of the fists as if strolling leisurely in a garden, deftly dodging each blow with an effortless grace. With mere fractions of an inch to spare, he evaded every punch thrown at him. After enduring more than 20 strikes, his opponent was drenched in sweat. Yet not a single hit had landed. "Senior, I speak the truth. I do not know that woman," he asserted before turning to leave the crowd. The man, having lost face in front of his companions, was not one to let the matter rest. Barely 2 steps away, a steel blade was unsheathed behind him with a sharp clang. With a bellow akin to a slaughtered pig, the man swung the knife towards Li Yinian. Even a mud Buddha has its limits. Li Yinian swiftly turned, his energy focused in his lower abdomen, and with pinpoint precision aimed a kick at the man's wielding hand. Moving as swiftly as the wind, the knife flew from his grasp, embedding itself straight into the door of a shop on the street. The man, still reeling from shock, was met with a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling. In his panic, he could only raise his forearm to defend himself. With a resounding thud, the man's massive body was propelled sideways, crashing into a nearby rice shop, disappearing into the darkness along with the door. Faintly, one could hear the rice spilling across the floor in a cascade of grains. Li Yinian instinctively recoiled, clearly having exerted himself too much. Normally, when sparring with Bai Jing'ang, he employed his full strength. However, upon descending the mountain, he found it quite challenging to gauge his own power. The servant Xuanrong, residing on the second floor of the rice shop, descended with a stream of curses. As his frail figure stepped over the threshold, he was met with the fierce gazes of 7 or 8 burly men. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, scrambling and rolling back into the rice shop. Li Yinian turned around and gazed at the other 9 individuals. The 7 burly men resembled those who had previously crashed into the rice shop. They appeared fierce, yet their prowess barely reached the 9th-tier copperskin realm. It seemed they were accustomed to bullying the common folk, arrogant and overbearing in their demeanor. The scrawny figure was not even at the copperskin realm. He was merely a braggart. As for the man with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his piercing gaze was fixed intently on Li Yinian, exuding a calm and composed aura, making it difficult to discern his true level. Realizing that the situation could not be resolved amicably, Li Yinian steeled himself and declared, "Come at me all at once. I am pressed for time." Indeed, he had to catch a boat early the following morning. The scrawny figure, sensing the tension, wisely stepped aside. The 7 burly men exchanged glances at their fallen companion, hesitating as they slowly approached, cautiously testing each other's resolve, none daring to make the first move. Observing their inaction, Li Yinian raised his leg high, channeling strength into his foot. With a forceful stamp upon the ground, a resounding crack echoed as the bluestone pavement shattered, fissures radiating like a spider's web. The 7 men, startled as if struck by an arrow, scattered in all directions. What a disgraceful bunch, calling themselves the 8 great kings of Dongting, constantly stirring trouble, a collection of inept fools, exclaimed the man with hands in his sleeves. The other burly men, their faces flushed with embarrassment, felt a surge of indignation and, unable to hold back, drew their steel blades in unison. In the world of martial arts, one could not afford to lose face. 7 against 1. And yet they still resorted to drawing their weapons, truly a pitiful lot. Li Yinian's words struck at the heart, igniting murderous intent in the 7 rugged men, each revealing a fierce glint in their eyes as they slowly encircled him. It is truly difficult to harbor any fondness for such bullies who prey on the weak and cower before the strong. Li Yinian channeled the fiery energy coursing through his body, instantly elevating his physical state to its peak. Taking the initiative, he lunged towards the nearest burly man. With a swift slide, he halted, his figure already appearing at the man's flank. A punch erupted, silent yet devastating. The burly man relinquished his steel blade, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, violently retching. Without pausing, Li executed a sweeping kick, sending another man sprawling. Before he could even touch the ground, Li's foot had already struck his chest. This was a move frequently employed by Bai Jingtang against him, yet utilizing it himself now brought a twisted pleasure. The man's body soared through the air, crashing into 3 others behind him. As the fallen man hit the ground, Li Yinian emerged amidst the crowd. Within 3 feet, a blade could not outpace a fist. The crowd erupted in chaos, cries of anguish filling the air. 3 burly men collapsed instantly. 2 succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted, while another pretended to be unconscious on the ground. The remaining 2 men, trembling hands still gripping their steel blades, found themselves paralyzed by fear, not daring to advance another step. The young attendant, Xuanrong, peered through the window, utterly astonished, realizing he had likely encountered a martial arts master and silently cheered for the young man. He recognized the 8 great kings of Dongting, knowing that as a member of the Chaobang, he had witnessed acts of chivalry, but had frequently seen the strong bully the weak. A true master reveals their prowess with a single move. Enough. All of you, step back. A man with rolled-up sleeves approached Li Yunian, raising his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, I am Lu Tieha, the left steward of the Qingyu Hall of the Chaobang. May I ask for your name? The Chaobang is the foremost guild in the realm, an indomitable force within the martial world. If the world's transport of goods were divided into 10 parts, the Great Sui dynasty would claim 5, the Chaobang 4, with the remaining forces sharing just 1. The profits from the transport alone are immense, with membership in the guild numbering in the tens of thousands, including many skilled masters. The former guild leader, Do Giant Pain, a martial artist of unparalleled prowess, enjoyed great respect in the martial world and maintained a complicated relationship with the Great Sui dynasty. In his later years, he retired to the mountains, entrusting the management of the guild to the younger generation. Li Yunian, a descendant of the Jiangzhou lineage, acknowledged, the events leading to this moment have been witnessed by the esteemed elders. I may have acted with excessive force and lost my composure. I humbly ask for your understanding. Lu Tieha understood well the ineptitude of these men. However, the Chaobang is a place rife with both virtuous and nefarious characters, each serving their own purpose. It is not a matter of good or bad. What truly matters is maintaining the guild's honor. Tonight, these inept individuals had their pride shattered, and he was here to restore their dignity. Should he himself suffer a similar fate in the future, other masters within the guild would undoubtedly come to his aid. In the martial world, honor is paramount. To gauge one's worth, a few exchanges must take place. As Lu Tieha spoke, he withdrew his hands from his sleeves. His palms were enormous, gaunt, and yellowed, as if merely skin stretched over bones. His fingers were exceedingly long, with tips as sharp as blades, presenting a rather chilling sight. Lu Tieha assumed a horse stance, his left hand poised at his waist while his right hand remained empty, forming a serpent's head with his thumb, index, and middle fingers pressed together, locking onto Li Yunian's figure. His gaze fixated on Li Yunian like a predator honing in on its prey, icy as the snow. An aura of formidable presence emanated from him, indicative of a minor master at the Diamond Realm. If all went as anticipated, he was likely a proficient practitioner of the symbolic fist technique. Without uttering unnecessary words, Lu Tieha launched his attack. With a swift step forward, as rapid as the wind, he closed the distance to Li Yunian in the blink of an eye. His hand moved with an intricate dance, transforming the serpent's head of his right hand into 10, all striking toward Li Yunian with overwhelming ferocity. Li Yunian focused his mind, as the fiery energy within his dantian swiftly coursed throughout his entire body. He concentrated his gaze upon the left hand of Lu Tieha, concealed at his waist, where a cold gleam flickered, poised and ready to strike. In an instant, 10 serpent heads surged forth. Li Yunian, far from retreating, advanced boldly, stepping directly into the formation of serpentine heads. As his body swayed slightly, one of the heads grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson mark upon his visage. This also indicated that Li Yunian had successfully navigated through the treacherous array of serpentine heads, bringing their positions perilously close, nearly cheek to cheek. Li Yunian extended his left hand to seize Lu Tieha's wrist, which was poised for a strike, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lu Tieha's side. Lu Tieha was utterly unprepared, as this young man had recognized the true serpent's head at a glance, and had drawn him into an offensive range he was ill-equipped to navigate, throwing him into disarray. As the punch approached with astonishing momentum, the deadly technique concealed at his waist had no choice but to be executed in haste. Upon collision, their fists met with a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. A whirlwind erupted, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Lu Tieha retreated 3 steps, his shoes scraping against the ground for 2 additional steps before he barely managed to regain his balance. Raising his gaze to Li Yunian, he found himself immobilized as if nailed to the earth. The disparity in skill was unmistakable, having failed to land his blow and being outclassed. A fierce anger ignited within Lu Tieha. With a forceful push against the ground, he launched himself forward. Li Yunian hunched his waist, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Tieha's face. In a fleeting moment, the strike missed its target. Lu Tieha deftly lowered his body once more, maneuvering into the blind spot beneath Li Yunian's ribs. With his left hand firmly planted on the ground for stability, his right arm moved with an astonishing fluidity, weaving past numerous obstacles. Like a serpent, it struck at an incredible angle, targeting Li Yunian's left eye with precision. Li Yunian's face was as pale as water, and with sheer brute force, he twisted his waist, evading the strike at an almost imperceptible angle. His right hand descended with a powerful chop, a punch of tremendous weight. The two were too close. This blow, with his arm behind it, struck solidly against Lu Tie's chest. Bang! Centered around Lu Tie's body. Cracks rapidly spread across the blue bricks, causing the ground to collapse over a radius of nearly 10 feet. However, it was not over yet. In Lu Tie's pupils, a phantom of a fist suddenly magnified several times, arriving at his face with astonishing speed, too swift for him to even raise a hand in defense. All hope seemed lost, and in despair, Lu Tie closed his eyes. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and he awaited the final, fatal blow that never came. The rush of the punch brushed past him and then gradually dissipated. A fist, as large as a cauldron, hung suspended in midair, barely half a foot away from Lu Tie's face. Lionian deftly grasped Lu Tie's arm, and the two rose together. They took a couple of steps back, bent their bodies, and clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. The ground is slippery. I was fortunate to land a punch, and I appreciate your graciousness, esteemed senior. His words were measured, and his demeanor sincere, allowing Lu Tie to maintain his dignity. Lu Tie forcibly suppressed the surging blood within him, nursing significant injuries. He was still reflecting on the recent exchange. Having achieved renown for many years, he seldom faltered. How had this young man, evidently merely at the iron bone stage, managed to narrowly evade his certain strike? Moreover, his techniques diverged from those of ordinary martial artists, employing an approach that combined both offense and defense without a hint of superfluous movement. His punches both steady and effective. Heroes emerge from youth. Excellent. Lu Tie, a seasoned veteran, recognized the opportunity presented by Li Yonyan. Observing the young man's demeanor, he speculated that he might hail from an esteemed family hidden from the world. It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. I must set sail tomorrow, so I cannot linger. When I return, I shall visit your esteemed sect to offer my apologies. Lu Tie found himself increasingly fond of this young man, who was impossible to resent. He was straightforward and amiable. He casually handed over a token, the size of a palm, adorned with a marine chart motif, featuring a single character for Chao, though I am unaware of other regions. On the waterways of Dai Sui, encountering the token of the Chao gang commands a measure of respect. Keep it close. It may serve as protection. Having spoken, Lu Tie placed the token into Li Yonyan's hand. It felt weighty, crafted from bronze, a fine piece indeed. The Dai Sui court rigorously controls the use of copper, yet they cannot exert their influence over the Chao gang. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now. Li Yonyan turned to leave, but suddenly turned back, casting a glance at the rice shop with its half-missing door. Lu Tie shook his head and smiled, saying, I shall manage it myself. Li Yonyan smiled, and once more clasped his hands in farewell. The night was as cool as water, and as he lay in bed, his thoughts drifted like wisps of cloud. He could not quite articulate his feelings. After throwing a few punches that evening, he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction and found himself yearning for Bai Jingyang. Regrettably, the puppet was left in the Qilin Hall, entrusted to Zhouju for safekeeping. Bai Jingtang had remarked, how can one venture into the world with a bodyguard? One must forge their own path. I shall not involve myself in your trivial matters. With a soft sigh, Li Yonyan closed his eyes to rest and prepared to drift into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled him. Outside the door stood an unexpected visitor. Dressed in purple, her gaze remained icy as she cast a fleeting glance at Li Yonyan before striding directly into the guest room. Miss. Li Yonyan was taken aback and did not anticipate that a young woman would intrude into a man's guest room in the dead of night. Zi approached the table, unfastened a large wooden box from her body, and placed it down with a thud, indicating its considerable weight. Following this, she casually pulled open a side stool and seated herself. Growing somewhat impatient, Zi remarked, close the door. Oh. Li Yonyan found himself at a loss. The situation before him far more tense than the earlier encounter on the street with 10 burly men. Sit. Oh, pour some water. Oh. Li Yonyan hastily rose to his feet, poured tea for the young lady, and then scurried back to his seat. Li Yonyan, where do you hail from and where are you bound? I come from Liezhou, heading to the capital. Aren't you curious as to how I know your name? I can make an educated guess. You must have witnessed my altercation on the street just now. Li Yonyan sighed inwardly, pondering the trouble that the young lady had stirred. Yet she still had the leisure to observe the unfolding events. Today, there was but a single opportunity to reveal her identity, which occurred during the confrontation with Lu Tie. The fact that Zi had heard the exchange indicated her proximity at that moment. Knowing the inn where he was staying and the specific room suggested that she had not only been a spectator, but had also followed him afterward. What business do you have in the capital? Zi inquired further. Li Yinian raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the maiden in purple before him. He pondered whether he was being overly inquisitive for a chance encounter. Anticipating that she might feel a sense of embarrassment, he was taken aback to find her equally intently gazing at him, awaiting his response. This unexpected turn made him feel rather self-conscious, causing his cheeks to flush as he lowered his gaze to meet an old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the maiden in purple contemplated for a moment before removing her conical hat and placing it upon the table. Her dark golden hair cascaded down like elegant tassels, the strands delicate and lustrous, exuding a subtle fragrance. Subsequently, she reached up to lift the veil from her face. Li Yinian unconsciously swallowed, his heart suddenly racing. An inexplicable sensation enveloped him, a blend of curiosity and anticipation. As the sheer veil gradually descended, his surroundings transformed in an instant. A delicate oval face adorned with exquisite features, skin fairer than snow, deep-set eyes, willow-like brows, and almond-shaped eyes of a profound blue hue. A prominent nose with a slightly upturned tip, lending an air of playful charm. Heart-shaped lips, full and vibrant, their contours distinctly defined. At the center of her chin, a captivating beauty mark graced her visage. Her snow-white complexion, chiseled features, and a cascade of dark golden hair, coupled with her tall and gracefully proportioned figure. An intoxicating allure of exotic charm enveloped the atmosphere. I am called Shiwei, hailing from the southern Xiangua, with a mother from the Central Plains. Li Yinian rose and respectfully greeted. I am honored to meet you, Miss Shiwei. Although they had encountered each other several times, it was the first occasion he learned her name. Shiwei tapped the wooden box on the table and declared, You are to escort me to the Astronomical Bureau in the capital. Should I perish along the way, you may simply deliver this wooden box to the bureau. With a resounding clap, she placed a small wooden box upon the table. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss. This serves as your reward, an elixir of rejuvenation. Li Yinian gazed at the box with a sense of familiarity. Crafted from pear blossom wood, it was square and roughly the size of a palm. The surface of the box featured a design with high corners and a lower center, adorned with the intricate carvings of slender medicinal herbs. The corners were exquisitely rounded, and its pale yellow hue, coupled with a glossy finish, rendered it as pristine as new. At first glance, it resembled a delicate item belonging to a lady's boudoir. However, Xinyue, with unwavering certainty, believed that among all martial artists across the realm, none could resist the allure of the spirit restoration pill. Yet today, she miscalculated. For Li Yinian had never even heard of the spirit restoration pill. Li Yinian's attention was entirely fixated on the box before him. Indeed, he possessed an entire case of such boxes. Miss Shiwei, from where did you acquire this box? Shiwei abruptly rose, exclaiming, Surely you are not unaware of the revitalizing elixir? Although puzzled by her fervent reaction, Li Yinian nodded earnestly. Shiwei, maintaining her composure, explained, The revitalizing elixir is a long-lost divine concoction that can restore up to 80% of one's vitality in a brief span. The crucial aspect is that it is applicable across all realms. Thus, the higher one's realm, the greater the benefit. Upon hearing this, Li Yinian fell into deep contemplation. Imagine two warriors atop a mountain engaged in a relentless battle for days and nights, on the verge of exhausting one another. At such a moment, if one were to produce a revitalizing pill, the outcome would be irrevocably altered. It certainly sounds splendid, but is such a treasure truly that rare? With a soft thud, a small wooden box gently landed on the table, resembling the one that Shay had previously unveiled. Shay was taken aback, exclaiming, Well, who would have thought you were a con artist? With that, she swiftly snatched up Li Yinian's wooden box, scrutinizing it closely, inhaling its scent. She then compared the pill within her own box against the one in his, and the results were undeniably identical. Shay stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, Impossible. In the entire southern Xiangua, there existed only two revitalizing pills, one in the royal palace and the other in her father's possession. She had painstakingly stolen the former. How could it be that a mere rogue would possess another? Her gaze swiftly regained its icy demeanor as she pocketed the revitalizing pill, donned her hat once more, and made her way towards the door, stating, I shall accept this transaction. Li Yinian called out robustly, I am in agreement. Shay paused, casting a look of bewilderment in his direction. However, you must divulge the origins of this pill box. Li Yinian's thoughts were rather simple. The origins of this medicine box might be connected to his mother. Bang! Shiyu placed the wooden box down once more. All right. Once we arrive at the Qintian monitoring office, there will undoubtedly be someone to answer your inquiries. After speaking, she fixed her wide eyes on Li Yinian's for a prolonged moment, causing him to feel an unsettling chill within. Extend your hand. Let us make an oath. Li Yunyang resembled a child who had erred, anxiously extending her hand. She produced a dagger, and without waiting for Li Yunyang's consent, she swiftly sliced through her palm, followed by a similar incision to her own. With wounds facing each other, their hands clasped tightly together. Li Yunyang closed her eyes, murmuring incantations. Under the illumination, the contours of her visage were soft, with long, curled eyelashes. The shadow of her nose accentuated its delicate and charming shape. Her lips moved gently, glimmering with a subtle sheen. The warmth of her hand was soft and delicate. Li Nian felt a sudden warmth on his face, involuntarily flushing with a deep crimson hue. A chilling gust swept through, piercingly cold. The candlelight flickered erratically, nearly extinguishing. Li Yunyang shivered, sensing an inexplicable tension in the air. I swear, should you harbor any treachery against me, rest assured, I shall summon the wrath of heaven upon you, Shiyu declared with a fierce tone. Awakening to reality, Li Yunyang came to understand the truth behind the phrase, a beautiful woman brings disaster. In his bewilderment, he felt as though he had unwittingly surrendered his very life. All right, you may leave now. I require rest, for I must catch a boat early tomorrow, Shiyu said, exhibiting a hint of fatigue. Is this, perchance, my guest room? Li Yunyang murmured softly. With just a glance, a single look spoke volumes. Li Yunyang was unceremoniously expelled from the guest room. A truly lamentable affair. A significant incident has transpired in the capital. The estate of Earl Yaxing, home to over 100 individuals, was mysteriously annihilated overnight. In the heart of the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, a noble family has been utterly extinguished. The personnel from the Court of Judicial Review, the Imperial Guards, the Censorate, and the Chang'an government have sealed the city gates tightly. The influx of individuals is overwhelming while the outflow is scarce. Each person is being interrogated, leaving them utterly frazzled. Zhou received a letter delivered by an envoy from the Bureau of Astronomy, a missive from Zhouju. Beyond the customary salutations, it conveyed news that Li Yunyang was en route to the capital. Zhou was aware of Chen Songju's situation, yet the reasons for his imprisonment remained unknown. A visit to the Bureau of Astronomy revealed that Shen Wen was not in the capital. Subsequently, a trip to the Imperial Study was met with the Emperor's fury. The heads of the Imperial Guards, the capital administration, and various other departments were kneeling in disarray. Thus, Zhou returned home, resolved to inquire at the Court of Judicial Review personally once the tumult surrounding the Earl's estate subsided. After departing from Dongning Lake, Li Nian would no longer need to change boats, as he could proceed directly north to Luozhou. The official vessel he was aboard was even larger than the Xingyuan merchant ship, measuring 26 zhang in length and nearly 12 zhang in width. It was constructed with 3 tiers, the bottom level for cargo, while the second and third levels accommodated passengers. At this moment, as it was the autumn harvest season, the cargo holds were brimming, and the passenger cabins were consequently filled to capacity. Before boarding, the ticketing area was bustling with activity, and the standard rooms had been swiftly snatched up. By the time it was Li Yunyang's turn, only a deluxe room remained available. Li Yunyang cast a sharp glance at Shiwei, exasperated by her procrastination as they had already discussed the necessity of catching the boat. With a haughty demeanor, Shiwei merely rolled her eyes in response. The Tianzi residence comprised 2 courtyards, an outer reception hall connected to a water-view terrace, and an inner private bedroom. Naturally, the bedroom was not designated for Li Yunyang. He could only find solace in the outer chamber, where he sat in meditation. For several days, he had dutifully attended to the menial tasks of serving tea and fetching water, as if he were not engaged in a business transaction but rather welcoming back a wealthy young lady from a prominent family. 2 days prior, they had docked at Jiangxia County for a brief respite, during which Li Yunyang had witnessed the formidable purchasing power of this woman. As a warrior of iron and bone struggled to rise beneath the weight of various packages, the situation was further complicated by the need for Li Yunyang to cover the expenses, leaving him to clutch his purse in anguish for an extended while. That night, the moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the world in profound silence. Li Yunyang sat in meditation on the terrace, enveloped by the gentle sound of flowing water, cultivating tranquility and focus. In recent days, the pace of the blazing stream had significantly slowed, as if it encountered considerable obstacles that required Li Yunyang's mental fortitude to barely maintain its flow. In the night sky, a raven silently perched upon the mast, its blood-red eyes scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Li Yunyang's mind was deeply immersed within himself, striving to channel the fiery energy coursing through his body. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, appeared on his forehead, and he found the endeavor exceedingly arduous. After expending a significant amount of breath, the fiery energy returned to his dantian, and he slowly exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct scent infiltrated Li Yonyan's nostrils, the metallic tang of blood. Li Yonyan's body sprang up, ears perked, scanning the surroundings outside the ship's rail. Almost immediately, a faint muffled groan emanated from below the cabin. The deck was shrouded in darkness, and silence enveloped the scene once more. Stealthily, he approached the door, gently cracking it open to peer outside, only to find the dark corridor deserted. Following the corridor to its end, he found the staircase leading to the second floor. The government vessel was structured in 3 tiers, resembling a pyramid. The uppermost level was small, consisting of 8 celestial rooms. The middle tier housed 36 terrestrial guest rooms. The bottom floor, the most spacious, served as a cargo hold. As he descended the staircase, a pungent smell of blood began to intensify, leaning against the last step. He craned his neck to glimpse into the corridor of the second floor. The passage was narrow and lengthy, dimly lit, yet still devoid of any unusual sights. Taking a deep breath, he continued along the wooden wall of the corridor. Halfway through, he noticed a door ajar on his right and peered through the crack. 2 shadowy figures moved within the guest room, seemingly searching for something. Beside the door, a man lay sprawled on the bed, arms hanging over the edge. His eyes rolled back and facing the door's opening. His mouth gaped open, a gash across his throat, blood gushing forth and trickling down his arm, pooling into a dark puddle on the deck. Li Yonyan's body was suddenly electrified with tension as he bellowed, "Assassins! Assassins!" Instantly, the cabin erupted into chaos. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, cries, muffled groans, and the sounds of struggle, all intertwining in a tumultuous symphony. It was clear that the threat was far greater than the 2 assassins before him. From within the guest quarters, 2 cloaked figures brandished their gleaming daggers and lunged toward the entrance with agile ferocity. Li Yonyan forcefully kicked the slightly ajar door, causing it to come crashing down and directly strike the 2 assassins. The pair staggered momentarily, hastily raising their hands to defend themselves. A figure followed closely behind the door. Li Yonyan swung his fist with all his might, delivering a devastating blow to the side of an assassin's face. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the air as the cloaked figure was sent flying, crashing through the wooden partition, silence enveloping him thereafter. From the adjacent room, a woman's piercing scream resonated. Ignoring the commotion, Li Yonyan turned, only to find a short blade perilously close, slicing through the air with lethal intent. A crescent of cold light flashed, narrowly missing its target, as Li Yonyan executed a deep squat, the blade grazing his hair and severing a lock. Rising swiftly, he retaliated with a powerful hook, landing a solid punch to the assassin's abdomen, the force penetrating through his body. The assassin doubled over, his back arched like that of a shrimp, as he coughed forth a torrent of crimson, mixed with dark, viscous fragments of his innards. One misstep caused him to falter, his body succumbing to weakness. Seizing a short knife, Li Yonyan dashed down the corridor, pushing open several doors along his path. The sights within were horrifying, revealing no survivors. In the most chilling of rooms, a middle-aged man lay face down in a pool of blood at the threshold. A woman slumped beside the bed, her throat spilling crimson, clutching the small hand of a child. On the bed, 2 children lay lifeless, one just over a year old, the other 4 or 5, rendering the bedding a dark tapestry of despair. Blood pooled across the room, leaving no space untainted. A family of 4 had met a gruesome end. Li Yonyan's blood boiled with rage, his heart pounding with fury. Unharmed passengers began to emerge from their rooms, predominantly merchants accompanying their goods, along with a few weary travelers. Men, women, and children alike appeared frantic, utterly at a loss. A curious woman ventured closer, only to be overwhelmed by the horrific scene, collapsing in shock and weeping uncontrollably on the floor. Li Yonyan stepped forward to assist the woman, gesturing for a nearby man to take her. The front guest room fell silent, its occupants likely facing dire circumstances. Shiwei rushed down from the 3rd floor, her face a portrait of shock at the scene before her. "Take them upstairs to the 3rd floor, and do not descend without my command," Li Yonyan instructed. At this moment, Shiwei was the only one, apart from himself, possessing any martial prowess. "And what of you?" she asked. "There should be a considerable number of adversaries. I shall guard the staircase. If any manage to slip past, it will be up to you." Without waiting for her agreement, Li Yonyan called out to the crowd, "Those who wish to survive, follow this young lady upstairs. And do not stray." A wave of panic swept through the assembly as Shiyue helped a woman towards the staircase, and the crowd hesitantly followed her upward. Li Yinian gripped the short knife tightly, turning to face the corridor. Shadows emerged stealthily from the guest rooms on either side, gradually converging towards him. In the dimly lit corridor, figures loomed ominously, and the glint of the blade shone like snow. Chapter 12, The Night Raid, Part 2. Upon catching sight of the blade's shimmer, the previously dazed individuals instantly regained their senses, jostling against one another as they hurried towards the third floor. Li Yonian's gaze was firmly fixed on the silhouettes of several figures in the corridor as he retreated cautiously. Passing by the guest room where he had just dispatched 2 assassins, he bent down to retrieve a short blade. Once all the individuals had ascended the stairs, he halted 5 paces from the staircase, facing the dark-clad assassins. With both hands gripping the knife and arms outstretched, he silently calculated his next move. The corridor was approximately 6 feet wide, barely allowing him to maneuver. A total of 9 figures approached, their breaths restrained, likely ranging between the 9th rank of copper skin and the 8th rank of iron bones. Judging by their techniques and movements, they appeared to be professionals accustomed to underhanded deeds, merciless and devoid of emotion. The majority of the individuals in the cargo hold were laborers and sailors, accompanied by a handful of overseers, totaling several dozen. Additionally, there were over 20 soldiers dispatched by the court for escort duties. Given that the Great Sui had enjoyed a century of peace, it was reasonable to presume they were not elite troops. At this moment, the sounds from within the ship had gradually subsided. The people below had likely been dealt with, and more would soon ascend. Reinforcements were out of the question, as the vessel had just crossed 100 miles past Jiangxia County, far from any village or inn. The staircase before him represented the final line of defense. Resolute, Li Yonian accelerated the flow of energy within him, his momentum surging. Taking a deep breath, he moved in accordance with his will, lunging toward the nearest assassin. However, to his surprise, several of the assassins, well trained, collaborated to hurl concealed weapons. The shimmering blades shot toward Li Yonian with astonishing speed. Li Yinian advanced rather than retreated. Drawing upon his inner strength, he forcefully lowered his stance once more. With the agility of a panther, he propelled himself forward, his limbs working in unison as he dashed close to the ground, narrowly avoiding the projectiles that whizzed overhead. With his left hand bracing against the earth, he exerted a tremendous force, adjusting his posture midair. As his feet touched the ground, he found himself less than 2 steps away from the cloaked assassin. Li Yinian wielded his sword in his right hand, executing a diagonal strike from below, the blade gleaming with a chilling radiance. The cloaked assassin, gripping his weapon with both hands, sought to intercept this lethal blow. A piercing clash of metal resonated, unable to withstand the immense force. The black-clad figure felt his hands go numb, and his steel blade was instantly dislodged from his grasp. The entrance was now wide open. Before he could even react, a foot struck his chest with tremendous force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his chest caved in. The assassin's body, like a kite severed from its string, soared backward. Li Yinian's footsteps were relentless as he surged forward, his figure darting out like an arrow. Taking advantage of the airborne body of the cloaked assassin as a shield, he approached the remaining 8. 3 of them were caught unawares and were struck down by the falling corpse. 2 others, their backs pressed against the wall, narrowly evaded the impending doom. As they regained their senses and turned to face Li Yinian, a flurry of cold glints flashed by, and in an instant, blood sprayed forth, silencing their screams. The 3 were swiftly dispatched. In the dim light, Li Yinian stood drenched in blood. The warm, metallic scent invigorated him, and every nerve in his body was taut with intensity. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, exuding an aura of a bloodthirsty beast. The remaining 5 assassins, meeting Li Yinian's gaze, felt a jolt of terror, as if their scalps had been set ablaze. Fear crept silently into their hearts, and they felt like prey ensnared by a ferocious predator, wanting to flee, yet finding themselves paralyzed. As they beheld the figure barreling toward them, a shroud of despair enveloped them entirely. Li Yinian moved through the throng like a wolf among sheep, methodically wielding his dagger, each thrust erupting in blossoms of blood around him. In the oppressive shadows, he delivered a final blow to each fallen foe. And with the last cry of anguish fading away, the corridor once again descended into tranquility. Li Yinian paced back to the stairway on the 3rd floor, turning to stand resolutely with dual blades in hand, his gaze fixated on the far end of the corridor. As he endeavored to steady his ragged breaths and the intense bloodlust coursing through him, drops of crimson trickled along the blades, eventually gathering at the tips before cascading down. It felt as though a dam within him had burst, unleashing a ravenous desire for slaughter, an overwhelming thirst for blood. This was not a sensation Lienian relished. It was a feeling of losing control. After the burning of half a stick of incense, footsteps echoed from the stairway at the corridor's end. Several torches ignited, illuminating the dim passageway, as shadows began to materialize one after another. They had arrived. The figures were numerous, no fewer than 30. Leading them was a towering man, approximately 7 feet tall, whose features remained obscured. His physique was comparable to that of the 8 formidable guardians of Dongting. Clad in a fitted purple combat outfit that accentuated his broad frame and composed demeanor, he wielded a 5-foot-long saber, its blade stained with blood. The giant, drawn by the carnage strewn across the ground, lifted his gaze to meet Li Yinyan's at the corridor's end. Their eyes locked, prompting Li Yinyan to tighten his grip on the dual blades and take a deep breath. With a swift motion, the saber descended, and the shadowy assassins behind the giant surged forth, charging directly at Li Yinyan, filling the air with a cacophony of battle cries. The waiting was the most excruciating part. Now, as the figures approached, a sense of relief washed over him. Li Yinyan suppressed the murderous intent within his heart, his expression calm and his gaze clear. He settled into a stable stance, the fiery energy within him circulating rapidly. With an acute awareness of his surroundings, he focused solely on the 5-foot radius beside him. One hand wielded the blade in a defensive posture, while the other held it offensively, both steel knives poised for action. Bai Jingtang once remarked that martial artists should emphasize intention over form, urging one to feel with the heart. Gradually, the world around him fell into a profound silence. The approaching crowd appeared to move in slow motion before Li Yinyan's eyes. The first strike came, an overhead chop. Not yet. Patience is key. As the momentum of the blade waned, Li Yinyan sidestepped, slicing through the air alongside his shoulder. With a slight elevation of his left hand, he advanced half a step, executing a deft reverse cut. A figure slipped past him, collapsing to the ground in an instant, blood gushing from the artery in their neck like a fountain. The sound of blood flowing was distinctly audible. There was no time to pause. The second and third strikes arrived in quick succession. One aimed directly at the chest. The other slashed diagonally toward the face. Li Yinyan stepped forward, his left hand swiftly slicing through the air. With a clang, he deflected an incoming strike aimed at his chest. Immediately following, he executed a powerful side kick, delivering a devastating blow to the ribs of the cloaked assassin. The sound of cracking bones reverberating as several ribs were likely fractured. The assassin collided violently with the corridor wall, collapsing in a heap, devoid of further movement. Seizing the momentum of the black-clad figure's recoil, Li quickly retracted his leg and evaded a strike aimed at his face. His right hand instinctively shot out, delivering a precise punch. The blade, silently piercing and retracting, seemed as though he had never engaged in combat at all. Blood gushed from the assassin's side as his body gradually slumped against the wall. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 3 foes. Witnessing this, the remaining assassins surged forward, swiftly adapting their strategy. 5 of them brandished their weapons simultaneously, targeting him from above, the middle, and below. Li Yinyan, poised and awaiting the opportune moment, took a half step forward with his right foot, subtly preparing himself. As the momentum of the blades waned, leaving no room for alteration, his right leg abruptly straightened, forcefully propelling his body backward by a step. The 5 knife blades grazed his attire, leaving behind a series of bloodied gashes. One by one, the 5 knives whirled past, converging at the very spot where Li Yinyan had once stood. Li Yinyan's thigh tightened with tension as he exerted his brute strength to reverse the tide of battle. With a decisive step forward, he executed a reverse slash, deftly circumventing 5 gleaming blades, his movements bold and expansive. A flash of cold light ignited as a crescent-shaped arc of blades shimmered into existence. The 5 figures were cleaved into 10 shadowy halves, and blood sprayed onto the ceiling, cascading down like a crimson curtain. The pungent scent of blood invaded Li Yinyan's nostrils, and the crimson hue in his eyes surged once more. Li Yinyan returned to the stairway, brandishing dual blades, standing poised to confront his adversaries. In the blink of an eye, within mere moments, he had already dispatched 8 foes. The black-clad assassins rushing from behind were seized by trepidation, halting in their tracks. The leader of the assassins raised an arm, signaling with a few gestures, and the others, comprehending his intent, promptly dispersed. Given Li Yinyan's calculations, the corridor could accommodate no more than 5 individuals wielding weapons simultaneously, as demonstrated moments ago. However, his opponents were not foolish. they would not present him with a second opportunity to strike 5 of them at once. The situation was becoming increasingly challenging, as it was evident that the adversaries were about to coordinate their efforts. After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea sparked within him, leading him to summon his mother's formidable iron pot. This was no ordinary pot. It spanned nearly 2 feet in width, with circular iron handles on either side. With the pot in his left hand and a blade in his right, he felt utterly magnificent. If another opportunity arose, he would certainly enlist old Sui to fashion a shield for him. Here they came. 3 black-clad assassins advanced simultaneously. One lunged forward with a direct strike, while the other 2 provided support. Li Yinian swiftly sidestepped the thrust, poised to counter with a strike of his own. Yet, another blade came hurtling towards him, aimed directly at his right leg, which he intended to advance. Li Yinian was compelled to halt his advance. At this juncture, the assassin who had struck the first blow retreated entirely. Although neither side gained an advantage, the sheer number of adversaries on the opposite side would inevitably lead to exhaustion. It was indeed frustrating. He yearned to take the initiative. Yet, before he could make a single step, a barrage of concealed weapons was unleashed, their icy gleam instantaneously filling the corridor. Amidst the frantic evasion and counterattacks, he barely managed to raise an iron pot to shield himself. After toiling for an extended period, he had failed to advance even a single step. In this deadlock, death by attrition was inevitable. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Li Yinian sidestepped and rushed into a guest room. Then, he lifted the black pot and charged forward with great force. He crashed against 2 wooden walls and emerged from the 3rd guest room. The assassins in the corridor only heard 2 loud thuds, followed by a sudden scream that erupted from the crowd, instinctively retreating towards both ends of the corridor. Li Yinian's objective was unequivocal: to ascend the staircase to the 3rd floor and reclaim his ground with a blade in hand. Like a cornered beast fighting for survival, he encountered fierce resistance from these well-trained killing machines on his path back. Despite being encircled by Li Yinian alone, some had already fallen yet still desperately clung to his legs, while others, even when wounded, used their bodies to obstruct the blade, preventing him from withdrawing it. Even more audaciously, some pierced their own comrades' bodies merely to inflict a wound upon Li Yinian. As he fought his way back to the staircase on the 3rd floor, Li Yinian stood resolute once more, having dispatched a total of 13 adversaries. Though he bore 6 wounds and was drenched in blood once again, this time some of it was his own. Of the 6 injuries, 5 were superficial, but the one to his side was particularly grievous. Having penetrated his ribs and ruptured internal organs, blood streamed forth in a relentless flow. Li Yinian's vision blurred and his breathing became labored. He seized the hem of his robe, slicing it with a swift motion, and tightly bound it around his waist. Channeling a fierce energy, he desperately washed over his wounds, barely managing to staunch the flow of blood. Upon hearing the diminishing sounds from downstairs, Shiyu was overwhelmed with tears, her heart heavy with the thought that Li Yinian's fate was likely grim. She regretted her recklessness, lamenting the unwarranted demise of an honorable man. Taking a deep breath, Shiyu forced herself to quell the tempest within. Summoning her courage, she resolved to descend and take Li Yinian's place. However, just as she took a step forward, a commanding voice echoed, "Let us all go together. I am pressed for time." In that instant, Shiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, breaking into a smile. It was the same phrase she had heard on the bustling streets of Dongting. The man with rolled-up sleeves, whom she had deemed beyond her match, had unexpectedly caught her unawares. Casting a glance back at the group behind her, she retreated a step, her fists clenched tightly, bracing herself for what was to come. Li Yinian exuded an aura of invincibility, his blade pointed directly at the formidable swordsman. He bellowed, "You are all worthless. Come at me." The remaining 9 black-clad assassins glanced back at their leader before gradually retreating behind the towering warrior. The 7-foot giant, his gaze icy and unyielding, advanced slowly, his footfalls echoing with purpose. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, a surge of power erupting as golden light enveloped him. The sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, his presence eclipsing even that of Lu Tieha, reaching the zenith of the 7th-tier diamond realm. With a mighty grip on his saber, he propelled himself forward, shattering the floor beneath him and sending splinters flying in all directions. In an instant, he closed the distance to within 10 feet of Li Yinian. With a sweeping motion, he swung his saber in a wide arc, the force of his strike immense and unyielding. Ignoring the barrier of the wall, the blade carved through with devastating ease, reducing the wooden structure to mere splinters. Li Yinian steadied his stance, grounding himself with a firm posture as he clasped an iron pot protectively by his side. Suddenly, A thunderous sound erupted. Li Yunyang's body hurtled through the air like a fired cannonball, crashing straight into the adjacent guest room. It pierced through two walls before landing with a thud on the sturdy floor. The floorboards splintered under the impact, and with just a bit more force, he would plunge into the depths below. Li Yunyan's internal energy surged violently, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth as the wound on his ribcage erupted anew. The fervor within his heart surged, compelling Li Yunyan to tighten the cloth bandaging his abdomen and slowly rise to his feet, once again confronting the burly man before him. Is this all? He casually flicked the iron pot, marveling at its unexpected lightness. Crafted from an unknown material, it possessed remarkable strength. How generous his mother was. Investing so much in a mere pot, was it truly necessary? The force with which the burly man struck approached that of Bai Jingtang. Yet this was merely the challenge Li Yunyan faced daily. The familiar sensation returned, igniting a spark of excitement within him. The burly man lunged forward again, his blade flashing like lightning. Li Yunyan wielded the iron pot in his left hand, advancing boldly towards the glinting blade. The edge of the knife grazed the bottom of the pot, sending sparks flying, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of metal scraping. With another determined step, he positioned himself beside the burly man, delivering a powerful hook aimed at the man's ribs. Bang! The giant showed no intention of evading. Li Yunyan felt as though his fist had struck solid steel. Bang! Bang! Two more punches landed on the same spot on the burly man's body. It was over. A fist, as large as a clay pot, came crashing towards Li Yunyan's cheek. Li Yunyan's body was propelled backward, crashing through the adjacent wooden wall and landing with a thud. Ha ha ha, that is precisely the sensation. Li Yunyan propped himself up with both hands and rose once more. The burly man gazed at Li Yunyan, his expression filled with doubt. How could this lad remain unscathed? A surge of malevolence ignited within him. With a sharp clang, the saber was driven into the deck. The giant's fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He was determined to shatter this iron-willed youth before him with his bare hands. Li Yunyan felt a surge of determination and swiftly stowed away the iron pot. He assumed a horse stance, gradually extending his fists, his expression bordering on madness. Chapter 13, Night Assault, Part 2. A long-lost sensation enveloped him. Today, even if it meant death, he was resolved to fight with fervor. Li Yunyan took 2 steps forward, standing face to face with the burly man. There were no superfluous feints, no defenses, only a clash of raw strength, each punch striking with ferocity. In an instant, the corridor resonated with the sound of impacts. The crack of bones echoed as blood spattered against the walls on either side. Regrettably, it was all Li Yunyan's. After a flurry of over a dozen punches, he gasped for breath. The two men separated, with Li Yunyan having absorbed 8 blows, while the burly man had taken 2. The burly man raised his fists to inspect them, both stained with crimson, yet the dark-skinned youth before him remained unyielding. On the contrary, his expression grew increasingly frenzied. Madman! The burly man inhaled deeply once more, charging directly at Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan did not shy away. He turned and stood his ground, igniting yet another fierce exchange of blows. The strong man held nothing back, pouring forth the entirety of his lifelong training into each strike. Li Yunyan, having endured numerous punches, pressed forward rather than retreating, exclaiming with fervor, "What a thrill! What a thrill!" Within him, the insatiable torrent of bloodlust surged forth, unleashing a ferocity in his strikes that was nothing short of brutal. Each blow exchanged was a trade of injury for injury, life for life. For an entire instant's duration, neither fighter yielded an inch. When they finally separated, Li Yunyan bore the marks of over 10 punches, while the burly man had taken 6. Why could he not be vanquished? A tremor of disbelief coursed through the man's heart. The blows he had received weighed heavily upon him, penetrating deep into his organs, igniting a dull ache. Having battled fiercely for half his life, he had never encountered such an adversary, growing stronger with every exchange. In a fit of rage, the burly man threw back his head and let out a primal roar. One fist struck the nearby wooden wall, which crumbled under the force. Channeling all his vital energy once more, his momentum soared to its zenith. Every ounce of strength coalesced into his fist, radiating with a golden brilliance, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With 2 strides, he swung his fist in a wide arc, propelling it forward with unwavering intent. Li Yunyan advanced with 2 steps, delivering a punch. With a resounding thud, the 2 fists collided at the focal point, unleashing a transparent ripple that radiated outward. The fierce cyclone instantaneously tore through the floor, ceiling, and walls. Shattered splinters of wood whirled and danced, enveloping the 2 figures. Li Yunyan's body once again flew backward like a cannonball, crashing against the deck of the ship, causing the vessel to shudder violently. He then fell to the ground, silent. The robust man suppressed the tumultuous chi and blood within him, yet a trickle of blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth. Surely this time he must be dead. The man's mind pondered. It was a peculiar sensation, fearing his resurgence while simultaneously yearning for him to rise once more. Such is the way of warriors. Even in the midst of life and death struggles, there exists a moment of mutual admiration. She could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed down the stairs, lifting Li Yinian with urgency, his face smeared with blood. He bore no semblance of a human being. Guilt, regret, despair, and heartache intertwined. As Shay wept freely, holding Li Yinian tightly in her embrace. At the moment Li Yinian collided with the ship's deck, he felt a surge of joy within him. For he had heard a sound emanating from his own body. A soft pop, delicate yet distinct. He had encountered a similar sound when he advanced to the Ironbone realm. He was uncertain whether this phenomenon was common to all warriors or if it was a unique experience to him. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. He had triumphed in his gamble. With a flicker of thought, Li Yinian conjured a spirit restoration pill into his hand. He silently murmured, "Mother, I shall perish if I do not consume this. It is a worthy investment." Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the pill. Shiwa was taken aback, immediately ceasing her weeping, as she feared Li Yinian had risen from the dead. The pill dissolved upon contact with his mouth, and in an instant, a wave of warmth radiated from his lower abdomen throughout his entire body. The fiery energy within surged forth, invigorating him as if he had been infused with adrenaline, coursing wildly through his veins. His vitality surged back to life, and his bones cracked with renewed strength. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Shiyue's eyes as Li Yinian abruptly sat up in her arms. How long would the effects last? Perhaps half an hour. That would suffice. Li Yinian rose to his feet, gently assisting Shiyue while wiping away the tears adorning her cheeks. "You should go ahead. This will conclude shortly." With a faint blush gracing her cheeks, Shiyue hesitated for a moment before turning and dashing back to the third floor. Li Yinian lunged towards the burly man, moving with astonishing speed, leaving behind a long ephemeral shadow. Stepping boldly within 3 feet of the man, he forcefully struck the ground, executing a sweeping hook aimed directly at the man's ribs. The astonishment in the man's eyes was immeasurable. It was nearly unfathomable that a dying person could achieve such a feat instinctively. He tightened his arms to protect his side. Thud! The man's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby guest room. Bang! Bang! He smashed through 2 wooden walls, ultimately colliding heavily with the ship's deck. His organs shifted, blood gushed forth, and he was instantly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. The tides of fortune had turned. This scene mirrored the moment when he had previously sent Li Yinian flying. Li Yinian approached the burly man in just a few steps, launching a relentless barrage of over 10 punches upon him like a tempest. The burly man, caught in a daze, could only instinctively attempt to block the onslaught. Li Yinian was unwavering, channeling his brute strength to deliver several forceful blows to the robust arm of the hulking man, with a series of cracking sounds. The bones in the man's arm shattered, rendering it utterly useless. Immediately thereafter, a fist the size of a cauldron struck him squarely in the face, causing his nose to cave in and a portion of his teeth to shatter, blood erupting forth in a gruesome display. In an instant, the scene transformed into a chaotic mix of flesh and blood. The man's skull collided violently with the ship's deck, and in a dazed moment, he seemed to glimpse the moon above, radiant like a silver platter. The deck was breached, leaving a substantial hole. And just as he was on the brink of plunging into the water, a hand grasped his arm. With a tremendous force, he was pulled back into the confines of the cabin. Li Yinian did not wish for him to plunge into the water, for he had yet to satiate his thirst for combat. Leaning against the gaping hole in the hull, his eyes fixated on the imposing figure before him. A tempest of murderous intent surged within him. The man's eyes were swollen like dumplings, and through his narrowed gaze, he glimpsed a pair of bloodshot orbs. A blood-soaked specter loomed, resembling a ravenous beast poised to pounce and tear into his flesh. The long-forgotten specter of death enveloped him entirely. All hope seemed lost. In an instant, the shadow darted forth, swinging a fist with tremendous force, crashing once more into the man's face. His body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through a wall and landing heavily in the corridor. A few black-clad assassins in the distance exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend that the figure sprawled on the ground was their leader. Moments later, a silhouette burst forth from the shattered guest room, with disheveled hair and crimson eyes. It resembled a ghostly apparition. The figure effortlessly leaped forward, landing atop the giant's chest. Fists the size of cauldrons rained down upon the man's face like a torrential downpour. The ship shuddered violently. With each tremor, it felt as though the very hearts of those present were being shaken. With a resounding crack of bone, blood spattered and scattered in all directions. A crimson mist enveloped the area surrounding the giant's head, chaos erupting within a half-foot radius. The black-clad assassins were paralyzed with horror. They turned and fled toward the staircase in a frantic escape. Lienian laughed maniacally as he rushed outside. After a series of heart-wrenching screams, the corridor fell into complete silence. Ensuring there was no threat, Lienian turned back towards the staircase leading to the third floor. Along the way, he encountered shattered walls and a scene of devastation. Innards and severed limbs lay scattered in every corner of the corridor. Dark crimson blood stained the ground abundantly. Lienian's expression was as somber as water, yet his gait was relaxed, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in a tranquil garden. Clad in a garb stained with blood, he appeared akin to a messenger of hell. Upon reaching the staircase, Lienian rapped gently on the wooden wall. Shiwe peeked her head out from the third floor. Upon recognizing Lienian, her countenance brightened with joy, and she dashed downwards. Wasn't it said to take half an hour? Li Yunyang's eyes were hazy, her eyelids fluttering incessantly. One hand propped against the wall. It is said that half an hour has passed, yet I have not consumed anything. Unlike you, who treats the elixir like mere candy. Fortunately, all is well now. As Lienian's hand slipped against the wall, he tumbled headlong downwards. In a flurry, Shiwe swiftly caught hold of him, landing unceremoniously on the staircase. The familiar darkness enveloped them, his body drifting into the abyss, seemingly endless, with no indication of when it might conclude. When he regained consciousness, he found himself reclined within a horse-drawn carriage. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine. A medicinal jar and several porcelain bowls were arranged on a small wooden table in the corner, while the large wooden box that Shiwe carried on her back rested beside his feet. Ah, how considerate she is in caring for others. Lienian muttered to himself as he attempted to rise, his entire body aching intensely, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He was ensnared in bandages, wrapped haphazardly. With a technique that was utterly crude and unrefined, Lienian untied a bandage from his arm, revealing a wound that had already healed, yet still bore a faint crimson scar. With a casual motion, he removed the entire bandage and tossed it aside. Before long, all the bandages had been removed, save for the deep gash on his rib, which had yet to fully mend. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and the curtain was lifted. Shiwe peered in, her face alight with joy. Lienian, you're awake. Lower the curtain, lower the curtain. Lienian had just taken out a set of clothes, and hadn't yet had the chance to put them on when he hurriedly exclaimed, "What is there to fear? The bloodstains on your body are all due to my efforts in tending to you." Lienian clasped his hands protectively before his chest, stammering for a considerable time yet failing to utter a single coherent sentence. Enough, enough. Just put it on, he urged, his demeanor betraying a sense of awkwardness. Despite claiming to be a person of the world, she glanced at him with disdain, lowered the curtain, and turned to drive the carriage away. Lienian felt a profound sorrow within, lamenting, "Oh mother, my innocence has been lost." Dressed meticulously, he lifted the fabric curtain and took a seat beside Shiwe on the groom's bench. "How many days have I been asleep? 3 days, perhaps? I was nearly frightened to death. You are burning with fever, as if you might ignite at any moment. I have administered countless remedies to no avail." "What remedies?" "I cannot say. I procured them in the dead of night from the apothecary in town." Lienian's heart ached even more. He was unaware of any remedy, yet one insisted on pouring it into his mouth. A different person would have perished 100 times over by now. This life is destined to be dictated by the woman before him. What is the current situation? We have gained notoriety. The valiant scholar in simple robes single-handedly faced 50 foes, vanquishing all assassins and saving half a ship of innocent souls. The court is scouring the land for us, offering a bounty of 100 taels. Why do you not seize me to claim the reward? That is out of the question. I have far more pressing matters at hand. Furthermore, the deal you promised me remains unfulfilled. Lienian could only lament the clarity of thought and decisiveness exhibited by Miss Shiwe. After Lienian collapsed that night, Shiwe realized that entanglement with the court would inevitably lead to legal troubles, and she needed to extricate herself as swiftly as possible. Thus, she resolved to sneak away to the granary, intending to escape by the small boat left by the dark-clad assassins. As she traversed the corridor on the second floor, she was confronted by a hellish scene that nearly caused her to regurgitate the bile in her stomach. It was unimaginable that such atrocities could be perpetrated by a human being. Consequently, She had no choice but to proceed by land, diligently avoiding checkpoints and opting for less traveled paths. In 3 days, she managed to cover a mere 200 miles, with over 1,000 miles still separating her from the capital. Is there any food available? Li Enian had gone 3 days without sustenance, his stomach growling with hunger. Shi Wei shook her garment and cast a disdainful glance at Li Enian, implying that there was no way to conceal food on one's person. Li Enian offered a wry smile, raising his gaze to behold a small pool nestled beneath the cliffs along the roadside. Water awaits us over there. After securing the horse-drawn cart, the two approached the tranquil waterside. The spring water glistened crystal clear, perfectly shaded by the mountains from the sun's rays. Splendid, Li Enian exclaimed with delight. With a casual gesture, a small square table materialized before them. Li Enian, can you perform magic? Shi Wei gasped in astonishment, circling around Li Enian in search of hidden compartments. You rascal, Li Enian retorted with amusement. Following this, 2 small stools landed softly on the ground. Pots, bowls, chopsticks, condiments, and ingredients adorned the table in abundance. Shi Wei circled Li Enian repeatedly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having had a share of entertainment, Li Enian removed the jade pendant from his chest. This is a spatial artifact, containing a small realm capable of holding various items. How exquisite. Shi Wei took the pendant, delicately caressing and admiring it, unable to part with it. I cannot give this to you. It was left to me by my mother, but I shall present you with something else in due time. Li Enian retrieved the jade pendant. Such stinginess. She shot a glance at Li Enian, then extended the wooden box from her possession. Please, place it inside. Do you trust me? I do. The radiant smile on Shi Yu's face was truly delightful. Li Enian was acutely aware that the contents of the wooden box were extraordinary, and that Shi Yu's identity was far from ordinary. The recent skirmish may have been linked to this very box. However, he refrained from inquiring. If she wished to divulge, she would do so in her own time. He tucked away the wooden box and instructed Shi Yu to gather some firewood for their upcoming meal. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves resonated. A youth clad in splendid attire dashed past on the adjacent road. Li Enian turned his head to see that the figure had already run far away, paying it no mind. The sound of hooves came to a halt. The youth clad in splendid attire redirected his steed, approaching Li Enian's direction. Chapter 14. The next stop, Xiangyang. As the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed, Li Enian had already taken note. The sound was heavier than that of ordinary horses, yet remarkably steady. Raising his gaze, he immediately recognized the creature. It was a horse from the western regions, also known as the Tianshan horse, exclusively found at the foothills of the Tianshan Mountains. Majestic in stature, with a straight back, broad chest, and robust limbs, it could traverse 400 li in a day, with a pulling capacity of 800 jin. In the ranks of the Great Sui army, it was classified as a first-rate warhorse, exceedingly rare and typically reserved for the steeds of generals. The most precious coat color was blue, with 1 or 2 of such hue appearing in every 100. Black was a close second, with about 20 emerging from a similar number. The horse before him was a striking black Tianshan steed. Tall and robust, its glossy black coat gleamed, and its flowing mane was both long and elegant. This extraordinary creature was indeed a rare gem. The rider, either affluent or noble, dismounted beside Li Enian's carriage, casually patting the horse's neck, allowing the black steed to graze unbothered. Wearing luxurious attire carries its risks. Heavily reliant on one's appearance and demeanor, a misstep could lead to unintended consequences. However, this individual could pull it off. Of average height and slender build, he donned a silk robe, impeccably tailored to accentuate his well-proportioned figure. His hair was neatly gathered into a bun, adorned with a delicately carved white jade crown and a translucent white jade hairpin, with a heart-shaped face and a defined jawline. His complexion was fair and his forehead full. His eyebrows were straight, arching slightly upwards, framing a pair of peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a carefree, confident charm. His nose was moderately high, with a slightly bulbous tip, and full, fleshy nostrils that suggested good fortune. His lips, though somewhat small, were voluptuously shaped. He appeared to be of a similar age to Li Enian, and his aura bore a resemblance to Zhou Ju's, imbued with scholarly grace yet tinged with a hint of roguishness. Remarkably, these two seemingly contradictory qualities harmonized beautifully within this individual, creating a strikingly complementary effect. Li Enian clasped his fists in greeting and inquired, "May I ask, noble sir, the purpose of your visit?" The elegantly attired young gentleman returned the gesture with enthusiasm, his countenance alight with excitement, and instead of answering, he posed a question in return. "Are you Perchance, Li Yinian was taken aback and inquired, "Do you recognize me, sir?" He chuckled. "What a coincidence. Just a few days ago, I heard someone mention you, and today, I have the pleasure of meeting you. I noticed your distinctive features from afar and felt compelled to approach for a closer look, and to my delight, it truly is you. My name is Do Yuan." As he spoke, the elegantly attired young man retrieved a token from his bosom. The design of the token appeared familiar to Li Yinian, for he possessed a similar one. "Gifted by Lu Chieha, a member of the Song Bang. Did you hear about me from Elder Lu?" Li Yinian inquired. "Indeed," Do Yuan replied. "Elder Lu is not one to lavish praise lightly, especially in light of the recent events concerning the official vessels." Li Yonian could not help but appear embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. "Fear not. This matter is of great significance, and Deacon Lu has only confided in me. I am surprised to find you so youthful. I truly admire you." Li Yonian sighed inwardly, lamenting his lack of experience in the world, which had quickly been revealed through his attempts. He could only return the gesture awkwardly, stammering, "It was merely luck, merely luck." The events of that day were not particularly difficult to investigate. There were numerous witnesses aboard the ship, and one was required to register their name and place of origin before boarding. It was hardly surprising that the Cargo Guild could obtain insider information. At that moment, Shiwei returned, cradling a bundle of firewood, and from a distance, she observed the two exchanging polite greetings for an extended period. "This is Miss Shiwei, who shall accompany me to the capital." Li Yinian introduced Do Yuan, the hero of the Chao Gang. Shiwei cast a cold glance at Do Yuan, nodded slightly, and with a curtsy, returned to her task of tending the fire. Observing Shiwei's departure, Do Yuan awkwardly smiled and remarked, "Miss Shiwei, you truly possess the beauty of a national treasure. Li, my brother, is indeed fortunate. Are you preparing to cook, brotherly?" "Yes, if Do brother does not mind. Would you care to join me for a meal?" "Certainly." Do Yuan readily agreed and approached the small wooden table. Glancing at the ingredients laid out, he turned back and said, "Brotherly, please wait a moment. I shall fetch some game." With that, he lightly stepped away towards a nearby hill. Li Yinian chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "You are indeed quite unreserved. Since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable." Approaching the table, he began to prepare the ingredients: 2 bamboo shoots for potatoes, 3 eggs, a piece of beef, and a handful of greens, simple yet sufficient. As she focused on the fire, Shiwei glanced back at Li Yinian and teased, "You still intend to keep someone for dinner? You sly one." Li Yinian was inexplicably scolded, left in a state of confusion. Before long, a table was set with an array of dishes and 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls neatly arranged. Do Yuan returned, carrying a mountain chicken. Li Yinian took the mountain chicken, pondered for a moment, and conceived an idea. He meticulously prepared the chicken, removing its bones, and then sliced the meat into thin pieces. Arranging them elegantly on a plate, he retrieved a clay pot and a charcoal stove, placing several pieces of red charcoal onto the stove and setting the pot atop it. He poured in spring water and added a few meaty chicken bones to the pot. Subsequently, he included segments of green onion, slices of ginger, pieces of garlic, shiitake mushrooms, star anise, a handful of red dates, goji berries, rock sugar, and salt for seasoning. Turning around, he prepared 3 small dishes of dipping sauce. As the water reached a boil, he lifted the pot lid and sprinkled sesame seeds, instantly releasing an enticing aroma. Do Yuan was astonished, initially believing that it was the culinary talents of Miss Shiwei at work, only to discover it was Li Yinian. The 3 of them seated themselves, enjoying a spread that included stir-fried bamboo shoots, garlic-sauté egg greens, beef with potatoes, and a steaming clay pot of chicken soup at the center. Brotherly's cooking technique was quite unique, neither boiling nor grilling. This method, known as stir-frying, lies between boiling and grilling, preserving the food's texture and freshness. However, it would lose its appeal once cooled, so Brother Do eagerly tasted it while it was still hot. It was unexpected that Brotherly had such culinary expertise. He truly is a remarkable person. It was merely a small technique, learned from watching my mother do it when I was a child. It was only upon growing up that I realized others did not necessarily follow the same method. Li Yinian delicately lifted a slice of mountain chicken, as thin as a mere paper, glistening with an exquisite sheen. He placed it into the center of the earthen pot filled with chicken broth, gently swaying it from side to side. After a brief pause, he retrieved it and dipped it into Do Yuan's sauce, beckoning him to savor the taste. Do Yuan took the morsel, placing it in his mouth to savor slowly, his expression shifting through a spectrum of delight. Fresh, fragrant, subtle, elegant, what a marvelous experience. This novel method of dining truly reflects Brother Li's ingenuity. Though these dishes are simple rustic fare, they are delightful enough to indulge in. Regrettably, I am not adept at drinking, thus I have not brought any wine. Brother Do, please feel free to enjoy at your leisure. No matter. I too abstain from alcohol. Let us proceed as we wish. Do Yuan, with fervor, devoured his meal, immersed in his feast. Shi Wei observed the two exchanging pleasantries with indifference, focusing solely on her own meal. To be candid, Li Yinyan's cooking is quite delectable. Do Yuan, ever the conversationalist, casually shared tales of the world, and the meal unfolded harmoniously. Upon finishing, Do Yuan rose to take his leave, and Li Yinyan accompanied him to the roadside. Do Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Brotherly, please stay a moment. I am heading to Xiangyang and shall remain there for a while. Should you find yourself passing through, do visit the Sambong branch and we shall gather again." "Certainly, I shall make it a point to pay a visit," Li Yinyan replied. As Do Yuan raised his hand, a wooden box appeared in his grasp, measuring about a foot square. Inside are two human skin masks. "Brotherly, your reputation is currently flourishing, and having them at hand will serve you well." Without allowing Li Yinyan to decline, Do Yuan pressed the wooden box into his hands. He mounted his horse, turning back to bid farewell with a respectful gesture. Tightening the reins and gently urging his steed, he galloped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Li Yinyan bowed slightly to bid farewell, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the table, he noticed that Shi Wei had remarkably tidied up the remnants of their earlier gathering. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, "Oh, so the token of affection has been presented. Are you truly enamored?" She teased. "What token of affection? It is merely the human skin mask bestowed upon us by Brother Do. Given our current circumstances, travel is hardly convenient." Shi Wei placed her hands on her hips and questioned loudly, "Li Yinyan, spare me your antics. Don't tell me you failed to realize it's Brother Do, isn't it? Or should I say, Miss Do? How did you discern that?" Li Yinyan was also intrigued, as Shu Wei usually did not appear particularly astute. In an agitated tone, Shu Wei exclaimed, "You men are all the same. Not a single good one among you." Yet he hardly cast a glance my way. Understanding dawned upon Yinyan, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He placed the wooden box on the table and opened it. The box was divided into 3 tiers. The upper layer contained the visage of a young man, while the middle layer held the countenance of a woman. Crafted from an unknown material, they were as delicate as gossamer and astonishingly lifelike. The lower tier housed an array of exquisite tools, alongside a collection of mustaches, hair, and other decorative accessories. Li Yinyan could not help but exclaim that this was indeed an indispensable item for traversing the martial world. The mountain breeze arose, causing ripples to dance upon the water's surface, seeping into his sleeves with a refreshing chill. The further north he journeyed, the more invigorating the air became. For days later, along the official road 30 miles outside of Shenyang City, a horse-drawn carriage was moving slowly. The driver, a man in his 30s, possessed a square face, bushy eyebrows, large round eyes, and a bulbous nose. He sported a pair of curled mustaches and a broad jaw, adorned with a black cap. He wore a plain long gown with a round collar, cinched at the waist with a wide black silk belt, and his feet were clad in round-toed cloth shoes. He appeared to be a shrewd and capable small businessman. "Where is the head of the household?" "I am famished." A woman's voice emanated from the carriage. "It will take at least another hour. Why don't you eat a couple of fruits to tide you over?" The man replied, reaching into his bosom to retrieve 2 fruits. He lifted the curtain and handed them inside. A delicate hand accepted the fruits, the back of the hand fair, with long fingers. Inside the carriage sat a woman with her hair elegantly styled in a bun, seemingly not yet in her 30s, adorned with a single flipped hairpin. Silver combs were nestled at the front and back of her hair, while a golden flower ornament swayed gently with the movement of the carriage, reflecting light in a dazzling display. With an oval face, straight brows, and large round eyes, she had a prominent yet delicate nose. Her lips were full and well-defined. Her figure was slender, wearing a wide-sleeved purple inner garment beneath a sheer wide-sleeved outer layer, and a white and red two-tone skirt cinched under her arms. She sported a pair of embroidered shoes with a flat toe. Her form was voluptuous, with graceful curves, exuding a certain charm and allure. Suddenly, a flurry of hooves echoed from behind the carriage. Several young riders, clad in robust attire, swiftly galloped past, stirring up a cloud of dust. The driver squinted, holding his breath. This was the 3rd wave of such riders today. For days now, these martial figures had been rushing by, seemingly all heading towards Xiangyang City. Xiangyang City is strategically situated in the middle reaches of the Han River, surrounded on three sides by the water, which widens to 50 zhang at certain points. To the west, it is bordered by the treacherous peaks of Yanggu Mountain and Phoenix Mountain, forming a natural land barrier. The city walls stand tall, and the gates are fortified, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Historically, it has been a coveted stronghold for military strategists, and it remains the foremost military bastion in the heart of the Central Plains. Since the establishment of the Sui dynasty, the city's defenses have been entrusted to the emperor's most trusted confidants. Following the demise of Emperor Wan, the Empress Dowager, in alliance with the national uncle Yu Hong, pushed for the second prince to inherit the throne, resulting in the external relatives gaining considerable power. Consequently, the defense of Xiangyang City fell under the jurisdiction of the national uncle Yu Hong. As dusk began to settle, a carriage entered the city just before the gates closed. Halting at the entrance of the Felikexuan Inn in the southern part of Xiangyang, the driver lifted the curtain, extending his hand to assist the woman down from the carriage. He casually tossed a piece of silver to the stable boy who approached to lead the horse, instructing him to feed it fine fodder. The stable boy beamed with a smile as he took the horse to the rear courtyard. Inside the first-floor hall, the lights blazed brightly, and the sounds of lively chatter filled the air. Most of the tables were occupied by guests, their faces revealing a myriad of expressions, predominantly those of wandering heroes from the martial world. As the couple entered, they immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, and the bustling hall fell into a notable hush. The reason for this was the tall and elegantly proportioned figure of the woman clad in purple. The man turned, only to be met by the intense gaze of several burly men, causing him to break into a cold sweat. They sought a room of the highest quality, and followed a young server briskly towards the inn's courtyard. Behind them, a raucous uproar ensued as a group of strong men began to jeer, their language coarse and unrefined. The premium room was a secluded courtyard, consisting of a main chamber and an annex. In the center lay a small pond, encircled by a ring of flower beds. Beside the pond sat a charming stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools. The courtyard was tidy, and the atmosphere was relatively serene. The man instructed the server to bring some food and to ensure the lady was settled before he stepped outside. He found a corner seat in the hall, ordered a pot of fine wine and 2 cold dishes, and began to sip leisurely. He overheard discussions about the court's recent recruitment of martial artists, with a promise of increased rewards. "Do you have any connections to secure a spot?" one man inquired. "I have no connections whatsoever," came the frustrated reply. "The members of the River Gang only look after their own. When will it be our turn as outsiders? I might as well take my chances in the arena tomorrow." "You must be joking. Those military brutes strike without restraint. How many contenders come out unscathed? Damn it. Having come this far, am I to return empty-handed?" Listening to the conversations behind him, the man began to glean the situation. Every few years, the Sui court would select a group of martial artists from among the wandering warriors to bolster the military. Unlike the regular army, this group was engaged in a mercenary arrangement with the court. Their primary tasks involved eliminating enemy commanders and infiltrating the ranks with their own fighters, earning rewards based on their rank or the number of enemies dispatched. The court's remuneration was substantial for those fortunate enough to secure a position. A few years of service could ensure a lifetime of comfort. Traditionally, the River Gang spearheaded these recruitment efforts, distributing invitations to gather various martial talents. Given the geographical significance of Xiangyang, it naturally became the focal point for such endeavors. Consequently, the River Gang often had a number of recommended positions available. Young disciples from esteemed families allied with the gang found it considerably easier to receive endorsements and direct recommendations for military service, making this path relatively smooth. In contrast, the remaining wandering martial artists who rushed in upon hearing the news faced lesser benefits. The military's elite would set up arenas, and only the victors, after a thorough verification of their identities, would obtain a token permitting them to join the ranks. However, these elite often faced the threat of having their achievements usurped by martial artists, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards them, resulting in fierce competition. Thus, these wandering warriors find themselves in a predicament when facing the arena, particularly those with lesser abilities. For them, ascending is a simple task, yet descending proves to be a formidable challenge. The warriors selected through the aforementioned 2 pathways are referred to as sword bearers. It is noteworthy that the reason many warriors are drawn to the identity of a sword bearer is steeped in legend. It is said that the founding emperor of the previous dynasty began his journey as a sword bearer, rising through the ranks by virtue of his military achievements, ultimately attaining nobility and seizing the realm. He is regarded as the pinnacle of the sword-bearer community. The man listened for a while longer, discerning no information of value, and then rose to settle his bill, making his way toward the guest house courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, a shadow hurtled toward him, and he instinctively reached out. Catching a boot. Li Nian, where on earth have you been? Leaving me to watch over the house alone. If you have the guts, don't come back, scolded the woman, hands on her hips. This man, of course, was the disguised Li Nian, and the woman was Shi Yue. Ever since the two assumed the guise of a common couple, Li Nian had shared with Shi Yue the intricacies of the common people's lives, folk customs, and everyday vernacular. Unexpectedly, Shi Yue had immersed herself too deeply into the role, relishing the experience and desiring more. I went to a brothel, so what? Tomorrow I'll divorce you, and I'll still go every day. Oh, you heartless wretch. Let everyone judge this. For the sake of a woman from a brothel, you would cast aside your original wife. How can one live like this? I can't go on. I cannot endure this any longer. Shi Yue dramatically sank to the ground, mimicking the antics of a village woman in a fit of despair. Li Nian stood in astonishment. Approaching Shu's side, he crouched down and began to observe intently. Li Nian raised his thumb and remarked, "To speak frankly, I have never taught you this. It is truly remarkable. Simply breathtaking. Haha, the other day, as I passed by a market, I witnessed such a scene. The woman was even more impressive. I only learned a fraction of what she demonstrated." Li Nian pondered, "Oh heavens, when will the original Xinwei be returned?" Just then, a cough resonated from behind the two. Li Nian glanced towards the door, and in an instant, Shi Yue's face was suffused with crimson, prompting her to rise and hastily retreat into the chamber. Chapter 15. The martial arts display in Xiangyang. The visitor was none other than Dou Yuan. I am truly impressed by the meticulousness of the information network within the Chaohang. Brotherly, please do not take offense. I discreetly instructed the young servant at the city gate to keep a watchful eye, and upon receiving the report, I took the liberty of visiting you, which may be considered impolite. With Shi Yue occupying the chamber, the two had no choice but to take their seats at the stone table beside the small pool. Li Nian rose to fetch tea from the side room, only to encounter a woman resembling a lady, carrying a tea tray. After receiving a disdainful glance, he took the tray with an awkward smile and returned. Haha, Miss Shi Yue possesses a truly innocent disposition, Dou Yuan interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Li Nian chuckled, saying, Miss Shi Yue hails from the southern Xianghua and possesses a keen interest in the customs and traditions of the Central Plains, though her studies have taken a rather unconventional path. Since you are here, dear brotherly, I implore you to linger a while longer. The city of Xiangyang is resplendent with prosperity, and as a quasi-host, it is my duty to ensure that you experience its wonders to the fullest. Li Nian poured tea for Dou Yuan, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Brother Dou, your hospitality is overwhelming. I shall linger for a day to procure some supplies for my journey. Very well. Tomorrow at noon, at Minghua Tower, I have already arranged a banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels. At that time, someone will come to guide you. Dou Yuan continued, coincidentally. Tomorrow at the hour of Xin, there will be a contest at the martial arts arena in the inner city, in which my Chao gang will participate. It would be an honor for you to accompany me to observe. Once the event concludes, I shall take you on a tour. What do you think, brotherly? Respectfully, I would be delighted to accept. Li Nian lifted his teacup, and the two exchanged a toast with tea instead of wine, sharing a meaningful glance as they drank. Since it is settled, the evening has grown late. I shall take my leave to avoid disrupting your enjoyment. Brother Dou? Dou Yuan rose to bid farewell, his gaze filled with intrigue. Brother Dou seems to have misunderstood. My relationship with Miss Shi Yue is entirely innocent. Li Nian's awkward and powerless explanation appeared to bear little fruit as he rose to take his leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shi Yu leaned casually against the door of the side room, her arms crossed, clutching the remnants of a half-eaten fruit. Her gaze was filled with a playful mockery that made Li Nian feel uneasy. Having just arrived in the city, he found himself inexplicably entangled with her, and he could not fathom what it was about this dark-skinned lad that captivated her so. Li Nian did not engage further and directly proceeded to the side room. Let us rise early tomorrow to procure provisions for our journey. The night was cool as water, and the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Li Nian sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the side room. The fiery energy within him had grown considerably since he had forcefully broken through to the Diamond Realm. and it was exceedingly vibrant. It continuously surged through his meridians, leaving him with a profound sense of soreness and discomfort by day's end. Each night, he needed to concentrate his mental energy to forcibly rein it back into his dantian, allowing it to circulate slowly. Otherwise, rest would be unattainable. Before long, Li Nian gradually entered a meditative state, and a faint golden radiance began to emanate from the side room. The following morning, Li Nian stepped out of his room. To his surprise, Shiwei had not indulged in a lazy slumber and was already waiting in the courtyard, her face alight with excitement. In her hand, she clutched a piece of rice paper, densely covered with writing. Li Nian instinctively clutched his purse. In Xiangyang City, there are two northern gates, the Grand North Gate and the smaller North Gate. The Grand North Gate serves as the outer city gate, adjacent to the Han River, where the expansive waters are frequented by countless sailing vessels. Across the river lies Fanqing, with over 30 docks of varying sizes on both banks, bustling with merchant ships from across the nation. The smaller North Gate, on the other hand, is the inner city gate. The inner city, located at the heart of Xiangyang, is square-shaped and spans 4 li in width. Encircled by a protective moat, its formidable walls represent the final bastion following the outer city's breach. This inner city houses the government offices and serves as the garrison for the troops, while the outer city is a vibrant dwelling place for citizens of diverse trades. The marketplace visited by Li Nian and another is located in the outskirts of the city, known as the North Inner Street. The Great North Gate serves as a boundary, with the outer street situated to the north of the wall, adjacent to the Han River Wharf. An abundance of commercial warehouses bustle with activity as goods are loaded and unloaded. To the south of the wall lies the inner street, lined with numerous shops that showcase a myriad of products from across the nation, catering to every conceivable need. The main thoroughfare, which stretches from east to west, is remarkably wide, accommodating 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. The street is paved with bluestone slabs, straight and approximately 8 miles in length. Along both sides of the street, every 30 feet stands a solid wooden red-painted pillar. Each pillar features a crossbeam, from which hang 2 sets of 3 lanterns, illuminating the area with a total of 6 lights per pillar when night falls. The shops on either side are expansive, with the shortest boasting at least 2 stories, exuding grandeur and splendor. Most establishments are renowned taverns, banks, and large commercial enterprises. A glance reveals a harmonious skyline of towering lofts, with varied heights creating a picturesque scene, while an array of colorful signs and merchant flags captivates the eye. Every 3 miles, a crossroad appears, giving rise to 3 narrower secondary streets. These side streets, though slightly more confined, extend 12 miles in length and can accommodate 2 carriages. The shops here tend to be smaller, so merely a few feet square. However, they are filled with a vibrant atmosphere, bustling with life. Markets for vegetables, grain shops, noodle stalls, and general goods, as well as pawn shops, thrive in this lively setting, exuding a strong sense of everyday life. The narrow alleys and lanes are countless, with tea houses, theaters, and gambling dens often clustered in obscure nooks. The city's network of paths is orderly and well-maintained, and the vibrancy of this place surpasses even the famed 10-mile street of Dongting. Although it is still morning, the streets are already teeming with a lively crowd, creating a cacophony of sounds. Li Nian trudged along, nearly devoid of hope, with both hands burdened by 2 large bundles. He numbly followed behind the woman, Shiwei. Shiwei moved with remarkable speed, her energy seemingly boundless. Her eyes were glazed over, and she yearned to purchase everything in sight. From the moment they finished breakfast to now, she had not paused for a single moment, having transformed into a relentless buying machine. Alarmingly, the majority of the items in the 2 hefty bundles were impulsive purchases, not listed on Shiyue's shopping agenda. As noon approached, Li Nian found himself encumbered, every inch of him laden with bags filled to the brim with assorted goods. Aside from the money he had entrusted to Aunt Lu upon leaving Zhu village, today marked the day he had spent the most. As the 2 returned to the inn, laden with their burdens, a horse-drawn carriage was stationed at the entrance. The driver was a young lad, a worker from the lower ranks of the Tsang gang, known as Qianer, quick-witted and perceptive. He leapt down from the carriage upon seeing Li Nian and approached with a few brisk steps, bowing in greeting. He had been sent by Dou Yuan to escort them. After securing their belongings, the duo set off for Mingyue Tower. Mingyue Tower, while not the largest tavern in Xiangyang, was certainly the most prestigious. Situated in the heart of the city, near the small North Gate, its head chef hailed from a renowned family of imperial chefs based in the capital. with branches established in major towns throughout the Great Sui territory. The culinary techniques were both lavish and understated, offering a diverse array of exquisite delicacies, each one unique in Xiangyang. Naturally, the expenses were substantial. Townsfolk often regarded a visit to Mingyue Tower as a mark of honor. The tower comprised 3 stories, designed with a 2-eave structure. The flying eaves at the corners were elegantly pointed, and the towering columns stood straight and proud, adorned with intricate dugong brackets, resembling a vibrant floral arrangement. The roof was laid with green tiles and blue bricks, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. The interior space was meticulously crafted, with dragon carvings and golden embellishments, radiating opulence and splendor. Within the confines of propriety, it aspired to embody the luxurious and solemn style of the imperial court. Dou Yuan awaited at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a blue robe. Li Nian was somewhat taken aback, hastily stepping forward as the group exchanged respectful salutations. The leader of the Chaobang Xiangyang branch, Wang Jinyang, is one of our esteemed elders, Dou Yuan introduced. I, the younger generation, Li Nian, pay my respects to Leader Wang. Li Nian bowed respectfully. Wang Jinyang, around 50 years of age, possessed a medium build. His hair was a mix of black and white, his face thin, with pronounced cheekbones and slanted triangular eyes. A prominent nose adorned with a pair of mustachios shaped like the character framed his face, while a tuft of goat-like beard graced his chin, giving him a serene countenance. In his early years, he served as a close attendant to the former leader, showcasing exceptional martial talents which garnered the old leader's favor and mentorship. After half a lifetime of traversing the martial world, he had attained the rank of a genuine master, standing as one of the 5 esteemed elders of the Chaobang. Following the former leader's retreat into seclusion, Wang was entrusted to oversee the Xiangyang branch, a testament to his significant stature. With a warm smile, Wang Jinyang remarked, "Yuan, you have been mentioned frequently of late. Meeting you today, I can indeed see your exceptional demeanor. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." Li Nian hurriedly returned the greeting, saying, "As a novice, I am unworthy of such favor from the esteemed young master. I am truly humbled." After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the restaurant. The grand hall on the first floor was adorned with over 20 tables, though only a few were occupied, lending an air of desolation. Yet, those who frequented this establishment rarely came with the intention of dining. Most were there to host distinguished guests and deliberate on significant matters. Therefore, the main events unfolded in the private rooms upstairs. Ascending to the 2nd and 3rd floors, the clinking of goblets and the lively chatter gradually intensified. On the 3rd floor, in room 6, the door stood ajar, revealing a table lavishly set with a sumptuous feast. The 4 guests, after a moment of courteous hesitation, took their seats. The dishes were exquisite and opulent. The porcelain servingware was extraordinary, white as jade, thin as paper, bright as a mirror, and resonant like a chime, exemplifying the characteristic features of the renowned Suzhou kiln. The value was considerable, frequently circulated among the elite. The table boasted 4 delicate pastries, crystal dragon and phoenix cake, 8 directions cold food cake, single steamed golden milk puff, and golden jade longevity porridge. There were 4 cold dishes, 8 immortals platter, reticent sauce, diced fragrant lamb with sauce, and lambskin flour threads. 8 hot dishes included glazed milk fish, scallion vinegar chicken, phoenix embryo, white dragon's essence, celestial pork, brightly roasted shrimp, and red lamb branches. The table was lavishly laden, a feast for the senses, showcasing an unparalleled display of color, aroma, and flavor. Li Nian came from humble beginnings, and his astonishment was palpable, causing him to eat with some restraint. In contrast, she was much more at ease, her chopsticks flying as she dined. The predominant topic of conversation during the meal centered around the upcoming competition. The Chaobang had nominated a total of 22 young candidates for the role of the knife wielders, 6 of whom were nurtured within their ranks. The remaining candidates hailed from various prestigious families, each possessing formidable abilities. The imperial military would randomly select 5 individuals from these 22 to compete against the talented warriors of the army, thereby assessing the quality of this nomination. Although labeled as a test, it was, according to custom, merely a formality where everyone would save face. Dou Yuan was particularly spirited, constantly serving Li Nian and Shiyu with dishes and enthusiastically sharing the origins and preparations of each delicacy, lamenting that their stay was too brief. Otherwise, he would have taken them to savor all the culinary delights of Xiangyang. Shiyu's impression of Dou Yuan improved remarkably, as she broke into a smile. "Indeed, One cannot deny the hospitality of their host. After a satisfying meal, the four of them climbed into a horse-drawn carriage and proceeded to the martial arts arena in the inner city. The arena, situated in the western half of the inner city, overlooked the majestic Yanggu Mountain. It was a square expanse, each side measuring half a mile, capable of accommodating thousands of soldiers for simultaneous drills. Upon their arrival, the arena was already packed to the brim, with layers of armored soldiers gathered to witness the event. The atmosphere was strict and silent, exuding an air of solemnity and tension. Exchanging glances, Dou Yuan and Wang Jinyang could not help but furrow their brows. They hurried a few paces to the front of the command platform at the eastern end of the arena. There, prominently seated, was a burly general. Standing at least 7 feet tall, he possessed a formidable physique, with a broad back and a powerful build, adorned in a silver helmet and gleaming armor. His face was marked by rugged, muscular features. With naturally arched brows, piercing eyes, and a wide mouth, he bore a striking scar that ran diagonally across his left cheek, drawing attention. His commanding presence, even in repose, radiated authority, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. Dou Yuan and Wang Jinyang approached swiftly, kneeling and bowing their heads in deference. They proclaimed loudly, "We, the humble Dou Yuan and Wang Jinyang, pay our respects to General Ko. We were unaware of your esteemed presence and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused by our tardiness." The highest authority in Xiangyang City, General Ko Tingshan, a 5th-grade martial artist and the most formidable general under Duke Yuhong, originated from a military family. At the age of 16, he had chosen to conceal his identity and ventured alone to the borders of Yuzhou to enlist. Rising through the ranks from a common soldier based on his genuine military achievements, he eventually attained the rank of general. Known for his fierce temperament and innate military prowess, he was always at the forefront of battle, excelling in siege warfare and enduring the tumult of a soldier's life, ultimately being promoted to the rank of Mingwei General, a 4th-grade position. After Duke Yuhong gained power, he was summoned to the capital to defend Xiangyang City, a task he met with reluctance, preferring to remain in the military camp outside the city, often lamenting, "Guarding an inland city is as dull as watching paint dry." With a wave of his hand, General Ko declared, "Rise. It is not yet time. What is there to be concerned about? Take your seats and let us commence. I am on the verge of growing weary from idleness." Dou Yuan and his companion expressed their gratitude and stood, making their way to the southern end of the arena. 22 young talents stood in a line, their demeanor composed and their expressions solemn. Before them lay 2 rows of seats, with 2 in the front and 4 in the back. Among those seated in the rear were 2 stewards from the Zongbang, who rose from their chairs and bowed respectfully as Dou Yuan and Wang Jinyang approached. Dou Yuan and Wang Jinyang took their places at the foremost seats, while Li Yinian and Shi Wei occupied the vacant spots in the back row. At the center of the martial arts arena stood a platform, constructed from bluestone slabs, measuring 5 zheng in length and width. Surrounding the platform, at a distance of 5 steps, a circle of shields, each half a person high, was erected as a buffer zone. Rows of armored soldiers stood at attention nearby, their iron armor clanging, exuding an imposing presence. On the opposite side of the platform, a lone seat was occupied by a young general clad in silver armor. The war drums resounded. The soldiers shouted thrice, their voices thunderous. The crowd felt as though they were amidst a battlefield, their blood igniting with fervor. Dou Yuan was lost in thought, a vague sense of foreboding washing over him. The spectacle of the day bore an unusual air. In previous years, the commanding general had not been present, nor had there been so many soldiers to witness the event. What was the significance of the young general in silver armor? As the first drumbeat concluded, the officer in charge, holding a bamboo tube filled with slips of paper, stepped to the center of the platform. Inside the tube were 22 bamboo slips inscribed with names. One by one, a slip would be drawn, and the chosen individual would ascend the platform to face the military's elite. Victory could be claimed through defeating an opponent, conceding, or being knocked out of the ring. The competition would consist of 5 matches, with the Zongbang only needing to secure 1 victory to triumph. Traditionally, the Zongbang would win 2 rounds while the military would claim 3, allowing both sides to save face. The officer shook the tube, and a slip emerged. The first battle will be between Qingqing Mountain's Zhang Shermin, the officer proclaimed loudly. Behind Li Yinian, a young man clad in sleeveless martial attire stepped forward. With a single stride, he crossed the shield wall and followed it with a magnificent leap, soaring over 3 zhang. His posture was graceful as he landed beside the commanding officer. Zhang Shermin faced the command platform, bowing in respect before clasping his fists and surveying the surroundings. The esteemed Qingqing Mountain specializes in Xingyi Quan, emphasizing the significance of form and intention, with the mind guiding the body. Judging by Zhang Shiman's recent leap, he must have mastered the tiger fist. At that moment, a military figure had emerged, prompting the commanding officer to glance at the young warrior in silver armor. The silver-armored youth yawned, rose to his feet, and with a single stride crossed the shield wall. With a second step, he effortlessly surpassed 3 zhangs, nearly colliding with the commanding officer. Li Nian observed intently, exerting force through a single leg, yet he leapt further than Zhang Shimin, who utilized both legs. With a powerful force, the young silver-armored warrior stood firm, offering a salute towards the general's platform before turning to acknowledge his fellow soldiers with a graceful bow. Instantly, the air was filled with cheers. The soldiers struck their shields with their scabbards, creating a crisp and resonant sound that harmonized into a unified chorus. The commanding officer raised his hands to signal for silence, bellowing, "The first contest begins." Zhang Shimin, in his early 20s, stood over 6 feet tall, clearly towering half a head above the silver-armored youth. His physique was robust, with solid muscles, embodying the prowess of the golden body realm. Observing Zhang Shimin, he gradually settled into a horse stance, lowering his upper body until it was nearly parallel to the ground, supporting himself with one hand. The aura of his fists was formidable, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Shimin surged forward, employing both hands and feet in a ferocious move that resembled a tiger pouncing on its prey, heading straight for the silver-armored warrior. The silver-armored youth maintained a relaxed demeanor, half-crouching in a horse stance, his hands naturally hanging down. Zhang Shimin darted swiftly along the ground, closing the distance with remarkable speed. In 2 strides, he was upon the silver-armored youth, his right hand poised like a claw. With grand movements, he unleashed a powerful strike. The force was immense. Yet, the silver-armored youth did not retreat. Instead, he advanced a step, raising his left hand in a defensive posture, and the two collided fiercely. With a thunderous crash, it felt as if Zhang Shimin had struck a steel plate. The recoil was tremendous, causing his internal energy to surge violently. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength to push forward. Their heads and necks locked, arms intertwined as they vied for dominance in their pushing contest. The arena fell into a profound silence. With a sudden movement, the silver-armored youth took a step forward. Zhang Shimin's shoes scraped against the ground as he was forcefully pushed back a step. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhang Shimin's eyes glinted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Drawing in another breath, he braced himself to counterattack. The silver-armored youth advanced 2 more steps, his arms drawing wide arcs as he forcefully broke free from Zhang Shimin's grasp. Utilizing the momentum, he thrust both hands against Zhang Shimin's chest, delivering a concentrated push. Zhang Shimin's towering form was sent flying backward like a severed kite, crashing into a row of shields. The first round concluded with the silver-armored youth's victory. The young general is magnificent. The young general is magnificent. Cheers erupted, reverberating through the arena, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of shield strikes. Do Yuan clenched his fists, furrowing his brow. The commanding officer took the stage once more, quelling the uproar, and shook the signed cylinder. Second match. The young swordsman from the Divine Sword Manor, Hu Jianeng, burst forth in a flash of blue attire, gracefully landing on the arena. His figure stood straight as a sword, hair dancing in the wind, exuding a sharp sword intent. The treasured sword on his back trembled incessantly, humming ominously. Chapter 16. The continuation of the Xiangyang martial arts exhibition. Hui Jianeng, handsome and ethereal, entered the golden body realm at the tender age of 18. Mastering both swordsmanship and martial arts, recognized as a prodigy within his clan. The realms of swordsmanship and martial prowess share a common origin. Yet they diverge starting from the golden body realm. While martial artists cultivate their spirit and ascend in stages, swordsmen embark on the path through the sword, with even more stringent criteria for success, yet their lethality is unmatched. The silver-armored young warrior did not retreat from the battlefield. It appears he is poised for yet another confrontation. Ah, the rare combination of sword and martial prowess, indeed. Hand me my spear, he exclaimed, turning back. A long spear sliced through the air. The silver-armored young warrior raised his hand, grasping the dark spear, its shaft as black as ink, while its tip gleamed like freshly fallen snow. With a casual flourish, a piercing shriek echoed. Without uttering a word, Hu Jianeng unleashed his formidable aura in an instant, his long hair billowing dramatically. With a mere flick of his finger, the sword at his back unsheathed itself, hurtling towards the silver-armored young warrior with fierce intent. Li Yinian could not help but marvel at the elegance of a sword cultivator. With a sword that traversed like the wind and a blade that gleamed with a fierce chill, it sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. The flamboyant silver-armored youth scoffed disdainfully. Stepping forward with a martial stance, he brandished his spear with both hands, executing a sweeping strike. A crescent of dark light flashed ominously. A piercing shriek erupted. Ding! The flying sword ricocheted, shooting straight towards the heavens. Without pausing, the silver-armored youth dragged his spear forward, his figure darting like lightning towards Hua Jiantang. Hua Jiantang's hands danced in the air, summoning 9 miniature flying swords from his sleeves, each aiming for the 9 vital points of the silver-armored youth. Undeterred, the youth charged forward, gripping his black spear tightly in his right hand. He lifted the spear from behind his head, channeling his strength into it, and with a mighty thrust, he struck the arena floor. Instantly, the bluestone tiles exploded outward from the point of impact, debris flying in all directions as a powerful gust of wind swept up clouds of dust. The 9 flying swords were sent tumbling, their fates uncertain. As dust enveloped the arena, obscuring vision, Hua Jiantang quickly focused his mind, coordinating with his flying swords while remaining vigilant of the silver-armored youth's position. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck. Someone had seized the collar of his garment. Before he could react, he found himself swinging upside down. Bang! His entire body was hurled violently to the ground. The earth shattered beneath him. But this time it was not the spear that caused the rupture, but rather the impact of a body. Bang! Another violent slam. Spectators could only see shadows tumbling amidst the dust as 2 new craters formed on the ground. Bang! Another strike. The silver-armored youth felt the grip on his person loosen. As the individual in his hold grew limp, Li Yonian's expression was as somber as water. The intensity of the competition had escalated. As the dust settled, the outcome was clear. Cheers erupted once more. The armored young general cast his gaze towards the command platform. Ko Tingshan smirked, muttering under his breath, absurd. Wang Jinyang had been covertly observing Ko Tingshan's demeanor, and when he finally detected a hint of a smile, he sensed that enduring the day would be a challenge. He hastily instructed a few individuals to fetch a stretcher to carry the injured away for treatment. After 2 consecutive rounds of overwhelming victories, Dou Yuan's countenance was beginning to falter. The officer ascended the stage once more. 3 names were drawn: Chao Bang, Lu Zhen. Upon announcing the names, the officer turned to depart the stage, only to be halted by the armored young general. Finish announcing them all. It's quite a hassle. The young general turned to Dou Yuan's group, his words dripping with disdain. Why not all come at once? The group was ignited with fury, youthful and impetuous. They could hardly tolerate such provocation. When she used temper flared, she stood to ascend the stage, only to be pulled back by Li Yonian. My lady, what are you stirring up now? Wang Jinyang rose, his gaze silencing the group's rage. Shiyu, fuming, returned to her seat. The officer looked towards the command platform, and Ko Tingshan nodded in acknowledgement. The officer continued to draw 2 more names: Dan Song, Chao Hanfang, Chao Bang, Gu Qingyuan. After announcing 2 more names, the 3 stepped forward. Dou Yuan quietly instructed, do not act recklessly. As the 3 ascended the platform, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Nearly 10,000 voices resounded in unison. The young general is mighty. The young general is mighty. The cheers reverberated, unwavering. The disparity in strength was undeniable. The 3 began to strategize, seeking collaboration. Dansong belonged to a unique school, excelling not in physical prowess but in stealth and assassination, emphasizing a lethal strike. The 2 talented members of Chao Bang were inner disciples, trained in the former leader's internal martial arts, fierce and relentless, employing life-or-death tactics. Chao Hanfang, small and agile, complemented the tall Lu Zhen and Gu Qingyuan. The 2 giants would launch the primary offensive while Chao Hanfang would shield himself behind them, poised to deliver a decisive blow, potentially securing victory. Have you 3 conferred? I shall grant you an incense stick's worth of time. If you endure within that duration, it shall be deemed your victory. The armored young general's arrogance was utterly audacious. Upon concluding his proclamation, he sheathed his black gun. With a casual wave, 2 soldiers brought forth an incense burner to the edge of the platform, igniting an incense stick. The 3, upon witnessing this, suppressed their simmering anger and arranged themselves strategically. Lu Zhen and Gu Qingyuan led the charge, with Chao Hanfang maneuvering behind to provide support. The armored young general stood off to the side, his gaze flitting over the trio, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Li Yinian focused intently on the silver-armored young warrior on stage, lost in contemplation. Such extraordinary talent must be what they refer to confidence and arrogance entwined, yet undeniably admirable. Chow Hanfang's right hand shimmered with a cold light, subtly concealed behind his back. He gradually bent down, half-squatting, with his left palm pressed against the ground. Slowly closing his eyes, his aura began to dissipate until it vanished entirely. The unique stealth technique of the Dian Song sect. Lu Xun and Gu Qingyuan exchanged a glance, their internal energy surging forth. The Fierce Sun technique, a creation of the old gang leader, demanded the sacrifice of one's Dantian energy to forcibly elevate cultivation, aiming to eliminate the opponent in a fleeting moment. Inflicting 1,000 points of damage while sustaining 800 in return. The opportunity was singular, and the atmosphere turned oppressive. The arena fell into a profound silence. Victory and defeat rested on a knife's edge. As the sandalwood incense burned halfway, the silver-armored young warrior remained motionless. He stealthily anchored his feet to the ground, his center of gravity sinking, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Lu and Gu's energies peaked. Their bodies radiated with golden light, two formidable figures in the golden body realm. The peak of prosperity must not be lingered upon. The two moved in unison, stepping forward, shattering the bluestone slabs beneath their feet. Their forms rushed like the wind, with Lu Xun soaring into the air, delivering a punch to the silver-armored warrior's chest, while Gu Qingyuan swept a kick toward his ribs. The silver-armored warrior suppressed a surge of true energy, protecting his entire body, yet he remained unmoved. For he realized that Chow Hanfang, who had been crouching behind, had vanished. Bang! Bang! Every punch and kick landed squarely. The air swirled violently, sending their garments fluttering. The silver-armored warrior's expression stiffened, his right leg retreating a step before instantly straightening. Following this, his right hand shot to the back of his head, pulling forcefully forward, revealing a figure he had extracted. It was none other than Chow Hanfang. As Lu and Gu initiated their assault, Chow Hanfang flickered and merged into Lu Xun's shadow. When Lu Xun ascended, Chow Hanfang leaped from behind him. Using the blinding sun as cover, he soared over the silver-armored warrior's head, executing a swift counterattack, his hand knife glinting with cold light. Aimed directly at the silver-armored warrior's neck. Just in time, the silver-armored warrior was forced back a step. Chow Hanfang was confident. This strike would surely hit. However, an uncanny event transpired. A hand shot out like lightning, gripping his wrist. A tremendous force yanked him, throwing him off balance and hurling him toward Lu and Gu. Li Nian was taken aback. What a swift reaction. For a fleeting moment, he too felt that the three had succeeded. Sixth grade alchemy realm? What followed was a one-sided scene. As Chow Hanfang was used as a weapon and hurled towards Lu and Gu, who swiftly retreated. Poor Chow Hanfang struck nothing but air, letting out a muffled groan as he collided with the ground, the sound of cracking bones resonating. Immediately after, he was kicked in the abdomen, curling up like a shrimp, skimming across the ground and shattering shields in his wake. Before Lu and Gu had steadied themselves, a torrential barrage of fists rained down upon them. The bloodlust within them had been ignited as they steadied their stances and engaged in a fierce counterattack against the silver-armored young general. It was a fight where lives were exchanged for lives, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The silver-armored general could withstand several of their blows, while they could not endure even one of his. As the two fell, a third of the sandalwood incense still lingered. The shouts from the crowd surged to a crescendo. The uproar reached its peak. The 5 members of the Chao Bang were utterly defeated, and Dou Yuan could almost envision the furious visage of his father. Instantly feeling a throbbing headache, Wang Jinyang maintained an impassive expression, having likely anticipated this. Today, the Chao Bang was being used as a stepping stone, meant to establish the authority of the silver-armored young general before them, although it was no disgrace to lose against such a young practitioner of the alchemy realm. The lack of prior warning left their dignity shattered on the ground. Was the court signaling a reprimand towards the Chao Bang? The silver-armored general exhaled, shaking his hands. Approaching the Cao Bang seating, he fixed his gaze on Dou Yuan and remarked, "What a disappointment. Just as I was warming up, it's over. Does your Chao Bang have anyone capable? Weren't you claiming to be the #1 gang in the world?" Dou Yuan's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his hand on the armrest of the grand chair, rising to ascend the arena. A pair of strong hands pressed down on his shoulders. "Allow me. Do not compromise your dignity." A voice emerged from behind Dou Yuan. Before he could refuse, Li Nian confidently stepped past the shield wall. Behind him, he heard Shi Yue's shout, "Li Nian, defeat him." Li Nian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Dou Yuan's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. The young soldier in silver armor regarded the seemingly ordinary young man before him with a furrowed brow. "Mister, what brings you here?" The silver-armored youth inquired. Regaining his composure, Li Nian hastily removed his mask, revealing his true visage. With a respectful gesture, he bowed and said, I am Li Nian, a friend of the young master and, in a sense, a member of the Chao gang. Having witnessed your valor, I dared to approach and seek your counsel, regardless of the outcome. The silver-armored soldier chuckled awkwardly, realizing that this man had come to offer himself willingly. As Li Nian awaited a response amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he began to stretch and limber up on the arena, his joints cracking audibly. After completing his warm-up, he settled into a horse stance and assumed a boxing posture. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, sharp and decisive. This was a maneuver Li Nian had executed countless times. Without contemplation or hesitation, the punch flowed effortlessly and naturally. Is that the way I've been training? It seemed so. What nonsense. Of course it is. After all these years of practice, how could one possibly mistake it? Below, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Ko Tingshan, who had been preparing to leave, upon witnessing this punch, found himself returning to his seat. The young silver-armored warrior, observing the familiar demeanor of the dark-skinned lad before him, felt a spark of energy reignite within him. Do you not wish to take a break? After winning 5 consecutive matches, you must be weary. A simple inquiry ignited the fire within the silver-armored youth. No need. Defeating you will be a mere trifle, just a couple of punches. Ah, splendid. Then let us commence. Li Nian replied with palpable excitement. After days of inactivity, he was eager to unleash his prowess. The two took their positions, preparing for the bout ahead. Within Li Nian's body, a fervent stream surged, invigorated by the spirit of battle, swirling rapidly in his dantian. His momentum ascended progressively, emanating a faint golden radiance. Humph! A mere diamond realm? The silver-armored youth scoffed dismissively. Li Nian raised his palm upwards and beckoned with a gesture. The young warrior clad in silver armor, now consumed by anger, unleashed a powerful fist. Bang! The punch struck his cheek with precision. Li Nian remained motionless in his stance, his body leaning slightly as his head tilted to one side. The young silver-armored warrior was taken aback, even though he had not exerted his full strength in the punch. Such an outcome was unexpected. Li Nian turned around, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and shouted loudly, refreshing, bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, a whip-like kick was already upon him. Li Nian raised his left arm, with his right hand providing support, bracing himself for the impact. A low grunt escaped his lips as his feet skidded along the ground, moving sideways for more than half a zhang, his arm tingling with numbness. Just as he regained his footing, a figure approached with swift intent. Reacting instinctively, he threw a slicing punch, but it met only air. Thud. A punch landed squarely on his ribs, penetrating into his very core, causing excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a powerful punch, yet it too missed its mark, resulting in another heavy blow to his abdomen. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, he resolved to cease his attempts. Li Nian tightly crossed his arms to shield his head, relying on his instincts to evade the strikes. What he could not dodge, he braced himself to endure. Much like returning to the Kirin Hall. For an entire incense stick's duration, the sounds of impact resonated on the stage. The soldiers and officials present were left in a state of astonishment. Was this young man merely a punching bag? The silver-armored young general, having exhausted his breath, suddenly pushed off with his foot to retreat hastily. In that instant, a chilling sense of danger surged within him. Li Nian unleashed a punch, a powerful strike that surged forth. The silver-armored young warrior, grounding himself with a deep breath, attempted to evade this blow by lowering his stance. In that fleeting moment where time seemed to freeze, he caught sight of the smile curling at the corner of Li Nian's lips. It was over. He had been deceived. The punch aimed at him was merely a feint, a follow-up hook soared upward to meet his descending form. The impact was utterly devastating. He felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, sent flying through the air. The pain only assaulted him upon landing, as if his chest had been inundated with molten lava, leaving him gasping for breath. His insides roiled violently, resisting the turmoil, and blood involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. The chest plate of his armor had shattered. He could hardly fathom the state of his chest without this protective gear. When had he last been struck? The memory eluded him. Shiwei perched on her chair, shielding her eyes with her hand. Upon witnessing the punch, she leapt down in delight, pulling Do Yuan along in a jubilant dance. Do Yuan, caught up in her exuberance, eventually processed the scene. The entire assembly of soldiers stood in stunned silence, murmuring among themselves, was that our young general who was just sent flying? Hadn't he just been overpowering that black-clad boy moments ago? Did you see that punch? Does anyone understand what a hook is? A hook, Just like that. Watch closely. A hook. Some soldiers, filled with enthusiasm, began to practice the move right there on the spot. The silver-armored young warrior gazed at the sky for a while, for the first time realizing how vast it truly was, and found it rather amusing. Before long, he rolled back to his feet, astonished to discover he had been propelled beyond the shield wall. Dusting himself off, he strode toward the arena. Once the two adversaries reconvened, the demeanor of the silver-armored young warrior had transformed. He began to remove his armor piece by piece, breastplate, shoulder guards, wrist guards, belt, each piece thudding heavily against the ground as it fell. Several soldiers hurried onto the platform to assist in moving the armor components. The largest breastplate required the combined strength of 3 men to lift. The young warrior clad in white turned towards the command podium, where Ko Tingshan wore a mocking expression, relishing the spectacle. He had spoken of this very matter on the way here. The Central Plains were filled with talent. One should not underestimate others simply because of personal gifts. Humility is essential. And here it was, a timely lesson. Yet, encountering it earlier was better than later. If he could recognize that there are greater heights beyond his own, perhaps his character would improve as a result. Chapter 17. A farewell to Xiangyang. The young warrior in white turned to Li Yinian, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "I am Ko Zhuan. My earlier demeanor was presumptuous, lacking in courtesy. I hope brotherly will not take offense. Indeed, respect must be earned through one's own efforts." Li Yinian, in return, remarked, "The young general possesses a talent that is undeniably exceptional." Ko Zhuan, at the tender age of 16, was a few months younger than Li Yinian. Yet he stood taller by an inch. He was an orphan salvaged by Ko Tingshan from the heaps of the deceased beyond the borders. Raised in a military camp by a band of rugged men, accustomed to the sights of warfare and bloodshed, he first mounted a warhorse at the age of 10. Under the personal tutelage of Ko Tingshan, he embarked on a martial path, making remarkable strides in his prowess. A 16-year-old in the realm of spiritual refinement. He was a rarity in the annals of Dazier's history. Yet, this young general, emerging from a frontier military camp, possessed a strikingly fair complexion. His dark hair was simply tied back with a coarse hemp rope, adorned with a wooden hairpin. He had a broad, elongated forehead, straight brows like a blade, and large, bright dragon-like eyes filled with vitality. His nose was long and straight, with a slightly drooping tip. The shape of his lips was thin on top and fuller below, while his square chin held a subtle lift and his jawline was well-defined. His demeanor was remarkably complex, the most refined among generals yet the most valiant among scholars. The moniker of Jade-Faced Dragon bestowed by Bai Jing'ang was truly fitting for Ko Zhuan. Li Yinian's previous punch had impeccable timing, effectively halting the exchange of breath. The old strength had been exhausted, yet the new strength had yet to manifest, leaving one defenseless and caught in a dilemma. At that moment, Ko Zhuan was still replaying that punch in his mind, his face alight with excitement, a natural martial enthusiast. There was no intricate calculation involved, merely a stroke of luck. Li Yinian responded, "I still have some strength left and wish to challenge you again, dear brother. What do you say?" It was evident that Ko Zhuan was not yet satisfied. "Just as I desire. If we are to battle, let us do so with fervor." Li Yinian did not feel fully satisfied. "Haha, what a delightful battle." Li Yinian once again assumed a horse stance, drawing back his fists. A fiery energy coursed unceasingly within him, his spirit extending 5 feet outward, entering a realm of profound mystique. Having previously employed this technique aboard an official vessel with only moderate success, he had been meticulously contemplating its nuances for several days. And today seemed an opportune moment for experimentation. Ko Zhuan stretched his limbs, finding only a slight discomfort in his chest, while the rest of his body felt relatively normal. After shedding his cumbersome silver armor, he felt a significant lightness envelop him. Once limbered up, he stepped forward to stand 5 feet in front of Li Yinian, grounding himself into a horse stance and slowly extending his fist formation. The stances of the two were strikingly similar, their martial intent palpable, converging towards a shared goal despite differing paths. Another round of combat was imminent. The atmosphere grew lively with cheers erupting, the sound of shields clashing resonating deafeningly. Notably, the gaze of several soldiers towards Li Yinian was tinged with anticipation. Ko Tingshan observed the two prodigies before him, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, as the two fighters prepared their stances, it resembled an exchange of skills between the finest talents of the military, where neither victory nor defeat would tarnish their honor. She decisively moved her chair to the front row, settling beside Do Yuan. However, she had forgotten that she was adorned with a woman's mask. and sitting next to Do Yuan created an incongruous scene. On the arena, the two focused intently, locking eyes for an extended moment, neither daring to strike prematurely. Every nerve in Li Yinyan's body was stretched to its limits, while the surrounding clamor gradually faded into silence, allowing him to perceive even the faintest currents of air within a 5-foot radius. He decided to close his eyes. Just as he did so, a fist hurtled toward him with blinding speed. The crushing punch aimed directly at his face. Indeed, Ko Juan would not permit Li Yinyan to close his eyes while engaged in combat with him. Li Yinyan's pupils constricted as a fist entered within 5 feet of him. Suddenly, the speed of the punch decelerated, its trajectory becoming distinctly visible. With a half-step forward, he raised his left hand to parry the strike, simultaneously launching a powerful right-hand punch. In response, his opponent also delivered a parry with a punch of his own. Neither landed a blow, and both men simultaneously kicked out. Thud, thud. The sound echoed as each struck the other's chest, forcing them to retreat 3 steps, neither gaining the upper hand. A roar of applause erupted. As this was a match comprehensible to the soldiers, they advanced 2 steps again. This time Li Yinyan took the initiative to strike. He delivered a sweeping kick aimed at Ko Juan's lower body, but missed entirely. Without pause, he raised his foot for another sweeping kick, yet again. It found nothing but air. Li Yinyan drew a deep breath, unleashing a flurry of over 10 powerful punches, the air crackling with his formidable energy. Yet, without exception, they all struck nothing but empty space. Indeed, the realm of refining one's spirit proved to be most formidable, as each of his blows had been anticipated in advance. Exhausted, he retreated with a subtle shift of his feet. Ko Juan's eyes blazed with intensity. Despite Li Yinyan's repeated attempts to feign weaknesses before him, he remained steadfast and composed. Having witnessed the strength of Li Yinyan's physique, Ko Juan was reluctant to engage in close combat. He quietly concentrated his energy beneath his feet, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Li Yinyan steadied himself before withdrawing, his stance firm. Suddenly, the figure of Ko Juan flickered before him, vanishing without a trace. His mind expanded, sensing a subtle disturbance within a 5-foot radius. Anticipating the movement, Li Yinyan sidestepped, his fist narrowly grazing past. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Ko Juan gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch, retreating as he struck. Li Yinyan evaded another strike, but did not pursue. Ko Juan, having missed 2 punches, felt a profound shock within, hastily retracting his moves to create distance. When he glanced back at Li Yinyan, the figure before him seemed foreign. A stark contrast to the person he had just encountered moments ago. Despite merely being at the 7th rank of the Diamond Realm, he possessed the uncanny ability to anticipate attacks. With a resounding crash, a sound erupted from the command platform. Ko Tingshan slammed his palm down onto the desk before him, his fury igniting like a wildfire. The desk and teacups shattered into pieces. It was evident that the performance of the two had greatly displeased Ko Tingshan. Ko Juan locked eyes with Ko Tingshan, a flicker of realization flashing through his mind. That punch to his chest had caused turmoil within his heart, leaving him hesitant and plagued by uncertainties. With a sharp crack, Ko Juan struck his own face. A martial artist's strikes should be as relentless as cavalry charging into battle, unyielding. He shouted aloud the teachings of Ko Tingshan from times past. Li Yinyan, equally enlightened, bowed deeply towards the command platform. Casting aside all distractions, the two re-established their stances. The impending clash was palpable. One clad in black and the other in white, they collided like 2 bolts of thunder, unleashing a tempest of energy that radiated outward, causing the shields at the edge of the arena to rattle violently. Li Yinyan's fist descended upon his abdomen, only to be seized by Ko Juan with a single hand. In a swift exchange, Ko Juan's punch aimed at Li Yinyan's cheek was likewise captured. As their forearms intertwined, both warriors clashed their foreheads in a simultaneous strike. A sharp crack resounded through the air. Ignoring the throbbing pain in their heads, they surged forward. Their necks entwined, they entered a fierce contest of strength. A torrent of energy surged within Li Yinyan as he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Ko Juan, with eyes blazing with fury, felt the veins on his forehead bulge. The bluestone beneath their feet could no longer withstand the immense pressure, fissures spreading like cracks in ice, radiating outward. The floor trembled precariously, its shattering merely a matter of time. As Li Yinyan stepped upon the blue stone slab, it cracked beneath him, causing his foot to sink into the sandy earth below. The balance of forces was abruptly disrupted, and an overwhelming power bore down upon him. Before losing his equilibrium, Li Yinyan swiftly drove his foot into Ko Juan's abdomen, leveraging the force to hurl Ko Juan backward. However, He himself crashed heavily onto the ground, half buried in the sand. Ko Juan somersaulted in midair and, with a deft flick of his toes, propelled himself back toward Li Yinian. He recognized this as a splendid opportunity, one not to be squandered. His movements as swift as lightning. Before Li Yinian could rise, a fist shadow loomed large in his vision, striking directly at his face and causing blood to spatter from his nose. Having lost the initiative, Li Yinian did not hesitate further. He braced himself, arms crossed protectively over his chest, entering a defensive stance. Ko Juan, having established his position, unleashed upon Li Yinian the most ferocious assault of his life. In the arena, Li Yinian found himself once again in a position of vulnerability. Mo Xiu, in a state of frantic anxiety, began to gnaw at her sleeve. Do Yuan's expression was laden with complexity. Fully aware of the significant disparity in their realms, such endeavors were exceedingly arduous. The soldiers held their breath, the atmosphere thick with silence. The resounding thuds of impact, the cracking of bones, each sound echoed with clarity. Even the splatter of blood upon the arena floor was distinctly audible. Ko Juan had gained the upper hand. With relentless strikes to Li Yinian's lower abdomen, the defenses crumbled. The excruciating pain from his ruptured liver instinctively caused Li Yinian to lower his arms, exposing his head. A fist swung wide and came crashing toward him, striking the side of his face with force. Li Yinian's body soared through the air like a stone skipping across water, crashing against the edge of the arena's shield wall and still flying over Tuzhong. The sky was a brilliant blue, as if freshly washed. The wind was gentle, and a solitary white cloud drifted lazily in its embrace. Li Yinian fixated on the cloud's meandering path, unable to discern whether it was moving quickly or slowly. Suddenly, a foot descended from the heavens, rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Li Yinian was jolted both physically and mentally. His consciousness abruptly returned from the outer realms of the sky into his body. With a sudden roll, he narrowly evaded the impending stomp. As rocks exploded beside him and dust billowed into the air, just as he was about to rise, a whip-like kick struck, perfectly timed to intercept him at the very moment he attempted to stand. Li Yinian found himself compelled to employ the technique of the donkey roll once more. Utterly beset by misfortune, a single misstep rendered the prospect of rising a distant dream. Crack! Another foot landed squarely upon Li Yinian's crossed forearm. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the bones in his forearm creaked ominously, providing a stark reminder of the futility of an arm contending against a thigh. Li Yinian steeled his resolve and decided to embrace the error. With a swift release of his hands and a sudden twist of his neck, he narrowly evaded Ko Juan's advancing foot. In the next instant, he tightened his grip, seizing Ko Juan's ankle. With a powerful thrust and a twist of his waist, he executed a deadly roll. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Ko Juan barely registered the loosening beneath his feet before he felt an overwhelming force clasping his ankle, propelling him into a dizzying 360-degree spin. Alarmed, Ko Juan swiftly leapt into the air, pivoting to follow the trajectory of Li Yinian's roll. Li Yinian finally managed to rise with a powerful roll, grounding himself in a horse stance, his body leaning backward as he forcefully yanked. The roles of host and guest had reversed. The suspended Ko Juan was abruptly pulled down, landing in a disheveled heap. But that was not the end. A tremendous force clamped down on his ankle, forcibly bending his knee, and he found himself seated upon Ko Juan's back. A dreadful premonition enveloped him entirely. Gathering all his strength, Ko Juan twisted and delivered an elbow strike to Li Yinian's back. The excruciating pain radiating from his back nearly rendered him unconscious, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yinian let out a cry, gritting his teeth as he once again wrenched Ko Juan's ankle backward. Ko Juan's body contorted in the opposite direction, his back pinned down by Li Yinian's weight. The sound of his spine cracking echoed ominously. A searing pain surged through his entire being. It was over. His spine was about to break. Li Yinian maintained his composure, gritting his teeth in resolve. For he was waiting. Enough. A low voice resonated from the command platform. Ko Tingshan. Li Yinian released his grip on his ankle, exhaling deeply before turning to pull up Ko Juan. The two men simultaneously faced the General S platform, clasping their fists in salute. Li Yinian, do you wish to enlist in the army? Inquired Ko Tingshan. In response, General, I have descended from the mountains for less than a month and do not yet harbor such intentions. However, should our great nation face peril, I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion and lead by example. Very well. It is indeed inappropriate to conscript you into military service without you having experienced the world beyond the mountains. Whenever you feel inclined to join the ranks, you may approach Juan with this token. Ko Tingshan did not press him further, tossing forth a token. Li Nian held in his hand a 5-pointed military token, crafted from bronze. The front bore the character Sui written in standard script, while the reverse side featured a slightly smaller engraving of the character Ko. In the lower right corner, there was a line of small text, which he did not have the opportunity to scrutinize, likely indicating the military unit number. General Xie Ko has granted his approval. Zhuan, do you concede defeat? Ko Zhuan approached Li Nian, raising his hand aloft and proclaiming loudly to the surrounding officers and soldiers. The victor is Li Nian. The brass token in Li Nian's hand shimmered brilliantly. The victor, Li Nian, Ko Zhuan proclaimed once more with fervor. The crowd erupted into cheers once again, and the sound of shields clashing resounded throughout the arena. Those with discerning eyes recognized the token, signifying that Li Nian was one of their own. Regardless of the outcome, there was no shame in the contest. Follow me back to the camp. Ko Tingshan rose. As his attendants led 2 horses forward, Ko Zhuan mounted his steed, turning back with a hearty smile, clasping his fists in farewell to Li Nian. Li Nian performed a respectful gesture to bid farewell. Once the group led by Ko Tingshan had departed, Do Yuan rushed forward, positioning himself under Li Nian's arm. With one hand supporting Li Nian's waist and the other grasping his arm, he hurriedly escorted him towards the carriage. As soon as they entered the carriage, the internal injuries, which Li Nian had been suppressing, erupted violently. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth, and his complexion turned ghostly pale in an instant. Do Yuan, taken aback, was at a loss, tears streaming down his face like scattered pearls. Shiwei, more experienced, laid Li Nian down, cradling his head with one hand while prying open his mouth with the other. Do not worry, he will not perish. Quickly, bring forth the medicine and pour it in. Shiwei spoke with unwavering confidence, entirely disregarding Li Nian's desperate struggles in her embrace. Do Yuan, filled with uncertainty, tossed a few healing pills into Li Nian's mouth. However, Shiwei swiftly snatched the bottle from him, pouring its contents directly into Li Nian's mouth. Li Nian widened his eyes, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Outside the western gate of Xiangyang City, a group of individuals made their way back to the military camp. Are you convinced? Not at all. Yet, it is quite intriguing. Haha. Excellent. If you're not convinced, then strive harder. Ko Tingshan touched the scar on his face, reminiscing about someone he encountered in his youth. Li Nian, this time, did not faint. Upon returning to the inn, he immediately dove into the side room. The autumn wind howled, heralding the chill of the season, as the grass and trees shed their leaves, glistening like frost. In Xiangyang, winter had arrived overnight. At dawn, Li Nian harnessed the carriage and loaded their luggage onto it. Shiwei, clad in a floral winter coat and wrapped in a vibrant crimson cotton cloak, paraded in front of Li Nian several times. The reason for her display was that, during their shopping, Li Nian had remarked it was still too early, insisting they should wait at least half a month before wearing such attire. It would be more fitting to purchase in the capital. Li Nian produced a pure white hooded velvet cloak. The edges of the hood and collar were adorned with plush, the finest white fox fur, radiating a lustrous sheen and possessing a delicate texture. The main body of the cloak was crafted from an unknown animal's fur, gleaming white as snow, devoid of any stray hairs. Its overall weight was as light as a feather, with a smooth touch that felt almost slippery, exuding a gentle warmth. The stitching was meticulous, creating a seamless appearance. The ties at the collar were long, dancing gracefully in the breeze. Alas, what a pity. Such a splendid cloak remains unworn. Li Nian, while gracefully caressing his cloak, let out a resigned sigh. At the same time, Shiyu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Unable to avert her gaze, the fiery red cloak she donned suddenly lost its allure. Without waiting for Do Yuan, Li Nian left a letter with the innkeeper. Exiting through the northern gate of Xiangyang, he crossed the river and journeyed northward, passing through Fanqing. A well-trodden path stretched straight ahead, leading directly to Dangzhou. With still over 1,000 miles to the capital, alongside the road, the frost-laden flowers had yet to thaw, presenting a distant vista of silver. While the biting cold wind pierced to the bone, Li Nian donned a leather mask, his head adorned with a black turban, and changed into a fitted black cotton robe. With a swift crack of the whip, the sharp sound echoed. Crack! The carriage began to move forward. Inside the carriage, Shiyu delicately caressed the fox fur cloak draped over her shoulders, her expression lost in a trance. She had completely forgotten the lengths to which she had stooped, her coercions, temptations, and solemn oaths to acquire it. Once worn, it was an undeniable treasure. After traveling 50 miles, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed behind them. Li Nian urged the carriage closer to the roadside. The sound of hooves approached and gradually slowed beside the vehicle. Li Nian, came a gentle inquiry, soft and sweet. Chapter 18, The Capital, Chang'an. Li Yinian instantly recognized the horse, its mane dark and lustrous, a true steed of the Tian Shan Mountains. The rider, a youth of approximately 16 or 17, had their hair elegantly styled in a single bun, adorned with 2 jade combs at the front and back, while a delicately crafted gold hairpin, inlaid with jade and featuring intricate filigree, graced the center. Their petite visage, with skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, boasted finely crafted features, willow-shaped eyebrows framed captivating peach blossom eyes, a straight and noble nose, and a small heart-shaped mouth. Draped in a pale green inner robe with small sleeves, the rider wore a half-sleeved cashmere coat adorned with white floral patterns. The dual-colored skirt, a harmonious blend of green hues, was cinched at the high waist with a soft red ribbon that danced gracefully in the breeze. The skirt concealed the tops of their feet, revealing only a glimpse of deep brown leather boots. A long black velvet cloak cascaded down, nearly enveloping half the horse's body. In stark contrast to the ethereal elegance of Shu, this attire epitomized the refined beauty of Jiangnan women, exuding sweetness and charm, fresh and unpretentious, yet undeniably exuding an air of nobility. It was evident that she hailed from a distinguished household. As she galloped, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, enhancing her delicate allure. Misto. Li Yinian halted the carriage and clasped his fist in greeting. I am Doing Xue. Doing Xue, what a splendid name. Having grown accustomed to traversing the rivers and lakes under the identity of my elder brother, Do Yuan, I beseech your forgiveness, brotherly. Doing Xue bowed politely, prompting Li Yinian to hastily return the gesture. Shi Yu, hearing the commotion, peeked out from the carriage, and upon catching sight of the enchanting beauty before her, was momentarily mesmerized. Do Yuan, I had no idea you were so strikingly handsome. Had I known, I would have treated you with more courtesy. Please, Sister Shi Yu, be at ease. My true name is Doing Xue. Do Yuan is my elder brother's name. It is you, Sister Shi Yu, who embodies unparalleled beauty, making me feel quite humble in your presence. Oh, that cloak you wear is simply exquisite. With a graceful leap, Doing Xue ascended into the carriage, reaching out to touch the cloak. Come, let us converse inside. The wind is quite fierce outside. Shi Yu grasped Doing Xue's hand and led her into the carriage. Instantly, the interior was filled with the soft whispers and gentle laughter of women, leaving Li Yinian standing alone in the cold wind, awkwardly awaiting their return. After a while, he hesitantly spoke. Misto, we cannot linger here indefinitely. Just tie the black hibiscus to the back of the carriage. It will follow on its own. Do you lack perception? I am speaking with my dear friend. Drive on. Shi Yu chided, poking her head out. Li Yinian's eyelids twitched incessantly, compelling him to once again raise his whip and continue on his journey. The road to the capital still stretched over 1,000 miles ahead. Doing Xue was the beloved granddaughter of the venerable leader of the Songbong, with an elder brother, Do Yuan, who was the sole heir in a line of 3 generations. The pair were separated by 8 years, and Do Yuan doted upon his sister with immense affection. One could say that Doing Xue had been nurtured on the back of her brother. Do Yuan possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, being the only descendant within the clan deemed capable of surpassing the venerable leader, and he had been laden with great expectations since childhood. Logically, he was the unequivocal choice for the next leader of the clan. However, his carefree and untrammeled spirit rendered him indifferent to clan affairs. He often abandoned his attendants to embark on solitary excursions. What began as a few days apart transformed into months, and now it had become a year without even a fleeting glimpse of him. His parents could not help but lament their disappointment, feeling as though their hopes had been dashed. As Doing Xue matured, she took upon herself the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to her brother, wielding his name as her own. Li Yonian, with a heart full of concern for her brother, wished to shield him from incessant scolding and spare their parents from excessive sorrow and disappointment, proving herself to be a considerate sister. However, Doing Xue was not there merely to bid farewell. She had come to hitch a ride. The black horse, Feiyan, was taken away by the members of the shipping guild at the relay station, situated 100 miles outside of Xiangyang City. In the frigid winter, the days grew shorter. The winds howled, and the clouds lingered low. As they traveled northward, the sun's presence diminished, and for the first time, Li Yonian witnessed snowfall. It fell silently during the night, a gentle and delicate shower. Lu Yin was an apprentice guard at the Dingyuan Escort Agency by Dongting Lake, and upon completing this journey to the capital, he would be promoted to a full-fledged guard, earning 2 taels of silver per month, with additional allowances for travel. He had made arrangements with his junior sister prior to setting off. Once he attained the rank of guard, he would propose to their master for her hand in marriage. They were transporting 2 crates of exquisite porcelain, meticulously crafted and elegantly shaped. Commissioned by the esteemed old Zheng of the Dongding Long Street porcelain shop for the nobility of the capital. The majority of the journey was by water, and their master had filled the escort boxes with tea leaves, burying the porcelain within. Upon reaching the capital and fulfilling their duty, they could sell the tea leaves to the local shops, accomplishing two objectives at once. There was little concern for damage, as vigilance was all that was required. Having disembarked and passed through Shangyang County, they were now merely 100 miles from the capital. Lu Yin felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. However, the situation took a dire turn as the escort team traversed a grove of trees. A dozen figures clad in black suddenly descended upon them. 4 of his senior brothers had not even drawn their blades before their throats were slit, the sound of gushing blood echoing ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Their master, bloodied and frantic, shielded Lu Yin, urging him to flee. A steel blade pierced through their master's chest, emerging from his back. Warm blood spraying onto Lu Yan's face. The stench was unbearable, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could not stand. His throat felt constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him voiceless despite his desperate efforts. Gasping for breath, tears and snot streamed down his face. A blade descended swiftly, its shadow expanding rapidly in Lu Yan's gaze. "Sister, I am dying. I am so sorry." This was the only thought that flickered through Lu Yan's mind. Suddenly, a sharp collision rang out, and the steel blade was sent flying before him. "You too. Guard the entrance. Do not let them escape." A man in a black cloak brushed past Lu Yan, leaving a whirlwind in his wake. In a fleeting moment, the sound of bones cracking filled the air, and the attacker fell limp. The black-cloaked man moved with swiftness, changing direction as he charged towards the escort cart. Surrounding the cart were a total of 13 adversaries. In a matter of moments, the black-cloaked man plunged into the fray. Lu Yin was witness to a horrific spectacle reminiscent of hell. Figures were shredded like silk, dismembered limbs and entrails scattered about, blood splattered across the ground, enveloping everything in darkness. The cries of anguish rose and fell, the sound of breaking bones echoing as effortlessly as splitting kindling. In the span of a mere incense stick's burn, 10 men lay dead. A man held a living captive, pressing him for answers. After the last black-clad figure uttered a few words, he slumped down, lifeless. Was poison concealed in his gums? The man in black remarked, before losing consciousness. Lu Yan's final vision was of 2 women approaching him, one a tall, imposing figure, the other a graceful and lovely young girl, both wielding cloths to wipe the blood from their hands. Could they be the same group we encountered on the official vessel? Shiwei inquired. It is likely. Their attire and martial prowess are quite similar, Li Yinian responded. The cargo box lay open, porcelain shards scattered across the ground. They must have been searching for something, Doing Shiwei commented. The 3 began to rummage through the box. Apart from a few remaining pieces of porcelain, nothing else was found. We should not linger here. There is a post station ahead where we might encounter others, Doing Shiwei advised, tucking a porcelain vial into her bosom. What shall we do with the boy? Li Yinian asked. Let us take him to the post station. There will be personnel from my Songbong to investigate his origins, Doing Shiwei replied. After departing from the post station, the 3 remained silent in the carriage. Shiwei, could you comprehend the last words of that black-clad man? I could not. It did not seem to be the language of the Central Plains, given our proximity to the capital. It is rather unreasonable for outsiders to brazenly commit murder on the official road, unless this matter holds great significance. It would be difficult to retrieve once it reaches the capital. Indeed, that is a possibility. It appears they did not succeed. The item is not within the cargo box. I took a porcelain vial. Upon entering the capital, I shall have it examined. I have a notion of what it is, but I cannot divulge it to you all just yet. Once it reaches the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, the truth shall be revealed. Shiwei interjected. Li Yuni appeared to be deep in thought. That said, why have you been so harsh on these individuals? Do Wanxu inquired. I too am curious, said Shu. They slay the innocent. They murder children, Li Yuni replied coldly. Li Yunyang often reminisced about the innocent souls aboard the official vessel, particularly the 2 children. At times, she pondered whether their fates might have been different had she arrived just a moment earlier. Shi Shiwei also became ensnared in the harrowing memories. Enough, Doing Shiwei interjected. Since the answers lie in the capital, let us not dwell on these thoughts. We shall know in due course. Li Nian lifted his gaze toward the sky, which was shrouded in a gray haze, signaling that it was time to seek shelter for the night. The capital city of Chang'an, the heart of the Great Sui dynasty, boasts a population exceeding 1 million souls. The main city is comprised of 3 distinct sections, the outer city, the Imperial City, and the Royal City. The outer city stretches approximately 30 li in length from east to west and about 28 li from north to south. Each of its 4 walls features 3 gates. Entering through the southern gate, Mingda Gate, one finds the principal thoroughfare known as Zhuke Street, which extends 18 li in length. At the end of Zhuke Street lies Zhuke Gate, serving as the inner city gate and the southern entrance to the Royal City. The Royal City is adorned with 7 streets running east to west and 5 streets running north to south, flanked by the left ancestral temple and the right granary, along with various central government offices and their subordinate institutions. At the northernmost edge of the Royal City stands the walls of the Imperial City, with its main entrance, Shitian Gate. The Imperial City measures 3 li from north to south and 6 li from east to west. At its center lies the Tai Chi Palace, with the main hall known as the Tai Chi Hall. To the east resides the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, while to the west is the Yeting Palace, where the palace maids dwell. Upon the arrival of Li Yunyang and her companions in the capital, the night had already descended. In the distance, a towering city wall abruptly emerged on the horizon. Every mile along the wall stood a watchtower, illuminated by flickering torches. These scattered lights formed a continuous line, extending infinitely. Beneath the wall lay a moat, stretching over 10 zhang wide, flowing alongside the fortifications, its surface shimmering under the moonlight. The capital enforced a strict curfew, with the city gates firmly shut. The following morning, the trio entered Chang'an through the southern gate, Mingda Gate. A straight thoroughfare bisected the city from north to south, with Zhuke Street astonishingly broad at 50 zhang. The resplendent rooftops of the Imperial Palace were clearly visible, resembling a celestial pathway leading directly to the heavens, thus earning the name Tianjie or Heavenly Street. Zhuke Street, often graced by a gentle drizzle, appeared as though it were softened by the finest butter, reflecting a verdant hue from afar, yet revealing little when approached. However, the main thoroughfare of Zhuke Street was reserved for royal ceremonies or military expeditions. On ordinary days, one could only traverse this grand street through designated crossings. Flanking the street were royal ditches, paved with bluestone slabs, where rows of locust trees stood tall, dividing Zhuke Street. The outer city was segregated into the eastern and western districts. Each of these districts housed a bustling marketplace, known as Dongshi and Shishi, the liveliest bazaars of Chang'an. In addition to Zhuke Street, the capital boasted 10 vertical streets running north to south and 14 horizontal streets extending east to west. These 25 streets intersected like a chessboard, dividing the outer city into numerous small blocks, each encircled by walls no higher than a zhang, known as fang. Each fang bore a name, totaling 108 in all. To put it simply, the capital comprised the Imperial Palace and 108 courtyard compounds, with the courtyards being considerably spacious. Some had walls extending over a li, while the larger ones measured 2 or 3 li in length. Li Nian and his companions arrived at Yuanfang, situated adjacent to the West Market. The carriage journey from Mingda Gate took an entire hour. Along the way, a vibrant throng of travelers filled the streets, people of various hues, yellow, white, brown, and even black. These individuals moved with an admirable sense of order and composure, clearly having made Chang'an their home. Yuanfang itself was a courtyard enclosed by walls, with a central intersection at its heart. At the end of this intersection stood 4 small gates, each manned by dedicated soldiers. The courtyard formed its own community, housing dozens of merchants. Dou Yingxue had established a modest residence here, where the 3 of them temporarily settled. After familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings and freshening up, Li Nian took Shiwei and set off towards the Imperial City. Their primary destination was the Astronomical Bureau, for Shi Yue's wooden box required submission, and they needed to locate Wang Qinglang. Otherwise, gaining entry to the Dali Temple would prove challenging. At last, Shi Yue was free from her previous veil. Her dark golden tresses cascaded gracefully over her fragrant shoulders. Her fair complexion shone brilliantly under the sunlight, accentuating her refined features, while her tall, well-proportioned figure exuded elegance. Following Dou Yingxue's example, she donned a traditional RU skirt, a cerulean short-sleeved top layered with a plush, half-sleeved robe, cinched elegantly at the waist. Draped in a pure white fox fur cloak, adorned with ribbons that danced in the breeze, she embodied a harmonious blend of Western boldness and Eastern subtlety. Even amidst the eclectic streets of Chang'an, she captured the attention of countless passers-by. The beauty that transcends diverse cultural aesthetics found a striking embodiment in Shi Yue. Li Nian glanced at the woman towering over him, feeling a sense of pressure that compelled him to quicken his pace. At the entrance of the Imperial City, the Zhuke Gate stood firmly shut, typically only open during significant festivals. Approaching the side entrance, the two were halted by the guards. Li Nian presented the talisman given to him by old Shui, explaining their purpose, and awaited the announcement. After a considerable wait, a youth clad in white emerged to lead the way. The Astronomical Bureau, situated in the southeastern corner of the imperial city, near the Jingfeng Gate, occupied an entire courtyard. The front yard was a spacious square, dominated by the main building, a towering structure known as the Stork and Sparrow Pavilion, flanked by colonnades. It connected to a circle of auxiliary buildings. The foundation of the main edifice rose to a height of 10 zhang, with an overall elevation of approximately 25 zhang. The first floor measured 12 zhang in width and 9 zhang in depth. A series of columns encircled the building, forming a continuous corridor. The north and south sides each extended 5 zhang, while the east and west sides extended 3 zhang. The corridor was open, while the extensions were also unobstructed. From the second floor upward, each level diminished in area, presenting a design of 3 tiers with 4 eaves, yet containing 9 functional spaces within. The intricate dugong brackets were elaborately crafted, with over 100 distinct styles. The eaves of the 4th floor jutted out, and the roof was primarily covered with cylindrical tiles, accented by blue, green, and yellow glazed tiles on specific sections and ridge beasts. The overall palette, though vibrant, retained an air of solemnity. Upon reaching the entrance on the 1st floor, Li Nian looked up to find a plaque inscribed with the 4 prominent characters observing phenomena and bestowing time. The guiding youth merely mentioned ascending to the 9th floor before departing. The staircase was located to the east upon entering. Passing through the 1st floor, which was expansive, he noted a raised platform at knee height in the center. Upon this platform rested a writing desk and a chair, surrounded by concentric rows of seating and desks, totaling over 10 rows. Against the wall stood a circle of bookshelves, each meticulously labeled and crammed with texts, available for the disciples to freely take and read. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a few young sorcerers scattered about, engrossed in their readings. Ascending to the 2nd floor, the atmosphere became lively, infused with the aromatic scent of herbs. The eastern end featured more than 20 square tables adorned with jars of medicine, porcelain vials, and various writing instruments. To the west of these tables lay rows of black wooden medicine cabinets, each adorned with numerous small drawers, each labeled with the names of herbs. The cabinets reached the ceiling, necessitating ladders for access. Surrounding the area was a corridor, flanked by pots of familiar and unfamiliar herbs, leaving a narrow path wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. 8th-rank white-robed herbalists, both male and female, busily traversed the space, appearing quite occupied. The arrangement on the 3rd floor resembled that of the 2nd, except that the cabinets had been replaced with shelves, showcasing an array of containers. White porcelain vials, iron boxes, wooden barrels, wooden cases, and copper kettles of various kinds were displayed, containing an eclectic assortment of items. These ranged from aged wooden roots glimmering with golden hues to seemingly ordinary bowls of steaming water, and even pieces of transparent crystal exuding warmth, showcasing the vast diversity available. It appears to be the training ground of a 7th-tier alchemist. Chapter 19. The Illusion. Upon reaching the 4th level, the open space gives way to a long corridor that stretches from east to west. One side of the corridor is adorned with windows, while the other is lined with doors, each marked with a unique number. The passageway is seldom traversed by individuals. The 5th and 6th levels exhibit a similar ambience. As for the 7th level, the corridor is entirely absent, revealing only a wall with a locked door. From within, faint wails can be discerned, causing Shiyue to instinctively draw closer to Li Nian. The 8th level is rather peculiar, being completely barren and devoid of any furnishings. At last, we have arrived at the final level, level 9. Li Nian felt a twinge of anxiety as a hand reached out and grasped his arm. It was rare to witness Shiyue in a moment of nervousness, her hand trembling slightly. At the end of the staircase stood a horizontally opening door, currently ajar. Li Nian cautiously peered inside, where the ground was adorned with a layer of pristine white stone tiles. Each tile measured 3 feet in length and width, immaculate and polished to a mirror-like sheen, gleaming brilliantly. In the center of the room stood a tea table, elegantly set with a complete tea service, 1 prominent seat and 2 for guests. The tea within the kettle had already reached a rolling boil, yet the host was conspicuously absent. Li Nian hesitated momentarily before pushing open the door. As his right foot stepped onto the pristine white floor, an uncanny scene unfolded when he lifted his left foot. The floor, resembling a mirror, abruptly transformed into a surface of water, Caught completely off guard, he plunged headfirst into the depths below. Lienian struggled, his entire body enveloped in a bone-chilling cold, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Raising his head, he beheld Shi anxiously lying on the frozen surface, frantically slapping the ice with her hands. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and Lienian broke through a layer of frigid clear water, landing upon solid ground. Before him lay an expansive realm, devoid of any visible objects, an endless plain stretching into infinity. The dim yellow sky was shrouded in a gray haze, emitting a faint glow, yet neither sun nor moon could be discerned, leaving the distinction between day and night ambiguous. Beneath his feet was a narrow winding path, meandering into the distance, seemingly without end. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of white lightning cleaved the sky, striking the distant horizon. In an instant, a long line of people appeared along the path, stretching endlessly. The crowd was densely packed, each individual standing shoulder to shoulder, as if they were queuing for something unknown. Lienian was drenched in cold sweat, his legs instinctively kicking as he distanced himself. He focused intently on the throng of people before him, each one stark naked, their bodies pallid as snow, devoid of any trace of color. The crowd comprised men, women, and children of varying heights and sizes, each figure unique in form. Yet, their expressions were eerily uniform. Their eyes were vacant, their demeanor lifeless, akin to walking corpses. Crack, crack. The distant lightning struck repeatedly, resounding with deafening intensity. The mass of humanity began to move slowly, as if summoned by some arcane force, advancing forward. Lienian craned his neck to gaze towards the distant place where lightning struck, and in the haze, he discerned the peak of a mountain. Thus, he gathered his breath and sprinted forth. He raced for a full instant-stick's duration. Gradually, a small hill revealed its entirety, standing over 20 zhang high, barren and devoid of any greenery, only yellow mud and rocky terrain. At the base of the mountain lay a cave, approximately 1 zhang in height, shrouded in darkness. Right at the end of the narrow path. Could this cave be the terminus of the trail? The crowd of people was advancing into the cave, while thunder occasionally cracked at the entrance, sending bolts to the ground. Occasionally, 1 or 2 individuals who hesitated to proceed were instantly obliterated by the fierce strikes. Lienian's heart trembled with astonishment as he gritted his teeth and followed the procession, gazing at the lightning above, and took a step into the cave. The scene before him transformed, placing him within a magnificent palace. The illumination was bright and warm as spring, with intricately carved dragons and painted pillars adorning the surroundings, creating a breathtaking spectacle of resplendence. In the center of the palace stood a long rectangular table, measuring 6 feet in width, 3 feet in height, and extending 100 feet in length. The tablecloth was a rich golden hue, embroidered with golden threads, and adorned with tassels that brushed the floor. Upon the table lay an array of exquisite vessels, white porcelain plates, celadone jars, white cloud cups, radiant goblets, multicolored ceramic bowls, golden chopsticks, silver spoons, and more. All a feast for the eyes. The table was laden with an opulent variety of imperial delicacies: chicken, duck, fish, lamb, shrimp, soups, broths, desserts, and pastries, all in abundance. The culinary techniques were diverse: steamed, fried, boiled, braised, and grilled. The dishes were vibrantly colored, beautifully presented, and all exuded steam, filling the grand hall with an enticing aroma. Additionally, there were various exquisite wines, in hues of golden yellow, deep purple, and verdant green, their fragrances lingering delightfully in the air. Lienian has always harbored a passion for cooking, having perused numerous related tomes. However, even so, many of the dishes before him are not chronicled in any of the books he has read. At this moment, 2 rows of people are seated at the golden table, indulging heartily in their meals, their manner of eating quite ferocious. Those entering from behind stream into the palace, their previously dazed expressions transforming into clarity. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they eagerly rush towards the long table, hastily seizing delicacies and fine wines to devour. Lienian observed meticulously. Each time a dish on the table was consumed, an identical portion would miraculously reappear. Those who entered before, after indulging to the point of incapacity, would collapse onto the table or the floor, their bodies dissipating in a matter of moments. This cycle continued, ensuring that the long table was perpetually adorned with food and seating. Overcome by a chill of dread, Lienian hastened towards the far end of the table. There, he encountered a golden-hued curtain, crafted from silk, with a smooth and delicate texture, embellished with embroidery depicting a dragon on the left and a phoenix on the right. their expressions vividly lifelike. It resembled the entrance and exit of a theatrical stage. Without a moment's hesitation, Lienian lifted the curtain and stepped through. Inside, the scene was remarkably similar. A palace, a long table, but the offerings were altogether different. Mountains of gold and silver gleamed. Jade artifacts, exquisite blue and white porcelain, renowned paintings and calligraphy, a phoenix-adorned crown, and luxurious silks were laid out, each piece radiating a mesmerizing luster. It seemed as though all the rare treasures of the world had converged here. Even the ability to take just one would ensure a lifetime free from want. Humans perish for wealth, and birds fall for food. Several men, their eyes ablaze with fervor, swung their fists and engaged in a fierce brawl. Bloodied and battered in their relentless struggle, Lienian sighed and continued his forward journey. The curtain was lifted once more, revealing a scene that caused his face to flush with embarrassment. The palace was unchanged, with a square pool at its center. Steam rose from the water, creating a hazy atmosphere, obscuring the view except for the silhouettes of several graceful figures within. Along the edge of the pool lay a row of low tables adorned with an array of exquisite wines and delicacies. A woman's soft gasp echoed through the air. In the distance, beside one of the low tables, a burly man loomed over a woman. She possessed a striking beauty, completely unclothed. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, with a slender waist and voluptuous hips, complemented by long, straight legs. Her skin was smooth and pale as snow, exuding an ethereal charm. Her expression was utterly captivating, her breathy whispers barely bearable to the ear. As the presence of an intruder was detected, ripples danced across the pool's surface, and from the mist emerged two enchanting figures. Like the woman on the ground, they too were entirely bare, their skin resembling fine jade. One was tall and voluptuous, her legs perfectly straight, while the other was petite and exquisitely proportioned, radiating charm and allure. Both cast flirtatious glances, playfully biting their rosy lips, their smiles enchanting and beguiling. Their delicate, snow-white feet glided gracefully, and with each twist of their waists, their bosoms swayed enticingly. The scene was vibrant and intoxicating, stirring a primal excitement within him. As the two women approached, Lienian felt a warmth surge in his lower abdomen, an inexplicable desire awakening within him, leaving him parched and dizzy. Instinctively, he stepped back, urgently channeling the fiery energy within his mind, barely managing to retain a shred of clarity. With a sudden burst of determination, he dashed toward the curtain leading to the lower level. Upon stepping through, the scene was eerily familiar, dimly lit and lacking vitality. The corridor of the second floor of the official boat. In the distance, two shadowy figures were prying open the door latch, stealthily entering a guest room. Lienian stepped forward, directly advancing towards the two shadowy figures. He pushed open the ajar door, only to find himself stumbling through, propelled by inertia. Among the family of four, the man had already fallen, his throat slit, blood gushing from the wound. A woman was silenced from behind, her eyes filled with helplessness as they fixated on her two sons lying on the bed. The elder son had already succumbed to the other shadow's actions, rendered motionless. At that moment, the shadow was reaching for the sleeping younger son. The woman, in a state of agitation, struggled fiercely and grasped her younger son's hand. A flash of malevolence flickered in the eyes of the two shadows as they exerted their strength simultaneously. With a spray of blood, the woman's body slumped, and her younger son gradually grew cold in his slumber. Lienian's fury surged from within like a volcanic eruption. He desperately swung his fists at the two shadowy figures. Yet each strike passed through their forms, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Tears streamed down Lienian's face as he curled up in the corner of the guest room, reduced to helpless sobs. Before long, the sounds of a struggle echoed through the corridor. Lienian rose to his feet and traversed the wooden walls of the guest room. It was he himself who had descended from the third floor, silently following in his own footsteps, witnessing the carnage as he fought relentlessly until all lay in pools of blood. His gaze was as frigid as that of a wanderer traversing the depths of hell. Once tranquility enveloped the scene, he beheld Shinwei carrying him away. Lienian returned to the staircase on the third floor, letting out a resounding howl towards the heavens. With a sudden force, he struck the floor with his fist. The ship's hull shattered into countless fragments, and then began to disintegrate, as the surroundings transformed into an abyss of darkness and void. Lienian relinquished control of his body, allowing himself to plummet until the sound of crashing waves reached his ears, ultimately landing upon a small boat. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, while torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, and fierce winds whipped up tumultuous waves. The boat rocked violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Yet it resiliently surfaced time and again. Crack! Lightning tore through the night sky like a net, illuminating the darkness in an instant. At the bow stood a figure, wielding an oar, their back turned towards Lienian, exuding an air of unwavering strength. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, as two red lanterns danced amidst the thunder and lightning. "Father!" Lienian shouted at the top of his lungs. The man, in a moment of dazed awareness, seemed to sense something and turned his head to glance in the direction of Lienian. Li Yunyang's tears were carried away by the wind, her body convulsing violently as she wept like a child. In the next moment, the man's figure shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. "Father! Father!" Li Enian seemed to awaken from a nightmare, suddenly springing forth from Xinyue's embrace. His hands flailed before him, tears streaming down his face like rain. Xinyue sat on the ground, gazing at him in terror. After a moment, Li Enian regained his clarity. Looking around, he realized he was still on the 9th floor of the Qintian Observatory, the ground shrouded in a blanket of white. Li Enian sank heavily onto the ground, unable to find solace for a long while. "Bring him here," a resonant voice commanded. Shiyue supported Li Enian as they approached the tea table. At the head of the table sat an elderly man clad in a black robe. In his 70s, his hair was streaked with silver, meticulously combed back, topped with a black gauze hat. His high forehead and elongated phoenix eyes exuded a profound wisdom, as if he could perceive all truths. His face was gaunt, adorned with deep wrinkles that appeared chiseled by a sculptor's hand. He seemed strikingly familiar, and Li Enian strained to recall the memory. As the old man poured tea, he slowly remarked, "By the shores of Dongting Lake, I had a bowl of wonton from the old man." Li Yunyang suddenly came to a realization. He clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, saying, "Li Yunyang pays his respects to the national master." Before him sat the esteemed national master of the Great Sui Kingdom, Shenwen, the head of the Astronomical Bureau. "There is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." "Master, just now I witnessed some extraordinary phenomena. Were they conjured by your magic? To peer into the human heart and probe into the secrets of the heavens. I possess not such prowess. It is a legacy from my master, the master of the national master. Senior, I just..." As Li Enian began to speak, he was promptly halted by Shenwen. This was known as the heart-questioning barrier, a formation left by the master to test the disciple's resolve. Each individual's desires varied, resulting in diverse illusions. However, these desires were genuine, and there was no need to voice them. If one failed to navigate through, one might merely succumb to temporary madness, which would gradually dissipate after a few days, posing no threat to life. "Ah, I see. Nevertheless, if you cannot emerge from it, there is little reason for us to continue our discussion." Shiyu felt somewhat uneasy, lowering her gaze in deference. Before her sat one of the few individuals capable of influencing the tides of the world. Shenwen turned his attention to Shiyu, inquiring, "How is your mother faring these days?" Shiyu, puzzled, replied, "My mother is well." With a chuckle, Shenwen reflected, "It seems like just yesterday when Mors' daughter was still a child." Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "You know my mother?" Shenwen patted the table, laughing, "Not only do I know her, but when I first met your mother, she was not even as tall as this table. By rights, you should refer to me as your grandmaster." Contemplating this revelation, Shiyu suddenly grasped the significance and knelt before Shenwen, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Please, grandmaster, save my mother. She has stolen a treasure from the Bodhi temple and is likely to be captured now." Shenwen rose and assisted Shiyu to her feet, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and news will return shortly. Though your father's martial prowess is lacking, he will still manage to protect your mother." With her tears dried, Shiyu anxiously returned to her seat. Li Enian's thoughts shifted, and the wooden box belonging to Shiyue materialized in his hand. Shenwen's expression flickered. What a magnificent spatial artifact. After placing the box on the table, Li Enian rose, bowed politely, and made his way toward the door. Given the gravity of the situation, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary suspicion. "No need to leave. Let us listen together," Shenwen remarked as he opened the wooden box. Inside lay a hard object swathed in black cloth. As the layers of fabric were unfurled, a dark bronze rod emerged. It was roughly the length of an arm and the thickness of a wrist, spiraled with inscriptions adorning its surface. One end was slightly thicker with a flat base, while the other tapered into 3 claws resembling a bird's talon. This was a base crafted from extraterrestrial iron, originally accompanied by a bronze mirror. Shenwen recounted a legendary tale. 3,000 years ago, chaos reigned, wars erupted, and the populace suffered displacement. with corpses strewn across the land. During that time, a great demon emerged, drawing power from vengeful spirits and becoming increasingly formidable. Wherever it roamed, it transformed the world into a hellish purgatory. The first generation of sorcerer ancestors traversed the nations, utilizing extraterrestrial iron as a medium, merging the primordial energies of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and martial arts to forge the Xian bronze prism. Ultimately, at the cost of the lives of the ancestral masters of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, the prism was activated to seal the great demon. Later, the ancestors shattered the Xian bronze prism into 5 pieces, with each sect preserving one fragment. Shi Yue's piece belonged to Buddhism. After concluding his tale, Shunwen lifted his teacup and drained its contents. Why did Shi Yue's mother risk sending this fragment to the Qingtian Observatory? Moer must have uncovered some secret, though it remains unclear. We must await further news. Who were the individuals in black on the official boat? And what connection did they have to the outskirts of the capital? The outskirts? When did this occur? 3 days ago, on the journey from Shanglua to the capital. The victims were 5 bodyguards from the Dingyuan escort agency, 4 perished, and 1 was injured, with the cargo consisting of 2 crates of porcelain. Shinwen fell into contemplation, slowly articulating, the individuals aboard that official vessel were from Fusang. Thus, it is likely that the murders in the outskirts were also perpetrated by them. It is highly probable that another fragment has also reached the capital. Among the holders of those fragments from that time, the martial practitioners did not pass it down in the form of a sect. Therefore, that particular fragment eventually drifted into the world. After the conflict, the Confucian and Taoist sects suffered significant losses and ceased to involve themselves in worldly affairs. Yet their strength remains. Extracting a fragment from them would not be an easy feat. Could it be the fragment that wandered into the world? Fusang people? Li Yunyang had just arrived and was unaware of the intricacies involved. Although this matter bore an air of mystery, it was not something that could be unraveled in a day or 2. There was no need for haste, Shinwen remarked. As for the reason for my presence in the capital, it primarily concerns Lord Chun. May I inquire about the current situation? Ah, you speak of Chen Songju. A clever individual, indeed. He safeguards himself while also protecting you all. He is well, and when you see him, you may converse directly, came the response. What of brother Wang Qinglang? Ah, how unfortunate. I dispatched none other than Wang Qinglang to the southern Xianghua. Chapter 20. A reunion at the Dali court. Matters concerning Li Yinian have essentially been concluded. As the national advisor is preoccupied with numerous affairs, it is inappropriate to impose further interruptions. Thus, I rise to express my farewell, and Shiwe likewise stands to offer her respects. Shiwe, I ask you to remain. We shall determine our course of action upon receiving news from your mother. Shiwe clasps her hands tightly together, feeling a sense of apprehension, for she has grown accustomed to this over the past several days. Wherever Li Yinian goes, she follows. Li Yinian consumes whatever she prepares. Li Yinian directed her every action, and she complied without hesitation. There was no need for contemplation, no responsibilities to bear, and no expenses to incur. Whenever there was a matter, she simply called upon Li Yinian. Her carefree existence was unparalleled, even within the confines of her own home. Although she was aware that the day of parting would inevitably arrive, she had not anticipated it would come so soon, leaving her with an unsettling sense of disbelief. Li Yinian cupped his fists in salute to Shiwe, smiling as he said, "Heroine, I apologize for the trouble I've caused during this time. Thank you for your care." Shiwe, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched Li Yinian, her eyes silently brimming with tears. Li Yinian chuckled and said, "I will come to see you." "Who asked you to come?" Shi retorted angrily. Shunwen shook his head from the sidelines, thinking, this is yet another bucket of water spilled. Li Yonian bid farewell to Shun once more and turned towards the door. Li Yonian, wait a moment, Shi said, retrieving a rejuvenating pill from her bosom and placing it in Li Yonian's hand. Business is business. This is the agreed-upon reward. No need for that. I have plenty of these. You should keep it and return it to your father. Li Yunyang returned the rejuvenation pill to Xinyue's hand, suddenly recalling something. He took out a purple bamboo pin, the very one bestowed upon him by Zhouju, after transferring the map contained within to a jade pendant. He handed it to Xinyue. The promised gift, he said, requires only the focus of your mind and the infusion of true energy. It contains a small space within. Xinyue tested the rejuvenation pill, placing it inside and retrieving it, as if performing a magical trick. Instantly, she radiated joy like a child. The rejuvenation pill was invaluable. but regrettably it had become a rarity, with scarcely a few left in the entirety of Dazue. Li Yunyang, you mentioned that you possess many. How is that possible? Shenwen inquired with curiosity. Li Yinian hesitated momentarily before truthfully responding. It is a relic of my late mother. Do you know the origins of the returning spirit elixir? Esteemed master? A relic of your mother? A flicker of doubt crossed Shun Wen's mind as he scrutinized Li Yinian anew. After a prolonged silence, as if lost in recollection, Shun Wen gradually spoke. Over a century ago, the Qintian Observatory produced an exceptionally gifted 8th-grade alchemist. With an innovative mind and an unconventional approach, she concocted an array of extraordinary elixirs, among which the returning spirit elixir is notable. Pausing to glance at Li Yinian, he continued, this 8th-grade alchemist was a woman, renowned for her beauty and possessing remarkable skills in preserving one's appearance. Her kind-hearted nature and graceful demeanor made one feel as though they were basking in the warmth of spring. The returning spirit elixir originates from the Qintian Observatory. Li Yunian could not help but glance at Shi Yue, his heart surging with tumultuous waves as a bold thought emerged in his mind. Shi Yue, in a daze, suddenly came to a realization, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, could it be that your mother is also a disciple of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau? Li Yinian removed the jade pendant from around his neck. With a soft thud, it landed on the tea table, producing a crisp sound. Shen Wen, a person of such stature, typically remained unflinching in the face of calamity, rarely revealing the tides of his emotions. However, today was an exception. Upon encountering the pendant, Shen Wen felt a premonition. When he finally beheld it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Trembling, he extended his hands, laboriously picking up the jade pendant, cradling it in his palms to examine it closely. Senior sister. 2 streams of tears cascaded down Shun Wen's cheeks. He disregarded the presence of juniors, gently pressing the pendant against his face, yearning to once more feel the warmth of its owner. Shen Wen, clutching the pendant, curled up in his chair, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, the Grand Master of the Dazue Kingdom resembled a solitary, ordinary elder. Li Yinian and Shi Yue were left utterly astonished, holding their breath in utter silence. After a considerable pause, Shen Wen finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. Memories from a century past surged forth like a torrent. He spoke softly. 100 years ago, amidst the chaos of war among the 4 nations, I was but 4 years old and became an orphan. My master took me in to a dilapidated courtyard at the foot of a mountain. It was there that I first laid eyes on my senior sister. She was 13, poised and beautiful. With my master often away, my senior sister and I relied on each other, and she single-handedly raised me. She sheltered me from the pursuit of soldiers, took me into the mountains to gather firewood, and shared with me all the delightful treats and amusements. Later, the military commander whom my master supported rose to prominence and established a nation, becoming Emperor Gaozu of Dazue. We then relocated to the capital, where the Astronomical Bureau was established and the number of disciples increased. My master remained a carefree wanderer, while it was my senior sister who truly managed the vast Astronomical Bureau. Exceptionally gifted, she chose to study medicine rather than martial arts. As a mere 8th-grade physician, she demonstrated remarkable ingenuity, and aside from my master, none could rival her. Such a phenomenon had never been recorded in the history of the Astronomical Bureau. A knowing smile spread across Shun Wen's face. And what happened next? Inquired Li Yinian. Eventually, when our cohort of disciples matured and could stand on their own, my senior sister departed. She intended to traverse every corner of this world, to behold the splendor of the vast landscapes. She returned a few times during her travels, but ultimately ceased to come back. I suspect she may have started a family. Remarkably, my senior sister returned each time bearing the same youthful visage, while we gradually aged. Shen Wen replied. Li Yinian was utterly astonished. His mother possessed such a legendary tale. Thus, he recounted all he knew about his father and mother to Shen Wen. Upon finishing, Shen Wen sighed deeply, surprised to hear news of his senior sister once more, only to realize she was already in the realm beyond. In this light, does it not imply that I must refer to Li Yinian as my little master uncle? Shi Yu had uncovered something remarkable. Indeed, Shen Wen laughed heartily. He then extracted a golden medal, placing it upon the table and sliding it towards Li Yinian. This medal, bestowed by the late emperor, grants access to every corner of the capital save for the palace itself. Keep it for now, but remember, one thing must not be lost, or it will lead to chaos. Li Yonian hesitated, reluctant to accept. Shi Yue stood up, swiftly grasped the gold medal, and with a respectful gesture said, "Thank you, master." Without delay, she took Li Yonian by the hand and headed toward the Dali Temple, anxious that Xinwen might detain her at the Qintian Bureau once more. Li Yonian felt somewhat bewildered and quickly bowed to Shun, one to bid farewell. "Remember to return before dinner. I will await your arrival," Xinwen hastily added. With a smile, Xinwen remarked, "The children of old friends have come down at once." As she walked, Shiwa playfully jingled the golden medal, only to be grasped firmly by Li Yonian. "Dear lady, this is a gold medal bestowed by the emperor." Li Yonian hastily tucked everything away. Shiwa, with hands on her hips, exclaimed loudly, "Li Yonian, don't think your seniority makes you important. We each have our own standing. I am older than you, so you must heed my words." All right, esteemed lady. I shall listen to you," Li Yonian replied, instantly placating her. As they exited the gates of the imperial city, a wave of lightness washed over him. The weariness of the journey and his worry seemed to dissipate in an instant. It was quite comforting to have a taller elder leading the way. The Dali Temple is situated in the northwest corner of the capital, in Yiningfang, not far from the imperial city. It is one of the 3 courts responsible for handling cases involving court officials, reviewing verdicts rendered by the Ministry of Justice, and occasionally addressing complicated civilian cases brought forth. The chief officer, the Dali Temple minister, holds a 3rd rank, placing him among the 9 ministers. The second in command, the Dali Temple vice minister, holds a 4th rank. Beneath them are the Dali Temple assistants, the temple chief, assessors, chief clerks, and recorders, followed by the position held by Chen Songju, the inspector. The inspectors, numbering 6, are dispatched to the provinces to re-examine difficult cases, serving as genuine grassroots officials. Chen Songju is an earnest individual, disinterested in scheming, wholly absorbed in his work, thriving in his role as inspector. The breeze today carries a slight chill, and sunlight streams through the window, casting a warm glow upon the desk cluttered with case files. The solitary room is impeccably tidy, furnished with a dining table and chairs, teacups, a writing desk, a bookshelf, a bed, and a cotton quilt. Were it not for one wall being a barred cage, one would hardly discern this as a prison cell. Dressed in plain clothes, Chen Songju sat at the desk, deeply engrossed in reviewing the case files. His brow furrowed in concentration. A clerk clad in dark attire passed by with a stack of documents, maneuvering them with his chin as he opened the cell door with his hands. He hurriedly stepped inside and placed the documents on the desk. Chen Songju glanced up at the stack and remarked, "Even in prison, one cannot find peace. Why are there so many today?" The clerk grinned and replied, "Master Chen, it is as ordered from above. Those who are capable must bear more responsibility." Chen Songju pretended to strike him, causing the clerk to dash away in a hurry. Upon encountering that familiar figure, Li Yunian found the prison guard reporting to him. In response to the gaze cast by Chen Songju, Li Yunian knelt and paid his respects at the prison gate. Chen Songju, taken aback, quickly stepped forward, lifting the young man before him and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Li Yunian, is it truly you? You have grown so much. What brings you here? Come, let us sit and talk," Chen Songju exclaimed, filled with emotion, as he guided Li Yunian to his seat at the dining table. "This is Lord Chen, the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, the benefactor I mentioned to you. And this is Miss Shi Yue, a friend I made on my journey to the capital." Li Yunian introduced himself at the center. Shi Yu bowed to Chen Songju. Chen Songju, gazing at Shi Yu, patted Li Yunian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What great fortune! What great fortune indeed!" Li Yunian hurriedly attempted to explain, yet the more he elucidated, the more convoluted the situation became. Shi Yu, standing beside him, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "You truly have come to the capital. Just days ago, someone visited me and mentioned your arrival. I could hardly believe it." "Who came to see you?" "Alas, this is quite the predicament. It was Princess Yuzhen herself, who came to the prison to visit me." "How on earth do you maintain relations with a princess?" "Princess Yuzhen? Joey, it is highly inappropriate to directly address a princess by name. Such a transgression." Indeed. We are merely friends. We shared a bond at Qilin Hall. You are quite fortunate. Princess Yuzhen is a celestial being. By the way, what is the story behind your martial prowess?" Chen Song had an abundance of questions to pose. He found it difficult to reconcile the young man before him with the dark-skinned boy who had once perched on Ma San's shoulders. In just a few short years, he had achieved the formidable status of King Kong, and a remarkably solid King Kong at that. Li Yunian rose and positioned himself in the center of the cell, adopting a horse stance, his entire demeanor suddenly exuding a sharp intensity. With the first punch, a crashing blow, swift as the wind, the radiance of his fist became apparent. With the second punch, a slicing strike, the fierce winds filled the room, causing the air to scatter. With the third punch, a hanging fist, the power surged like mountains and rivers, remaining as steadfast as a mountain. These three simple punches, though not immensely forceful, were imbued with profound intent. Upon completing the trio of strikes, he concluded with a respectful bow. Inside, Chen Songju was stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The seeds he had inadvertently sown had grown wildly beyond expectation. Yonyan, come, sit down, and earnestly recount your experiences over these past years. Chen Songju prepared tea for the three of them, who then gathered around the table. Shiwe had never heard Li Yonyan speak so extensively. Nor had she witnessed the childlike joy radiating from him, unguarded, selfless, simply pure happiness. Chen Songju seemed to be engrossed in a captivating tale, at times anxious, at times indignant, at times sorrowful, and at times bursting with laughter. These two were truly genuine souls. So, we have come to this place. In this light, does it mean the national master is your master's uncle? Indeed, my goodness. Such a narrative would be too audacious even for a tale. Chen Songju exclaimed in admiration. And what brings you here? Li Yonyan inquired. Alas. Chen Songju looked around discreetly. Lowering his voice, he said, Do you remember the red crystal gifted by our predecessor back in Haiyun Gorge? Li Yonyan nodded. It's lost, Chen Song murmured. Li Yonyan gazed at Chen Songju with a perplexed expression and inquired, What does this have to do with you? It bears little relevance to me, Chen Songju replied. I have fulfilled my duties, and as far as this case is concerned, it is closed. However, it does concern our emperor. Chen Songju hesitated, contemplating the gravity of the matter and whether he should disclose it to Li Yonyan. Li Yonyan discerned the distress etched upon Chen Songju's face. He summoned the fiery essence within him, gradually channeling it to the palms of his hands, where a faint crimson glow illuminated beneath his skin. I possess one as well, but it has melded into my being, nearly costing me my life, Li Yonyan confessed. Chen Songju was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. After he managed to steady his emotions, he elaborated on the intricate implications of the matter. It turned out that this crystal was of paramount importance. To begin with, let us discuss the advanced ranks of martial artists. Referring to Chen Songju's 6th grade refining spirit realm, one embarks on the cultivation of their primordial spirit at this level, enabling them to sense impending dangers and evade them in advance. This was precisely the misstep that Li Yonyan encountered during his duel with Ko Juan. The 5th grade entering spirit realm serves as a watershed moment in martial prowess, often referred to as the Grandmaster realm. At this stage, both the primordial spirit and the physical form attain significant mastery, allowing for flight through the skies. The 4th grade unparalleled realm demands exceptionally high innate talent, requiring one to harmonize with the cosmos and forge their unique martial soul. A moment's carelessness may lead to the shattering of the soul. Those who attain this realm can rival local sovereigns. The 3rd grade pinnacle realm signifies a summit where one stands atop the world, surveying the lesser peaks beneath. Currently, the elite combatants of the realm are so few they can be counted on one hand. The 2nd grade Jade Void realm is a legendary state, characterized by techniques that are unfathomably enigmatic. Li Yonyan harbored suspicions that Bai Jing'ang had once attained such a realm, considering he had faced 3 opponents, all of whom were 3rd-tier martial artists. The 1st-tier martial god realm is exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Furthermore, the Great Sui dynasty has endured through 3 reigns. The founding emperor, Zhou Xian, was a 3rd-tier martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft. After establishing the nation, he succumbed to old injuries, leading to his decline and eventual demise. The late Emperor Zhou Shi was a scholarly man, ruling through culture and earning the affection of the people, passing away peacefully. The current emperor, Zhou Qi, ascended the throne as the 2nd prince. Since the founding emperor, the Great Sui has not seen any 3rd-tier martial artists, with the 2nd-tier sorcerer Shun when at the helm. The Astral Monitoring Bureau is forbidden from meddling in politics, as per ancestral decree. Thus, the saying goes, the emperors may flow like water, but Shunwen remains steadfast like iron. Presently, there are 3 individuals of unparalleled 4th-tier martial prowess within the Great Sui court: the Northern Guardian King Zhou Bo, the maternal uncle Yu Hong, and General Huang Shanhe of the Western Expedition. The Northern Guardian King, Zhou Bo, a maternal uncle of the emperor, emerged as the most formidable contender for the throne after the late emperor's passing. He was later schemed against by the current Empress Dowager and forced to return to his fief. Yu Hong, the current Empress Dowager's elder brother, serves as the Grand Marshal of the Great Sui. It is not difficult to comprehend the Empress Dowager's maneuvering to elevate her son to power alongside her brother. General Huang Shanha, nearing 80 years of age, was deeply trusted by the late emperor, who had shown him favor, and remains a staunch royalist, albeit supporting the eldest prince. Thus, the upper echelons of power within the Great Sui maintain a delicate equilibrium. Chen Song had brought back the crystal formed from the blood of the Qilin, which contained astonishing energy. Shenwan assessed that this crystal could enhance the success rate of a fourth-tier martial artist attempting to breach the third tier by 50%. If utilized effectively, it could grant their faction an additional third-tier martial artist, a presence capable of altering the fate of the nation. However, from the emperor's perspective, this Qilin blood crystal, alongside the 3 fourth-tier martial artists, could not be entrusted to anyone. It must remain concealed, kept secret. Now that the blood crystal has been lost, the emperor is furious. Chapter 21. Undercurrents. Years ago, upon returning to the capital, Chen Song meticulously documented the case proceedings, signing his name to the records, which he personally delivered alongside the Qilin blood crystal to the Minister of Justice. The minister then entered the palace to present the findings to the emperor. After the emperor perused the documents, he summoned the National Master of the Astral Monitoring Bureau into the palace to discuss strategies. Ultimately, the emperor and the minister jointly affixed their signatures to the records, confirming the case's closure. Thus, the individuals aware of the blood crystal's efficacy numbered 3, the emperor himself, the National Master Shinwan, and the Minister of Justice. Those cognizant of the blood crystal's existence, yet unaware of its properties, included 6 officials from the Ministry of Justice, 5 from the Astral Monitoring Bureau, and Li Enian, totaling 12 individuals. The emperor, in a fit of rage, sought to apprehend individuals, but found himself unable to touch the National Master or the Minister of the Dali Temple, leaving him with no choice but to target these 12 individuals. The Minister of the Dali Temple summoned Chen Songju, enlightening him on the intricacies of the situation. Chen Songju comprehended that reopening the case would not merely implicate a dozen individuals, but potentially 12 families or clans. Once the prison door swung open, there would be no end to the turmoil. Thus, as the case's principal investigator, Chen Songju resolutely declined to sign the completed case files, firmly refusing to reignite the investigation. The minister of the Dali Temple, citing the grave offense of disrespect, imprisoned Chen Songju. The emperor, fearful of public outcry and mindful of the Chun family's esteemed legacy, chose to relent. This outlines the core narrative. Do you have any suspects, Lord Chen? Inquired Li Yonyan. Yes, but they cannot be investigated, replied Chen Songju. Is it the national uncle, Yuheng? Li Yonyan queried softly. Chen Songju responded, elaborate on your reasoning. The 11 individuals involved were seasoned investigators, inherently aware of what could or could not be disclosed. I, for one, have never mentioned the existence of the crystal stones to anyone. Furthermore, if a leak had occurred, it would have surfaced long ago. Why wait until now? The Astronomical Bureau has always maintained a non-confrontational stance with the imperial authority, bound by ancestral edicts to abstain from political involvement. To the National Master, it is inconsequential who occupies the throne. The Minister of the Dali Temple wields the highest judicial power and must possess a character that has undergone rigorous scrutiny, having ascended to the rank of one of the 9 ministers. What could be the motive? To merely swap emperors and continue as a minister? That seems illogical. If the emperor was indeed elevated to the throne by the national uncle, it is certain that the emperor has individuals placed by the national uncle to monitor him. Should any scandal arise, it would likely originate from the emperor himself. After Li Enian concluded his analysis, Chen Song expressed his admiration, saying, "It would be a pity if you do not join the Dali Sea." However, Li Enian voiced his concern, but one cannot remain confined within this prison forever, can they? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting both men to silence themselves and glance towards the hallway. The jailer halted at the cell door, clasping his fists, and respectfully stated, Master Chun, the visiting hours have greatly exceeded the allotted time, making it difficult to record in the ledger. I kindly ask for your understanding. Li Enian and Chen Songju bid farewell, exchanging a knowing glance amidst their parting words. Rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation, Li Enian remarked. Upon exiting the grand gates of the Dali Temple, a familiar figure awaited them at the entrance. I surmised you would be here, so I inquired with the guards and decided to wait, said Doing Xue, who had just concluded her duties. Leaving Yiningfang, the sun had well passed its zenith, and the morning had been consumed by visits to the Qintian Observatory and the Dali Temple. leaving no time for a meal. Xia pulled Doing Xue along, murmuring softly the entire way. The trio journeyed southward, surrounded by throngs of travelers. They chanced upon a procession of foreign merchants, distinguished by their golden hair and azure eyes, their thick mustaches curling upward. They led a peculiar creature, reminiscent of a horse yet distinctly different, with 2 humps adorning its back, towering nearly 10 feet high. It bore a bell around its neck, producing a melodious chime with each step. Li Yinian gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Doing Xue stifled a laugh, explaining, "This is called a camel, capable of bearing burdens across the desert, utilized by the nomadic tribes." As she spoke, Doing Xue pulled Shiwei into the nearby Liquanfang. Liquanfang stands as a microcosm of the capital's immense inclusivity. With 4 gates opening to the cardinal directions, a crossroad lies at its heart. In the southwestern corner, one can find the 3 caves of the Nun's Crown and the Miaoxing Nunnery. To the northwest of the crossroad, there is Liquan Temple, while to the southeast, one encounters the ancient Persian Hu Temple. South of the west gate stands the Hu Xian Shrine. Various beliefs from the east and west coexist harmoniously, akin to a vibrant tapestry of diverse ethnicities, fostering interaction and mutual respect, which naturally leads to a delightful fusion of culinary experiences. This locale is renowned for its culinary diversity, where flavors from across the globe converge. An array of tantalizing aromas waft through the air, showcasing an assortment of vividly colored desserts, uniquely shaped fruits, and an array of unnameable beverages that dazzle the senses. Xiyue and her companion moved swiftly, weaving through the bustling crowd, sampling delicacies from each stall, striving to partake in the bountiful offerings. Li Yinian harbored a deep fondness for a particular type of flatbread. A round naan, measuring 1.5 feet in diameter, was paired with a pound of lamb. The enormous naan was sliced open horizontally, and layers of succulent lamb were artfully arranged within. A medley of spices was added, including a rare and fragrant spice from the western regions known as black pepper fermented beans, which imparted an exceptionally unique aroma. Subsequently, the surface of the naan was generously smeared with clarified butter and placed over an open flame to roast. The tantalizing fragrance was utterly irresistible. With each bite, the richness coated his palate, offering an extraordinary texture and an enduring aftertaste. Upon finishing the entire naan, his belly full and satisfied, Li Yinian glanced around, only to find the bustling crowd devoid of the 2 women. At the corner of the street, a figure caught his attention. Of medium stature, her hair was styled high, crowned with an even taller black-veiled headdress, nearly a foot high. A wooden mask obscured the upper half of her face, painted with wide, furious eyes and a fearsome expression. Her nose was particularly elongated, measuring 1/2 foot. The exposed lips were a vivid red, her chin pointed, and her skin pallid. Clad in a white garment with a right over left collar, the symmetrical pleats and extraordinarily wide sleeves nearly grazed the ground. Below, she wore loose, wide-legged trousers, white stockings, and high-heeled wooden clogs. In her hand, she held a small folding fan adorned with plum blossoms. At that moment, her eyes, concealed behind the mask, were fixed intently on Li Yinian. Their gazes met, and an unusual instinct stirred within him. He rose to navigate through the crowd towards the opposite street. As the white-clad figure turned and entered an alleyway, the alleyway, a mere 3 feet wide, was flanked by stone walls of the shops. Due to perennial shade, moss thrived at the base of the walls, and the pebble-strewn path bore remnants of standing water. When Li Yinian arrived, he only caught a glimpse of a white figure vanishing at the end of the alley. The sound of wooden clogs striking the ground reverberated through the passageway, prompting Li Yinian to quicken his pace as he pursued the figure to the alley's conclusion. To his left lay a branching path, flanked by the rear wall of a shop on one side and a half-height fence on the other. Behind the fence was a small courtyard, with a narrow pebble path leading to a 2-story wooden building at its center. On either side of the path, 2 flower beds had been cultivated, though now, in the depths of winter, they lay in a state of decay. The wooden building exhibited an unusual design, with a notably low ceiling and predominantly sliding doors. The eaves of the first floor jutted out a 1/2 foot, resting upon a circle of wooden pillars, thereby creating a spacious corridor. The floor of the corridor was covered with a layer of wooden planks, polished to a brilliant shine. The figure in white, adorned with a mask, knelt upon the wooden floor of the corridor, with a low table placed before him, upon which rested a set of tea utensils. A pair of wooden clogs lay beneath the corridor, while a string of wind chimes hung at the corner of the eaves. As the gentle breeze passed, they chimed melodiously, creating a most delightful sound. Upon noticing Li Yinian, the figure in white gestured for him to take a seat from across the courtyard. Without hesitation, Li Yinian approached the corridor, removed his shoes, and settled cross-legged before the low table. The masked figure, with one hand gracefully holding the long sleeve and the other lifting a porcelain teapot, revealed a delicate hand with fair skin, elongated fingers, and an elegantly arched pinky. The nails adorned with a subtle shade of pink. A cup of tea was poured, filled to 7/10, exuding steam. Li Yinian, we are old friends now, spoke the figure in a gentle yet distinctly masculine voice. Li Yinian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, a wave of revulsion surging within him. Today marks my arrival in the capital, and I am unfamiliar with your identity. He. The man in white chuckled softly. We have crossed paths on 2 occasions, you see. Li Yinian clenched his fists and abruptly rose to his feet. His imposing aura radiated outward, his body brimming with vigilance, and a fleeting golden light flickered around him. Fusang people, this is the capital. Disturbing the peace is a grave offense. Please remain calm. I have come to discuss a business transaction. The man in white gestured for Li Yinian to take a seat. Li Yinian suppressed his impulse, retracted his imposing aura, and sat down once more. You desire blood crystals. While I seek fragments, the figure clad in white stated bluntly, striking at the heart of the matter. Li Yinian felt a jolt in his heart, instantly regaining his composure. The fragments had already been taken to the Qintian Observatory, and it was impossible to retrieve them. However, I shall not concern myself with that. A fair exchange is in order, a barter of goods. When shall the transaction take place? 5 days hence, at the second watch, at the Yensui Tower in Pingkongfang. Li Yinian rose, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. Do not blame me for not warning you. There remains a fragment in the capital. Let us see if you possess the skill to uncover it, remarked the figure in white, observing Li Yinian's departing silhouette. Li Yinian strode forward, his mind racing with strategies. Since his arrival in the city, he had been shadowed. Yet how did they uncover the existence of the blood crystal? How could they deduce that he was in search of it? Was there a traitor within the Dali temple? A throbbing pain pervaded his head. The memory of the orchid gesture from the man in white sent shivers down his spine. Upon reaching the alley's end, he still saw no sign of the 2 women. Thus, he decided to make his way back to the small courtyard in Huayuanfang. The courtyard gate was tightly locked, and the 2 had yet to return. Li Yinian casually perched upon a stone bench beneath the eaves, gazing at this place that countless souls yearned for, strange, bustling, and resounding with life, yet concealing undercurrents of intrigue. Recently, he has come to realize that his reading has been insufficient. He no longer recognizes the camel nor the people of Fusang. The capital enforces a curfew, with the drum sounding precisely at the first watch and the city gates descending at that hour, only to reopen at the 5th watch with the echo of the drum. Those who breach the night are subjected to punitive lashes. When Li Yinian, accompanied by Shi Yue and Dou Yingxue, ascended to the 9th level, he was taken aback once more. The once pristine white floor had transformed into a deep black, and the interior furnishings had morphed into an ordinary study. Within the study, apart from the windows and the back door, a circle of bookshelves encircled the room. Various ancient tomes were meticulously arranged, many devoid of titles. At the forefront stood an exceptionally large writing desk, peculiar in its design, lacking legs and perfectly square. Beside it were 3 chairs, 1 for the host and 2 for guests, also square in form. The material of the desk and chairs matched that of the floor, as if they had sprouted from the very ground itself. Li Yinian, filled with curiosity, bent down to take a closer look. This is called a nebulous stone, capable of transforming its shape at will. A familiar voice resonated. Li Yinian looked up towards the source of the sound. The back door of the study was ajar, revealing a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being, standing outside and gazing at him. Junior brother. Li Yinian, filled with joy, quickly clasped his fists in salute. Zhou Ju responded with a smile, returning the gesture. Only Zhou Ju could command the white-robed figures of the Qintian monitor to such a celestial degree. Has my junior brother broken through so swiftly? It seems we have both arrived in the capital simultaneously. The path of the sorcerer is not insurmountable. It is primarily about accumulation, a natural progression. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your puppet, which has profoundly enlightened me. Who are these 2? Zhou Ju inquired, glancing towards the individuals behind Li Yinian. This is Miss Shi Yue, who fortuitously travels with me to the capital and is also a descendant of the Qintian monitor. Li Yinian introduced, raising his hand. Junior brother, Shi Yue greeted with a bow. And this is Missing Shi Yue, a friend I made in Xiangyang. The legitimate granddaughter of the Dou family from the Chaobang, Li Yinian continued. Shouju, as I have mentioned, is the junior brother from the Qilin Hall. The youngest fourth-grade sorcerer of the Qintian Monitor. Li Yinian wore a proud expression, while Dou Yingxue, having encountered young Master Zhou before, was no stranger to the world. Yet, before her stood a remarkably youthful and dignified fourth-grade immortal master, a unique presence in Dazue. Zhou Ju returned the greetings one by one. Dinner is ready. Please take your seats, came a robust voice. You are in for a treat. The national master is personally overseeing the cooking, Zhou Ju remarked. Leading the three through the back door of the study, past a training room, and onto a terrace. The terrace, a square 3 zhang in size, was perfectly situated at the southwestern corner of the attic, offering a view of Zhuke Street. As the lights began to glow, the city of Chang'an sparkled with countless flickering lights, stretching endlessly in the distance. A round table was set in the center of the terrace, laden with an array of prepared dishes. Though the offerings were not extravagant, Li Yinian felt an unexpected warmth in their familiarity. Realizing that the national master's culinary methods were akin to his own, a lantern hung from the eaves of the terrace, casting a light as bright as day. The four gathered around the table when an elderly man, clad in a black cap and a white apron, emerged from a small kitchen beside the terrace. He carried a plate of steamed fish and placed it at the center of the table. All set, the old man exclaimed as he removed his apron. The four stood to pay their respects, but Shunwen gestured with his hands, saying, "There are no formalities among us. We are all like family, so please be at ease." This was Dou Yingxue's first encounter with the national master of Dazue. Frankly, she was astonished to discover that the esteemed national master was merely an ordinary old man one might overlook on the street. This is Dou Yingxue, the legitimate daughter of the Chaobang, Li Yinian introduced. The old man is indeed fortunate. His granddaughter is so lovely. No need for excessive courtesy. Let us all take a seat. Shunwen settled into the main seat, and the four took their places. If you wish to indulge in delicacies, I will have Zhou Ju take you to the East Market tomorrow. As for me, I am accustomed to a lifetime of simple fare and cannot savor those extravagant dishes. Shunwen stated, the highest realm of culinary art is to transform simple ingredients into extraordinary flavors. If culinary skills were graded, the national master would undoubtedly be a first-grade chef, Zhou Ju declared, helping himself to the dishes without hesitation. The flattery brought a smile to the national master's face. Yinian, do give it a try. It aligns with your own style, Zhou Ju encouraged. Very well, came the reply. Li Yinian scooped a piece of freshly sauced silken tofu with a spoon. Its hue was a pristine white, translucent and inviting. Upon tasting, it was refreshingly cool, with a texture reminiscent of delicate gelatin that melted upon warmth. The broth was rich and savory. The tofu exuded a subtle creamy aroma, leaving a lingering sweetness on the palate. It was akin to sipping from a mountain spring, fragrant and pure. Indeed, a true culinary delight. Li Yinian gestured for the two young women to taste the dish. After they sampled it, Yingxue and Shiwen nodded vigorously, as if in emphatic agreement. Shiwei, with a carefree demeanor, wielded her chopsticks with remarkable speed. Li Yinian picked up his chopsticks, thwarting any interference. Zhou Ju, with a flick of his fingers, clandestinely maneuvered. Both Shiwei and Li Yinian found their efforts akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, ultimately fruitless. The meal was a splendid affair, filled with lively banter. Dou Yingxue, unable to maintain her composure, could only bow her head to pick at the dishes before her. Once, a group of young folks had gathered around a table much like today. Several brothers engaged in playful tussles, rendering the mealtime quite chaotic. The master sat at the head, puffing on his pipe with a broad grin. The elder sister emerged from the kitchen, hands on her hips, scolding the lot. Back then, the Qintian Observatory had yet to erect its towering buildings, and Chang'an was far from its present splendor. Chapter 22, The Imperial Son-in-Law Li Yinian on the following morning. Li Yinian arrived early at the first floor of the Qintian Observatory, seeking a secluded corner. He unfolded the map of Chang'an, along with the local annals of Chang'an County and Wanyan County. He also procured a maritime chart and several volumes detailing foreign nations. Spreading out his materials across the desk, he patiently immersed himself in reading. Having indulged in a copious amount of wine the previous night, he now suffered from a slight headache. For the first time, he experienced the curfew, with the drums striking precisely at the first watch, echoing 600 times. Once the drumbeat ceased, the entire city of Chang'an fell into silence, with only the night patrols remaining on the streets. It is said that only on the Lantern Festival does the city enjoy a reprieve from curfew. As the entire populace revels in lantern displays, solving riddles, and the streets remain aglow throughout the night, with taverns and brothels operating until dawn. After dinner the previous night, Zhou had provided the three with white garments from the Qintian Observatory. They were given wooden badges, inscribed with the words Qintian Observatory on one side and Night Patrol on the other. 3 lanterns adorned with the observatory's emblem were also included. Although the Qintian Observatory conducted night patrols, these were not at fixed times. They were typically called upon to assist in investigations when other city defense teams encountered perplexing situations. Just before departing, Zhou handed Li Yinian a wooden box containing a figurine by Jingtang. Li Yinian's body suddenly ached all over. Last night, when Li Yinian mentioned his intention to read on the first floor, Shunwen nodded repeatedly and also made arrangements for Shiwei. Upon returning to the courtyard, Shiwei, infuriated, brandished a kitchen knife and chased Li Yinian around the courtyard, nearly alerting the city guards. At this moment, Shiwei was sprawled on the desk with a book of miscellaneous knowledge covering her face, her legs propped up, sound asleep. As noon approached, a commotion erupted at the door, and a distant female voice called out, "Princess, slow down." Light footsteps followed. Li Yinian raised his gaze towards the entrance. A girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, stepped over the threshold, holding her flowing skirt with both hands while surveying her surroundings. With a gentle smile adorning her face, she breathed softly, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her long hair was elegantly styled into a half updo, revealing her slender, alabaster neck. A delicately carved jade comb was nestled at the base of her hairstyle, while another intricately designed gold ornament, inlaid with jade, was artfully positioned at an angle, adorned with a jade beast and golden flowers, from which colorful beads cascaded downward. Her oval face boasted a porcelain complexion, a broad forehead, and subtly rounded cheeks. Her delicate eyebrows framed large, round eyes with long lashes. Her nose was straight, with a pearlescent tip, and her cherry-red lips were small and luscious, complemented by a pointed chin and a gently rounded jawline. She wore a sky-blue patterned inner garment with wide sleeves, layered beneath a vibrant red half-sleeve coat, embellished with golden thread depicting peonies across the chest. A light golden, semi-transparent shawl was draped diagonally over her shoulder, while her lower half featured a skirt of alternating red and yellow stripes, tied at the high waist with 2 delicate yellow ribbons, accentuating her slender figure. The skirt flowed gracefully to the ground, partially revealing her golden threaded embroidered boots. Though she had not yet fully matured, the essence of youthful exuberance radiated from her entire being. In an instant, Li Yinian found the answer within his heart. Just as he was about to rise, the young girl fixed her gaze upon him. Their eyes met, and a radiant smile bloomed upon her face. "Brother Yinian," she exclaimed, darting towards him with graceful strides. Li Yinian felt a blur before his eyes, as a delightful fragrance enveloped him, and a pair of arms gracefully draped around his neck. Instinctively, he supported the slender waist of the young maiden. She clung to Li Yinian, her laughter ringing like silver bells, crisp and enchanting. The palace maid who arrived shortly thereafter was so startled that she plopped down on the threshold, turning her face away, exclaiming in disbelief, "What in the world is this?" A few young sorcerers observed the scene with astonishment, their expressions shifting to a teasing amusement. This lad dared to embrace Brother Zhou's sister. A spectacle was certainly unfolding. 2 of the young sorcerers whispered amongst themselves. Shiwei awoke from her slumber, her book slipping from her grasp. Upon glancing up, she beheld a lavishly adorned maiden draped over Li Yinian. Her expression turned to one of bewilderment. Who was this young lady? And she was embracing Li Yinian? Was this a dream? Sensing the gazes of the onlookers, Li Yinian sheepishly released Zhou Yi. "Li Yinian, did you not promise to visit me first upon arriving in the capital? I heard from my brother that you arrived yesterday." Zhou Yi scolded, hands placed firmly on her hips. Li Yinian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but in a moment of inspiration, he made a grand bow and said, "You, as a princess, occupy a position of great nobility, while I am but a humble commoner. The imperial palace is not a place one can simply enter at will. I have come to the imperial observatory to study and will proceed with caution." Zhou Yi, half convinced yet gradually coming to understand, could not help but praise Li Yinian's cleverness. On the side, Shiwei listened intently, pondering that the young lady's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Li Yinian had long suspected the identities of the Zhou siblings and was not particularly surprised, since they chose not to disclose their backgrounds. He opted to feign ignorance to avoid any awkwardness, harboring a quiet respect in his heart. The late Emperor Zhou Shiren was known for his benevolence and loyalty, initially. There was only one empress, the Bai Shi, who bore him a son, the first prince. Later, succumbing to the court's pressure regarding succession, he successively appointed two consorts. The virtuous concubine Yu and the graceful concubine Xiao. Concubine Yu, currently the Empress Dowager, bore him one son and one daughter, namely, the second prince, the current emperor, and the third princess, Princess Chopping. Concubine Xiao, of an official lineage, came from a family of local officials, thus not situated at the center of power in the Great Sui court. She was chosen for her beauty and bore one son and one daughter, the fourth prince, Zhou Ju, and the fifth princess, Zhou Yi. Eventually, the first prince fell from favor, and concubine Yu's influence grew. Zhou Ju, though still young, entered the imperial observatory for training, likely to take a stance of withdrawal from the competition for the throne. Zhou Yi, possessing an inherently pure disposition and lacking any inhibitions, was a favored companion of the late emperor during his lifetime and enjoyed his affection, while Shiwei was preoccupied with watching the performance. Zhou Yi also took notice of the beautiful young lady at the adjacent table. With a light step, she approached Shiwei, her large eyes sparkling as she assessed the tall beauty before her. Finally, she gazed up, fixated on Shiwei's face. The two stood facing each other across a writing desk. A noticeable height difference between them, their large eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. Shiwei felt a shiver under the intensity of the gaze. "Do you like Brother Enian?" Zhou Yi suddenly inquired. Cough, cough. Shiwei gasped, nearly choking. No, absolutely not. She hastily waved her hands, thinking the young lady's logic was quite peculiar. Thank goodness it's not, Zhou Yi exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. But this won't do. I must inform Mother and summon Brother Enian to be the prince consort. I shall put an end to your aspirations, Zhou Yi declared with resolute determination, grabbing Li Enian and making her way towards the palace to seek an audience. The little girl possessed remarkable strength, pulling Li Enian towards the door. Li Enian's legs were weak and limp, dragging his body forward, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. As he struggled to the door, he encountered a figure, Zhou Ju, clad in white. Zhou Ju's eyes twitched. After a brief moment of stiffness, he averted his gaze, pretending not to see, and strode straight towards the staircase. Zhou Yi scoffed derisively, continuing to exert himself as he dragged Li Enian outward. Junior brother, save me. Junior brother, where are you going? Li Enian was engulfed in despair. Shiwa laughed so hard that she nearly lost her breath. Zhou Yi remained unchanged, ultimately with the promise of taking her out of the palace as leverage. The tug-of-war came to a temporary halt. They dined on the terrace, with Shenwen absent, and Li Enian took to the kitchen. Zhou Yi was delighted and declared that she would come every day for a meal. After lunch, Li Enian inquired if there was a training room in the Qintian monitor, one that was robust. Zhou Ju naturally understood and led her to the 9-story study. With a flick of his fingers, a thin layer of the black stone tiles on the floor was drawn away, coiling into a small sphere in the palm of his hand. The four descended to the 8th floor, which was utterly bare. The Qintian monitor conducts a rank assessment every 3 years, scheduled for after spring. At that time, disciples who have been training across the nation will return to the capital to participate in the evaluations, with this 8th floor serving as the venue. Zhou Ju casually tossed the black sphere into the center of the 8th floor room. The sphere transformed into a white substance, liquefying and then spreading outward, enveloping the entire interior space and coating the walls with a thin layer of white film. Now give it a try, Zhou Ju said. Li Yulian arrived at the center of the room, exuding an aura of formidable power. The fiery energy surged rapidly, and a golden radiance enveloped him. With a forceful punch, he struck the floor. A thunderous sound erupted, and the air swirled violently, radiating outward. A white membrane rippled from the point of impact, creating concentric waves that spread throughout the room. After a brief yet intense tremor, everything returned to its original state, leaving not a trace behind. What a remarkable artifact! It was left by the original founder, and despite more than 1,000 years of attempts by the alchemists of the Qintian Observatory, they have yet to replicate it. Why not leave behind the formula? I surmise that the founder believed it to be ultimately an external object, and that true strength must come from within. Li Yuni nodded in agreement. As he placed the doll on the ground, a familiar figure materialized with a mere thought. Clad in a white inner robe and dressed like a wandering hero, it was none other than Bai Jing'ang. Li Enian and Zhou Ju clasped their fists in greeting, with Shiwa following suit. Zhou Yi spun around White Jingtang in circles, her mouth agape in astonishment. White Jingtang surveyed the surroundings and gently pressed his hand against the forehead of the energetic little girl darting about. He lowered his gaze to examine her face, and then turned to Zhou Ju. "What is your name, little one?" he inquired. "I am Zhou Yi. Who are you?" Zhou Yi responded inquisitively. Li Yinian sensed something ominous. Bai Jing'ang took 2 steps back, crossing his arms and standing sideways with a nod, casting sidelong glances at the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice and proclaimed, "I am the dashing and elegant Bai Jingtang, admired by all, with flowers blooming at my approach. In the realm, I am known as the one whose beauty surpasses the peach blossom, the jade-faced dragon, the greatest war god of the Tang dynasty." The inevitable had come to pass, and Li Yinian offered an awkward smile. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with wonder, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive. What a magnificent entrance. Teach me, please." She bounced with excitement beside Bai Jing'ang. Zhou Ju's face flushed in alternating shades of red and white. Bai Jing'ang, rare to encounter someone with discernment, praised Zhou Yi as a genius, a worthy disciple. The two began to practice in front of the onlookers. Bai Jing'ang slowed his movements, explaining the details step by step, while Zhou Yi eagerly mimicked him, her expression a mix of nervousness and excitement. Xiyu, having encountered 2 extraordinary individuals in a single day, found her mind in a state of blankness. Zhou Ju whispered a few words into Li Yinian's ear, patted his shoulder, and returned to the 9th floor. Indeed, a prodigious talent. She learned swiftly. "That will suffice. Now go and contemplate your lines," Bai Jingtang remarked, approaching Li Yinian. "Pray tell, what is the name of this enchanting beauty with an alluring figure? How old is she this year? Is she betrothed?" Bai Jingtang inquired, bowing to Xiyu with a sycophantic smile. Xiyu shot him a disdainful glance before sweeping away with a flick of her sleeve. "A fiery temperament. Ah, Li Yinian, you are fortunate." Bai Jingtang draped his arm over Li Yinian's shoulder, watching as Xiyu's silhouette faded from view. Li Yinian was disinclined to elaborate. "The Vajra realm could be considered somewhat solid. What did you summon me for?" Bai Jing'ang inquired. "I wish to advance to another realm," Li Yinian replied. "You can't just declare an advancement at will. Consider this. You have already achieved 2 realms in a year. Martial arts require a gradual approach. One must build a solid foundation," Bai Jing'ang admonished. "And how many realms did you attain in a year back in your time?" Li Yinian countered. "That's different. Sometimes one must accept their fate. Genius cannot be easily replicated," Bai Jing'ang responded, his expression troubled. "In 4 days, there will be a transaction at the Sui Tower in Pingkangfang. I require your assistance, esteemed senior," Li Yinian stated calmly. "Sui Tower? Is that an establishment of ill repute?" Bai Jing'ang asked. Li Yinian nodded. "What are we waiting for? Genius. Come on, it's just a breakthrough. You can do it." Bai Jing'ang rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fist as large as a sandpot, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Li Yinian sighed internally. He accelerated the flow of energy within his body to its utmost, his aura swelling dramatically, causing his bones to crack and his skin to radiate a golden glow. Suddenly remembering Zhou Yi in the corner, he was about to approach her to send her away when Bai Jingtang halted him. "Do not concern yourself with her. She cannot be harmed. She possesses a natural resilience akin to that of a diamond," Bai Jing'ang remarked. Li Yinian stared in astonishment. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Zhou Yi. Indeed, in the presence of a genius, reason holds no sway. "Did you think my praise of her unparalleled talent was merely a jest?" Bai Jing'ang remarked disdainfully. Li Yinian endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and concentrate his spirit. He bent down and propelled himself forward, his steps swift, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. He appeared within a mere 3 feet of Bai Jingtang. Unleashing a powerful punch, a crashing strike aimed directly at Bai Jingtang's cheek, as swift as lightning. Bai Jing'ang deftly shifted his position, narrowly evading the blow that grazed his chin. Suddenly, Bai Jing'ang stumbled, retreating a step. He had underestimated the trajectory of the punch. Li Yinian, with decisive resolution, advanced a step closer, exploiting the momentary imbalance of Bai Jing'ang. A flurry of punches, akin to a tempest, enveloped Bai Jing'ang. With quick footwork, he narrowly evaded one blow, but the next was already upon him, leaving him with no choice but to raise his arm in defense. There was no time for retaliation. The wind from the punches whistled ominously beside him as one strike followed another. Bai Jingtang's expression regained its calm, his body moving in harmony with the rhythm of the punches. His footwork was a graceful dance, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught, avoiding all contact. Remarkably, not a single punch found its mark. Alarmed, Li Yinian hastily withdrew, sensing the tide turning against him. As the moment of hesitation appeared, Bai Jingtang smiled, stepping forward to intercept Li Yinyan's retreat. Li Yinyan felt a surge of bitterness within, his hands instinctively raised to shield his chest. With one foot, he forcefully kicked forward. Just as the anticipated moment arrived, bang! A deafening sound erupted. Li Yinyan's body crashed against the wall like a cannonball. The white membrane cracked, fissures spreading an inch wide, only to instantaneously mend. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Before he could rise, a pair of boots entered his line of sight. This damned sense of oppression. Li Yinyan managed a bitter smile, tightly clasping his arms around his head as the familiar rhythm returned. Indeed, it was futile. Chapter 23, The Night Patrol. It was too close. Every action felt in vain. There was no escaping the impending blows. Coming to a standstill, he extended his senses 5 feet outward, entering a mode of acceptance for the punishment to come. Just as he sensed the first punch, it struck his abdomen, causing a wave of nausea as he fought to swallow back a mouthful of blood. He retreated a step with his right foot, pressing his heel against the wall for support. Another punch surged beyond the 5-foot threshold, aimed directly at his head. Instinctively, he bent to evade, only to collide head-on with a punch rising from below. It landed squarely on his forehead, a blow he had anticipated. Li Yinyan leaned back, his occiput crashing heavily against the wall. Blood cascaded from his nose, and his vision faded into a stark white. A fierce torrent surged within him, rushing towards his head, barely allowing him to retain a semblance of clarity as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. With a forceful push from his heels, he regained his stance, thrusting his right fist forward in a powerful strike. It grazed the left fist of Bai Jingtang as it advanced. A counterpunch. Bai Jingtang stepped forward, pressing his foot down, his left fist rotating halfway before accelerating with force, landing squarely against Li Yinyan's cheek. Li Yinyan's right fist faltered ever so slightly. The stakes were rather high. His body was pulled to one side by his head. It was over. Li Yinyan had completely relinquished any thoughts of retaliation, tightly guarding his chest and head. The sound of thudding echoed as Bai Jingtang's strikes became increasingly forceful. He had once thought that after reaching the Diamond Realm, he would have the opportunity to return a blow, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. The Iron Bone Realm possessed its own unique techniques, just as the Diamond Realm had its own. Bai Jingtang had been holding back his full strength all along. Before long, the walls and floor were stained with blood. Li Yunyang's body repeatedly collided with the walls, the resounding thuds echoing throughout the attic of the Qintian Observatory. The disciples paused their tasks, gazing at the trembling walls, straining to listen intently. Zhou furrowed her brow, forming a hand seal and conjuring a black sphere. With her focused intent, she urged the sphere to float down the stairs. As it descended to the 8th floor, the black sphere seamlessly merged into a thin white membrane, unfurling like a net, overlaying the white film with a layer of black lattice. Observing this, Bai Jingtang ceased to hold back his strength. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, resonating like the beating of a drum. The sound of bones cracking reverberated. Li Yinyan's stubbornness surged forth as he swung his head like a hammer, colliding with Bai Jingtang's fist. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Bai Jingtang carelessly lashed out with a punch. Startled, he raised his arms in defense, but the force of the blow pushed him back a step. Instantly, a fire ignited in his chest. With a swift motion, he trapped Li Yinyan's arm under his armpit and delivered 3 solid punches to the side of Li Yinyan's face. Weakened, Li Yinyan's body softened, and he collapsed. Bai Jingtang withdrew his fist, shaking his hand as he muttered something, and approached Zhou Yi, who sat in the far corner of the room, her gaze vacant, mouth agape. Bai Jingtang took the liberty of sitting beside her. After a considerable pause, Zhou Yi regained her senses and, upon seeing the bloodied and bruised Li Yinyan on the floor, burst into tears. He will not perish. He has endured this for so many years. Has he finally grasped how we strike? Zhou Yi nodded, then shook her head. She crawled to Li Yinyan's side, cradling his head in her arms as she wept inconsolably. Zhou approached Bai Jingtang. How is Li Yinyan? He is holding up well. Quite resilient. And the other one? A promising candidate, but she must come to it on her own. Zhou fell silent. How many floors does this building have? 9 floors. We are on the 8th. Ascend through the study to reach the terrace. Bai Jingtang rose and walked outside. Zhou moved toward her sobbing sister, bending down to stroke her head. Bai Jingtang stood at the edge of the terrace on the 9th floor of the observatory, gazing out over the splendid Chang'an. The weather was fine, and the sky was cloudless. The capital appeared even more magnificent, once in the era that belonged to him. This place was indeed the heart of the capital. Bai Jingtang's blows had been too severe. The vitality within Li Yinian had nearly been obliterated, leaving him with only a faint breath of life. When he awoke, he found himself seated in a wooden tub, the water scaldingly hot, the scent of medicine pungent, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Just as he attempted to move his limbs, excruciating pain compelled him to abandon the idea. Looking around, he spotted a young boy in white seated by the stove, tending to the fire, his face familiar. It was the boy who had guided him that day. "Little brother, may I come out now?" Li Yinian inquired. "Just wait a moment. Brother Zhou has instructed that you can emerge only when the medicinal broth has soured." The boy in white replied. Helplessness enveloped him. Li Yonian, with a heavy heart, found himself devoid of the once vibrant energy that characterized his past. What was once a fervent flow of vitality now felt languid and lifeless. It was only through the augmentation of his mental prowess that he could barely set his energy in motion. With great effort, he summoned the strength to circulate his essence. And as the fervent flow coursed through him, the agony seemed to wane. Simultaneously, a refreshing coolness emanated from the medicinal elixir, penetrating through every pore and harmonizing with the fervent flow as it traversed his meridians. Before long, the fervent flow began to move of its own accord, gradually regaining its rhythm. Li Yonian gradually entered a state of meditation. Zhou Yi lay on the bed, fixated on the canopy above, her eyes still swollen and red. Her gaze was unfocused, clearly lost in thought. Today, upon seeing Li Yonian once more, she was shocked to witness him rendered unconscious by another's blows. From what Bai Jingtang conveyed, such occurrences happened frequently in hidden corners elsewhere. It was difficult to fathom how Li Yonian had endured these years. What was most infuriating was that their movements, footwork, and techniques were indelibly etched in her mind, replaying incessantly, impossible to shake off. In her emotional reverie, it felt as though she too had entered the fray, executing moves and countermoves, her figure darting through the air. Gradually, Zhou Yi closed her eyes and drifted into a light slumber. Li Yinian awoke once more, roused from slumber by a deluge of icy water. A young boy clad in white pinched his nose, gestured towards a wooden bucket filled with fresh water, and then scampered away. Li Yonian lowered his gaze, only to discover that the potion within the wooden barrel had turned an ominous shade of black, exuding a repugnant stench. In a state of urgency, he leaped into the nearby water barrel for a thorough cleansing, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Upon scrutinizing his body, he noted several serious injuries, still throbbing with pain, yet overall, he seemed to be unharmed. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt as though he had lost a touch of color. The drums signaling the curfew sounded punctually, and the gates of each district gradually closed. A figure clad in white emerged, holding a lantern, as they traversed the Juquet Cross Street. The moonlight was radiant, and the night breeze was brisk. The figure in white brushed against the walls of the district, walking beneath the bare branches of the locust trees, stripped of their leaves, leaving only gnarled limbs. Under the moon's glow, the shadows of the trees danced like claws. As he journeyed southward, passing through the Qingdao and Kaihua districts, he turned onto the cross street, slowly making his way towards the Eastern Market. By the time he arrived at the southern gate of the Eastern Market, it was nearly the second watch of the night, yet the district remained remarkably lively. The Eastern Market boasted 220 merchant houses, offering exquisite and rare goods of considerable value, catering to the affluent nobility of the surrounding area. The establishments within the market, including numerous taverns and inns, catered primarily to the elite and wealthy merchants, exhibiting a higher standard than those found in the Western Market. The Dazue court had prohibited officials from consorting with courtesans. Thus they summoned renowned beauties from the brothels to their residences or taverns for companionship. With the gates of the district locked, returning home became impossible, naturally leading to indulgent revelry until the late hours of the night, or even until dawn. The clamor was rivaled only by that of Pingkong District, situated merely a street away. Pingkong District stretched 1 mile north to south and 2 miles east to west, with a central crossroad and 4 gates. Within this district resided numerous mansions of high-ranking officials. Among them were Grand Minister of State Zhou Mu, the Imperial Academy's head Wei Yi, the Secretary of State Zhu Suian, the Minister of Justice Wang Ji, and the Minister of Revenue Chui Tai, all prominent figures of the court, who made their homes in Pingkong District. Additionally, there were offices representing over a dozen provinces from across the nation. Of particular note was the proximity of the Right Chancellor Pei Yuanzheng's residence to the brothel. Merely a street apart, the northern gate of Pingkong District featured 3 alleys, South Alley, Central Alley, and North Alley, serving as a gathering place for courtesans. Lemire, a mesmerizing musician known for her unparalleled skill, the graceful Jean Tuaner, whose movements seemed to defy gravity, and Wang Shuang, an erudite scribe proficient in both painting and literature, are all esteemed courtesans of Chang'an, residing within the enchanting three quarters. As the spring breeze carries the galloping hooves of success, one can behold the blossoms of Chang'an in a single day. However, these flowers refer not to those found in gardens, but to the exquisite maidens of Fang, whose beauty and talents are truly exceptional. The figure in white continued northward, traversing the streets and encircling the northeastern corner of the capital. Upon passing through Fang, the site of the Earl's residence, she extinguished her lantern in a shadowy corner and scaled the wall to gain entry. The entrance to the Earl's estate was sealed, shrouded in an oppressive silence. This case had been entrusted to the Dali Temple for investigation, inciting the Emperor's wrath and imposing a 3-day deadline. Yet, for reasons unknown, it eventually faded into obscurity without further inquiry. Once again, the figure in white vaulted over a wall, entering the Earl's domain. The courtyard lay cloaked in darkness as she proceeded, where remnants of blood, carelessly left behind, marred the ground. Judging by the traces, it appeared that most victims had perished within their chambers, taken in their slumber, and the method employed was notably practiced. As she prepared to depart, a section of the courtyard wall near the back door caught Li Yinyan's attention. On the white wall, 2 circular bloodstains radiated outward like mist, with a solid center surrounded by an ethereal haze. Li Yinyan pressed his ear against the wall and peered along its surface, discovering several scratches. They were as if painted with a flourish, simple strokes, yet sharp and profound. Upon returning to Huayuan Fong, it was nearly the 4th watch of the night. In the shadowy recesses of the courtyard wall, he scaled the wall and entered the enclave. Approaching the small courtyard, the door opened of its own accord, revealing Dou Yingxue, who poked her head out. Upon seeing Li Yinyan, she took the lantern from his hands and ushered him inside. "You need not wait for me. Feel free to rest," she remarked. "Not everyone is as carefree as you, wandering the world with precious treasures." "I intend to wander boldly, to observe their methods," Li Yinyan replied, retrieving a black cloth-wrapped object from his bosom and placing it upon the table, which emitted a soft sound, revealing a glimpse of dark bronze. "If the national master fears nothing, what is there for you to fear?" Li Yinyan accepted the tea handed to him by Dou Yingxue and drank it in one gulp. Beneath the soft glow of the lamp, Dou Yingxue's expression was gentle, her skin delicate, and her face bore a slight flush, reminiscent of someone who had indulged in wine. The entire household of Old Feng from the porcelain shop was wiped out, and the Dingyuan escort agency was left with not a single soul. Such nefarious deeds naturally incite deep concern. I have visited the Earl's residence, and it largely aligns with the modus operandi of that group from the outskirts of the capital. If my conjecture is correct, that batch of porcelain was most likely custom-made for the Earl's estate. Very well, I shall instruct them to investigate this direction tomorrow. Li Yinyan gently placed his hand on Dou Yingxue's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Dou Yingxue's body reacted as if struck by electricity. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. The scene was so enchanting that Li Yinyan found himself entranced, lost in a reverie. Unconsciously, memories of that day in the illusion resurfaced, recalling the 2 figures, one tall and the other short. Could they be Shi Yue and Yingxue? Li Yinyan hurriedly collected his thoughts, feeling a sense of shame for his own musings. "I shall take my leave to rest now. Later, I must visit the Bureau of Astronomy. You might as well seize this opportunity to catch up on some sleep." Li Yinyan rose to take his leave. The courtyard was a modest sihiyuan, oriented to the south. It comprised 2 side rooms and 2 auxiliary rooms, with a small central atrium adorned by 2 large water tanks, which, having never housed anyone, lacked a certain vibrancy. Li Yinyan originally intended to acquire a property in the capital, yet he did not anticipate that every inch of land in the city was worth its weight in gold. This modest courtyard, due to its proximity to the West Market, commanded a price of 100 gold pieces. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather that he had never spent such a sum in his lifetime, leaving him feeling apprehensive. Li Yinyan returned to his side chamber, and before he could recline, a knock resounded at the door. Dou Yingxue stood outside, extending a black cloth package. "Look at my memory," she remarked. Li Yunyang received it with a smile, while Dou Yingxue returned the gesture with a shy smile of her own. After closing the door to their room, Li Yunyang appeared lost in thought. In the early morning, he first visited Qin Songju at the Dali Temple. On his way back, he stopped to buy breakfast, gently pulling the still sleepy Shi Wei out of bed. And together they ventured out. Throughout the day, they frequented the Qitian Observatory, both opting to wear white garments. Shiwei continued to conceal her face with a book, blissfully asleep. Li Nian sat upright with a solemn demeanor. Beside him was Zhou Yi, who feigned reading but secretly observed Li Nian. Today, Zhou Yi adorned herself in a resplendent emerald-hued RU skirt, while her half-sleeve garment remained of vibrant red silk adorned with golden peonies, exuding an air of festive charm. Having believed Li Nian to be dead just yesterday, she had returned to the palace with a heart full of doubt, reassured by Zhou Ju's repeated promises. This morning, with no inclination to indulge in slumber, she arrived early. Upon witnessing Li Nian, restored to his former self, she remained in a state of astonishment. At noon, it was once again Li Nian who took to the kitchen, gathering the familiar faces around the table. As they were enjoying their meal, Xinwen returned. Accompanied by another person, Li Nian and the others rose to pay their respects, while Shiwei hurriedly set out 2 additional pairs of chopsticks and bowls. The visitor was none other than Wang Qinglang, who had just returned from the southern Xian kingdom. He appeared as strikingly handsome as when they first met, with an air of maturity and more defined facial features. At 26 years of age, he was a 5th-rank sorcerer, with an astonishing, innate talent. One could say this were it not for Zhou Ju's presence. Brother Wang, it has been quite some time since we last parted. I hope you have been well. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance, Li Nian expressed with a bow. Li Nian, I scarcely regarded our first encounter, only noticing your courage. I had no idea our connection ran so deep. Wang Qinglang reciprocated with a bow of his own. The two shared a hearty laugh, reveling in the unexpected closeness that had developed between them amidst their circle. Let us take our seats. We are all akin to one another. Shunwen interjected with a smile. Miss Shiwei, there is no longer any trouble from your mother. After your departure, a few men in black infiltrated the Bodhi temple to steal treasures, but they returned empty-handed. Regrettably, they could not be apprehended. Your mother will be journeying to the capital in a few days, Wang Qinglang informed her. Shiwei's mother, Qinemo, was the wife of a general in the southern Xian kingdom, having managed a formidable intelligence network for many years. By a stroke of fortune, she had acquired some critical information that proved quite troublesome. Rather than sitting idly by, she chose to take proactive measures. Thus, under the pretense of a pilgrimage, she had stolen fragments of mysterious bronze and sent them ahead to the astronomical bureau. My mother is coming? That is wonderful, Shiwei exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Qinglang, as there is little to attend to these days, please assist Enian with the case and help catch a few rodents, Xinwen instructed. Certainly, Wang Qinglang replied as he took his seat. Oh, Enian, your cooking is quite impressive. Speaking of culinary skills, we are indeed from the same school, Xinwen remarked with a smile. Brother Wang, might you take me to a certain place later? Li Nian glanced over at Wang Qinglang. Where are you going? To the Yensui Tower. At this hour, who goes to a brothel? Wait until dark, and I shall take you. All right, little junior brother, do you wish to join us? Zhou Ju shook his head. I will go. I want to go, shouted Zhou Yi. Li Nian forced an awkward smile, pondering the implications of escorting the grand princess to a brothel and what charges might arise from such an act. Suddenly, a bowl of clear soup came flying towards him, splashing directly onto him. You shameless cat, cried Shiwei as she threw down her chopsticks and fled the scene. Xinwen erupted in hearty laughter, feeling a great sense of relief. Li Nian, utterly perplexed, wiped his face and turned to Zhou Ju, saying, the medicine you provided yesterday was remarkably effective. I must trouble you once more today. Zhou Ju nodded in acquiescence. As the afternoon sun reached its zenith, the entire 8th floor was once again enveloped in a protective veil of contrasting black and white, leaving only Zhou Yi within the premises. Bai Jing'eng approached Li Nian, placing one hand gently upon his forehead. After a moment, Bai Jing'eng withdrew his hand. They were but a breath away from piercing the final veil of misunderstanding. Li Nian assumed a stance, preparing for yet another bout. There was no rush. The transition from the 7th rank to the 6th rank represented a pivotal phase in the cultivation of both body and spirit. Historically, martial artists often relied on brute force to break through, yet I personally believe that a gradual and enlightened approach yields far superior results. By extending one's consciousness outward, it is indeed possible to anticipate the trajectory of incoming attacks, which is a common practice among many martial artists, though fraught with numerous drawbacks. One should aspire to a loftier ideal, transforming this approach into a state of artistic conception rather than merely a physical condition. Do you grasp what I am conveying? Bai Jing'eng inquired. Hearing Bai Jing'eng articulate so much for the first time left Li Nian somewhat discomfited. Was the action the sole objective? With a sigh, Bai Jingtang clasped his hands behind his back. Come, strike me. I shall allow you the advantage of both hands. This was a rare opportunity. In a flash of golden light, Li Yunian elevated his state to its zenith. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward, closing the distance in mere strides. He unleashed a series of 3 probing punches, all effortlessly evaded. A swift horizontal punch aimed at Bai Jingtang's cheek followed, its speed remarkable. Just as it seemed destined to connect, the fist met with emptiness. Bai Jing'ang had vanished. Li Yunian hastily took a step back, and a figure followed closely, revealing Bai Jingtang's face merely a foot away. Li Yunyang was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. He unleashed a powerful blow with his right fist. Yet it struck nothing but an ephemeral shadow. A figure materialized beneath his ribs, its gaze frigid. With a swift retreat, it executed a horizontal sweep, only to find emptiness once more. A calculated rear elbow strike aimed at the figure behind him met with yet another illusion. Over the course of 20 relentless punches, Bai Jing'ang moved with the grace of a phantom, ever-present and elusive. Li Yunyang felt as though she was ensnared in an endless abyss, slowly being consumed. Chapter 24. Refining the divine, close at hand yet distant as the horizon. Li Yunian was drenched in cold sweat. In a moment of distraction, a sweeping kick struck his raised arm, sending his body hurtling against the wall with a deafening crash that reverberated through the attic. In the study, Shen Wen looked at Zhou Ju with confusion, to which Zhou Ju could only respond with a smile. Zhou, come here. Huh, I can't. Zhou, who was observing from the corner, quickly waved his hands in refusal. Come, I will teach you. It is quite simple. Bai Jing'ang beckoned gently, his face alight with a smile. Zhou, filled with doubt, approached Bai Jing'ang. Did you clearly see my footwork just now? I did. Did you remember it? I did not. Then, that is precisely correct. As Li Yunian rose, he observed Bai Jingtang resting his hands on Zhou Yi's shoulders, engaged in conversation. Subsequently, only Zhou Yi remained standing on the field. Now, it is Zhou Yi who will confront you. Bai Jingtang stepped aside, positioning himself against the wall. Li Yunian widened his eyes as he gazed at Bai Jing'ang, whose expression was resolute, indicating he was not jesting. Reluctantly, Li Yunian approached Zhou Yi, adopting a stance. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, inhaling deeply, and mimicked Li Yunian by slightly bending his knees, his gaze sharpening. Feel it with your heart, Bai Jing'ang instructed. Oh, Zhou Yi replied. Li Yunian attempted to unleash a powerful punch, exerting a mere 3 parts of his strength. The green figure swiftly evaded, dancing away with ease. With 2 consecutive strikes of the collapsing fist, now at 5 parts of his strength, he landed solid blows, resonating with a sharp crack as he struck 2 afterimages. Li Yunian was taken aback. With 3 punches and a kick, he exerted his strength to 70%, conjuring a whirlwind. Zhou Yi's footsteps remained unyielding, the whirlwind lifting her skirt, a flutter of verdant hues, yet his fist met only emptiness. Li Yunian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Is this still the same Zhou Yi? Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, pouring every ounce of his strength into each move. A miraculous event unfolded. The emerald silhouette of her skirt danced within 3 feet of him, conjuring wave after wave of brilliance, enveloping Li Yunian. After a dozen punches, he merely grazed the hem of her skirt. Li Yunian focused his thoughts, his relentless assaults continuing. Once more, his spirit extended outward, and in the motion of his eyes, time began to languish. Amidst the flowing green of her skirt, the graceful profile of Zhou Ilyang glided past him. Her delicate nose tilted slightly, and her eyes were gently closed, with an expression of serene tranquility and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. She resembled a verdant sprite strolling through the spring breeze, effortlessly ethereal. Li Yunian felt a stirring within his heart, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Mimicking Zhou Yi, he slowly closed his eyes and unleashed a series of punches, no longer fixated on whether they struck true or not. His once vigilant and sharp mind began to soften, gradually relaxing into a tranquil stream, flowing effortlessly beside him, stretching freely and dancing with abandon. Both body and spirit entered an extraordinarily serene state, as the surroundings gradually became clearer. With gentle footfalls, he began to synchronize with Zhou Yi's rhythm. Li Yunian retracted his fist, his form moving fluidly as he trailed closely behind the edge of the green skirt. Gradually, their rhythms began to align, and their movements commenced in harmonious synchronization. Li Yunian gently grasped Zhou Yi's hand. In an instant, within the realm of black and white, 2 elongated shadows, one white and one green, intertwined like ribbons. They soared and descended, meandering freely, dancing gracefully. In a moment of reverie, Li Nian felt as though he had stepped into a painting. Passing through a kaleidoscope of colors, a familiar structure came into view. The Qilin Hall. Two children, one following the other, dashed out from within the hall, the girls' laughter ringing like silver bells. The two small figures frolicked around a phoenix tree, chasing one another. Running in circles, hand in hand, they suddenly took flight. They soared over the treetops, leapt over railings, and traversed familiar hilltops, Wild Boar Mountain, Bald Head Ridge, and Beauty's Shoulder. The spring breeze caressed their faces, an exquisite delight. Eventually, they flew above a waterfall, droplets sparkling in the sunlight, forming a rainbow bridge. The two figures flitted across the rainbow bridge, soaring and spiraling. Before long, they both leaped into the pool beneath the waterfall, sending up a shower of droplets. Bai Jingtang stood to the side, arms crossed, eyes gently closed, a look of contentment gracing his face. Outside the door, for individuals, Xinwen, Zhou, Shiyu, and Wang Qi Lang were captivated by the scene before them. Beautiful it was, yet the ambience resonated with joy. Suddenly, as if the moment had reached its zenith, their steps came to a halt. Li Yonyan felt a sense of clarity enveloping him, as if he had been cleansed from within by a pure spring. Noticing the warmth in his palms, he released Zhou Yi's hand. Zhou Yi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze. Isn't this a shared state of harmony between you two? Such a rare and beautiful connection. Bai Jingtang exclaimed. Zhou Yi possesses remarkable talent. I merely found myself immersed in her realm, a stroke of fortune indeed. Li Yonyan replied. Understanding arises without regard for sequence. Once grasped, it becomes one's own. Xinwen entered the room, his voice resonating. The assembly clasped their fists in salute. Esteemed elder, we, the younger generation, humbly seek your consideration. Exquisite tea awaits you upstairs. We would be honored to converse with you. Xinwen respectfully bowed to Bai Jingtang. I have long heard of the legendary war god from the Tang dynasty. A figure from 3 centuries past, today's encounter is truly a rare opportunity. Please, esteemed national master, hold on for a moment. Bai Jing'ang replied as he returned the gesture. He then turned toward Li Yonyan. Bring forth the sheepskin, he commanded, extending his hand. With a fleeting thought, Li Nian placed the sheepskin into Bai Jingtang's hands. Bai Jing'ang formed a series of intricate gestures, tracing an arc in the air while muttering an incantation. The sheepskin ignited with fierce flames, reducing to ashes in a matter of moments, while the white smoke coalesced within the drawn circle. Open your mouth, Bai Jing'ang commanded. A stream of white smoke surged into Li Nian's body through his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. If you wish to forcibly breach the diamond realm, merely practice the incantations inscribed upon the sheepskin. Since you have comprehended the essence of the realm, allow yourself to gradually grasp it through your own understanding. Meditate here for 2 hours to solidify your state. Master of the nation, please. Bai Jing'ang and Xinwen departed. Li Nian gradually entered a state of meditation. The white smoke, devoid of flavor, entered his body with a chilling sensation, coalescing within his chest into a sphere of vapor, which then surged towards his mind's eye, overwhelming him with a wave of dizziness. Li Nian urgently steadied his mind, and soon after, an excruciating sensation surged through him. White smoke enveloped Li Nian's spirit, plunging downward with great force. It swiftly traversed through countless meridians, ultimately settling within his dantian. For the first time, he beheld the landscape within his dantian. As if entering a cavern, the walls were rugged and uneven, adorned with numerous small openings. A crimson glow bathed the entire cavern, while at the bottom lay seething magma, its surface bubbling and frothing, releasing tendrils of scorching heat. Above the magma hovered a fiery orb, rotating in concentric circles, at times rapid and at others languid. Li Nian speculated that this was perhaps the true form of the searing flow within him. Before he could ponder further, the smoke orb, driven by his consciousness, surged towards the fireball. Despite his utmost efforts to exert control, he could not halt its advance. In an instant, the smoke orb collided with the fireball and vanished without a trace. In the instant when Li Nian's consciousness collided with the fireball, a searing sensation pierced through him, causing a splitting headache and rendering his body rigid, as if suspended in an endless void. In the distance, the resounding beat of drums and the neighing of war horses echoed. Gradually, the pain in his head subsided, and the blinding whiteness before his eyes receded, revealing that he was hanging in midair, more than 10 zhang above the ground. Below him, a battalion of cavalry charged forward, clad in shining iron armor that glinted in the light. The warriors brandished their sabers, their edges glimmering with a chilling radiance, as the thunderous sound of hooves resounded like a surging tide. Behind them, shield-bearing infantry sprinted forward, their battle cries merging into a cacophony that shook the heavens and earth. Opposing them was a squadron of soldiers in black armor, bracing themselves behind a formidable wall of shields, each towering to a man's height and stretching for several miles. Another group of black-armored soldiers stood ready with spears, each spear embedded in the ground at one end while the other jutted out through the gaps in the shields, their tips glistening with deadly sharpness. Behind the spear soldiers, a row of black-armored archers released a volley of arrows into the sky before stepping back to knock new arrows to their bows. Another line of archers advanced a step forward and unleashed another wave of arrows, resembling a swarm of locusts taking flight. The two ranks of archers operated with unwavering precision, alternating their volleys. The air was filled with the whistling of arrows as they rained down, striking down silver-armored cavalry and stirring up clouds of dark earth. A shrill cry suddenly pierced the air from behind. A massive shadow swept overhead, engulfing both Lienian and the cavalry beneath him. Looking up, he beheld a crimson phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 30 zhongs soaring through the sky, stirring a tempest in its wake. The soldiers in the charge looked up, their spirits ignited, and the battle cries surged once more. The phoenix raised its head and unleashed a torrent of red flames that crashed onto the shields below, resulting in an explosive blast that sent black-armored soldiers flying. The phoenix then maneuvered along the shield wall, its fiery breath continuing to incinerate the black-armor soldiers and spearmen, causing the archers to scatter in panic. The silver-armored cavalry spurred their horses to accelerate, pouring through the breach in a relentless surge, engaging in a fierce melee that shattered the enemy's formation as the silver tide surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Suddenly, a black meteor descended from the heavens, trailing a long plume of dark smoke, its speed tremendous. Lienian's heart leapt to his throat as he shouted loudly at Hongwan. Yet, Hongwan remained indifferent, continuing to breathe fire. A black meteorite struck forcefully against Hongwan's back, eliciting a mournful cry that echoed through the heavens. A ringing in his ears pierced into Lienian's mind, and once again, the world before him faded into a stark white. Lienian seemed to awaken from a nightmare. Lying on the floor of the 8th floor, curled up, with a splitting headache and drenched in sweat. Was it yet another illusion? Lienian sat up, his mind once again delving inward, effortlessly immersing himself within his own body. Following the meridians, he arrived at the Dantian, where the fireball continued to hover, slowly revolving above it. The white smoke had dissipated, leaving Lienian in a state of confusion. Rising to his feet, he activated the fireball in his Dantian, which began to spin rapidly, causing the magma to churn. His entire being surged with escalating momentum, muscles taut and bones creaking. As a flash of red light ignited in his eyes, he struck the floor with a powerful punch, producing a thunderous sound. The observatory of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau trembled in response. Centered around his fist, a membrane of black and white swiftly cracked open, and a burst of flames erupted from his fist, spreading like a spider's web, extending to a full yard. Shortly thereafter, the black and white membrane began to rapidly mend itself, restoring to its original state in no time. Lionian gazed at his own fist in disbelief, aflame with a soft crimson fire, radiating heat. As he relaxed his thoughts, the aura surrounding him dissipated, and the flames vanished without a trace. He turned his gaze toward the window. The sun was setting in the west, casting a fiery glow across the evening sky. In the capital, Yinsui Building was hardly remarkable. Situated in the winding lanes of Pinkangfeng, the northern lane, adjacent to the wall, was the outermost alley. A row of uneven lofts lined the street, their doors carelessly ajar. The young women within mostly wore revealing attire, alluring and enchanting, attracting the attention of impoverished commoners and down-and out-wanderers. The middle lane, known as the southern lane, was serene and secluded, home to private courtyards. Each courtyard housed only 1 or 2 young ladies, adorned with luxurious and exquisite decorations, rivaling even the finest noble residences. Guests who frequented these courtyards were invariably of noble birth. Those emerging from the southern lane had always looked down upon the northern lane, where Yinsui Building was located. Yet, this establishment possessed a distinctive charm, as it showcased the unparalleled dance of the renowned Jintuan, setting it apart in the northern lane like a crane among chickens. At the tail end of the northern lane, Yinsui Building was arranged in a square courtyard. The courtyard walls were low, encasing a 3-story wooden structure with 2 eaves. The main building measured 5 zhong in width and 9 zhong in depth. Behind the main building lay a row of single-story structures accommodating the kitchen, accounting room, storage, and other facilities. The central gate stood wide open, measuring about 1 zhong in width, flanked by 2 tall wooden windows that were tightly shut. Above the gate, A three-tiered flying eave rose, with the center elevated and the sides lower, resembling a ceremonial archway. The eave jutted out over 6 feet, resting upon 6 crimson pillars, forming a covered walkway. The two sides of the flying eave connected to shorter eaves, beneath which lay the white courtyard walls. Were it not for the plaque inscribed with the words Great Sui building, one might mistake it for the residence of a wealthy family. Upon entering through the central gate, one was greeted by an artificial mountain rockscape, standing proudly in the center of a circular pond. It was now winter, yet koi fish swam gracefully in the water, enveloped in a misty aura, exuding a hint of ethereality. Encircling the pond were 2 winding pebble paths, adorned with seasonal potted flowers, clivia, sweet-scented osmanthus, and cyclamen, all vibrant and fragrant. The 2 winding paths converged behind the rock formation at a wooden bridge, under which water trickled gently, ingeniously connecting with the pond. The wooden bridge, gently arched, led to a short corridor, and at the end of the corridor stood the grand entrance of Great Sui building. 2 strings of bright red lanterns hung high beside the door. Delicate, sheer veils of light red fabric draped from above, partially concealing the entrance, hinting at what lay beyond. A young attendant had led Li Yonyan and his companions here. Having fulfilled his duty, he bowed and took his leave. A charming female usher approached, guiding the trio further inside. "Is this your first visit to Great Sui building? Do you have any acquaintances among the young ladies? If so, please inform me, so that I may summon them to attend to you," she inquired with a sweet smile. "Indeed, it is our first time. We have long heard of the exquisite dance of Jin Tuan, and today we have come to witness it ourselves," replied Do Yuan. Doing Xue had disguised herself as Do Yuan, accompanying him on this visit. Oh. The 3 young gentlemen fortuitously arrived just in time for a newly choreographed dance performance by my family's daughter. After the event concludes, they may indulge in a game of tea, and with their elegant demeanor, it should not be difficult for them to meet her. There is a splendid private room on the 2nd floor with an excellent view. I shall escort the gentlemen upstairs." The maid glanced at Do Yuan and said, "Excellent." Do Yuan replied, producing a silver coin and slipping it into the maid's hand, casually caressing the smooth back of her hand. The maid feigned a playful roll of her eyes, her waist twisting with even more eagerness and cheerfulness. The 1st floor's grand hall was brightly illuminated. In the center stood an expansive circular stage, its widest point measuring nearly 30 feet. Colorful silk drapes cascaded from the ceiling of the 3rd floor, secured at the back of the stage, creating a division between the front and rear of the stage. From a distance, it resembled a lady's boudoir drapery, exuding a hint of suggestiveness. Surrounding the stage were more than 10 tables, already filled with guests. A courtesan and 2 musicians were seated on the stage, performing light tunes to set the mood. The maid led Li Yonian and the others around the stage to a grand staircase nearly 6 feet wide, ascending to the 3rd floor. At the 2nd and 3rd floor landing, the corridor branched into 2 paths, encircling the loft. Adjacent to the corridor were several elegant rooms, with one window opening to the outside and another facing the corridor, providing a good view of the stage from within. However, nothing could compare to the comprehensive perspective offered from the corridor itself. This Great Sui building is unlike any ordinary brothel. The scattered tables on the 1st floor were difficult to secure, having been reserved days in advance, fetching a price several times that of the private rooms. The 2nd floor was a close second, with a first-come, first-served policy. As dusk began to envelop the surroundings, Li, Yu, and Yin arrived, marking their presence quite early, thereby securing an elegant private room. Had they arrived a tad later, they would have been compelled to share a table with others, or, worse still, stand idly in the corridor, merely spectating. On the 3rd floor, adjacent to the corridor, lay a series of chambers designated for the young ladies, each room assigned based on the reputation of its occupant. The more spacious and well-placed chambers naturally housed the esteemed courtesans, the top-ranked, and the celebrated flower girls. Access to these chambers was not granted casually. It adhered to a hierarchy of familiarity, requiring a gradual approach. Only when the requisite payments were made and affections established could one gain entry for a conversation, and the prospect of indulging in more intimate encounters was exceedingly challenging. It is inevitable that society harbors a sordid perception of brothels. However, for the majority of men, their visits are not primarily driven by such intentions. Instead, they seek companionship, entertainment, and the appreciation of artistic talents, for that is the essence of the experience. Chapter 25. A glimpse into the misty green tower. In his early years, Li Yonian accompanied Aunt Lu to the town, where he beheld the alluring architecture of a brothel. At that time, He could not comprehend why such a splendid establishment kept its doors shut during daylight. As he matured, he gradually discerned the nature of the business conducted within those walls. However, when village women spoke of brothels, their harsh and scornful words profoundly affected Li Yunyan's perception. Upon closer inspection, he noted that among the patrons on the first floor, there were indeed several women clad in men's attire. Women accompanied their husbands or families to the brothel, reflecting the tolerance and openness of the capital's customs. It seemed likely that these individuals were devoted admirers of the courtesans. The three settled into a private chamber, and the serving girl performed her curtsy before taking her leave. Wang Qinglang occupied the seat of honor, facing the door, while Li Yunyan and Dou Yingxue sat at the lower end. Shortly thereafter, the madam arrived. It was merely a matter of exchanging silver, as the young women were not to be retained. Wang Qinglang remarked. Li Yunyan was perplexed, and Dou Yingxue leaned in to provide an explanation. Before long, a heavily adorned matron, accompanied by several elegantly dressed young ladies, arrived to serve tea. The matron greeted them with a broad smile and a respectful bow, to which Li Yunyan and his companions responded with a slight nod. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the matron instructed the young ladies to remain and attend to their needs. Li Yunyan rose to his feet, discreetly placing a silver ingot into the hands of the brothel madam. Noticing her inclination to speak, he promptly added 2 more ingots, a total of 30 taels. The madam understood the gesture, her face blooming with delight. She led the courtesans in a graceful farewell and exited the premises. This silver seems to flow like water, Li Yunyan remarked with an awkward smile. The sight of the awkward cucumber and egg-like demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Wang Qinglang and the others. Upon entering a brothel, one must first pay a door fee of 1 tael, spending an additional 2 or 3 taels on tea and snacks. And should one desire the company of a courtesan for casual conversation over tea, it is customary to bestow a gratuity of 4 or 5 taels. By the time one has barely touched the courtesan's hand, 10 taels would have vanished. This, however, is merely in the North Chu. In the Central and Southern Chu, the silver flows even more freely, rendering it almost inconsequential. Wang Qinglang, evidently an experienced hand, effortlessly navigated the intricacies of the situation. So, it seems that Brother Dou's earlier touch of the lady's hand at the door was indeed a small expenditure for a grand endeavor, Li Yunyan commented. Wang Qinglang and Dou Yingxue burst into laughter, exclaiming that the youth is indeed teachable. At a quarter past the hour of the rooster, the rhythmic beating of drums resonated from the first floor. As time progressed, the cadence grew increasingly intense. The main attraction was about to make her entrance. Dou Yingxue stood and made her way towards the corridor, with Li Yunyan following closely behind. In the private chamber, a flash of white light signaled Wang Qinglang's sudden disappearance. On the opposite staircase, 4 graceful women clad in red skirts surrounded a figure adorned in a golden gown, gracefully descending the stairs. The woman wore her hair in twin coiled buns, adorned with a golden comb and a shimmering gold hairpin that swayed with her movements. A veil adorned her face, and her figure was elegantly proportioned with slender limbs. The hem of her gown trailed far behind her on the staircase, shimmering under the bright lights. All eyes were drawn to her, and an immediate uproar ensued, filled with applause and cheers. The golden gowned lady approached the center of the stage, bowing in gratitude to the surrounding guests. After the formalities, she gently pressed her hands to calm the clamor. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a soft blue glow enveloped the space. Li Yunyan lifted his gaze, observing figures moving atop a floating bridge on the roof, where a brilliant light illuminated an array of colorful lenses, poised for instantaneous transitions. Such ingenuity! A haunting melody from a flute resonated, evoking a sense of melancholy. A radiant beam of light cascaded down from the beam of the house. Within the circle of light, a woman in a golden gown gracefully crouched, her waist elegantly twisted, as her delicate fingers formed a graceful embrace across her chest. The sound of the pipa erupted, heralding the commencement of the performance. The woman in the golden gown sprang forth like a startled rabbit, her form dancing in harmony with the pipa's notes, a fleeting vision of brilliance. Her footfalls alternated between urgency and languor, her waist swaying like a willow in a tempest, slender yet resilient. Her jade-like hands glided gracefully, while her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. The pipa's melody intensified. The woman leaped high, landing before soaring once more. The golden hem of her gown billowed as her long legs propelled her, creating an enchanting spectacle of golden flowers blooming in midair. The guests were entranced, and as the first applause resonated, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the audience. The clapping melded into a resounding chorus. The pipa's sound gradually softened, The woman descended, her jade-like hands brushing delicately against her face, her eyes shimmering like water, brimming with unspoken emotions. With a graceful twist of her waist, her form became increasingly alluring. Each step accompanied by a backward glance, each turn a half-rotation. The trailing hem of her golden gown entwined around her legs, as if a general ensnared in the throes of battle, unable to advance. Just as the crowd held their breath in anticipation, a soft golden light illuminated the space, cascading from above like a radiant halo. A sound akin to chimes resonated, peaceful and ethereal, akin to celestial music. The woman's fragrant shoulders stirred as she gazed upward at the divine light, leaping into the air, like a golden cicada shedding its shell. She emerged from her golden gown. Her attire became visible, revealing a wide-sleeved purple silk dress beneath, with her snow-white shoulders exposed. Draped in a transparent golden shawl with billowing sleeves that nearly brushed the ground, adorned with a vibrant red cloud-patterned sash swirling around her arms, dancing with the wind. Her figure, elongated and curvaceous, was accentuated by the purple silk, where a glimpse of her snowy bosom tantalizingly appeared. The woman took 2 swift steps, grasping the silk drapes cascading from the back of the stage, and leaped high into the air. Her form fully unfurled. Utilizing the momentum, she spiraled around the stage, ascending ever higher, her garments swirling like a celestial maiden soaring towards the heavens, a sight of unparalleled beauty. At this moment, 4 women in red gowns ascended the stage, each grasping a silk drape, sprinting a few steps before spiraling upward in succession. In an instant, the guests felt as if they were transported to a celestial realm. Above, the celestial maiden soared, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Applause and cheers erupted once more, echoing continuously. Several women dressed in male attire gazed with dreamy eyes, captivated by the spectacle. After a mesmerizing flight, the woman in purple and her 4 companions in red gracefully descended. The sound of the chimes ceased, replaced by the lively strumming of the chain, its rhythm tight and jubilant. On stage, 5 women simultaneously twisted their bodies, raising their hands high, their faces adorned with radiant smiles like blooming flowers, spinning like tops. The Huxian dance. A figure clad in purple gracefully leaped down from the stage, twirling her skirt as she approached the crowd. With a swift motion, she seized a wine jug, lifting it high, tilting her head back to catch the flowing silver stream with her petite, cherry-like mouth. Her neck was slender and fair, her nose elegantly arched, lips of vivid red, and a smile graced her face, her enchanting eyes sparkling amidst the splashes of wine. Her posture was exquisite, subtly reflecting the generous and bold spirit of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. After finishing the drink, the rhythm of the horsehead fiddle quickened. The woman in purple spun even faster among the crowd. Guests clapped their hands to the beat, chanting in unison, encircling that swirling splash of purple at the center. A sprite of joy. The guests occasionally joined in the twirl, bursting into laughter, transforming the scene into a joyous ocean. After a considerable time, as the guests reached a point of exhaustion, the music gracefully and appropriately came to a halt. Yet, the guests remained enraptured by the joyful atmosphere. Exchanging glances and hearty laughter, Lienian unconsciously found the corners of his mouth lifting, his spirit profoundly stirred. It was also the first time Doing Shue had witnessed such a performance, and she was filled with admiration. Jean Tuaner was indeed deserving of her reputation. The 2 returned to the elegant room, where Wang Qinglang had come back. Lienian cast an inquiring glance, to which Wang Qinglang responded with a gentle shake of his head. The 3 of them sat in silence for a brief moment, during which Lienian extolled the virtues of Jean Tuaner with fervent admiration, while Doing Shue chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. Regrettably, Wang Qinglang had only witnessed the conclusion and missed the entirety of the performance. After a brief interval, commotion erupted outside the door as guests, not intending to stay the night, began to depart, with still more than half an hour remaining until the curfew. Upon witnessing the scene, Lienian rose to leave. Having already paid the silver, why not indulge in a cup of tea and catch a glimpse of the courtesan? Wang Qinglang inquired. Given the young lady's recent performance, 30 taels might indeed be a futile endeavor. Lienian chuckled awkwardly. Ha! A discerning one, indeed. Since the matron has accepted your silver, she will certainly usher you into the room. As for whether the young lady will receive you, that is merely a matter of fortune, Wang Qinglang remarked with a smile. In a moment of hesitation, Lienian sat back down. It was his first visit to a brothel, and the prospect of meeting the courtesan left him feeling restless. After what seemed like an eternity, a maid approached to invite him in, yet Wang Qinglang and Doing Shue showed no intention of rising, instead gesturing with a playful smile to bid him farewell. Ascending to the 3rd floor, He followed the maid to a secluded room, distanced from the staircase. The door stood ajar, revealing a small anteroom. Inside, a circle of seats was filled with guests, while the courtesan appeared to be in the midst of changing her makeup. A remarkably beautiful young lady occupied the seat of honor, engaging in idle chatter with the others, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Li Yunyang casually took a seat near the door, contemplating that those who could afford silver would likely occupy the front. A few days prior, the villages along the borders of Yuzhou had suffered from incursions and plundering by foreign tribes, leading to minor frictions between the two nations. Thus, the topic of discussion today revolved around the foreign policies of the Great Sui dynasty. This was quite unexpected for Li Yunyang. Discussing national strategies in a brothel possessed a unique charm. Unbeknownst to him, throughout history, brothels have not only been the birthplace of exquisite poetry, but also the crucibles where remarkable talents have deliberated on national policies. Seated at the forefront was a young scholar, passionately articulating his thoughts. He eloquently traversed from the benevolent foreign policies of the founding emperor to the meticulous restrictions imposed by the current Chancellor Pei, narrating each point with clarity and depth, presenting the advantages and disadvantages with finesse. His conclusion was rather straightforward. The Great Sui, as a grand nation, faced little threat from the surrounding smaller states, and thus required no excessive concern. The assembled guests voiced their agreement, echoing his sentiments with enthusiasm. Li Yunyang merely listened, his gaze fixed upon the screen before him as he sipped his tea. The side chamber connected to an inner hall, where a moon gate stood at their junction, behind which stood a screen adorned with a grand and magnificent landscape painting of vast rivers and mountains. The towering peaks and rugged rocks captured the resplendent beauty of the land in its entirety. "What does this young gentleman think of the scene?" inquired the esteemed official, directing his attention towards Li Yunyang. Li Yunyang was taken aback, unprepared for the moment. He rose to pay his respects and pondered for a moment before speaking. Neighbors and acquaintances can certainly engage in discussions regarding loans and borrowing, but we must not bring disgrace upon the host family. Should I become a general, I shall ensure the true culprits are apprehended and brought to justice in our homeland. The crowd, noticing his contrarian stance, cast curious glances in his direction. With no significant casualties, why should we allow such discord to arise? We must prioritize the greater good and extend our civilizing influence upon these barbaric peoples. A scholar interjected in rebuttal. Whether born at the borders or residing in the capital, we are all subjects of the Great Sui. Today they may perish, but tomorrow it could be us. Those who offend the Great Sui shall face retribution, regardless of the distance. Li Yunyang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, subtly emanating a commanding presence as he returned to his seat. When paths diverge, there is no need for futile disputes. The scholar sensed the formidable aura surrounding Li Yunyang, rendering him momentarily speechless, fully aware that he was no match for such prowess. Yet, he struggled to maintain his composure, on the verge of rising to continue his rebuttal. At that moment, a female attendant emerged from behind the screen and entered the side chamber. She bowed to Li Yunyang and announced, "Esteemed sir, my young lady requests your presence. Please, allow me to escort you to the inner hall for a discussion." Li Yunyang could hardly believe his eyes. Was he truly about to meet the courtesan? Without further hesitation, he rose and followed the maid into the inner chamber. Behind him, a chorus of sighs echoed. For this evening, he would have to seek the company of another maiden. The crowd dispersed. The layout of the inner chamber mirrored that of the elegant rooms on the second floor. Judging by the furnishings, it resembled a study. Though the number of books was somewhat lacking, the room was well equipped with a writing desk, ink, brushes, inkstones, antique porcelain, and various scholarly instruments, all neatly arranged by the window. Alongside the corridor's window, there were 4 grand chairs, 2 for hosts and 2 for guests. A heavy curtain connected to the innermost room, which likely served as the young lady's boudoir. After serving tea, the maid discreetly withdrew. This was Li Yunyang's first visit to a brothel, and he was to meet the courtesan. His heart raced with anticipation. How fitting it was that one should face consequences from afar. Before he even laid eyes on her, he heard her voice. Jean Twanner emerged from behind the curtain, her hairstyle transformed into an elegant half-updo adorned with a golden comb and a simple white jade hairpin. Her eyebrows were shaped like crescent moons, and her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with sincerity. She possessed a delicate, droplet-shaped nose, perfectly proportioned with a slightly upturned tip. Her rosy cheeks framed a cherry-red mouth, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, rendering her playful and charming. She had a slender and well-proportioned figure, nearly matching Li Yunyang's height. Her attire consisted of a fitted crimson floral blouse with narrow sleeves, layered with a pure white cotton half-sleeve jacket tied at her chest, accentuating her lithe waist. A pale lavender shawl draped over her shoulders, and her skirt concealed her feet, revealing only half of a pair of high-heeled embroidered boots. In this moment, devoid of heavy makeup, she wore a light touch of powder, exuding a fresh and elegant aura. She had shed the dazzling glow of the stage, embracing a modest and demure demeanor. With a graceful gait, Jean Twanner approached Li Enian, curtsying as she spoke. "This humble girl, Jean Twanner, greets you, young master." "I am Li Enian, honored to meet you, young lady," he replied, rising to return the courtesy. Earlier, Li Enian had mentioned that consequences must be faced, a sentiment that resonated with her. Surely in this world, one cannot commit murder and robbery without recompense. It seems these scholars have read their books to no avail. Not entirely, for they all strive for the nation's welfare, though their perspectives may differ, making it hard to label them as good or bad. Nonetheless, the principle holds true. "Indeed, I must apologize," she replied with a chuckle. "From a young age, my grandmother forced us to study and paint, and despite the lashes from her whip, we still fell short of proficiency, yet here I am, critiquing others. I observe that you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Do you hold an official title?" "None at all. Merely an ordinary man," he responded. "A warrior, perhaps?" "Indeed. And what is your rank?" "7th grade. "My goodness! Is there truly such a young 7th grade warrior in this world? The guardian of my family's estate is far older, and yet only holds the 9th grade. My grandmother still ensures he is well fed and well cared for." Jean Twanna gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. A 9th grade warrior serving as a guardian was indeed more than sufficient. Li Enian was unaware of his remarkable accomplishments over the past year. Although his rise was perilous, it was astonishingly extraordinary compared to other mundane martial artists. It was merely luck. The young lady's dancing was exquisite, her music innovative, and her artistic conception lofty, indeed unparalleled in the capital, truly deserving of her reputation. "Having witnessed it today, I am profoundly impressed." Li Enian sincerely praised her. "Huh, is he merely an ordinary man?" His words are indeed sweet. When Jean Tuan smiles, her eyes curve like crescent moons, and her 2 dimples are quite charming. "Ah, indeed, it comes from the heart," Li Enian said with an awkward smile. "Young Master Li does not seem to be someone who frequents such establishments." "Indeed, today is my first visit." "Oh, this truly overwhelms me, for I have not prepared anything." Jean Tuan gazed at Li Enian, pondered for a moment, then removed the white jade hairpin from her head, cradled it in her hands, and offered it to him. "If young Master Li does not mind, please accept this as a token of gratitude." Li Enian was puzzled. "This is our customary practice. I, a humble young lady, have long admired the martial prowess of noble heroes and earnestly wish to befriend you. Please do not disdain my modest origins." Observing Jean Twanner's sincere countenance, Li Enian accepted the jade hairpin and bowed in gratitude. Jean Twanner's smile blossomed. "By the way, do you recognize any individuals from Fusang?" Jean Twanner furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. "I have indeed encountered some among the guests, yet I never summoned them nor allow my grandmother to bring them here. They lack decorum and possess predatory gazes that are quite unsettling." "Very well. In that case, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer, as I have 2 friends awaiting me downstairs." Li Enian rose to take his leave. Jean Twanner was momentarily taken aback to see a man hastily departing from her chamber. It was not until Li Enian performed a courteous bow that she regained her composure and hurriedly returned the gesture. "Will you return, young Master Li?" "Indeed, within 3 days." "Then please feel free to seek me directly. I shall be eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence." "Thank you, young lady." As Jean Twanner watched Li Enian's retreating figure, a complex sentiment stirred within her, an inexplicable feeling reminiscent of someone from long ago, a person she wished to forget. Upon leaving the elegant chamber of Jean Twanner, Li Enian immediately sensed the gaze directed towards him from the 2nd-floor corridor across the way. Wang Qinglang bore a look of immense satisfaction, reminiscent of a proud father observing the growth of his child. Doing Shui appeared somewhat awkward, caught between the urge to laugh and her hesitance to do so. "Let us see, how many taels of silver do you possess?" Wang Qinglang inquired playfully, draping his arm around Li Enian's shoulder. "What do you mean by how many? Are you feigning ignorance?" He continued. "It is customary to offer a return gift, especially on such a momentous occasion." "Oh, you are referring to that." "The return gift that Miss Jean Twanner just mentioned." Li Enian retrieved the white jade hairpin gifted by Jean Twanner. Wang Qinglang was momentarily taken aback. "Heh, this courtesan is quite amusing. Can't she spare a few coins? Is this what you call a token of affection? I must say, I did not expect this. Come clean. What extraordinary qualities do you possess, you rascal? Wang Qilang playfully wrapped his arms around Li Yinyan's neck, engaging in a light-hearted scuffle. For the very first time, indeed. It was the first time. Li Yinyan begged for mercy. The trio exited the Yinsui Tower. Wang Qilang raised his hand to bid farewell to the two, saying, "You two may head back. I have friends awaiting me in the back alley." "Brother, you are quite magnanimous," Li Yinyan exclaimed with a bow. Go on, you cheeky rascal, teasing your elder brother." Wang Qilang chided with a laugh. Li Yonyan and Dou Yingxue exchanged a knowing smile. In a secluded room on the third floor of the Yinsui building, an old matron approached a woman in a red dress who was diligently retouching her makeup. "My dear, the three individuals have departed. Shall we send someone to follow them?" "No need. They shall return." With that, the woman raised her delicate hand, studying her reflection in the light. Her slender fingers were alabaster white, with a hint of pale pink resembling flower petals at the tips. Chapter 26. The fire at Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple, established in a previous dynasty, was strategically located in the capital. At the inception of the capital's construction, the Taoist leader Wang Yin designated Shike Street as the central axis, requiring passage through 6 elevated pathways from north to south, reflecting the hexagram Qian. Thus, the palace was situated at the second position, reserved for the emperor, while the various offices were placed at the third, corresponding to the number of noble gentlemen. The fifth position was deemed the esteemed rank, inaccessible to commoners. Consequently, a Taoist temple and a monastery were established. Facing each other across Shike Street, the Xingshan Temple in the east city s Jingshanfang and the Xuandu Temple in the west city s Chongyifang. Throughout the vicissitudes of dynastic change, these two places of worship endured. During the era of the Great Sui, what rendered Xuandu Temple renowned were not the mystical arts of Taoism, but rather the peach blossom grove and the poetry that celebrated it. Xuandu Temple cultivated thousands of peach trees, and every April, when the blossoms unfurled, it became a favorite destination for literati and dignitaries eager to behold the spectacle. In the early years of Emperor Wen's reign, there was a certain Lu Mengda, an official responsible for land reclamation, known for his poetic talent. He resided in Guangfufang, just a street away from Chongyifang, and was a frequent visitor to Xuandu Temple, which had yet to be adorned with peach blossoms. However, owing to political strife, Lu was exiled to the remote region of Langzhou for a decade. 10 years later, Lu was summoned back to the capital. In the following year, as the peach blossoms flourished, he visited Xuandu Temple and composed a poem that read, "As the purple paths and red dust brush against my face, none fail to speak of returning to admire the blossoms." Within Xuandu Temple, 1,000 peach trees bloom, all planted after Lu's departure. The verses conveyed his discontent with his exile and subtly mocked the authorities, thus incurring the ire of powerful figures once more, leading to a tumultuous life of further banishments. He subsequently served as the prefect of Lianzhou, Kuizhou, and Hezhou, all situated in remote areas. Despite the hardships he faced, his literary output remained prolific. His most widely celebrated work is the well-known inscription on a humble room, reflecting camaraderie with learned scholars and disdain for the unrefined. Once again summoned back to the capital, Lu took up a position in the Ministry of Personnel 14 years later, marking the end of his 23 years of exile. Reflecting on his past, Lu was filled with emotion, leaving behind the timeless lines, "On the side of the sunken boat, 1,000 sails pass. Before the ailing tree, 10,000 woods flourish." Such immortal verses. Today, although Lu is no longer present, the peach blossoms at Xuandu Temple continue to bloom each year. During its zenith in the previous dynasty, Xuandu Temple, under imperial mandate, was a leader among various Taoist sects, overseeing the affairs of Taoism across the realm. Following the establishment of the Great Sui, the Astronomical Bureau's contributions allowed it to rise swiftly to prominence. The influence of Taoism has gradually waned, with the master of Xuandu Temple relocating from the capital, leaving only a handful behind. On this night, the moon is bright, yet the stars are sparse, and the chilly wind blows fiercely. The peach grove has long withered, leaving only bare branches. 2 lanterns hang at the entrance of Xuandu Temple, their dim lights flickering weakly, casting a feeble glow upon the weathered red doors. A young Taoist apprentice sits abruptly on the steps before the door. Appearing to be around 8 years of age, he dons a cap and a yellowwood hairpin. Clad in a deep blue robe and high socks, his feet are adorned with round-toed shoes. Slightly plump, his complexion is rosy and fair, with bright eyes and a charming smile, resembling a lively little tiger. Resting his chin on his hands, he props his elbows on his knees, peering curiously toward the peach grove beyond the gate. This young boy, originally the ninth son of a peasant family outside Yangzhou, faced famine in his first year, resulting in the death of 4 of his siblings. As he himself lay on the brink of death, his family found themselves helpless. One day, a weary old Taoist appeared at their door, administering herbal remedies that saved the boy's life and providing food to support the Zheng family. After a period of care, the boy's life was preserved. The old Taoist settled at the foot of the mountain in a humble hut, offering aid to those in need without asking for payment, earning the title of Old Immortal among the surrounding villages. Remarkably, the boy felt an innate bond with the old man, spending his days at the hut's entrance, following closely behind whenever the old Taoist ventured out. Amused by the boy's enthusiasm, the old man gifted him a copper bell, which the boy learned to shake with great fervor. Subsequently, it became a common sight to see a small figure jingling a bell, trailed by a white-haired old Taoist. Eventually, it was only natural for the boy to become a disciple, brought back to Xuandu Temple by his master, who named him Si Yuan, yet affectionately continued to call him Little Nine. Suddenly, a shadow leaped over the courtyard wall, landing silently. Sensing something amiss, Little Nine rose to his feet, stretching his neck to gaze into the distance, which lay shrouded in darkness. A lantern flickered to life in the distance, approaching from the direction of the peach grove. Feeling the weight of a gaze upon him, Little Nine's heart leapt to his throat. The lantern drew nearer, and a figure clad in white halted 10 paces away. Upon reading the words inscribed on the lantern, he sighed in relief. It was from the Astronomical Bureau. The young man before him, with a strong jawline and a slightly tanned complexion, bowed respectfully. "Little Immortal, are you on night watch?" he inquired. "Who are you? Why have you scaled the wall at this hour?" "I am Li Enian, a night patrol from the Astronomical Bureau. Passing through this area, I sensed something unusual and decided to take a look." "What anomaly do you perceive?" "I am yet unaware. However, on such a frigid night, it is indeed peculiar for a young immortal to stand guard at the mountain gate." Li Enian's gaze was as sharp as a torch. As soon as he landed, he spotted a figure seated at the entrance of Xuandu Temple. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a young Taoist disciple. "My master said that a guest would arrive tonight, and instructed me to wait here," said Xiaojiao. A sudden jolt coursed through Li Enian's heart. His clandestine entry this evening was not a mere coincidence, but rather intricately linked to the fragment of the Xiantong prism nestled in his embrace. Just moments ago, as he passed by the alley wall, the fragment quivered ever so slightly. It is well known that Taoist immortals possess profound skills in divination, capable of foreseeing events before they transpire. Could it be that he had been predicted? Had they dispatched individuals to await him in advance? Li Enian pondered for a moment before retrieving a copper plate from his bosom, placing it before the young acolyte, and declaring, "I have come for this." "Oh, I possess one as well," exclaimed the acolyte, his face alight with excitement as he reached into his own garments. A peculiar sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Li Enian did not hesitate. His figure shot forward, and his right fist aimed directly at the chest of the young Taoist. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. A dark object collided with the back of Li Enian's hand and was sent flying. Li Enian seized the opportunity to grasp the young acolyte and leapt toward the side of the door. For consecutive strikes met with emptiness, echoed by the resounding thuds. Bang, bang, bang. All were embedded into the grand entrance. The black iron hooks. Whoosh! The hooks were drawn back into the shadows, and silence enveloped the scene once more. As if nothing had transpired, Li Enian shielded the young acolyte behind him, surveying the surroundings. Bound by the light, shadows lurked in the darkness, yet their presence was imperceptible. The visitors this time were more formidable than before. A stream of black liquid slipped from his sleeve, and under the infusion of his thoughts, it transformed into a brilliant white before becoming transparent, ultimately forming a sphere that enveloped the young acolyte within. Li Enian cast aside the lantern in his hand and darted forth with remarkable speed. 2 iron hooks shattered the lantern, instantly sending sparks flying in all directions. One hand seized one of the retreating iron hooks, pulling with great force. A faint grunt echoed from the darkness. Following this, he stepped forward and unleashed a punch towards the obsidian sky. A resounding crack of bones reverberated. A burst of flames erupted from his fist, revealing a shadow engulfed in fire, which was propelled backwards. By the light of the flames, Li Enian discerned figures in the distance, amidst the peach grove, numerous in number, with silhouettes continuously leaping over the walls. "Ah, 2 fragments, unable to contain themselves?" Li Enian returned to the young Taoist, smiling as he inquired, "Did your master foresee this moment?" Why does he not come forth to assist? My master left a few days ago, the young man replied. He truly has a carefree spirit, leaving no words behind. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. What a profound notion of fate. May I ask your name? Zheng Xiyuan, though they all call me Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, should you possess any means to preserve our lives, do not hesitate to share. We must endure at least the duration of a stick of incense. Ah, very well. Li Yonian cast his right hand towards the heavens, unleashing a dark sphere that streaked across the night sky. The sound of firecrackers erupted, and a brilliant orb of light exploded above the peach grove. The luminous sphere scattered, transforming into countless smaller orbs that floated in the air, radiating their glow. The entire night sky shone as brightly as day. The figures within the peach grove were rendered visible, and upon rough estimation, there appeared to be over 20 individuals. A familiar silhouette stood at the rear of all the figures, clad in a flowing white robe with wide sleeves, and adorned with a half-face wooden mask. The mask featured an elongated nose. It was the Tengu mask, a denizen of Fusang. Xiaojiu, do not stray from the protective barrier. Li Yonian moved like lightning, charging straight towards the figure in white, embodying the adage of capturing the leader before the followers. The white-clad individual issued a sharp reprimand, prompting over 10 men in black to position themselves before Li Yonian, simultaneously launching iron hooks. The hooks seemed to possess a life of their own, deftly circumventing Li Yonian's fists and ensnaring his limbs with relentless tenacity. Li Yonian's figure momentarily froze as he established a firm stance. A tremendous force tugged at him, causing over 10 ropes to stretch taut. A cloaked assassin in purple darted out from the shadows, a glint of cold steel flashing as a blade struck directly at his face. The rabble of lowly scoundrels ignited a surge of fury within Li Yonian's heart. With a swift motion, he circled his hands, seizing 2 bundles of ropes with forceful determination. The black-clad figures, unwilling to relent, soared into the air, as 2 strands of dark rope converged above Li Yonian, ensnaring the approaching dagger. The fireball within his dantian surged rapidly, an intense heat coursing toward his fists. 2 flames erupted from Li Yonian's knuckles, igniting the black ropes, the fire spreading with a crackling sound. The purple-clad assassin, unable to withdraw the blade, abandoned it and fled. Li Yonian hastily pursued with his fiery whip in tow. With a swift motion of his right hand, several fiery tendrils ensnared the hind legs of the violet-clad assassin. With a forceful tug, he followed up with a powerful punch. The assassin crashed heavily to the ground, unable to utter a sound before succumbing, his body engulfed in fierce flames. Dragging the burning corpse, Li Yonian moved like a panther, darting deep into the peach grove. A cacophony of screams erupted as several figures clad in black collapsed, their bodies igniting and setting the peach trees ablaze, illuminating the sky with a brilliant inferno. The figure in white had vanished. He turned to glance at Xiaojiu, who sat cross-legged on the ground, his left hand forming intricate seals while his right hand swiftly inscribed characters in the air. Each completed character transformed into a golden glyph, autonomously flying to affix themselves upon a transparent sphere before him. The sphere was now adorned with a layer of shimmering gold inscriptions. Meanwhile, several black-clad figures desperately slashed with their blades, the clashing sounds ringing out, yet leaving no mark upon the sphere. The figure in white led 4 violet-clad assassins directly toward Xiaojiu. Li Yonian's footsteps were relentless as he swiftly dispatched several solitary figures clad in black, turning his attention towards Xiaojiu. With a flick of his right hand, the masked figure in white summoned a shadow that hurtled towards Li Yonian, expanding midair into a colossal form. A massive fist descended upon him, striking forcefully against his raised arms. Li Yonian was propelled like a cannonball, careening through the air and crashing through 3 peach trees before finally coming to a halt. A towering, armored warrior, a puppet. Li Yonian rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the figure of the armored warrior, behind whom sat Xiaojiu. The figure clad in white settled across from Xiaojiu, his hands gracefully shifting through an array of gestures, while his lips murmured incantations. Suddenly, his right hand swept through the air, and a golden character detached itself from the orb, only to extinguish and dissipate into the ether. Xiaojiu's face registered astonishment, prompting her to hasten the speed of her own character drawing. The white-clad figure's hands danced fluidly once more, and with another flourish, 3 characters were simultaneously released. Observing this, the purple-clad assassin leaped, plunging a blade into the vacant space, causing a fine line to appear on the transparent orb, which was instantaneously restored. A cold sweat broke out on Xiaojiu as she glanced towards Li Yonian. Their eyes met, and Li Yonian signaled her to accelerate her character drawing, to which Xiaojiu nodded in understanding. Li Yinian gazed at the puppet before him, clad entirely in obsidian. It wore a peculiar helmet, and its exaggerated iron armor deviated from the styles of the Central Plains. A ghostly white mask concealed its visage, with two fiery orbs dancing within its eye sockets, reminiscent of flickering will-o'-the-wisps. A colossal Fusang samurai sword was sheathed at its side. Immersed in contemplation, a stream of black liquid slithered like a mystical serpent, coursing through his palm and extending until it reached a length of 3 feet and 2 inches. Li Yinian clenched his fist, and as he raised it, the dark spirit serpent transformed into a pitch-black long knife. With a few swift strokes, he severed the whips that bound his hands and feet, advancing towards the puppet. The puppet crouched slightly, facing Li Yinian, its left hand gripping the scabbard while its right rested upon the hilt of the blade. The air within a yard seemed to solidify. Li Yinian tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, taking a bold step forward. With a graceful leap, he swung his arms, unleashing a chilling radiance that sliced through the air like a crescent moon. With a resounding clash, the great sword was drawn, arriving ahead of its adversary. A tremendous glint of icy light enveloped Li Yinian, accompanied by the jarring sound of weapons colliding. Li Yunyang's body soared through the air like a stone skipping across water, colliding with more than a dozen peach trees before finally halting, barely managing to regain her balance. A shadow descended from the heavens, and a colossal foot struck the ground, creating a 3-foot-wide crater. The puppet fixed its gaze upon the fleeing figure, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth, transforming the area within a radius of several dozen feet into an inferno. Li Yinian was filled with trepidation. Such a colossal figure possessed astonishing speed. He had been careless, nearly cleaved in two. Meanwhile, beads of sweat cascaded down Xiaojiu's cheeks. The speed at which the characters were drawn was evidently no match for the white-clad figure's dismantling prowess. Only a few golden characters remained as the 4 purple-clad assassins took turns hacking at the shield, sparks flying in every direction. Li Yinian, consumed by anxiety, took a decisive step forward, only to encounter a colossal figure that obstructed his path, once again assuming a menacing stance with his blade drawn. What an exasperating predicament! The sound of slicing air resonated, and as Li Yinian looked up, a fleeting white silhouette darted overhead. It was coming. Save the child first, he bellowed. The white figure descended gracefully. It was Zhou, who cast a brief glance at Li Yinian before striding purposefully towards Xiaojiu. An irate shout erupted from the masked figure in white, as 4 purple-clad assassins brandished short blades and lunged at Zhou. In a swift motion, Zhou raised her hand, and shimmering light whirled around her, summoning 4 square mirrors that abruptly appeared in front of the purple-clad attackers, 1 for each. Quite a fair arrangement. The 4 assassins passed through the mirrors, vanishing without a trace. In the corners of the peach grove, mirrors materialized, each transporting a purple-clad figure to a different location. Turning back to glance at the mirrors, they began to shrink rapidly, as they diminished to the size of a fist. A porcelain vial with a lit fuse tumbled out from the mirror. Zhou raised both hands to shield her ears. A thunderous explosion erupted. 4 towering fire columns blazed upwards in the peach grove, flames reaching for the heavens. The force of the explosion unleashed a tempest, instantly scattering sand and stones. While branches and leaves were hurled through the air, Li Yinian clung to a peach tree, nearly swept away by the gusts of wind. How fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Junior brother, is this truly necessary? Li Yinian shouted at the top of his lungs. Huh, what did you say? I can't hear you. Zhou muttered to himself. This contraption needs some modifications. The noise is unbearable. Chapter 27. Spirit Master seizing the opportunity amidst the explosion. The masked figure in white stripped away the remaining few golden characters from the shield before him. He produced a dagger crafted from bone and drew his finger across the blade. A streak of crimson slowly seeped into the white bone, causing the blade to emanate a sinister black mist. With a swift thrust, he plunged the dagger into the shield, producing a hissing sound as if it were being corroded. The dagger then surged forward, aiming directly for Xiaojiu's chest. Xiaojiu's complexion turned pale as he recoiled in haste. In a flash of white light, a large hand grasped the back of Xiaojiu's collar and pulled him backward. Both him and the shield were drawn behind a figure clad in white. Zhou seized the wrist of the masked figure wielding the dagger, while a black serpent slithered from his sleeve, coiling rapidly around their arms in a tight embrace. With his other hand, he casually tossed 4 porcelain vials, each containing a fuse, that landed within a 3-foot radius around them, marking 4 distinct positions. My young friend, you must continue inscribing your talismans. Should they explode, it would be quite unpleasant. Zhou remarked with a smile as he turned to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu glanced at the four plump, charming porcelain vials on the ground, then at the handsome visage of the young man before him, whose smile radiated warmth. Recalling the four pillars of flame that had erupted earlier in the courtyard, his heart raced with turmoil. His eyelids twitched as he mustered a forced smile towards Xiaojiu, hastily inscribing talismans with even greater speed than before when the shield was breached. Xiaojiu, satisfied, turned back and with a casual wave of his hand, conjured two stools that appeared behind them. "My dear lady, let us sit and converse." The masked figure hesitated for a moment but was soon coaxed by Xiaojiu, and they sat down hand in hand. "This dagger of yours is quite extraordinary. If you do not mind, I would like to take it back for further study and return it to you later," Xiaojiu stated, reaching for the dagger. The masked figure tightened her grip on the dagger with one hand while the other formed a claw-like posture, poised to strike at Zhouju's face. Undeterred, Zhouju continued to reach for the dagger. Suddenly, the four porcelain vials quivered wildly, radiating brilliant light. The masked figure hastily withdrew her hand, forming a hand seal in front of her chest, conjuring a faint yellow shield. With a surge of strength, Zhouju seized the dagger for himself. Examining it with keen interest, and with a thought, he stowed the bone knife away. The glow of the four porcelain vials dimmed once more. "Do not be anxious. May I ask for your name, dear lady?" Zhouju inquired with genuine warmth. "Qi Qing," the masked figure retorted, filled with indignation. "Miss Qi Qing, if you can assure me of your stillness, I shall release my grip." The two individuals remained bound at the arms. In a twist of movement, Li Nian caught sight of Zhouju grasping the hand of the masked figure clad in white, and to his astonishment, they began conversing while seated. A shiver ran down his spine, and he silently lamented his junior brother's peculiar taste. Just as he lost focus for a moment, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. He raised his black blade, shielding himself. The sound was deafening. Without any surprise, he was once again sent flying, crashing into two peach trees. The noise startled Zhouju, causing him to furrow his brow as he glanced toward Li Nian's direction and said to Qi Qing, "Please wait a moment, my lady." He then stood up and called out to Li Nian with a loud voice, "Li Nian, are you not yet finished? Hurry up, don't break it. I still need to take it back." With that, Zhouju chuckled awkwardly and sat back down. "My junior brother is quite mischievous." Haha. Qi Qing gazed at the charmingly handsome man before her, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Li Nian rolled over and stood up, his head throbbing with pain. He realized he couldn't afford to falter. His junior brother had raised the stakes. The armored warrior sheathed his blade once more, crouching before Li Nian, adopting a stance ready for an attack. After a moment of contemplation, the black blade in his hand melted away, transforming into a black snake that coiled back into his sleeve. With his left hand delving deep into the fabric, he grasped the serpent's head and pulled forcefully, extracting a slender black thread. Focusing his mind, he extended his awareness outward for 5 feet and confidently approached the armored warrior. Each time he stepped within a yard, the warrior would strike. It was a gamble. Taking a deep breath, he advanced a step forward. The sword-drawing technique. The right hand of the armored warrior vanished into thin air, and a crescent of cold light flashed by. In the position where Li Nian stood, a figure shattered in an instant. The person vanished. The armored warrior pressed down sharply with his armed hand. A silhouette darted swiftly from the shadow beneath his arm, executing a flying shovel maneuver that glided beneath the warrior's legs. Seizing the hem of the armor suspended below, the figure halted, propelled upwards with a powerful push of the legs. The armored warrior's sword-bearing arm was momentarily hindered by a dark line, striking downwards, while his other hand reached behind. Li Nian stood upon the shoulders of the armored warrior, gripping the black thread firmly with both hands, and with a sudden force, he straightened his legs. With a sharp hiss, the black thread was drawn upward. The warrior's arm, wielding a blade, was pulled beneath him, causing his body to lose balance. And his grasping hand reached futilely behind him. Seizing the moment, Li Nian transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting swiftly alongside the armored warrior. Before long, a bundle ensnared by the black thread materialized on the ground, emitting a series of furious roars. Li Nian clapped his hands and glanced toward Zhouju, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Before him, the masked figure in white removed her mask, revealing her true face to Zhouju. To be honest, her features were quite beautiful. Was that a blush adorning her cheeks? My young senior brother is impressive, unconcerned with trivialities. But wait, the lady rose to pay her respects to my senior brother. Does this imply that she intends to take her leave? Lionian walked towards the entrance of Xuandu Temple. Miss Qi Qing, how courteous of you. Safe travels. and I shall see you tomorrow." Zhou stood up and waved farewell. The girl named Qi Qing turned and sped away, her expression transforming into one of anger and ferocity. With a few leaps, she vanished from the courtyard. Why did you act so, junior brother? She was merely a bystander, and there were others behind her who had yet to make a move. There was no necessity to leave her unharmed. Otherwise, who will you trade with tomorrow? Wouldn't it be more troublesome to change the person and the location then? Indeed. That makes sense. What were you two discussing that seemed so conspiratorial? Was it conspiratorial? I don't believe so. Really? The mask has already been removed. And her face was flushed. Zhou patted Li Yunyan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "There is still much to learn, especially when it comes to women." Outside the wall, the sound of marching footsteps echoed, accompanied by shouts that rose and fell, signaling the arrival of the city defense forces. Zhou gestured for Li Yunyan to sit down and began to recount a tale from the Qitian Observatory. The lineage of sorcerers has been passed down for over 2 millennia, with countless disciples spread across various lands. One branch made its way to Fusang, establishing a sect and calling themselves the Fu Ling Masters, serving a minor lord's family. Fusang is a small nation, a mere speck of land. This minor lord harbored great ambitions, expanding aggressively and quickly rising to unify Fusang, thus founding a dynasty. Naturally, the Fu Ling Masters were revered as the state religion. For the first 300 years, they frequently crossed the sea to the Central Plains to worship their ancestors. However, as the bloodlines of the Central Plains diluted, the bloodline of Fusang gradually dominated the Fu Ling Masters, leading to their eventual cessation of visits. Over time, they even ceased to acknowledge their origins from the sorcerers of the Central Plains. Having developed for nearly 1,000 years, their foundation is certainly profound. Yet, due to the nation's small size and insufficient fortune, they have yet to produce a first-rate sorcerer. Thus, whenever chaos erupts in the Central Plains, the Fu Ling Masters can often be seen lurking in the shadows, nurturing dreams of grandeur. While they share a common origin, their two main skills are quite extreme. One is the art of puppetry, a self-developed skill that has been notably successful, as evidenced by the armored warriors that fought Li Yunyan earlier. Their general proficiency has surpassed that of the Central Plains, though figures like Bai Jingtang are still leagues ahead of them. The other is the soul art, which enables the manipulation of other souls for personal gain. This practice is strictly prohibited in the Central Plains, yet they have brazenly developed it for many years, accumulating a significant depth of knowledge. The figures you encountered, dressed in black and purple, were two relatively low-ranking controlled subjects, with higher levels represented by blue, orange, and red. Qi Qing is a soul master capable of controlling others' souls. Junior brother, have you ever considered that this Qi Qing might actually be a man? Do you mean a man in disguise? Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. Zhou remained composed, his mind rapidly replaying the observations from earlier, analyzing every minute detail of her expressions. Li Yunyan reached out and patted Zhou's shoulder, remarking, "There is still much to learn, especially regarding women." Having said that, he strolled outside, heading home to rest. This mess would be left for the third prince to resolve. Oh no, he is now a lord. Zhou couldn't help but shiver, a wave of goosebumps coursing through her body. Clarify your statement. What evidence do you possess? Zhou inquired loudly. Li Yunyan coughed twice and rubbed his throat. Zhou stood frozen like a statue for quite a while. What an atrocity! A voice called out from behind Zhou. Li Yunyan, filled with joy, retrieved a lantern and lit it anew. He skillfully evaded the throngs of people and sought a secluded spot to scale the wall. After taking just a few steps, he turned back, smiting his forehead in realization. I nearly forgot you. Standing across from him was a young acolyte, rendered helpless, who managed to muster a polite smile in response to Li Yunyan. You should return and deliver the items to the elders at the temple. Do not wander about with them. With that, he turned to continue on his way. Little Zhou followed closely behind. All right then, let us converse. Li Yunyan turned around. My master said that after handing this over to you, if you wish to survive, you must follow him. Xiao Jiu hurried a few steps forward and presented the fragments with both hands. What is the meaning of this from your master? Is he sending you out to face death? My master said, this is fate. What if I refuse to accept it? Then I shall leave it here. Do you believe that, after all the twists and turns, it will inevitably return to your hands? Having said that, Xiao Jiu placed the fragments in the center of the road. Ultimately, Xiao Jiu followed Li Yunyan back to Huayuan Lane. Upon seeing Doing Xue, he called out, "Aunt." Li Yunyan, feeling quite embarrassed, hurriedly led him into the side room. Perhaps exhausted from the night's turmoil, he quickly succumbed to slumber upon touching the pillow. Doing Xue. Her face adorned with curiosity, pondered what it meant to bring back a young Taoist priest in the dead of night. Li Yunian, feeling helpless, took out a piece of black copper from his pocket and placed it on the table, recounting the events of the night. He realized that this little Jiu truly dared to leave the fragment in the middle of the road, after toiling all night to protect it. He could not bear to see it discarded on the ground, so he turned back to pick it up. Thus, we now possess 3 fragments, remarked Doing Xue. 3 fragments and a little acolyte. Li Yunian expressed his lingering annoyance towards this persistent companion. One piece was brought back by Xue from the Buddhist sect. Another belonged to the Qintian Observatory, and this piece was undoubtedly from the Taoist tradition. The simultaneous appearance of 3 fragments in the capital seems far too coincidental. Doing Xue analyzed. 2 more pieces are still missing. Do you think there could be 5 fragments in the capital right now? Li Yunian chuckled. Doing Xue's expression shifted in surprise before she quickly regained her composure. That is truly uncertain, she replied with a smile. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight illuminated Qiqing's face, causing the frost in her hair to gradually melt away. Sensing a hint of warmth, Qiqing opened her eyes. Before her lay a small courtyard, containing only a single flat-roofed house, encircled by a fence made of branches. The old house, constructed from stones mixed with white lime, had long since turned black, and the moss at its base had taken on a yellowish hue. Surrounding the house was a patch of vegetable garden, mostly overgrown, with only 2 plots covered by a layer of straw, the contents of which remained a mystery. Beyond the wall stretched a barren field, desolate and stark. Every few paces, heaps of wheat straw were piled up, the frost upon them slowly melting and dripping with water. Qiqing knelt by the path leading to the front door of the house. After her failure the previous night, she did not return to the Pingong Lane but instead came to this courtyard in the southeastern corner of the capital. Near the Qixia Gate, she had knelt there for an entire night, braving the biting cold. Qiqing understood that the fact the occupants inside had not seen her was, in a way, a good sign, indicating that they held no great expectations for her, and thus there could be no disappointment. With a creak, the door opened, and a pair of cloth shoes stepped over the threshold. Qiqing placed her hands flat before her, pressing her forehead tightly against the icy ground. Master, I have failed. Please punish your disciple. Qiqing's voice was earnest. The Central Plains, vast and densely populated, have always been a place where dragons hide and tigers lurk. Especially in the capital, where talents converge, each success demands even greater caution. The voice was aged, and the tone unremarkable. A frail, diminutive old man stood in the path of a small courtyard. He measured 5 feet in height, with a straight posture. Adorned with a pitch-black cap, his elongated face was thin and lined with deep creases. Sparse white eyebrows hung down, and his triangular eyes seemed unfocused, exuding a sense of detachment and vagueness. His hawkish nose and thin lips complemented a slightly elongated chin, devoid of facial hair. He wore a loose-fitting gray homespun robe with wide sleeves, and a black soft cloth was tied around his waist, the knot resting at his side, with an excess of a foot hanging down. His lower half was clad in loose hemp trousers, the cuffs wrapped several times in cloth, and on his feet were a pair of black cloth shoes with round openings. He resembled an inconspicuous farmer one might encounter along the road, preparing for the night's transaction. He contemplated that should he fail this time, he would take his own life. After uttering these words, the old man picked up a pickaxe from the corner, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped out. Qiqing shuddered, quickly adjusting his kneeling position towards the receding figure of the old man. It was only when the old man had walked far enough away that he dared to rise, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Li Yunian arrived early at the first floor of the Qintian Observatory, engrossed in a thick stack of historical texts. Beside her on the left, a young acolyte named Xiaojia was deeply absorbed in a novel of unknown origin. On her right, she lay resting, catching up on sleep. A fleeting white shadow appeared at the entrance. Senior brother, good morning. Senior brother? Senior brother? Li Yunian rose to his feet and offered a bow, watching as the figure in white ascended the staircase. Zhouju's expression darkened as she cast a glance at Li Yunian, yet chose to remain silent. Li Yunian resumed his seat, recalling the scene from the previous night when Zhouju held Qiqing's hand, engaged in joyous conversation, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A young man in white approached Li Yunian's desk and said, "The master has sent someone to relay a message. He awaits you at Danfeng Gate. You should go now." Danfeng Gate, the main entrance of the Daming Palace. Chapter 28. The benevolent and brave Captain Zhuke street spans 50 zhang in width. Yet it is not the widest thoroughfare within Chang'an. The street at the northeast corner, Danfeng Gate Street, is a remarkable 58 zhang and 6 feet wide, surpassing Shke Street. At the end of the main street lies Danfeng Gate, the southern entrance to the Daming Palace. The Taoist tradition places significant emphasis on the positions of the hexagrams, particularly the 92nd, 93rd, and 95th, which is why the Taiji Hall was constructed at the 92nd position. However, it overlooks a crucial fact. The 92nd position is the lowest point in Chang'an. After the completion of the Taiji Palace, during the spring and summer seasons, the humidity would become stagnant, resulting in a damp and sultry atmosphere, unsuitable for habitation. Consequently, the previous dynasty commenced the expansion of the summer palace located at the 91st position on Longzhou Yuan, which is now the Daming Palace. Longzhou Yuan lies in the northeastern corner of Chang'an, with its terrain rising from west to east, the peak reaching a height of 20 zhang, while the base rises to 70 zhang. The Daming Palace is situated at the midsection of Longzhou Yuan, elevated above the city of Chang'an, providing a dry and cool climate. The layout is centered around Danfeng Gate Street, with 3 principal halls aligned along the central axis, while the remaining palaces are scattered on either side. As one travels northward, the elevation gradually increases. Entering through Danfeng Gate leads to a straight imperial road extending 200 zhang, directly connecting to the Hanyuan Hall. Built against the mountain, the Hanyuan Hall stands on a platform 1 zhang high, with its main chamber elevated 4 zhang above the ground. 2 covered walkways extend from either side of the hall, bending southward to connect to 2 pavilions, the southeast Xiangwan Pavilion, which faces a bell tower, and the southwest Chiefing Pavilion, which is in front of a drum tower. On the days of the new moon, the officials waiting to enter the court gather beneath the drum tower. With the backdrop of the azure sky, the Hanyuan Hall stands tall and magnificent, offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Chang'an from its heights. During grand ceremonial occasions, when the emperor ascends the throne and issues a great amnesty, the ceremonies are conducted at the Hanyuan Hall, which has gradually replaced the Taiji Hall as the principal venue for court rituals. To the north of Hanyuan Hall lies Xianzheng Hall. In front of Xianzheng Hall, the central secretariat is situated to the west, while the chancellery is to the east. Additionally, the Hongwen Pavilion, historical archives, and the censorate are also located before the hall. This is where the emperor regularly convenes to hear and deliberate on state matters, as well as where edicts are drafted and issued. Further north stands the Zicheng Hall, designated for the inner court, where the emperor meets with his ministers. The emperor sits within Zicheng Hall, while the officials await outside Xianzheng Hall for summons. Hence it is also referred to as the Emperor's Convenience Hall. North of Zicheng Hall, the terrain gradually descends until reaching the northern gate of the Daming Palace, the Xuanwu Gate. In between lies the Taipool, surrounded by dozens of palatial pavilions, creating a picturesque landscape. This area belongs to the inner court of the harem, heavily guarded, where only the inner ministers may tread. The Greenhouse Palace where Zhou Yi resides is located at the eastern end behind Zicheng Hall. The palace Li Yonyan and Xinwen intend to visit is called Yinying Hall, situated directly west of Zicheng Hall, serving as one of the emperor's sleeping quarters. As this news is confirmed, it gradually transforms into a tangible reality. As Li Yinyan passed each imposing palace gate and every grandiose edifice, even the distant glimpses of towers and pavilions, the solemn aura emanating from these structures served as a reminder that this was not a realm meant for commoners. Stepping over the threshold of the imperial study, the trepidation and unease within him reached an unprecedented peak. The venerable minister bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "Long live your majesty." For countless ages, Shen Wenqing knelt in homage. Li Yonyan followed closely behind Shen Wen, kneeling and bowing his head in reverence. "Master, please rise. We are not in the main hall, and did we not agree that formalities need not be observed in private?" The emperor hurried forward to assist Shen Wen to his feet and offered him a seat. In the presence of sovereign and subject, propriety must not be neglected, Shen Wen replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the ruler and his minister seated themselves, while the palace attendants served tea. "Master, what brings you to the palace so suddenly? Who is the individual kneeling below?" Shen Wen did not respond immediately, exchanging glances with the emperor. The emperor dismissed those around them. "Your Majesty, there have been developments regarding the blood crystal that went missing some time ago." "Indeed. Where is it?" "It is within the capital, though it has yet to be retrieved. We shall have clarity on the matter tonight. I have come to seek your forgiveness in advance, should the situation create too much of an uproar." "And who is our adversary?" "On the surface, it is the lineage of the Fusang Fulling Master, though it remains uncertain if there are other forces at play behind the scenes. I have complete trust in the strategies devised by the Master." "Your Majesty, It is the younger generation kneeling below who orchestrated the scheme. I merely assisted from the sidelines. Oh, a junior who can garner the master's assistance? Quickly, rise and allow me to see this remarkable individual. Lienian bowed again, exclaiming, Commoner Lienian pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. 1,000 years of prosperity. Thank you for your longevity. He maintained a respectful posture, slowly rising and lifting his head. After a brief exchange of glances with the emperor, he lowered his head once more. The emperor, a robust figure with a square face, appeared to be around 25 years of age. He possessed a high forehead, thick, straight brows, and large, bright dragon-like eyes that sparkled with vitality. His straight nose featured a rounded tip and full, fleshy nostrils. His lips were thick and well-defined, exuding a sense of nobility. Adorned with a folded headscarf, he wore a narrow-sleeved, round-collared robe in a vibrant red and yellow hue, cinched at the waist with a jade belt featuring 9 loops, and donned the traditional Lioha boots. A martial artist of considerable prowess, he was likely at the 8th rank of the Iron Bone realm. It was often said in the court that the current emperor bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed founder of the dynasty, possessing an innate grace and extraordinary martial prowess. Lienian was acutely aware of the perils associated with the path of a martial artist. For one of such high status, any misstep could be disastrous. And ascending ranks was indeed a formidable challenge. The emperor scrutinized Lienian, a look of astonishment crossing his face. National Master, your disciple is indeed a martial artist. How old is he? What rank does he currently hold? Replying to your majesty, this young man is 17 years of age and ranks at the 6th tier. Ah, another prodigious talent. I recall not long ago, the young general from the Xiangyang city, the son of General Finwei. What was his name? It eludes me at the moment. Ko Zhuan, Shunwen interjected. Yes, Ko Zhuan, a true scion of the general's household. I did not expect to encounter yet another youthful genius. The Sui is indeed fortunate. Your Majesty, was it from the martial arena of Xiangyang that you learned of the Ko family's young general? Indeed. Haha. Then do you still remember the name of the last opponent Ko Zhuan faced that day? The last opponent? The final one. Lienian, was it not? Triumphing from the Diamond Realm to the Divine Realm. Splendid. Haha. The Emperor's eyes lit up with realization, and he laughed heartily. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lienian bowed once more. Your Majesty possesses an extraordinary memory. This old minister is in awe. Shinwen remarked with a smile. Lionian deeply agreed. The Emperor, who attends to countless affairs daily, is indeed remarkable for remembering the intricate details of a report from nearly a month ago. Why have you knelt again? Rise quickly. The Emperor spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liunian rose once more. Your Majesty, this young man is a descendant of my esteemed teacher's sister. You are well aware of my master's demeanor, akin to that of a carefree hermit. My teacher's sister was an elder who established the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in the early years, a matter substantiated by records. Shunwen then stood and spoke. Oh, so, he is indeed a descendant of a founding hero with a noble lineage. Splendid. Liunian stepped forward to receive the decree. Lienian was taken aback, hastily stepping forward to bow in reverence. He was appointed as the Rinyong captain, rewarded with 100 pieces of gold, a set of shining silver armor, and a royal sword. Upon concluding his decree, the emperor rose and retrieved a broadsword from the rack beside his study. The blade measured 2 feet and 6 inches in length. Its handle, a deep ebony sheen, was intricately wrapped in tightly woven beast hide, with the pommel adorned with a dark golden dragon tail, etched with intricate patterns reminiscent of dragon fins. The guard was nearly as wide as the blade itself, intricately carved with a dark golden dragon head, its bulging eyes fierce and its whiskers flowing, remarkably lifelike. The blade emerged from the dragon's mouth, broad and straight. The wooden scabbard, crafted from resilient material, was secured at both ends with ornate dark golden filigree. The scabbard, cloaked in black, was similarly wrapped in beast hide, its surface embellished with subtle flame motifs. The sword was named Black Dragon Flame. Lienian, filled with trepidation, raised both hands to accept the broadsword. With a loud voice, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your immense kindness. Long live the Emperor for countless years. The path leading out of the palace differed from that of entry. From the Yining Hall, heading west, he passed through the right silver pavilion gate, turned south, and entered a long, dim corridor flanked by palace walls. The corridor was exceedingly wide, with towering palace walls. To the west lay the walls of the Tai Chi Palace's western inner courtyard, while to the east stood the walls of the Daming Palace. This passage served as a conduit for the Hamlin scholars traveling to and from the Hamlin Academy within the palace, as well as a convenient route for high-ranking officials and inner ministers to enter the palace for an audience with the emperor. Shenwen led the way. Li Yinian stood behind, cradling a wooden tray. Upon it lay the emperor's bestowed gifts, a magnificent suit of silver armor, a ceremonial robe adorned with fishtails and azure, 100 gold coins, and a regal broadsword. Now, you may consider yourself a man of official standing, albeit in a nominal capacity, when it comes to action. Your position is undoubtedly justified. What rank does this benevolent and valiant captain hold? The esteemed 9th rank, quite significant indeed. Remarkable, akin to the county magistrate of your hometown. Haha, indeed. You bear no meritorious achievements. Do you comprehend why the emperor has conferred such lavish rewards upon you? It is a gamble, should fortune favor you. It could prove to be a considerable asset in the future. And if not, the loss is negligible. Though your words may be coarse, the sentiment is sound. However, considering your mother's past contributions, these honors are well within your merit. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Brother Enian. A voice rang out, bright and melodious. Li Yonian turned around. And there stood Zhou Yi, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she dashed towards him with remarkable speed. Clad in a verdant skirt and a delicate lavender shawl, she danced with the wind, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Trailing behind was a small palace maid, her face flushed with exertion, evoking a sense of pity. Zhou Yi seized Li Yonian's arm, her eyes sparkling with joy as she caught her breath. Brother Yonian, I just heard that the emperor summoned you, so I hurried over. But I couldn't find you. Thankfully, I guessed correctly that you would be coming this way. Hehe. Please pay my respects to the state master. Zhou Yi curtsied gracefully to Shenwen. Your Highness is too kind. Shenwen replied with a courteous bow, his face beaming at the affectionate interaction between the two. The emperor is so generous, even bestowing upon you his treasured sword. A ceremonial robe? Brother Yunian, it seems you have been promoted today and must treat us to a feast. Zhou Yi exclaimed, her joy surpassing that of receiving a treasure herself. Indeed, I had promised to take you out of the palace for a day of leisure. Since today is free of obligations, shall we venture out? Li Yonian suggested. Yes, let us go out and have some fun. Zhou Yi exclaimed excitedly. The three of them proceeded along the corridor, with passers-by respectfully stepping aside to bow. The Grand Master of Sui leads the way. Princess Yuzhen is linked arm in arm. The young gentleman, with a resolute visage and extraordinary demeanor, holds the emperor's bestowed items, his sword. What an immense honor. The onlookers were left astounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. At Pingkong Square, in Yinsui Tower, a maid approached to deliver a message, announcing that the young gentleman had arrived and was seated on the first floor. Jintuan sat before a bronze mirror, gazing at her flower-like visage, lost in contemplation, as memories of a person she had not thought of in many years resurfaced. That man had brought her family to ruin, casting her into the world of brothels and taverns, yet she could not harbor hatred for him. For that man had once cradled her in his hands, held her close, lifted her high, and set her upon his shoulders, protecting her with his strong arms as they galloped together through life. The happiest years of her existence were spent by his side. Strangely enough, throughout these years, she had encountered many warriors. Yet only in the depths of Li Yonian's eyes did she behold the shadow of that man. Li Yinian elegantly gathered her hair into a refined bun and adorned her head with a martial crown, through which a brilliant jade hairpin gleamed. She wore a white, simple round-collared robe with wide sleeves, reaching down to her knees, and beneath her sleeves, she sported a pair of silver arm guards. Over this, she donned a brown beast-skin half-coat, its collar and cuffs lined with soft fox fur. A broad black leather belt, marked with animal motifs, encircled her waist, from which hung an exquisitely decorated, extraordinary black saber. Her lower half was clad in wide trousers, complemented by long black leather boots. As Jintuan descended the staircase, she caught sight of Li Yinian's striking attire from a distance. The entire ensemble radiated the aura of a formidable warrior, exuding a bold and rugged masculinity. Her countenance bore a solemn expression, imbued with an undeniable charisma. Momentarily taken aback, Jintuan's heart raced like a drum, her gaze momentarily entranced. Amidst the cheers of the guests, she composed herself, allowing a sweet smile to return to her face. Today's performance featured a newly arranged dance piece, polished over 2 days with slight modifications for smoother transitions. Li Yinian and Do Yinxue had witnessed the performance once, yet they remained utterly captivated. Their familiarity with the plot did not diminish the allure, as Jean Toiner's formidable charisma enchanted every soul present. Even after countless viewings, the beauty remained unchanged and resplendent. This was evident from the expression on Zhou Ju's face. Despite his royal lineage and extensive experiences, he had likely never encountered such an unconventional choreography. As he beheld the ethereal figure of the nine heavens fairy soaring in the sky, he couldn't help but part his lips in awe. As the melody approached its climax, the rhythm quickened. A figure clad in a flowing purple gown gracefully descended from the stage, her footsteps light as she approached Li Yinyan's table. Li Yinyan rose, grasping a jug of exquisite wine. He strolled forward a few steps, extending his palm towards Jean Toiner. Jean Toiner beamed with delight, her eyes shimmering with autumnal waves. With a graceful turn, the shadow of her skirt fluttered by, and a slender, fair hand descended into Li Yinyan's palm. Li Yin gently clasped Jean Toiner's hand within his palm, and then drew her closer to himself. With a delicate twist of her ankle, she rose onto her toes, her body spinning like a top along Li Yinyan's arm, creating a cascade of violet waves as she turned to face him. Just as it seemed she would glide past him, Li Yinyan switched the wine flask to his other hand and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Her waist felt fragile, as if devoid of bone, causing her to lean back slightly. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles, a silent understanding blossoming between them. Jean Toiner reclined in the curve of Li Yinyan's embrace, lifting her graceful neck and parting her cherry blossom lips. Li Yinyan raised the wine jug high, and a translucent stream cascaded forth, tracing a graceful arc before landing perfectly in Jean Toiner's petite mouth. Wine droplets splattered, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. The effervescent liquid scattered across Jean Toiner's chest, creating a snowy expanse that tantalized the senses of all the guests present. Moments later, Li Yinyan leaned forward, mouth agape, to intercept the falling stream. The exquisite wine coursed down his throat, elevating him to ethereal heights. In but a few sips, the jug was emptied. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the jug and seized Jean Toiner's hand, maneuvering it over her head into a playful embrace. The music intensified once more. Jean Toiner raised her arms high, pivoting gracefully around Li Yinyan's palm, her form twirling as if soaring through the air. Li Yinyan fixated on Jean Toiner's steps, occasionally spinning in circles. Suddenly, he took a step forward and followed her. In an instant, two swiftly rotating figures, one clad in purple and the other in white, appeared in the spacious lobby on the first floor. Li Yinyan's laughter was boisterous, and his spinning speed was comparable to that of Jean Toiner. With a smile as radiant as a blossoming flower, Jean Toiner inadvertently let a crystalline tear slip from the corner of her eye, shattering delicately in midair. Guests encircled the pair, clapping in rhythm, occasionally joining in their spins. Regardless of their origins or social standings, in that moment, all were united, indulging in hearty drinks and raucous laughter. Zhou Ju cast a questioning glance at Dou Inxue, pondering if this was truly the Li Yinyan he once knew. Dou Inxue chuckled lightly, remarking that even a visit to the brothel required a certain talent. In Chapter 29, amidst a private room on the second floor, Qi Qing's gaze pierced through the corridor window, catching sight of Li Yinyan and Jean Toiner dancing together. She couldn't help but scoff at Li Gongzi's audacity. Turning her head, she noticed a striking young man in white seated before her, silently scrutinizing her, as if he wished to peel away her skin with his gaze. A chill ran down Qi Qing's spine, and her eyelids twitched. "Are you truly a woman?" Zhou Ju, oblivious to Qi Qing's Adam's apple, began to harbor doubts. Deep down, he hoped Li Yinyan was mistaken. Qi Qing, filled with rage, flung the teacup in her hand. In a flash of white, the teacup shattered against the wall behind Zhou Ju. Qi Qing surveyed her surroundings, her expression contorted with fury. She loathed the ease with which this man conversed and moved about in her presence. Zhou Ju's graceful figure appeared at the staircase, surveying the surroundings with his head held high, a slight smile gracing his lips. The stage was set. In the first-floor hall, the music came to an abrupt halt. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Jean Toiner's forehead, her cheeks flushed, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. Her eyes sparkled like flowing water as they remained fixated on Li Yinyan's face, two delicate dimples never straying from her cheeks. Li Yinyan raised a glass of wine, addressing the assembled guests with a hearty proclamation, "To the young ladies." With that, he downed the drink in one go. "To the young ladies! To the young ladies!" The clamor of toasts echoed throughout the gathering. Jean Toiner also lifted her glass, facing the crowd, and drained it in a single gulp. Li Yinyan approached Jean Toiner and clasped his fists, saying, "My lady, after tonight, this smoke and emerald tower may cease to exist. Please gather your belongings and depart at your earliest convenience." The smile on Jean Toiner's face froze. Her eyes filled with confusion. At the entrance, the crowd stirred restlessly. Armored soldiers formed two lines, streaming in and encircling the hall. The leading figure, a robust man clad in iron armor, strode confidently onto the stage and declared, "The court of Dali is here to handle matters. Those who are not involved, swiftly disperse. Should violence erupt, do not become casualties of the blade." His voice resonated like thunder, his face marred by a long scar, exuding an intimidating presence. It was none other than Ma San. The crowd surged like a tide towards the entrance, soon thinning out significantly. "I shall accompany the lady upstairs to gather her belongings and escort her out shortly," Li Yunian stated. Jean Toiner, her expression darkened, retorted angrily, "You men always choose to trouble women. Not even a brothel can remain peaceful." With that, she shoved past Li Yunian and swiftly ascended the staircase like the wind. Li Yunian greeted Doing Xue with a sheepish smile and followed her inside. Upon entering the private chamber, Li Yunian took a seat in the inner hall. Doing Xue removed her veil and entered the inner quarters, assisting Jin Chuiner in tidying up delicate belongings and garments. Upon seeing Doing Xue's visage, Jin Chuiner momentarily lost her composure, feeling a twinge of envy that only fueled her irritation. Once their tasks were completed, the two of them each carried a bundle and exited the boudoir. Li Yunian rose and handed over two documents, stating, "Here are the body deed and the household registration. You may keep them safely. From this day forth, you are free." Jean Toiner stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she gazed at the two papers in her hands, her heart in turmoil. Her trembling hands could not be stilled, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. It was these very documents that had bound her to this brothel district for 17 long years. Living in solitude and despair, enduring day and night, Liu Bingyi, once a member of the Right Divine Strategy Army, was bestowed the title of Cloud Cavalry Officer, a rank of the 7th grade, with an annual salary of 135 taels of silver and a grain allowance of 135 measures. In the 43rd year of the Wenjing era, he was ordered to be stationed in Lu City. The following spring, as northern tribes raided the border, he led 20 cavalrymen out of the camp in pursuit, only to fail to return throughout the night. The next day, Lu City was breached. Liu Bingyi was first condemned for treason, then the charge was altered to dereliction of duty, resulting in an execution by decapitation, and his family was exiled 3,000 miles away. Li Yunian spoke slowly. Jean Toiner trembled all over, collapsing onto the ground, her sobs echoing in the silence. The tale of the Imperial Guard officer, dispatched to a remote border town, only to meet with a tragic fate, was indeed bizarre. "I inquired about your father's character, and it was conveyed to me that he was an upright and kind man, dedicated to his duties. It is likely that he offended a powerful figure, leading to his unjust downfall. However, given the passage of time, the details have become muddled. In this dire situation, their family has been shunned by the community, who treat them as if they are afflicted by a plague. After your father was condemned, he was mercilessly labeled a traitor. After 18 long years, it was the first time I heard someone speak on behalf of your father." Jean Toiner crawled forward, kneeling before Li Yunian, weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing her head in reverence. Li Yunian hurriedly assisted her to her feet. However, weakened by her tears, she could not stand and leaned on him, allowing herself to weep freely. Doing Xue's eyes were red. At such a tender age, she had lost her family and was sold to a brothel. Empathizing with her plight, it was truly heartbreaking. After a while, she managed to regain her composure. Were there still relatives alive in her family? Those who were close had either fled, perished, or been sold away. Her mother, pregnant before her exile, might not have survived to give birth to a brother or sister. All the silver she had painstakingly saved over the years had been spent on hiring someone to inquire about news in Yuzhou. Those scoundrels, claiming to have connections, were mostly just swindlers seeking to deceive the gullible. Given this, there was no need for haste. The young lady must devise a long-term plan. For now, it was imperative to leave this place immediately. "Yes, I shall heed my benefactor's commands." Li Yunian hoisted the burden, and the three of them made their way outside. In the hall on the first floor, all that needed to be removed had been cleared, leaving not a single soldier behind. The once boisterous Yin Sui Tower had fallen into a serene silence. Zhou sat at a round table, casually crossing his legs while engrossed in a book and sipping tea, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon reaching the staircase leading to the second floor, they encountered Qi Qing, adorned in a red dress, emerging from a private room, accompanied by a heavily made-up madam. To speak frankly, Qi Qing was indeed beautiful, although her countenance was often marred by a hint of wicked charm. It is said that a crooked heart manifests in an unkind appearance. Coupled with the enigmatic nature of her gender, she was truly irksome. Oh, young Masterly, has your grand performance of heroically rescuing the damsel not yet concluded? Important matters are being delayed, Chi Ching teased as she sauntered past, not forgetting to mock Li Union. Be grateful. If all the people in this world were as kind-hearted as I, there would be no room for a creature as androgynous as you. You. Chi Ching's face flushed with anger. What of you? Li Union retorted. If you have the capability, prove it. Disregarding her, the trio descended the staircase, escorting Jean Tuaner out. The street lay desolate, the nearby brothels having been cleared, with armored soldiers forming a distant perimeter. My true name is Lu Jiaojuan. Young Masterly, your kindness overwhelms me, and I am at a loss for how to repay it. Jean Tuaner exclaimed as she attempted to kneel, only to be gently lifted by Li Union. Miss Lu, you hail from a prestigious military lineage. Let us not be overly formal. Once I conclude my business here, we shall converse further. Li Union wore a bright smile as he clasped his fists in farewell. Jean Tuaner turned back every few steps, her face rarely graced by a smile once more. The night sky, adorned with a faint moon and scattered stars, cast a tranquil glow. Perched upon a low-hanging cloud, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, surveying the vast expanse of the capital. The flickering glow of his pipe illuminated the chiseled wrinkles etched upon his face. It was the esteemed Master Shin, one of the Great Sui nation. A slender silhouette descended silently beside him, revealed in the moonlight to be the old farmer from the small courtyard near the south gate. You must have been scheming for quite some time, considering you've come right to my doorstep, he remarked. Ha, Master, you jest. Surely, we should have a share of the relics from the first patriarch, shouldn't we? Indeed? And where were you all this while? Your audacity knows no bounds. The Master seems to have grown increasingly childlike with age. If only banter could resolve our affairs, life would be far simpler. You speak so lightly. Once this matter concludes, I shall venture to your Kyoto to plot my own schemes. Now, Master, what could possibly be worth scheming in our little Kyoto? True enough. In such a tiny realm, what schemes could possibly unfold? With that, Shunwen chose to ignore him, lost in his thoughts as he drew on his pipe, the smoke swirling around him. The old man maintained his composure, a smile fixed upon his face, while he suppressed the rising anger within, veins throbbing on his forehead. Li Union returned to the hall. Before the stage, only a round table remained, while the other tables were overturned and stacked in the corner against the wall. Zhou Ju and Chi Ching sat across from each other, their large eyes locked in a silent stare. Doing Shue stood calmly behind Zhou Ju. What? Have you summoned just our family? Why not have one woman marry several husbands? Li Union remarked with a smile towards Chi Ching. Chi Ching looked around and replied, good things naturally await a fair price, but alas, these individuals are all like great Buddhas. A humble lady like myself is unable to entice them. Li Union took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea, remarking, there is no rush. Those upstairs are quite composed. Let us first discuss the origins of this blood crystal. It would be permissible to share this information with you, but it must come with a flourish. As he spoke, Chi Ching's enchanting gaze flitted towards the imperial sword at Li Yinyan's waist. That simply would not do. An item bestowed by the emperor cannot be freely given away, for should the emperor take offense later, the consequences could be dire. Oh, I could have someone snatch it from your hands, and it would no longer be considered a gift, she suggested, and it sounded quite reasonable. Chi Ching extended her hand and lightly clapped twice. The door to a room on the third floor creaked open, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. A figure leaped over the railing, descending from the third floor. Thud! The stone floor cracked like a spider's web upon impact. The figure slowly rose. Standing over 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned physique, entirely shrouded in dark attire, adorned with a silver mask that resembled a wailing spirit. Clad in a deep blue outfit suitable for stealth, he wore a wide beast-hide belt around his waist, with rugged leather bracers on his arms and rough leather greaves on his shins. His aura was restrained, making it difficult to discern his level of mastery. The blue-clad assassin's gaze fixed upon Li Yinyan. One hand clenched a fist behind him, while the other was held out in a knife-like position before him. He positioned himself with his feet apart, slowly sinking into a martial stance. His form was athletic, muscles well-defined, and his stance natural, indicating he was adept in the art of body conditioning. Should I lose, I shall present my treasured sword with both hands. If I win, I gain a piece of information. What do you say? It is settled then. Li Yunian rose and approached the assassin clad in blue. He unleashed his formidable aura, his energy circulating rapidly, waves of heat surging from his dantian throughout his body. With arms outstretched and fists clenched, His joints crackled ominously. Li Yunyan stepped forward, his figure flickering, vanishing without a trace. The blue-clad assassin swiftly retreated as a fiery fist whizzed past him, a wave of intense heat washing over his face. With a swift motion, he executed a knife-hand strike in the opposite direction of the fist, clean and precise, unleashing a glimmering arc of silver light. The knife hand was as swift as lightning, yet it failed to meet its target. Before he could stabilize his footing, an excruciating pain surged through his ribs. He had been struck. His internal organs convulsed violently, a wave of scorching heat penetrating his very being. Such speed. The blue-clad assassin was taken aback. It had been many years since he had felt such pain following his transformation by the spirit master. Fist after fist rained down upon him, each blow as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His arms grew numb, and his insides churned violently. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, the blue-clad assassin fought back while retreating. He stepped forward, trading injury for injury. His abdomen took another punch, yet he unleashed his full strength in a counterstrike, landing a blow on his opponent's chest. Feeling the intense recoil, there was no time to retract his fist. He caught a glimpse of a smile on the young man's face. One hand clamped around his wrist, and a black serpent slithered from the young man's sleeve, wrapping around their arms in a rapid, constricting embrace. Desperately, the blue-clad assassin tried to pull his arm free, but found it ensnared as if caught in a vice, immovable. A sweeping punch came at him, aimed directly at his cheek. He hastily summoned his energy to his arm, raising it in defense. Each punch landed with increasing weight and force, accompanied by fiery sparks. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as his arm broke. Immediately after, a fist struck his cheek, and the world spun violently. He felt himself being propelled through the air, only to be grasped by a hand and slammed onto the ground. All hope was extinguished. Li Yunyan unleashed a series of powerful punches upon the prostrate figure of the blue-clad assassin. The stone pavement shattered beneath the force of his blows, sending dust swirling into the air. Qi watched with a sense of trepidation. Throughout his journey, he had always been regarded as an exceptionally gifted talent, sailing smoothly through challenges. However, recently he encountered the unfathomable and detestable Shouju, as well as the formidable Li Yunyan before him. According to the intelligence brought back from the official vessel, he had nearly been slain by the purple-clad warrior. How could it have been only a few days? The blue-clad fighter had been transformed from a master of physical cultivation, capable of slaying even a sixth-grade martial artist. Now, he was being subdued without any chance of resistance. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Li Yunyan rose to his feet and casually picked up a tablecloth. As he walked back, he wiped the blood from his fists. Behind him, a pool of crimson liquid gradually spread across the floor, the red circle marred with flesh and blood, a ghastly sight. Before long, the blue fabric ignited, the flames growing ever fiercer, filling the air with a suffocating odor. Li Yunyan discarded the blood-stained tablecloth and took a seat at the round table, casting a gaze towards Qi that was devoid of any emotion or turbulence. However, in Qi eyes, this was nothing short of the utmost provocation. Li Yunyan lifted the tea he had just poured, consuming it in one swift motion. It was warm, just right. He set down the teacup and gestured invitingly, saying, "Miss Qi, do share." Suppressing the fury boiling within her, Qi managed to force a faint, awkward smile. With her left hand resting against her chest, she made an uncomfortable gesture, closed her eyes, and silently recited something. Moments later, her eyes opened, revealing an eerie whiteness where her pupils once were. Zhou Ju's expression shifted, and he glanced upwards at the ceiling. Ah! Two sorrowful cries pierced the air. A raven, entirely cloaked in black, emerged from an open door on the third floor, circling a few times before landing on Qi outstretched arm. Taking a deep breath, the whiteness in her eyes faded, returning to their normal state. Li Yunyan's entire body trembled as he rapidly sifted through fragments of memories in his mind. He vaguely recalled that night on the official ship, when a bird alighted upon the mast while he meditated on the terrace. During the fierce battle in the outskirts of the capital, amidst the dense woods, numerous birds had taken flight, yet he had remained oblivious. After entering the capital, it was evident that he was being followed, yet he was completely unaware. No wonder she knew he sought the blood crystal. So that was it. Li Yunyan gazed at Shouju, his eyes betraying an unmistakable yearning for this skill. Zhou shook his head in response. Qi, perceiving the silent exchange between the two, stifled a laugh behind her hand. You need not look at him. They pride themselves on their noble lineage, believing themselves incapable of mastering such dark arts. Indeed, this arcane craft pertains to soul manipulation, with the greatest challenge being the elusive search for a suitable vessel. if fortune does not favor one. Even 1,000 or 10,000 attempts may yield no creature that resonates harmoniously with one's spirit. Those unfortunate matches are doomed to a fate of soul disintegration and demise. Such actions would severely tarnish one's moral standing, and the Qitian Monitoring Bureau would never permit it. Li Yunian had no choice but to relent. He turned to Qi Qing and remarked, "Allow me to guess which one is by the Emperor's side." Chapter 30. The Gathering of Heroes 2. No need to guess. It is the falcon. My elder brother has a profound passion for hunting, often disappearing for days on end, spending time with the falcon, and even keeping it within his tent. Zhou set aside the book in his hands, sitting up straight as he regarded Qi Qing, a playful smile adorning his face. "What piques my curiosity is how you managed to procure it." Li Yunian struggled to keep up with the flow of thought. With a sudden tremor of her arm, the crow took flight in a flurry of wings. From her sleeve, she produced a folding fan, which she snapped open with a crisp sound. Concealing the lower half of her face, her gaze imbued with a seductive ambiguity. "Oh dear, I find myself too bashful to speak." Zhou turned to Li Yunian, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Li Yunian suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation and found himself both amused and exasperated. Did it truly matter whether Qi Qing was male or female? That damned competitive spirit of his junior brother. Qi Qing's words seemed to convey everything and nothing at once. The potential for imagination was vast, and further inquiries might encroach upon the emperor's privacy, which was likely a topic beyond reach. Doing Xue stifled a laugh behind her hand, clearly possessing a surprising depth of understanding for a young lady. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Creak. The door to a private room on the second floor swung open, drawing the attention of several onlookers. A tall, robust man entered, brandishing a long silver spear as he made his way down the corridor. The spear, nearly 8 feet in length, had its tip swathed in black cloth. The man had a square face, bushy eyebrows, and narrow, piercing phoenix eyes that glimmered like cold stars. His nose was broad, and he sported a well-groomed mustache that was dark and thick, meticulously trimmed. With full lips and a square jaw, he bore no beard. His shoulders were broad, draped in a loose gray linen long robe with wide sleeves. His arms were remarkably long, hanging down to knee level, and he wore a pair of bright armor guards on his forearms. Below, he donned loose black linen trousers, cinched at the ankles, and completed his attire with black cloth shoes. His upper body was long and sturdy, while his lower half appeared shorter, giving him the semblance of a great gray bear standing upright. This man was none other than the fiercest general under General Huang Shanhua, the adoptive son of General Huang, and the second in command of Liuzhou. Known as the master of spear techniques, he was affectionately nicknamed Bear Master within the martial world. Li Yunian rose, clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, acknowledging the esteemed figure before him. Younger generation Li Yunian pays his respects to General Mu. With a swift motion, Mu Beizu thrust his spear into the ground, the shaft embedding itself over a foot deep without leaving a single crack on the stone surface. Returning the gesture, he replied, "A pleasure. Young friend, at such a tender age, you have achieved the rank of a 6th-grade martial artist, which is indeed remarkable. Have you attained an official position?" "Just acquired the title of Rinyong Lieutenant today," Li Yunian replied. "Not insignificant. When I was of your age, I was still toiling the fields." With that, Mu Beizu settled himself at the table and turned to Qi Qing, inquiring, "What is the exchange method? If it can be done swiftly, I can return to Liangzhou." Qi Qing smiled sweetly and replied, "General Mu, you excel in commerce, seizing my fragments to barter for my blood crystals." "How so?" "You are permitted to take lives. Yet I am not allowed to strike back. Had I not been intoxicated, would you have dared to enter the Earl's estate?" Mu Beizu retorted. Rushing back to report to the capital before the heavy snow sealed the roads, Mu Beizu was tasked with delivering a report for the esteemed General Huang. The young lord of the Yongxing Earl's residence had trained under General Huang in his youth, establishing a bond between the two families. Lacking a residence in the capital, Mu Beizu took up lodging at the Earl's estate. After completing his report, he was invited to a farewell banquet by the Earl's household before returning to Liangzhou. However, in a state of high spirits, he succumbed to intoxication and succumbed to slumber. His accompanying soldiers were compelled to camp at the city's outer relay station. Unbeknownst to Qi Qing, she assumed Mu Beizu had departed. Under the cover of night, she stealthily entered, everything proceeding smoothly until she contemplated silencing him. A knife was drawn toward Mu Beizu's neck, but her plans unraveled, leaving her empty-handed while nearly losing her own life. The bloodstains and scratches on the wall of the Earl's estate's courtyard were evidently marked by Mu Beizu's spear. These events are easily verifiable. The bodies collected by the Dali Temple are documented clearly in the case files. Yet, one perplexing matter lingered in Li Yonyan's mind. He had previously speculated that the destination of the convoy from the Dingyuan escort agency was the Earl's estate. However, the timeline did not align. The massacre of the Earl's household occurred prior to the assassination attempt on the government vessel. This implies that, at that time, a fragment had already been lost within the estate. Eliminating the known 4 fragments, the one missing must belong to the Confucian school. The puzzling aspect remains. Why would the Earl's estate possess a fragment from the Confucian school? What connection could there be between Confucianism and a martial family? As for the fragment that has wandered into the world, regardless of its intended destination, the current situation at Yinsui Tower is already missing one piece. If someone is deliberately orchestrating a scheme to reunite the 5 fragments, it is likely that this missing piece is of little consequence. Li Yonian rose and surveyed the 2nd and 3rd floors, clasping his fists and proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed seniors of the Chaobang, now that everyone is gathered, let us set aside our formalities and kindly descend for a discussion." The door of a private room on the 3rd floor creaked open, and a figure clad in splendid attire stepped out with an air of grace. With a delicate touch of his toes, he soared into the air, floating down effortlessly over the railing like a feather, landing gracefully beside the table on the 1st floor. That visage, that attire, was all too familiar. It was Dou Yuan. Compared to Dou Yingshue's version, he appeared taller and more handsome, exuding an aura of maturity, confidence, and a nonchalant elegance. As if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, embodying grace and poise. He approached with an ethereal lightness, akin to a figure of ethereal beauty. Having previously conferred with Dou Yingxue, Li Yonian had anticipated the participation of the Chaobang tonight. He had speculated that the visitor would be Wang Jinyang. Yet he had not expected the elusive Dou Yuan. For Li Yonian, Dou Yuan's arrival was preferable to that of Wang Jinyang. Though now was not the time for such considerations. "Brother." Dou Yingshue's eyes glistened with emotion as she rushed forward, having not seen Dou Yuan for 2 long years. Dou Yuan settled beside Dou Yingxue, placing his hands upon her shoulders, and remarked, "Come, let me have a good look. My Yingxue has grown up, becoming even more beautiful. Soon she shall be wed. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I shall break their legs." His gaze then flickered towards Li Yonian. Li Yonian was taken aback and quickly bowed his head in respect. Dou Yingxue blushed and diverted the conversation, saying, "Brother, what brings you here?" "Having nothing to occupy my time, I decided to visit Xiangyang. Just as it happened, Uncle Wang was heading to the capital on some official business, and they mentioned you were also in the city. So, I took the liberty of substituting for Uncle Wang and came to see my dear sister." Dou Yuan replied with a smile. Dou Yingxue beamed with joy, linking her arm with Dou Yuan's as they returned to the table to sit down. At this moment, the 5 shards of the mysterious bronze prism had been gathered, surrounding a round table in the Yinsui Tower. Beneath the night sky, 2 elderly men looked down upon the capital city. "Look, the 5 shards are finally all together. How do you intend to conclude this?" "There is no need for the national master to worry about that. I merely wish to accompany him in enjoying the night view. Then let these young ones stir up some excitement and hone their skills. Are you not concerned that these prodigies might meet an untimely end? Haha. Why not make a wager? Let us bet on which of the individuals we stand with will meet an unfortunate fate. And what shall be the stakes? The winner shall pose a question, and the loser must respond without withholding any information." "Agreed. It is settled." And thus, the scene at Yinsui Tower unfolded. Li Yonian took on the role of a waiter, bowing and nodding as he poured steaming tea for the 2 esteemed guests. He then hurried to the kitchen to bring out several plates of fresh fruit. Everything was attended to with utmost care. Li Yonian gazed at Qi Qing and remarked, "Miss Qi Qing, everyone is present. Please articulate your demands. There is but a single blood crystal, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps those with genuine intent should claim it. Alternatively, we could engage in a contest of life and death, wherein the last one standing would naturally acquire the blood crystal. That would indeed be splendid. Is it truly necessary to prolong this charade? You have painstakingly gathered 5 shards. I suspect you are quite determined to obtain it. Are you not?" Qi Qing suddenly rose, her voice sharp as she declared, "Li Yonian, spare me your pretense. Do you truly believe you have a choice? Perhaps there is a choice after all." Li Yonian abruptly turned to Mu Beitsiu, saying, "Don't you agree, General Mu? If Dou Yuan and you were to invest your fragments with us, we could form a united front, and the situation would undoubtedly shift in our favor. Yet, this is easier said than done, especially on your side, Mu Beitsiu. Defeat me, and the broken copper pieces shall be yours, Mu Beizu replied coldly. Li Yunian encountered a setback. Despite being a renowned master of marksmanship, victory was undoubtedly out of reach. Xiang Bashi, how old are you? Still bullying children? Dou Yuan remarked from the sidelines. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Mu Beizu rose, ready to draw his weapon. Li Yuni hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct Dou Yuan, saying, Brother, please take a seat. I will handle this. Li Yuni, are you courting death? Dou Yingxue softly exclaimed. General Mu's military orders are paramount. How could he not exert every effort and relinquish treasures in vain? Moreover, the general has achieved fame over many years. How could he possibly strike down a mere novice? Li Yuni declared deliberately in a loud voice. Enough. Today, I have come to grasp the situation. We are both ensnared in a trap. I shall not make it difficult for you. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall consider you the victor. Mu Beizu drew his weapon and strode towards the center of the hall. Li Yunian smiled faintly, unfastened the black dragon flame from his waist, and handed it to Dou Yingxue, saying, Please take care of this for me. Rest assured, he cannot harm me. When asked why he did not use a knife, he replied, The knife is not my forte. In a life-and-death moment, if wielded improperly, it would rather become a hindrance. With that, he turned towards Mu Beizu. Dou Yuan shook his head. This prospective brother-in-law possessed decent talent, barely sufficient for his daughter Yingxue. Yet, it was unfortunate that their first encounter could lead to peril. Mu Beizu removed the black cloth tied to the gun's tip, and a glimmer of cold light flashed like snow. The gun's tip was pitch black and gleaming, measuring 13 inches in length. Both edges were sharp, with a width of 4 inches and 2, featuring downward-facing barbs that curved inward at the tips. The gun shaft extended 64 inches, with a grip diameter of 4 inches. Crafted from solid iron, it was adorned with silver paint and intricately etched beast patterns. Weighing a total of 52 pounds, Mu Beizu gripped the gun with one hand, standing firm with his back against the stage. The gun's tip extended outward, tracing an arc upon the ground before him. He gradually settled into a horse stance, his back straight and upright. Left hand positioned forward while the right hand held the gun in a relaxed grip, poised to raise the silver weapon. Li Yunian approached the arc and came to a halt, silently calculating the distance, at least 10 feet. Within this span, the closer he drew to the Mu Bei channel, the safer he would be. Beyond this threshold, his chances were utterly bleak. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. How should he seize this inaugural shot? Within his sleeves, 2 dark serpents slithered up to his forearm guards, transforming the silver armors into a deep obsidian hue, their surfaces gleaming like mirrors. A fervent energy surged within him, swirling with excitement, while the magma in his dantian roiled tumultuously, his momentum reaching its zenith in an instant. A searing heat rose to his chest, demanding release. With a sharp exhale, he crossed his arms and struck forcefully. Between the 2 ebony arm guards, sparks flew like lightning, and the sound resonated like thunder. He stepped into the arc, his form catapulting sideways, constantly shifting direction as he advanced in a serpentine manner. The Mu Bei channel was as frosty as ice. With a sudden grip, his right hand clasped the gun's barrel. A flash of obsidian light surged forth, and the weapon burst forth like a dragon. Bang! Li Yunian's swiftly moving figure resembled that of a giant iron hammer being propelled through the air. Dou Yingxue covered her mouth and let out a gasp of astonishment. Li Yunian rolled over and sprang to his feet, already 5 zhang away. He shook his arms, which had fallen numb, almost losing consciousness. On his black arm guard, a deep crack was swiftly mending itself. Approaching the arc once more, their gazes locked. Mu Beizu let out a cold laugh and raised his silver spear once again. Li Yunian gazed at Mu Beizu, as if standing at the precipice of a tempest. Just a single step forward would invite a bolt of lightning, and with the slightest misstep, one could be utterly obliterated. A wave of dread gradually seeped into his mind, and an overwhelming weight shackled his feet. A warrior's fist should strike forth like cavalry charging into battle, unwavering and relentless. Li Yunian shouted sternly, half squatting in a martial stance, and slowly closed his eyes. Immersing himself in concentration, he ventured into the fiery orb within his dantian. Once more, he found himself in the illusion of an ancient battlefield, where the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and the deafening cries of battle resonated around him. Li Yunian was filled with fervor, transforming into a member of the silver-armored cavalry, galloping swiftly as if propelled by a tidal wave, charging towards the opposing position. Mu Beizu's expression shifted as he observed the young man's escalating battle intent. Strangely, this intense aura of combat was not characteristic of a mere martial duel, but rather reminiscent of the fierce clashes he was well acquainted with in battle formations. The young man's eyes opened, a flash of crimson light igniting within them as he charged directly toward Mu Beitiu. Good heavens! How could such a fledgling possess such a formidable aura of slaughter? Seeking death, Mu Beitiu tightened his grip on the spear shaft, unleashing his power in an instant. With a thrust, the dragon emerged from its lair. Black lightning struck once more, unstoppable and forceful, weighing heavily like 1,000 pounds. A piercing metallic screech erupted, sparks flying in every direction. Li Nian entered an enigmatic realm, with the relentless sound of war drums echoing in his ears, the rhythm dense and invigorating. Within his pupils, a dark spot rapidly expanded. If he could not evade it, death was inevitable. Relying on the instincts honed through years of enduring blows, Li Nian abruptly halted, his left hand instinctively delivering a powerful uppercut. The tip of the gun grazed his cheek, penetrating half an inch, blood splattering forth. The silver barrel scraped against the black arm guard, sending sparks flying as it thrust out at an angle. Mu Beiqiu suddenly intensified his grip, pressing down fiercely. Li Nian bore the immense weight of 1,000 pounds, his eyes ablaze with determination as he pressed onward. With each step, the stone slabs beneath him shattered. Suddenly, he slipped to the side, his arm tilting as he relieved the heavy burden of his silver spear. The spear crashed violently onto the ground beside him, splintering the stone and sending dust swirling into the air. A figure leaped forth from the cloud of dust. Mu Beiqiu's lips curled into a sly smile, a cold chuckle escaping him. Dou Yuan could not help but sigh. The bear-like fighter possessed no weaknesses. Before mastering the spear technique, the martial artist's close combat prowess was truly formidable. Li Nian swung his arm with fervor, delivering a powerful punch. Mu Beiqiu, relinquishing his silver spear, responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. A transparent ripple radiated outward, and Li Nian was sent reeling backward. Mu Beiqiu's massive form remained utterly unyielding. He bent down to retrieve the silver spear from the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, a foot pressing down upon the spear's shaft. A fist hurtled towards his face. Caught off guard, Mu Beiqiu hastily raised his arm to block the incoming blow. A surge of formidable strength surged forth, compelling Mu Beiqiu to stagger back 2 steps. Li Yonyan stood firmly between the silver spear and the Mu Bei canal. His eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light, as the sound of war drums thundered in his ears, punctuated by the rising shouts of soldiers. His fists were clenched tightly, brimming with a fervent battle spirit. Such a disgrace. A master of spear techniques was reduced to a state where he could not retrieve his weapon. Chapter 31. The Gathering of Heroes. 3 Mu Bei Canal was engulfed in fury. With a single step, his massive figure vanished in an instant. Li Nian was taken aback. This was the most agile giant he had ever encountered. The fist, as large as a clay pot, struck against Li Nian's crossed arms, sending a shock wave through his chest as his body was propelled backward at alarming speed. A black rope stubbornly entwined around Mu Beiqiu's arm, the other end firmly attached to Li Nian's arm guard. What audacity you possess! Mu Beiqiu bellowed. With a swift tug on the black rope, Li Nian was pulled back toward him. What a formidable punch, General! Li Nian exclaimed in response. The two men stood 3 feet apart, their vastly different physiques converging in a fierce confrontation. There were no feigned moves, only a relentless exchange of blows. The resounding thuds of their strikes, the grunts of exertion, and the shattering of the stone pavement echoed continuously. Once more, they engaged in a fierce exchange, each sustaining injuries in their relentless struggle. Li Nian gritted his teeth and, facing the incoming fist, took the initiative to charge forward. He interrupted Mu Beiqiu's momentum and simultaneously delivered a powerful punch to Mu Beiqiu's chest. Mu Beiqiu's imposing figure was propelled sideways, crashing into the stage behind him. Li Yonyan's feet moved ceaselessly, akin to a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey. As he surged forward, below the stage, in the cramped and suffocating space, devoid of any techniques or strategies, the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, relying solely on brute strength. The stage reverberated with the impact of their bodies and the residual force of their punches, exploding into chaos. In an instant, wooden planks and splinters flew through the air. Zhou Ju discreetly performed a hand gesture, conjuring a translucent shield before the onlookers, which crackled under the assault of the flying debris. A pale yellow shield also emerged before Qi Qing. Dou Yuan gazed at the disintegrating stage from a distance, his heart profoundly shaken. He recalled that in his youth, he had often partaken in cross-boundary challenges. Yet what lay before him was the formidable Bear Master, a seasoned expert of considerable repute. Were he to step into the ring, he would likely only manage a modest performance. It was exceedingly rare for Li Yunyan, a sixth-tier fighter, to engage so thoroughly and evenly. Amidst his astonishment, Dou Yuan turned to glance at his sister beside him, questioning the nature of the peculiar man she had chosen. However, he was met with the sight of Ying Shui, her expression calm and composed, indicating that such events were not unfamiliar to her. Further observing Shouju, he noted her nonchalant demeanor, even appearing somewhat drowsy. He couldn't help but muse. This prospective brother-in-law possesses a certain intrigue. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. A figure smashed through the staircase behind, reaching the wooden walls of the attic, creating a gaping dark hole. Li Yunyan tumbled into the courtyard of the Yen Shui Lu. As the dust gradually settled, the towering silhouette of Mu Beitu stood amidst a pile of splinters, breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, cascading over his cheeks and splattering onto the ground, creating small muddy spots. Mu Beitu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! What a thrill! It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration." A shadow emerged from the darkness, slowly returning to the light of the attic, his face slightly swollen, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After expelling a mouthful of congealed blood lodged in his chest, he felt considerably better. Li Yunyan approached Mubeki and stood before him, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and said, "Thank you, General, for your support. The 3 moves have long since passed." Mubeki smirked, turned away, and spat out a mouthful of saliva, tinged with blood, along with a molar. "Damn it, old man, I've lost a tooth," he exclaimed, laughter escaping him. Mubeki returned the gesture with a bow and casually tossed an object to Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan held in his hand a fragment of dark bronze. The general, at the pinnacle of his power, exhibited a formidable strength in his punches. The younger generation must express gratitude for the general's mercy. Li Yunyan gathered the fragments and approached Mu Beitu. "This evening's situation is rather intricate. Take care of yourself, young friend. I am aware of the circumstances. Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder." Mu Beitu patted Li Yunyan on the shoulder, drew his weapon, and proceeded towards the door. Li Yunyan returned to the round table, bowing respectfully to Dou Yuan, and inquired, "Brother, would you care to engage in a wager as well? We might as well compete together." Dou Yingxue stood nearby, her lips pursed disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Dou Yuan. He felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his back. Swiftly, he rose, placing his arm around Li Yunyan's shoulder while discreetly slipping a fragment of dark copper into his hand. "Oh dear, little brother-in-law, we are all family here. Why speak of such matters? Take it, take it." Dou Yingxue let out a soft huff of disapproval. Dou Yuan, feeling embarrassed, lamented the fact that a daughter grows up too quickly. Without even a moment's pause, she was already turning against him. "Brother, what nonsense about little brother-in-law are you spouting?" Dou Yingxue suddenly realized, scolding him softly as her fingers pinched his arm with considerable force. Dou Yuan yelped in pain. Li Yunyan chuckled awkwardly, remarking that this Dou family brother would likely find a good rapport with Bai Jingtang. "You are still alive after all," Qi Qing said with a disappointed smile. Li Yunyan sneered and remarked, "The king of hell in our central plains does not accept me. I wonder if the king of hell from Fusang will?" Above the clouds, a voice chuckled, "Such arrogance, young one. Beware of being too proud, for it is often the case that those who are overly assertive may falter. The warriors of our central plains possess myriad talents, and who among them is not favored by the heavens? If the king truly does not accept you, it is unlike a certain small nation that has yet to produce a single pinnacle warrior in all these years. You, humph." The old man forcefully flicked his sleeves. Xinwen found delight in the old man's anger. It was a comforting sight. Suddenly, Xinwen's attention was drawn to another spectacle. Outside the Daming Palace, before the Danfeng Gate, torches illuminated the night. Amidst the shouts, the Grand Central Gate slowly creaked open, revealing a squadron of cavalry that emerged gracefully from within. There were a total of 25 riders. Leading the charge was a figure astride a white steed, clad in resplendent golden armor. The horse was a blood-sweating steed from the distant lands of Daiyuan, characterized by its slender form, handsome visage, and elegant stature. It possessed extraordinary explosive power, galloping with the swiftness of the wind. After a run, wiping its body with a white cloth would reveal faint traces of reddish blood, an exquisite breed greatly esteemed by the nobility of the capital. Predominantly brown and chestnut in color, the pure white variety is exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in 10,000. This majestic creature was entirely snow white, devoid of any blemish, with light-footed steps and flowing mane. It appeared as though it had descended from the celestial realms, a divine steed embodied in art. The armor was of golden scales, composed of nearly 3,000 golden plates intricately linked by iron rings to form a dragon-like pattern, enveloping the entire body. The helmet, interspersed with black and gold, was adorned with a translucent jade ornament upon the forehead. Golden phoenix wings adorned the sides of the cheeks, directing their gaze towards the heavenly threshold. Atop, a golden lotus symbolizing auspiciousness and peace was placed. The neck bore square-shaped round-headed armor plates on either side and at the back. The individual's visage suggested he was under 50, with a furrowed brow and long, upright sword-like eyebrows. His narrow, wolf-like eyes were shrouded in gloom, and his nose curved downward, resembling that of an eagle. Two slender mustaches adorned his upper lip, complemented by a wide mouth with thin lips. A long chin framed by a short beard added to his imposing appearance. On his shoulders rested golden Chilan heads, fierce in design, with glaring eyes. The two plates of bright armor on his chest shimmered even in the dark of night. A golden Chilan emblem protected his abdomen, secured by a belt. At his waist hung a horizontally oriented golden dagger set with various gemstones. The opulence of its sheath and hilt far surpassed that of Li Yin's imperial dagger. Draped behind him was a long cloak woven with golden threads, embellished with wave patterns, nearly covering half the horse's body, in vibrant yellow and gold. These colors were reserved for royalty. Only the founding emperor of the Great Sui had donned golden armor. If this individual were not of royal lineage, such attire would surely be deemed excessive. Otherwise, he must be a person of immense power. The Grand Marshal of the Great Sui's army, the esteemed general of cavalry, and the royal uncle, Yu Hong. Accompanying him were 24 riders, his elite guard, corresponding to the 24 solar terms of the year, with both a captain and a vice-captain. The members' cultivation was standardized at the peak of the 7th rank of the Diamond Realm, personally trained by Yu Hang, boasting unparalleled loyalty. Clad in uniform black reflective armor adorned with gleaming silver face masks, the elite warriors known as the Tiger Bend Guards exhibited an unparalleled valor, their formidable presence reminiscent of fierce tigers. Typically, they wielded standard long sabers, but in the heat of battle, they brandished 8-foot-long spears, charging fearlessly into the fray. Their success unmatched. 25 riders emerged from the Danfeng Gate, appearing on the wide street that stretched 58 zhang. Yu Hong pressed his horse's belly, issuing a sharp command. The white steed surged ahead, galloping forth with unbridled speed, closely followed by the 24 riders whose hooves thundered behind him. Within the grand confines of the Daming Palace, in the Yongla Hall, Emperor Zhou Qi knelt before Empress Dowager Yu, his demeanor grave and solemn. You are foolish to harbor suspicion even towards your own uncle, concealing such monumental affairs for so many years. Have you forgotten who placed you upon the dragon throne? The Empress Dowager's chest heaved violently, clearly agitated. Zhou Qi remained silent. Fully aware that the truth would eventually surface, he felt no regret. Should Yu Hang ascend to the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, the court of the Great Sui would devolve into a mere autocracy, leaving him, as emperor, with no prospects for advancement. Born into royalty, his vision was clouded solely by power and self-interest, rendering familial bonds insignificant. As long as Yu Hang did not seek to usurp the throne, the national master would be powerless to intervene. At this moment, the only variable appeared to be the young man Li Yinian, whom he had encountered earlier that day. A 6th-rank martial artist and newly appointed 9th-rank lieutenant, his chances of success seemed laughably slim to Zhou Qi. Mu Beitu, gripping his silver spear, exited Pinkang Fang and, from a distance, heard the thunder of galloping hooves approaching from the direction of the Daming Palace. Casting a glance back towards the Yin Sui Tower, he sensed that this night would be anything but ordinary. Pausing to reflect for a moment, Mu Beitu turned and strode towards the Yin Sui Tower. Inside the Yin Sui Tower, shadows flitted about. A throng of individuals had inexplicably materialized, densely surrounding the hall on the 1st floor, leaving no room for passage. Figures began to appear in the corridors of the 2nd and 3rd floors, all clad in uniform assassin garb. The majority donned black attire, while a smaller contingent wore purple, numbering around 20. Blue garments were scarce, with only 6 present, and 2 donned orange. This was the favored tactic of the Viewfing masters, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Li Yinian raised his gaze and could not help but chuckle in disbelief. They had all come out in full force, abandoning all pretense of civility. Was this a blatant act of aggression? Qi Qing smiled radiantly and remarked, "Isn't there a military strategy in the Central Plains that states, surround and annihilate when there are 10? Zhou Ju rose to his feet, looking intently at Qi Qing and questioned. Surround when they're at 10? Qi Qing's smile faltered. She could not fathom what Zhou might do, but it was certain that it would not bode well. Stop him. Qi Qing commanded the matron behind her. The matron's figure flickered and silently appeared before Qi Qing, her expression as cold as ice. With an imposing presence, an aura of pressure radiated outward. A high-level martial artist? Li Yonyan felt an ominous premonition. He kicked over the round table and swiftly moved towards Zhou. The table shattered into countless pieces. A figure emerged from the debris, darting straight towards Zhou. Unperturbed, Zhou formed intricate hand seals. And with a flourish of his sleeves, no fewer than 40 to 50 diminutive, exquisite porcelain vials soared forth from within. A pair of menacing claws lunged at Zhou. Their tips stained crimson, exuding a palpable aura of bloodshed. Li Yonyan was in a state of frantic urgency, feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhou, kneeling and exerting all his strength to meet the challenge ahead. Dou Yuan. His eyes were bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead, and his muscles swelled instantaneously, as if he had expanded in size. The sun's heart technique. As their palms collided, a transparent ripple spread outward, their garments fluttering wildly. Dou Yuan's eyes glared with fury. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the disparity between them was evident. Fourth rank. Dou Yuan was taken aback, gritting his teeth to withstand the pressure. He reignited his vitality, a flash of crimson light igniting in his eyes, and in an instant, his aura surged once more. The aftershocks radiated again. The fabric of Dou Yuan's upper garments was torn asunder, exposing his robust torso. His entire body flushed crimson, as if his blood were boiling. And a fine mist of blood seeped from his pores. The sun's heart technique, fiercely potent. It burned his dantian, consumed his vital energy, and ignited his spirit. The self-inflicted harm was profound. Dou Yuan had already reached the second layer of this technique. Should he ascend to the third layer, regardless of whether his opponent perished, he would be beyond rescue. Brother, Dou Yingxue cried out. Drawing forth the black dragon flame, she aimed to strike at the figure in red. Yet, before she could close the distance, the shockwaves emanating from their clashing palms sent her reeling backward. A black serpent emerged from behind, coiling around Dou Yingxue's waist. The brothel keeper's corpulent visage cracked open, revealing a pure white ghostly mask beneath. Her garments were shredded, unveiling the red attire within. A red-clad assassin. Zhou radiated a white luminescence, a circle of light materializing on the ground, within which white characters spun rapidly. The black serpent divided into three, darting forth to entwine around the waists of the three individuals. Zhou chanted an obscure incantation aloud, forming a seal with his hands and pressing down into the circle of light on the ground. The black serpent instantly stiffened, pulling Li Yonyan and the others towards Zhou at great speed. The red-clad assassin relentlessly pursued, her palms aimed directly at the retreating Dou Yuan. In the nick of time, the circle on the ground blazed with brilliance. A massive, semicircular transparent shield surged upward, rapidly closing above the heads of the trio. The assassin's palms struck the shield, ripples cascading outward. The shield quaked violently, yet remained intact. Just as the moments unfolded, they transpired in the blink of an eye. The scene before Qi Qing elicited a chill that raised the hairs on the back of her neck. Dozens of porcelain vials were scattered, some rolling across the hall, others soaring to the second and third floor corridors, and some gliding through the air. Yet they shared a common trait. They all shimmered with dazzling radiance. Zhou lifted his gaze towards Qi Qing, revealing a warm smile. He raised his hands to cover his ears. Madman, quickly disperse, quickly disperse. Qi Qing shouted frantically. An arm wrapped around Qi Qing's waist, soaring into the sky. That night, the entire capital heard a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of the grand fireworks of the Lantern Festival. Gazing into the distance, a mushroom-shaped pillar of fire ascended into the night sky, illuminating it as brightly as day. The vibrant crimson hues likely herald a new style of fireworks, a truly captivating sight. The direction appears to be towards Pinkangfang, where these affluent youths certainly know how to indulge in revelry, celebrating with grand fireworks even on ordinary days. With the instinctive reflexes of a warrior, Yu Hong brought the white steed to an abrupt halt just a street corner away from Pinkangfang, raising a fist to signal the 24 riders behind him to stop. Observing the soaring pillars of fire, he was lost in thought. Unfortunate Ma Beitiu, just about to step into the Yinsui Tower, hesitated instinctively, but his turn came too late. He was swept away by the shockwave, retreating out of the square. The soldiers surrounding the northern bend of Pinkangfang fared the worst, many of them spitting blood from the force. Had it not been for their leader's prior warning to keep a safe distance from Sui Tower for the sake of their lives, the casualties would have been devastating. Chapter 32. The gathering of heroes. For Ma San rose from a heap of rubble, surveying the chaos around him. The Sui Tower was nearly obliterated, leaving only a few main beams engulfed in flames. The ground had transformed into scorched earth, littered with various debris. The remnants of several brick houses in the backyard revealed only crumbling walls. Surrounding pavilions were tilted askew, teetering precariously. The flames surged and flickered, soon coalescing into a blazing inferno, plunging the scene into pandemonium. Ma San drew his sword and bellowed, "Those still alive, form up with me." The soldiers regrouped. Now numbering over 40, shields in one hand and swords in the other, they reformed their ranks, blocking the entrance to the Sui Tower. Shinwen surveyed the entire scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. His disciple, appearing cultured and refined, possessed an inner tumult akin to fire. But when Shinwen turned to look back, the figure of the old man had vanished. By the heavens, the esteemed national master of Fusang. Shinwen sheathed his smoke gun and descended rapidly. Suddenly, a dark cloud materialized above the ruins. A whirlwind erupted from the debris of Sui Tower, initially just a few feet high, rapidly growing to several zhang within moments. Continuing to expand, it swept up all manner of debris. The fierce winds mingled with flames, intensifying the blaze. The whirlwind instantaneously transformed into a fire tornado. "Retreat. The farther, the better," Ma San shouted urgently. This was a celestial clash, with no room for carelessness. The four within the protective shield had just endured countless shocks and extreme heat. Fortunately, they had emerged unscathed, the shield intact. Do Yingxue had fainted from the tremors, while Do Yuan supported her, discreetly channeling his vital energy. Li Nian felt a flurry of stars before his eyes and a severe ringing in his ears. He secretly resolved that if he could survive this day, he would certainly have a word with his junior brother about his excessive violence. Zhou Ju, on the other hand, remained unscathed. Having just expended a considerable portion of his vital energy to maintain the protective shield, he was now seated in meditation, striving to restore his state. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, sweeping away the debris and rubble that had been pressing against the shield. Li Nian raised his head and beheld a sky filled with fragments rushing toward a distant tornado, an ominous feeling washing over him. Indeed, within moments, a colossal fire tornado sped toward the shield. Junior brother, Li Nian shouted. Zhou Ju abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and was met with the fierce advance of the fire tornado. With hands swiftly forming seals, the runes within the ground's circle began to swirl, and the light intensified. A teleportation array. After a brilliant flash, an inexplicable occurrence took place. The four did not vanish but remained firmly in their position. The fire tornado loomed perilously close, a wave of scorching heat instantly enveloping them. Above the shield, a gaunt old man materialized, his hair billowing and his gaze chillingly cold. One hand formed a seal at his chest while the other was raised high above his head, murmuring incantations. Zhou Ju immediately regained his composure. He swiftly took a medicinal pill, his hands moving with lightning speed to form seals, his aura surging to its utmost peak. A radiant white light ignited in his eyes as he extended his fingers like swords, sending forth twin beams of white light that struck the shield. Buzz! The shield shimmered with a white glow, transforming from transparent to semi-transparent. Li Nian had never witnessed Zhou Ju's demeanor resembling that of a formidable adversary. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, he lunged towards the Do's siblings, shielding them beneath his own body. In his peripheral vision, he saw the old man's hand, once raised high, descend as a powerful bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds. In a state of panic, Li Nian covered Do Yingshue's ears with his hands. A bolt of lightning struck, colliding fiercely with the shield. A blinding white light enveloped them, rendering it impossible to open their eyes. The thunder roared in their ears, piercing through the eardrum, as a trickle of blood flowed from the ear canal, the excruciating pain nearly causing unconsciousness. The white lightning cascaded onto the shield, generating violent fluctuations. The shield creaked ominously, with fine cracks spreading like a spider's web. Tendrils of electricity seeped through, and the shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhou Ju's eyes widened with fury, as the energy within him surged forth, intensifying. The white radiance within his eyes shot forth, reinforcing the shield. After enduring for just a moment longer, the electricity outside the shield began to wane. Zhou Ju coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across the shield. It was a narrow escape from the onslaught of lightning. The white glow in his eyes extinguished, and the shield dissipated, revealing the severity of his injuries. Li Nian. with great difficulty, rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of the three individuals, and gazed upward at the gaunt old man hovering above. Amidst the dark clouds overhead, a new bolt of lightning was brewing. Behind the old man, a fiery tornado connecting heaven and earth loomed ominously. Mere yards away from the four of them, faced with imminent disaster, Li'inian surprisingly felt a sense of calm. He recalled the words of the venerable Qilin, "The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, a dance with death." Perhaps this moment was a reflection of that sentiment. For he was but a step away from demise at the mere gesture of someone far superior in skill. A sense of reluctance surged within him. He yearned to strike that old man with a punch. The fiery orb within Li'inian's dantian roiled uncontrollably, colliding with everything in its path. The magma in his energy sea surged like tumultuous waves. Boom! Li'inian was engulfed in flames. Taking a deep breath, he performed a deep squat and propelled himself skyward. With his fist ablaze, he struck toward the old man. At that moment, Shinwen, plummeting in haste, caught sight of the scene and couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame, a sixth-grade fighter against a second-grade one. Raising his arm, he reached out into the void above him, extracting the frigid air from a radius of 100 miles in Chang'an City. The air around his palm crystallized into ice. And soon, a triangular iceberg took form, spearheaded by Shun Wen's hand. As he pressed down, the iceberg surged forward, crashing violently into the fire vortex. The colossal entities of ice and fire clashed mid-air, crackling with energy. Amidst the rising white mist, the momentum of the fire vortex began to wane. The old man, witnessing this, disregarded everything else. In every plot and scheme, this young warrior had been a thorn in his side. It was evident that Shinwen held high expectations for this youth. Even at the cost of sacrificing his own cultivation, he was determined to eliminate him today. The old man raised his hand, forcibly summoning a nascent bolt of lightning to strike down upon the sixth-grade martial artist before him. Shinwen felt every hair on his body stand on end as he desperately guided the tip of the iceberg to pierce toward the old man's back. The fist halted just 3 feet before the old man. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck Li'inian's fist, instantly engulfing him in a scorched embrace. His form faltered, and Li'inian fell straight down. Shinwen, witnessing this, felt his heart shatter. He had thought that the esteemed national master of Fusang would never stoop to bullying the young in their conflicts. Now, it was too late for regrets. How could such a person possess any sense of shame? How was he to explain this to his sister in the underworld? A towering figure arrived before Do Yuan, catching Li'inian's body. It was Mu Beitiu, bearing injuries yet still resolute. "Well done. You have not shamed our martial kin." With that, Mu Beitiu tucked Li'inian under his arm and exchanged a glance with Do Yuan, swiftly retreating with Zhou Ju toward the periphery. Do Yuan cradled his sister and followed closely behind. The iceberg crashed to the ground, the fire vortex extinguished, and the earth trembled violently, shattering the foundation of the Smoke and Emerald Tower, reducing it by a notable height. The esteemed national master of Fusang was heavily pinned beneath the iceberg. Shinwen, unable to take advantage of the situation, hurried to join the others. He pressed a hand against Li'inian's chest, infusing him with a surge of life energy. The charred Li'inian let out a faint groan. He was still alive. There was still breath in him. Shinwen felt a wave of joy and promptly settled into a meditative posture, with both hands pressed against Li'inian's heart and abdomen. A torrent of vibrant life force surged ceaselessly into his body. Not far away, Qi Qing and the crimson-clad assassin appeared beneath the ice mountain, desperately excavating the earth. Behind the Fusang Nation's master, a gaping wound bled profusely, trapped beneath the icy layers, with only his eyes capable of movement. Qi Qing, overwhelmed with urgency, wept as she pounded on the ice mountain with all her might. "Do not weep. This body is beyond salvation. I have my own means of escape. Now is the time, slay them, and seize the fragments." The Fusang master's gaze fixated on the Union's group, while Shinwen hastily attempted to rescue the martial artist. A futile endeavor. The remaining few were already at their wits' end. This was indeed an opportune moment. "Hurry!" The Fusang master seethed with rage. Qi Qing turned her eyes toward Li Union's party, her gaze venomous. She sat cross-legged, raised her hand, and bit her finger, drawing a peculiar symbol upon her forehead with her blood. 2 puppets were cast forth, instantly swelling into towering sword-wielding warriors, with hands deftly forming intricate seals. After an obscure incantation, they simultaneously pressed their palms against the ground. The earth trembled silently, shadows spreading along its surface. A chilling wind swept through, transforming Qi Qing's eyes into a ghastly white. Amidst the ruins, unsettling movements persisted. Mutilated corpses clawed their way out from the debris, slowly rising to their feet. Most were missing limbs, charred beyond recognition. Yet, any semblance of humanity remained as they struggled to rise. Even those who had lost half their bodies crawled laboriously, their entrails trailing behind them. In the hazy depths, there appeared to be hundreds of them. The sight was utterly horrifying. In the distant courtyard of the Great Sui Tower, a section of collapsed wall was lifted and shadowy figures emerged from the ground. These were the ones who had not managed to escape earlier, numbering still around 50 or 60, clad in black, purple, and blue. At the eastern gate of Chang'an City, a company of infantry stood in formation beneath the Chang'an Gate. Having awaited for quite some time, the three leaders, Wang Qinglang, Chen Songju, and Shi Wei, gazed into the distance. Wang Qinglang, astonished, exclaimed, "This is dire. It seems these Fusang people have no intention of retreating." Chen Songju approached, casting his eyes toward the distant ice mountain, and said, "A general in the field cannot disregard military orders. We can wait no longer." Drawing his sword, Chen Songju pointed towards the ice mountain and called out with fervor, "Everyone, advance at full speed." Within the Daming Palace at the Danfeng Gate, a cavalry unit raised a golden token high, shouting, "Quickly open the city gates. His Majesty the Emperor shall personally quell the unrest. Delay even a moment, and face execution." Behind the cavalry, torches formed a long line, the sound of hooves thundering resonating through the air. At the front rode a figure clad in a dragon robe, atop a magnificent chestnut steed, its hooves flying. It was the reigning emperor of the Great Sui, Shouqi. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. "Empress Dowager, you decreed the sealing of the gates of the Ming Palace, forbidding the imperial guards outside from entering the city to quell the unrest." Behind her stood a scant few loyal confidants. At the Great Sui Tower, Ma San, flanked by shield-bearing soldiers, formed a protective line in front of Li Yunian and his companions, the ghastly scene before them causing the soldiers to tremble with fear. "Get yourselves together," he bellowed. "If they wish to live, we shall make them face death once more." The soldiers stiffened, gripping their steel blades with determination. Before them stood the red-clad assassins, flanked by two towering puppets, with a horde of corpses and emerging assassins from the tunnels trailing behind. Dou Yingxue regained consciousness, bewildered by the chaos unfolding around her. She turned to see a charred figure on the ground, the National Master's hands pressed upon him, seemingly channeling energy to heal. Suddenly aware of her surroundings, she frantically searched for Li Yunian but could not find him. A shiver coursed through her, and she crawled a few steps to his side, her hands trembling and tears streaming down her face. Dou Yuan rose, casting a glance at Mu Beitu, and declared, "We must confront these red-clad foes, or these soldiers will perish. I just dispatched two orange-clad ones in the alley. Do you think these red ones are any stronger? What level of cultivation do they possess?" "They are 4th grade, infused with water," came the reply. "Yet still 4th grade. Let us exercise caution. Do not overextend. Assist me for a while. And beware of the scheming of the national uncle behind us. I shall be indebted to you both, with great rewards to follow." Shinwen added from behind. The National Master's influence is paramount. The two clasped their fists in respect. "Wait, take me with you. I shall help control the situation," Zhou said, awakening with a measure of weakness. Having withstood a strike from a 2nd-grade adversary, he still retained some strength, indicating that matters were not dire. "Brother," Dou Yingxue cried out in alarm. "Fear not. A mere pseudo-4th-grade opponent poses no threat to my spirit." Dou Yuan chuckled. "Let us advance." Zhou casually dispatched a puppet, which rapidly expanded midair, landing as a towering armored general, resembling the puppets cast by Qi Qing. It was the one confiscated by the Xuandu Temple. However, Zhou had modified its soul core and outfitted it with a set of radiant armor, wielding a lengthy broadsword. After all, lacking a complete divine soul, the pinnacle of a 7th-grade Vajra realm was the puppet's limit. "Ma San, let us defend our position and reduce them to mere pulp. Let us see how they can rise again," Zhou commanded. "Understood," Ma San replied loudly. He turned to the soldiers, shouting, "Be sharp, for the prince himself is leading us. Do not disgrace the De Sui army. Kill, kill, kill." The morale surged. Zhou launched 2 illuminating fireworks into the sky. The white flames erupted, lingering in the air, illuminating the battlefield as bright as day. Dou Yuan and Mu Beitu charged towards the red-clad assassins, the armored general imposing and valiant, brandishing his great sword as he single-handedly confronted 2 armored warriors from Fusang. The skin surrounding the crimson eyes was adorned with vivid red veins, as a sharp roar erupted from the mouth. The horde of zombies surged forward, frantically charging towards the crowd. Zhou Ju unleashed 2 black serpents from his sleeves, which split into 2, then 4, quickly elongating and extending. In an instant, they crawled over the shields of the soldiers on either side. Then they swiftly anchored themselves to the ground, firmly gripping the earth. The soldiers suddenly felt a lightness in their hands as they leaned their shoulders against the shields, bending their knees and bracing themselves. Hold firm. Keep holding. Ma Sen commanded loudly. Boom, boom. The 2 armies clashed. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the zombie horde was thwarted outside the shields. Ma Sen bellowed. Push. All soldiers exerted their strength, forcing back the zombie battalion. Ma Sen shouted again. Kill. A flurry of blades emerged from behind the shields. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered. Dismembered limbs and heads flying in all directions. Ma Sen commanded again. Lower the shields. Clang. The synchronized sound of shields hitting the ground resonated. Zhou Ju strained to control the black net, synchronizing with the soldiers' movements, drenched in cold sweat. Li Yinian, in a state of unconsciousness, finds himself embroiled in a battle once more. It is the same ancient battlefield. Li Yunian, transformed into a silver-clad knight, charged valiantly into the fray as the crimson phoenix soared overhead, spewing forth flames from its beak. The silver-armored cavalry surged through the breach, relentlessly cutting down foes, advancing like a tidal wave. Suddenly, drenched in blood, Li Yunian realized that he had lived through this moment before. Turning back, a memory surfaced. The imminent strike of a meteor from the heavens would soon befall the Crimson Phoenix. Li Yinian was taken aback, hastily reining in his horse and urging it to gallop faster. He waved his arms towards the Crimson Phoenix soaring in the sky, shouting loudly, Danger! Danger behind! Unfortunately, the Phoenix was too far away, and he felt insignificantly small, rendering his efforts futile. Shortly thereafter, the Phoenix was struck by a meteor shrouded in black smoke, its mournful cries echoing across the heavens. The Phoenix plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater on the battlefield. At that moment, Li Yinian glanced in the direction from which the meteor had descended, and a dark silhouette gradually loomed larger, swiftly approaching above the Phoenix. It was none other than a black pterosaur, possessing wings and larger than the Crimson Phoenix itself. The pterosaur swooped down, its talons striking the Phoenix's body, while its jaws clamped down on the Phoenix's neck. The 2 colossal beasts rolled and clawed at one another on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The air was filled with roars of fury and cries of agony. The Phoenix was clearly at a disadvantage, engulfed in fierce flames as it fought desperately for survival. Li Yunian urged his steed into a furious gallop, racing towards the Crimson Phoenix with the swiftness of the wind and lightning. As he surged forward, he leaned down, swiftly grasping a long black spear. The pterosaur seemed undeterred by the flames, as the Crimson Phoenix gradually succumbed to its might, its neck firmly clasped in a lethal grip. Its eyes occasionally rolled back, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Li Yunian, consumed by urgency, urged his horse to accelerate once more. Chapter 33. The Gathering of Heroes. Li Yinian bent down, his chest pressed against the horse's back, as the wind howled past his ears. Approaching rapidly, a young warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a black spear, charged towards them. His eyes widened in fury, radiating an overwhelming aura. The fighting spirit within Hong Wan was reignited. Flames of golden hue enveloped his body as he summoned every ounce of strength, suddenly thrusting himself forward to break free from the grasp of the wyvern. With a powerful leap, he sank his teeth into the wyvern's neck, utilizing his own weight to forcefully bring the black dragon's head crashing down to the ground. Li Yinian galloped forth, swiftly mounting his steed. With a powerful push, he leapt high into the air, seizing the 8-foot-long spear, which he raised triumphantly above his head, channeling all his strength into his hands. He swung the weapon in a wide arc and plunged it fiercely into the right eye of the pterosaur. The enormous eye, nearly at human height, erupted in a spray of blood, and a heart-wrenching roar reverberated across the battlefield. The pterosaur unfurled its wings, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to flee the scene of combat. Li Yinian, drenched in blood, clutched the spear tightly in his hand. His body lost balance, being tossed about violently. Hong Wan clamped down fiercely on the pterosaur's neck, her sharp claws piercing into its belly. With a powerful kick, she tore away a chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth. The pterosaur stumbled, slipping to the ground. Li Yinian seized the opportunity to steady himself, planting both feet upon the eyelid of the pterosaur. With a forceful thrust, he drove the entirety of the black spear into the creature's eye. A crack echoed from Hong Luan's mouth as the pterosaur thrashed momentarily. With a resigned sigh, it gradually succumbed to lifelessness. Alongside it, Hong Luan also drew her last breath. The golden flames blazed fiercely, crackling and popping with vibrant intensity. Li Yinian gazed at the blazing red Luan, an inexplicable sorrow swelling within his heart. Unable to articulate the reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of attachment and reluctance. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the battlefield, where desolation stretched infinitely into the distance. The legion of silver-armored soldiers had advanced to an unknown point, leaving behind a grim tableau of fallen bodies and thick, dark smoke. The remains of the red Luan had been completely consumed by the flames. Li Yinian clasped his fists and bowed to Hong Luan, gently scooping up a handful of dark earth to cover the last flicker of flame. Yet, the ember did not extinguish. Instead, it pierced through the soil and ignited anew. Li Yinian, undeterred by the supernatural, covered it with another layer of earth and pressed it down firmly with his foot. Before long, flames unexpectedly emerged through the soil. Igniting once more, he crouched down and peeled back the layers of dirt. A fireball, remarkably the size of a palm, was revealed. The flames flickered steadily, exuding an enduring vitality. When he reached out to touch the fireball, he was astonished to find it devoid of any scorching heat. Holding it in his hand, he examined it closely, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Why did this fireball evoke such a sense of déjà vu? Why could he not recall where he had seen it before? A sudden buzzing filled his ears, causing a sharp pain in his head. The scene before him began to warp and blur, until it dissolved into a void of whiteness. At that moment, Shen Wan, who had been pressing his hand against Li Yinian, suddenly felt an intense heat, furrowing his brow as he withdrew his hands from Li Yinian's body. Doing Shua, sensing the anomaly, cast a questioning glance toward the national master. A loud commotion ensued. Li Yinian's body ignited with a golden flame. Shen Wan, alarmed, swiftly pulled Doing Shui aside, exclaiming, "Be cautious. This is no ordinary fire. Do not let it touch you." The sound of galloping hooves resonated. Emperor Shouqi, wielding a broadsword, led the charge, vaulting over the collapsed walls of the alley and plunging into the fray. Behind him, over 50 cavalrymen followed closely, forming a V-shaped formation to launch a side assault. Wherever the blade struck, it shattered and obliterated. Heads and limbs flew in all directions, blood soaring into the sky. It was His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor had come personally to quell the chaos. Long live the Emperor! The soldiers present roared, their morale soaring. Yet, curiously, regardless of whether they belonged to the enemy or their own ranks, those who fell ultimately rose again, transformed into foes. Zhou Ju understood the crux of the matter. Unfortunately, he was not in prime condition, while Dou Yuan and Mu Beizu had engaged in a fierce entanglement with the red-clad assassin. Qi Qing stood guard beside 5 blue-clad assassins and several purple-clad ones. Their own casualties were steadily increasing, while the enemy grew ever more ferocious. Recently arrived were Wang Qinglang, Chen Songjiu, and Shi Yu, who had joined the defensive formation with their troops. What they lacked was someone to breach the enemy's core, and that person clearly would not be Emperor Zhou Qi. After 2 rounds of engagement, Zhou Qi also discerned the peculiar situation and rode over to Zhou Ju. An attendant on horseback unexpectedly leaped over Zhou Qi, dismounted, and approached Zhou Ju. Removing his hood, it was Zhou Yi. "Brother, where's Li Yinian?" Zhou Yi inquired. Zhou Ju gestured behind him, muttering, "What a mess." Zhou Qi paid no heed, dismounting. Zhou Ju clasped his fist in a respectful bow, saying, "Brother Emperor, withdraw the troops and return to defense. Otherwise, the enemy will only grow in number." "What is happening?" Zhou Qi asked. "Fusong's dark sorcery. The formation's eye is over there." Zhou Ju pointed toward where Qi Qing stood. 1/4 tier, 5 6th tiers, and over a dozen 7th tiers. We lack those who can break the formation. Moreover, the Duke is watching us closely. Let us defend for now, and wait for the national master to free himself before proceeding. Zhou Ju continued. Zhou Qi was incensed, pointing toward the alleyway, stating, "I saw him when I arrived, the old fox. He won't act until he sees the rabbit." Yet, despite his words, he felt powerless. He had no choice but to command the troops to withdraw, dismount, and join the defensive ranks. Glancing back at the national master's side, surrounded by a pile of flames, he wondered what they were doing. Nearby, 2 young girls wept. Were they burning paper for someone? Even Zhou Yi, usually carefree, could not maintain his composure upon seeing the charred figure on the ground, believing it to be Li Yinian, and tears streamed down his face. The national master, however, smiled, comforting the two girls, saying, "Though this fire is quite unusual, it allows us to sense that Li Yinyan's vitality is growing stronger. Do not believe me? Calm your minds and feel for yourselves." The two girls stifled their emotions, focusing their minds to sense, and indeed, they felt a vibrant aura, their spirits lifting with joy. Before long, the charred remnants on Li Yinyan's body were slowly consumed by the flames. Fresh, unblemished skin began to emerge as the golden fire gradually extinguished. Perhaps he was on the verge of awakening. Shunwen contemplated a creature reborn from the ashes, yet he could not fathom its connection to Li Yinyan. Li Yinyan opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was Zhou Yi and Doing Xue, overwhelmed with joy and shedding tears, yet adorned with a hint of bashfulness. Truly a delightful sight. The national master gazed at him with a smile and inquired, "How do you feel?" "I had an exceedingly long dream," he replied, "in which I, alongside a red phoenix, vanquished a dragon." Li Yinyan stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking resonating throughout his body. Had he slain a dragon? Indeed, yet alas, the red lawn had perished, leaving nothing but a solitary fireball. A fireball. Li Yinyan regained his composure, immersing himself in a meditative state as he focused on his dantian. The fireball within the magma cavern had vanished. Hovering above the molten rock was a small red phoenix, its entire body ablaze with crimson hues, trailing a long, elegant tail. Had it just emerged from its shell? "Yinyan," called the national master. "Are you all right, my child?" "I am perfectly fine, brimming with energy." "What is the current situation?" The national master offered him a pristine white garment. Li Yinyan suddenly realized that he had been completely naked moments ago. No wonder the women were blushing. He hurriedly donned his clothes. Doing Xue, with a flushed face, took up the conversation and briefly recounted the current situation. "All right, I shall charge into battle. Xue, hand me my sword." Zhou Ju, hearing the commotion behind him, reminded Zhou Qi, "Your Majesty, it is time to counterattack. Issue your command." Zhou Qi was somewhat perplexed and had not yet had the chance to inquire further. In a flash, a white figure darted past him. With a clang, the treasured blade was unsheathed, and the black dragon flame ignited. Li Yinyan, wherever the white shadow passed, cries of anguish erupted, figures soaring through the air. The black dragon flame blazed fiercely. Those struck down were consumed entirely, leaving no chance to rise again. Li Yinyan charged towards the crimson dawn with unstoppable momentum, akin to a bamboo being effortlessly split. Zhou Qi, realizing the urgency, swiftly mounted his steed. Raising his blade high, he called out with fervor, "All soldiers, follow me into battle." Including Chun Song and several others, they amassed a formidable force of over 60 cavalrymen, arrayed in a single line. With a powerful swing of his treasured sword, Zhou Qi spurred his steed, a magnificent blood steed, into a swift gallop. The 60-odd riders followed closely behind, their hooves thundering like rolling thunder. The infantry roared as they charged forward, the battle cries resonating through the air. A white steed galloped forth from behind the alley wall, racing directly towards the crimson dawn. The royal uncle has made his move. Li Yinyan was exhilarated by his newfound prowess. The fireball in his dantian transformed into a small red phoenix, significantly enhancing his sense of affinity and aligning perfectly with his being. The most notable distinction was that, unlike before when he needed to channel his mental energy to operate, he could now command it with effortless will, executing movements with grace and precision. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, arriving at his destination in an instant, striking exactly where he intended. The sensation of freedom was unprecedented. Each step, every slash, and every punch flowed effortlessly, as if it were a natural extension of himself. Those around him seemed frozen in time, their expressions vividly captured. Their movements appeared sluggish, and the trajectories of their attacks were distinctly visible. With just a single step and a swift counterpunch, he could strike preemptively, securing victory with ease. Li Yinyan decisively sheathed his blade, his feet gliding through the crowd with the grace of flowing water. His fists ignited with fervor, striking with the force of cannon fire, leaving chaos in his wake. Either bodies were sent sprawling or met their demise in an explosive manner. He pressed forward relentlessly, arriving before Qiqing's main formation. Sensing the looming threat, Qiqing's eyes regained their clarity, and she hastily summoned her crimson-clad assassins to defend. Surrounding her were a dozen or so in blue and purple, standing vigilant and ready for battle. With her back against the icy mountain, Qiqing glanced back at the fallen master of Fusang, who lay lifeless beneath. "Master." Are you still there? She whispered. A chilling voice replied from behind. Yes, I have always been here. A shiver ran down Qi-Qing's spine, an ominous premonition rising within her. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to be engulfed by a swirling black smoke that invaded her body through her eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears. Her body weakened. She began to collapse toward the ground. Beneath her, a white circle materialized, within which radiant runes glimmered and revolved. Just then, a hand caught her as she was about to fall, revealing a figure within the circle. Master Shenwan. From afar, Yu Heng witnessed this, veins bulging on his forehead, rage erupting within him. He kicked off from the galloping steed, a torrent of blood radiating from his form as he surged forward like lightning, barreling toward Shenwan. The steed shattered under the backlash, and the silhouettes along his path were obliterated, bursting into a rain of crimson, painting a scene of utter carnage. Li Nian felt a flash before his eyes as a blue-clad assassin detonated just 10 feet away. Yu Heng, drenched in blood, extended his claws and lunged towards Qi-Qing. The composed smile of the national master was reflected in his pupils, a flash of white light dimming into darkness. In a fit of rage, Yu Heng let out a howl that resonated through the air. The crowd involuntarily trembled, pausing their actions to gaze in that direction. The red-clad assassin, realizing the tide had turned, swept his claws horizontally, repelling Dou Yuan and Mu Beiziu before turning to flee. Dou Yuan swiftly intercepted the pursuing Mu Beiziu, pointing towards a troop of cavalry charging from across the street. The Duke's elite Tiger Vanguard. Mu Beiziu spat in disdain and remarked, "That old scoundrel. He stood by while others faced death, and now he seeks to reap the rewards. How naive." With that, he drew his spear, ready to intercept. Dou Yuan grasped Mu Beiziu's arm firmly and whispered a few words in his ear. "Haha, you rascal." Mu Beiziu darted towards Emperor Shou-Qi. "Your Majesty, I request permission to lead a troop of cavalry to cut off the thieves' escape at the city gate." He indicated towards the troop of black-armored cavalry across the street. Shou-Qi raised his eyes, instantly understanding, and tossed a gold token, commanding, "Granted. Ride my horse." Mu Beiziu mounted, urging his steed with a nudge. And the sweat-blooded horse neighed, charging towards the Tiger Vanguard. The national master of Fusang and Qi-Qing had vanished without a trace. The remaining assassins, thrown into disarray, ceased their resistance and began to flee in all directions. Witnessing this, the crowd hastily pursued. After a ruthless slaughter, the scene gradually fell silent. Shou-Qi, accompanied by 2 guards, strolled towards the rear. He surveyed the vast Pingkong Fong, home to numerous pompous nobles. Today, not a single one had appeared. The fierce retainers they had raised were indeed merely tools for oppression, living daily under the weight of their desires. An emperor of a flourishing empire, subservient and meek, was ironically compelled to quell the chaos himself. What a farce! In the past, Gaozu wielded his sword and established the nation through might, commanding respect throughout the realm. Yet, in just a century, the spirit had diminished. The court was engaged in petty schemes day in and day out. Shou-Qi could not help but laugh heartily. He laughed at others and at himself. Seeing Qi-Qing taken away by the national master ignited a furious wrath in Yu Heng. He turned to find Mu Beiziu grinning at him from atop a chestnut steed. The audacity of the Tiger Vanguard to abandon him and scatter to pursue the fleeing assassins was evident. This was clearly a ploy by his good nephew to deliberately draw away his men under the pretext of imperial command. His good nephew laughed heartily. But the joke was on him? Enraged and humiliated, Yu Heng shouted, "Shou-Qi, what do you intend to do?" "I naturally come to quell the chaos. But I wish to inquire, dear uncle, what is your purpose in coming here?" "I too come to quell the chaos." Standing at the alley's entrance, eyes locked in confrontation. "You are being reckless. You are the one being reckless. I ask you, what is your intention in colluding with the Empress Dowager to close the gates of the Ming Palace, preventing the forbidden troops from entering the city to restore order? Do you wish to relinquish the great lands of Great Sui to foreign powers? You, a mere child still reeking of milk, are courting rebellion. It is you who harbors treasonous thoughts, is it not? Open your eyes and behold. I am the Emperor of Great Sui. The pent-up fury of Shou-Qi has erupted, a catharsis unparalleled." Yu Heng, consumed by rage, surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a smirk, Clinging to powerful allies has emboldened your speech. The national master, Huang Shanhe, and this gentleman, Dou Jianping from the Songbong?" Yu Heng approached Shou-Qi with measured steps, continuing, "Have you forgotten how you ascended to the throne? Did you think I aspired to be emperor? It was your selfish desires that compelled you to elevate a mere child as your puppet ruler." "Uncle, Shall I lay bare your sordid deeds in the court and at the borders? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being the general of the cavalry for Great Sui? Shou-chi, driven to the brink of fury, spoke without restraint. You insolent wretch! Silence! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? This is treachery. Treachery. Enraged, Yu Hong strode toward Shou-chi with swift determination, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming bloodlust accompanied by an imposing pressure that swept over the assembly. The pinnacle of the fourth-grade Wushuang realm. A formidable force. Soldiers lacking in cultivation were nearly rendered unsteady, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet Shou-chi stood tall, unyielding. In light of the blood crystal affair, the mask had already been torn in the palace. From this moment forth, let things unfold as they may. I shall live for myself today. Your Highness, please mind your words. You are the sovereign, and I am your subject. The roles of sovereign and subject must not be neglected. Li Nian gripped the hilt of his sword, stepping forth with determination, positioning himself protectively in front of Emperor Shou-chi. Chapter 34. The Gathering of Heroes 6. Who do you think you are? Step aside. This is no place for your words. Yu Heng casually swept his palm in a horizontal motion, yet the figure before him vanished in an instant, leaving him to strike at nothingness. In the periphery of his vision, from a concealed angle, Li Nian held the sheath with one hand while his other rested firmly on the hilt. His muscles relaxed, yet his spirit was acutely focused, a fleeting glimmer of cold light shimmering within his pupils. The hand upon the hilt vanished in a heartbeat, and a crescent-shaped flash of cold radiance sliced through Yu Heng's upper body. The sword-drawing technique. Yu Heng's body was cleaved in two. This is disastrous. Li Nian, unable to sheath his blade, instinctively shielded his head and chest with his hands. A shadow loomed over his form. This was the most devastating blow he had ever endured in his life. Prior to this, the hardest punches he had faced were dealt by Jingtang. This experience had formed a robust foundation that had allowed Li Nian to survive thus far. This strike utterly shattered his understanding of brute strength. His body, akin to a cannonball, hurtled directly into an iceberg situated 20 zhang away. The iceberg fractured in layers, yet his momentum showed no signs of abating. Shards of ice erupted from the ice cavity, soaring over 10 zhang, sharp as daggers. The entire iceberg groaned ominously, fissures radiating from the ice cavity outward, as large chunks of ice cascaded from above. After a prolonged struggle, the iceberg collapsed with a thunderous roar. Li Nian's arm was undoubtedly shattered, the muscles torn apart, leaving a gruesome display of blood and flesh, with bone visible beneath. His entire skeletal structure seemed to have been dislocated and scattered. Were it not for being trapped within the ice, one could easily liken him to a mere puddle of muck. Yet, the horror extended beyond mere force. A violent surge of blood energy forcibly invaded Li Nian's body, rampaging through his weakened meridians and racing towards his heart. This was the true essence of a lethal assault on both body and spirit. Li Yunyang concentrated his mind and quickly summoned the little red phoenix to shield his heart. The little red phoenix ignited a golden flame, dashing back and forth several times, dispersing the invading surge of blood energy. A golden flame ignited upon Li Nian, and a cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. The flesh on his arms began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, the only drawback being the excruciating pain that rendered him voiceless, a torment beyond endurance. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Li Nian had vanished, sent flying. Dou Yuan was the only one to react before Yu Heng delivered his strike, yet it was still too late, futile. He could not help but sigh deeply at the heavens. This brother-in-law was truly gone this time. The ascent from 5th to 4th rank could be encapsulated in a single phrase: the rebirth of martial spirit. The distinction between the 5th and 4th ranks is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The pinnacle of the 5th rank stands before the true nascent 4th rank like a mere child. Of course, this does not apply to the red-clad assassin, whose status as a pseudo-4th rank, achieved through the alteration of soul and body, merely represents an enhanced version of the 5th rank's pinnacle. Zhou Yi, recovering from his astonishment, charged toward the ice mountain. Could it be that Li Nian could truly stir such chaos, facing death twice in a single day? Yu Heng made no attempt to intervene. He possessed absolute confidence that Princess Yuzhen would only be able to collect the remains. Dou Yuan swiftly grasped his sister, who rushed past him, offering consolation, urging her not to look, for it would only deepen her sorrow. Dou Yingxue wept uncontrollably. She had only just returned to life. Zhou Ju maintained a stoic expression. Anyone present who received that punch would undoubtedly perish. Yet the only one with a chance of survival was certainly Li Yinian. Emperor Zhou Qi's eyes widened in terror. Enveloped in the shadow of death, he had heard tales of the invincibility of fourth-rank warriors, but had never witnessed a tangible manifestation until now. The force that shattered the ice mountain belonged to a sixth-rank warrior, while he himself was merely an eighth rank, likely to face instant obliteration without even the opportunity to collide. Though his words were defiant, witnessing Yu Heng's advancing figure compelled his body to retreat 2 steps in earnest. Yu Heng laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I wondered what you were. Today's youth truly lack an understanding of their own limitations." Shou Qi discerned the underlying meaning of Yu Heng's words, a veiled admonition. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Did you not inquire as to my identity?" Li Yinian emerged from the fractured ice mountain with the support of Zhou Yi. "Dai Suiren, the valiant commander, Li Yinian." Zhou Ju chuckled, remarking on the indulgence of a mere ninth-rank official. A twinge of jealousy suddenly stirred within Doing Xue. How could she have believed that Li Yinian would not perish? The most astonished was Yu Heng, who had unleashed a powerful punch moments ago without any restraint, even if his strength was insufficient. How had Li Yinian managed to withstand the surge of qi and blood? "Since you are unwilling to embrace death, allow me to assist you further." Yu Heng turned and strode towards Li Yinian. "Have you no shame, national uncle? Not only are you bullying the weak, but you also dare to strike a sixth-rank official twice." Zhou Yi exclaimed loudly. Yu Heng's pride was pricked by her words, igniting a fierce anger within him. "If a fight is what you desire, take it up with his master. Do not assume he stands alone." Zhou Yi hurled a puppet into the air, which rapidly expanded, landing to reveal a figure clad in white. Bai Jing'ang scanned the surroundings, noticing colorful banners hanging from a distant pavilion, reminiscent of familiar designs. This place was unmistakable. Observing the vicinity, he saw a desolate expanse within a 200-step radius, littered with corpses, indicative of a recent battle. His brow furrowed as he approached Li Yinian and playfully struck him on the head. "You rascal, you promised to take me to a brothel. Where is it? Did you demolish it?" Li Yinian was caught in a mix of laughter and tears, compelled to clarify. "It was my junior brother who dismantled it, not I." Bai Jing'ang cast his gaze toward Zhou Ju in the distance. Zhou Ju turned his head aside, his eyes evasive. "Since it's already been taken apart, why did you summon me?" With that, he delivered another sharp blow. Zhou Yi instinctively shielded him, exclaiming, "Such a trivial matter. If you end up injuring Brother Yinian, I will certainly hold you accountable. If you fancy brothels, I shall request my royal brother to construct one for you, and you may reside there daily." "Really?" "Indeed." "Isn't that so, royal brother?" Zhou Yi called out loudly to Shou Qi. "Ah, certainly." Bai Jing'ang glanced over, and indeed, he spotted a young man garbed in a dragon robe, resembling an emperor, whose features bore some resemblance to the Zhou siblings. He then clasped his fists in salute, proclaiming, "Your Majesty speaks without jest. Your Majesty speaks without jest." Shou Qi appeared somewhat bewildered. Was this man Li Yinian's master? Wasn't he merely a puppet? At best, he was at the 7th rank of the Golden Body realm, even lower than Li Yinian's own cultivation. He seemed rather untrustworthy. "Did he reduce you to this state?" Bai Jing'ang pointed at Yu Heng. "Indeed. Progressing, are we, Li Yinian? Daring to provoke a 4th-rank martial artist. He was too arrogant. I could not contain myself." "Arrogant? You say?" "He does not appear so to me." "Golden armor? He carries himself quite impressively. Given his age, he should not bully the younger generation. Would you not agree?" Bai Jing'ang silently appeared before Yu Heng, facing him directly, his gaze icy. Yu Heng's eyelids twitched. He could not discern what felt amiss. Yet the instinct of a martial artist warned him that the man before him was perilous. Bai Jing'ang scrutinized him from head to toe, remarking, "Golden armor, golden cape. A powerful minister? With the emperor present, is it not inappropriate to dress thus?" The murderous intent in Bai Jingtang's eyes erupted. The air around them seemed to solidify. Yu Heng felt a chill run down his spine, his mind in disarray. With a light step, he retreated swiftly, wishing to fly far from this place, and as far away from this man as possible. "Do not fear. You struck my disciple once, and I shall return the favor." "Quite fair, indeed." A hand rested upon Yu Heng's shoulder, gently guiding him back to the ground. Yu Heng's scalp tingled, a bone-chilling cold seeping through him. The long-forgotten threat of death compelled him to refrain from any reckless actions. "Senior, do you speak truthfully?" "Just one punch," Yu Heng asked anxiously, sensing a glimmer of hope. He was confident that even against a 3rd-rank martial artist, a single blow would not endanger his life, as he still possessed a precious item for self-preservation. Though the instincts of a martial artist urged him to avoid this man, the esteemed fourth-rank martial artist, the Duke of the State. Yu Hong resolved to take a chance. Prepare yourself. I shall strike you once, and today's grievances will be resolved. Bai Jing'eng smiled. Agreed. A promise is a promise, Yu Hong replied. Meanwhile, soldiers returning from pursuing the assassins trickled back one by one. Ma San led them, forming a human wall in a circular formation around the periphery. Beyond this barrier, officials and common folk emerged to investigate the commotion. Within the crowd, discussions erupted. Some of the early arrivals were explaining the situation to those who had come later. It appeared that the uncle of the state had engaged in a dispute with the emperor, leveraging his rank as a fourth-grade martial officer to confront and intimidate the emperor. Indeed, they had encountered a formidable opponent. A young soldier clad in black armor stood nearby, listening intently, before swiftly darting to the street corner where a squad of black-armored cavalry awaited at the base of a wall. After delivering his report, the squad leader, Jingzhe, turned to the 20 or so riders behind him and remarked, "In our usual capacity, we are indeed loyal to the uncle of the state. We have witnessed and participated in many misdeeds. Now, we stand at a crucial juncture that will determine our fate. Speak up. How shall we proceed?" The riders exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions, all eyes eventually turning to their leader. They faced two choices. One was to support the uncle of the state publicly and continue as his loyal guards. Should he prevail, they would likely incur some punishment. Should he fail, their doom would be inevitable. The alternative was to rally under the pretense of defending the emperor. If the emperor triumphed, they would find their purpose preserved. If he fell, their end would be sealed as well. Jingzhe gazed toward the distant scene and continued, "While neither side has yet engaged, we must decide swiftly. If we wait until the outcome is clear, we shall face retribution." "I stand with the leader," exclaimed the young soldier, mounting his horse with fervor. "So do I." "Me too." Fortunately, their voices harmonized, saving precious time. "Very well. Should I lose this gamble, do not blame me." With that, the squad of black-armored cavalry galloped forth, the thunder of hooves echoing in the air. The foremost riders shouted, "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" The common folk hurriedly cleared a path, allowing the cavalry to surge forth. Jingzhe dismounted and knelt before Zhou Qi, proclaiming, "We are willing to abandon the shadows and testify against the uncle of the state. Once this matter is resolved, we are prepared to accept his majesty's judgment." Zhou Qi pondered for a moment before responding, "Rise. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Form a protective line." Jingzhe rejoiced, exclaiming, "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Long live the emperor." Yu Hong observed this scene, his beard trembling with rage. The elite Tiger Ben guards he had painstakingly nurtured were now being used to serve another, and they were expected to testify against him. He bent down, slamming his palms onto the ground, unleashing two streams of crimson vitality that flowed from his hands. Upon encountering a corpse, as if drawn by a scent, the energy split off again, moving toward another body. Soon, the corpses on the ground were linked together by the vibrant red energy. With a sudden surge of power, the crimson lines flared brilliantly. The bodies began to desiccate at a visible pace, threads of blood essence coalescing like water towards Yu Hong's palms. In an instant, his form expanded dramatically, towering to a height of nearly 8 feet. The golden armor upon his body shattered, piece by piece, cascading from his towering form. His exposed skin was adorned with bizarre runes, with veins prominently raised, pulsating with a crimson glow. A disheveled mane of grayish-white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes burned with a sinister scarlet, his visage a terrifying spectacle. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a primal, bloodthirsty beast. A chilling breeze swept through, turning the cadaver into mere heaps of yellow earth. The creature at the center of the arena slowly rose, unleashing a furious roar that sent a formidable pressure radiating outward. The onlookers, gripped by terror, screamed and fled in all directions. "Protect the emperor," Jingzhe commanded, as 2 battalions of armored soldiers formed a protective barrier around the sovereign, retreating cautiously. Zhou Yi carried Li Yinian as they dashed backward. The group eventually halted at the remnants of a collapsed city wall, 100 paces away, where shield-bearers reassembled in formation, safeguarding the emperor while continuing to observe the unfolding confrontation. This would be a battle that determined the fate of the Great Sui dynasty. A figure descended before the shield-bearers, casting a white sphere into the air. With a wave of his hand, translucent walls soared upward, emanating a soft white light, enclosing the expansive arena. Within the confines remained only 2 figures, Bai Jingtang and the demonic Yu Hong. The newcomer was none other than the national master, Shun One. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. Their pillar of support had finally returned. Master, have you captured Qiqing? Li Yinian inquired. Rest assured, I have them contained. Wang Qi Lang and Shi Yu are watching over them, Shenwen replied. Within the luminous circle, Bai Jingtang's expression was as calm as still water. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Even one like you can ascend to the 4th rank. This shows the heartlessness of the heavenly path. The victors write the history. And there are no elaborate doctrines to expound. That may be true, but prepare to receive my punch before further discourse. Bai Jingtang tilted his head toward the sky, strands of hair fluttering in the breeze as he recited incantations. His aura surged, intensifying with each moment. As he reached the apex of the Diamond Realm, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the heavens, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously. Bai Jingtang gradually closed his eyes, a radiant light emanating from him. This brilliance coalesced into a humanoid spirit, bearing a resemblance to Bai Jingtang himself. The spirit expanded, reaching a height of 10 feet before grounding itself. Adopting a stance of readiness, fists clenched, exuding an imposing presence. Bai Jingtang opened his eyes. A tempestuous wind erupted from his being, amplifying his might exponentially. He transcended to the 6th rank of the spirit refinement realm, and then to the 5th rank of the divine realm in the blink of an eye. With gritted teeth, a flash of golden light enveloped him, ascending to the 4th rank of the unmatched realm. His formidable aura now rivaled that of the demonic Yuhang. From the dark clouds, a lightning bolt the width of a bowl descended, only to be intercepted by a single punch from the towering white spirit. Sparks erupted, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. Keep pressing forward. Bai Jingtang's veins throbbed, and he howled toward the heavens, gritting his teeth as he forcefully elevated his momentum once more. A powerful cyclone formed at the center of the arena, with debris swirling in the air, suspended and spiraling in accordance with the cyclone's direction. In the distance, the soldiers' shields trembled slightly, nearly slipping from their grasp. The sky erupted with thunder and lightnings, bolts of electricity striking down towards Bai Jingtang's head, only to be thwarted by a white ethereal entity that gradually became translucent. Peak of the 3rd rank, murmured the national master, Shenwen, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. It was astounding that such an extraordinary warrior existed in the world, capable of reaching the peak of the 3rd rank simply through a puppet's form. In Li Yinian's speculation, he had thought Bai Jingtang might somehow draw upon the powers of the 3rd or 2nd rank. Yet he never imagined it would be through such a direct confrontation with the heavenly tribulation. The foremost war god of the Great Tang was indeed formidable. What of the 3rd rank? I refuse to believe that you can strike me down with a single punch. Yu Hong, drawing a white shield from an unknown source, positioned it before him. A punch is a punch, as promised. The corners of Bai Jingtang's mouth lifted, revealing a confident smile. Chapter 35. The dust settles. Zhou Ju raised his hand and set off several illuminating fireworks into the night sky. The little chubby boy was difficult to manage, but there was no shortage of illuminating fireworks. As the lights brightened, Zhou Ju's gaze fell upon the white shield in front of Yu Hong. Its irregular shape suggested it was not crafted by a skilled artisan, but rather resembled a piece of natural beast bone, leaving one to ponder which creature could possess such a massive form. Li Yinian also turned his gaze towards the white shield. That night at Xuandu Temple, Zhou Ju had seized a bone dagger from Qiqing, a rather sinister object capable of restraining the nebula stone. To demonstrate this, Zhou Ju had even showcased its prowess to Li Yinian. As their eyes met, they confirmed each other's suspicions. The Duke of the State, Yu Heng, and the people of Fusang were indeed up to something. The atmosphere in the venue was charged as Yu Heng braced himself against the towering bone shield, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Bai Jingtang's movements. Surely, you do not believe this to be the conclusion? When Bai Jingtang strikes, he has always been the brightest star in Chang'an. 3 centuries ago, and tonight shall be no exception. Bai Jingtang's smile faded, his expression turning grave. 3 centuries ago, Bai Jingtang. A tempest surged within Yu Heng's heart. Who among the generals did not know of the Great Tang's god of war, Bai Jingtang? He was recorded in history as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Li Yinian felt a bead of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. Could it be that his suspicions were about to be confirmed? Shen looked on in astonishment, casting a questioning glance towards Li Yinian. Li Yinian nodded slightly. The national master chuckled in disbelief. A 2nd-rank warrior. Unprecedented. Oh no, he is the Ancient One. How many lives has this man claimed to amass this unparalleled 4th rank? You do not strike him. I merely borrowed a fraction of my former prowess, and yet you unleash such divine retribution upon me. Are you blind? If heaven is devoid of sentiment, what use do I have for it? Bai Jingtang roared. His eyes radiated a blinding white light, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. Soon, Bai Jingtang's 6-foot frame and the towering white spirit engulfing him became one. He crouched low, then sprang upwards with a powerful leap, soaring into the skies. A bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a yard, descended upon him with ferocity. Bai Jingtang's eyes blazed with fury, swinging his arm in a wide arc. He met the blue lightning with a forceful punch, unleashing a surge of white light from his fist. The collision of white and blue light caused the very center of the lightning to split apart. Blue sparks erupted in all directions, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. The scene was tumultuous, reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. The towering white figure ascended further, stepping onto the clouds. Suddenly, he leaned forward and unleashed another punch against the brewing storm clouds. Under the overwhelming force, the lightning within the clouds lashed out wildly like a whip, thrashing in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, it could not evade the impact, resulting in a gaping hole nearly 100 yards wide. The intense whirlwind generated by his fist scattered the clouds, revealing a pristine circular starry sky above Chang'an City. Within this celestial expanse, the bright moon hung like a disk, adorned by twinkling stars. A white figure, standing a yard high, descended gracefully, positioning itself before Yu Hong. The demonized form of Yu Hong appeared diminutive before the white figure. Bai Jingtang raised his colossal fist and proclaimed, "One strike." Yu Hong gazed up at the circular starry sky, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Bai Jingtang's punch not only dispelled the heavenly tribulation, but also shattered Yu Hong's resolve. Yu Hong cast aside his skeletal shield, kneeling before Bai Jingtang, and spoke, "Senior, you are indeed a true immortal. I am willing to dissipate my cultivation and accompany the Buddhist light henceforth, to conclude this life." With that, he struck his palm against his crown, and a torrent of sanguine energy surged forth, soaring into the heavens. A bolt of lightning appeared from thin air, striking the blood energy, which fizzled and vanished into the ether. Bai Jingtang turned his gaze into the distance. The national master had made his move. Yu Hong's form shrank dramatically until it resembled that of an ordinary human. His figure emaciated, skin stretched over bones. Devoid of cultivation, Yu Hong's appearance aged rapidly. His skin withered and wrinkled, his eyes dim and lifeless, presenting the visage of one on the brink of death. Li Yinian, disregarding decorum, rushed onto the field and swiftly approached Yu Hong. He inquired, "Your Highness, is there a mastermind behind this? What is the story behind this skeletal shield?" Yu Hong, straining to lift his head, gazed at the young man before him. His eyes were clouded, and his heart was filled with deep reflection. "Ren Yong, the captain, Li Yinian. How amusing it is that after years of dominance, I have fallen to a mere 9th-rank official. The true mastermind has always been elusive, hidden like a subtle thread woven into the fabric of fate. I have pondered this for half a lifetime, and every step seems to have been my own choice. Yet upon closer examination, clarity eludes me, leaving only vague conjectures. Unless the national master can shield me from the machinations of destiny, I dare not speak further." Li Yinian cast his gaze towards the national master. The national master understood and began to teleport in this direction. In the instant when the white light flared, an unexpected situation arose. Yu Hong's head suddenly exploded. Li Yinian hurriedly reached out to shield himself, yet he was still splattered with blood. Bai Jingtang surveyed his surroundings and immediately spotted a distant pavilion's rooftop, swiftly appearing there. A red-clad assassin stood atop the ridge, arms outstretched, showing no intention of evasion. "Alive!" Li Yinian shouted. Bai Jingtang sensed impending danger and extended his colossal hand towards the red-clad figure. He managed to seize his target, but alas, the head was missing. Much like Yu Hong, though this one had self-destructed. "Shiwe, Brother Wang," Li Yinian exclaimed in shock. Beneath the national master, white light flickered, prompting Li Yinian to leap forward and catch up. He reappeared in the first-floor plaza of the Qingtian Observatory. Shun Wen dashed towards the entrance of a western annex, with Li Yinian closely trailing behind. Upon entering, they found themselves in the cafeteria of the observatory. They hurried through the chaotic kitchen, evidence of a struggle evident in the disarray. The two quickened their pace and arrived at a storage cabinet, which had been displaced, revealing a doorway behind it. Within the doorway, flickering flames illuminated a spiral stone staircase descending below. With no time to tread carefully, Shun Wen grasped Li Yinian's arm and leapt down. In the dim light, a long corridor unfolded before them, flanked by 2 rows of secret chambers, through which eerie growls could be faintly heard. As they descended, they discovered a similar layout, extending to as many as 6 levels. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the space felt less profound, containing only 4 chambers. One of the chamber doors stood ajar. In the adjacent corridor, beneath a golden shield, sat one person and lay another, both familiar figures. The one seated, adorned with runes, was Xiaojiu, while the one lying down was Shiwa. Li Yinian hurriedly stepped forward and inquired, Xiaojiu, what has transpired? How is Shiwa faring? First, tell me the name of the dog that guards my hometown village. Someone has impersonated our kin to orchestrate a prison break, correct? Xiaojiu nodded. Changwei. Xiaojiu then withdrew the golden shield. Li Yinian sighed. Ever since returning from Xuandu Temple, Xiaojiu had become like a stubborn adhesive plaster clinging to him, following him everywhere. With an incessant chatter, he recounted the few years of his life to Li Yinian in vivid detail. Among the tales was one about the village guard's dog, which often chased him, leaving him in tears. The secret chamber lay empty. Save for the iron chains inscribed with runes, and Qi Qing had vanished. Fortunately, Shiyu had merely been stunned. As for Brother Wang, Uncle Wang and a plump old man had chased after something, instructing me before they left to keep an eye on Aunt Shiyu. Brother Wang, Sister Shiyu. Li Yinian corrected himself, earning a disdainful roll of the eyes from Xiaojiu. Shunwen produced a jade pendant, holding it tightly in his hand. He closed his eyes and recited an incantation, causing the pendant to emit a faint glow before vanishing in an instant. Upon opening his eyes, Shunwen let out a sigh and remarked, they are outside the city, making their way back. They should have lost their pursuers by now. You should take Shiyu back to the main building while I go to meet them. Li Yunian felt a tinge of melancholy. Shunwen gently patted Li Yunian's shoulder, and in a fleeting moment, vanished into thin air. Li Yunian lifted Shiwa, accompanied by Xiaojiu, preparing to depart from the dungeon. A woman's voice echoed, young man. Do you wish to know who took away that girl? The voice emanated from an adjacent secret chamber, and although it hinted at considerable age, its tone was sweet and alluring. Those confined here were unlikely to be ordinary individuals, and Li Yunian preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. If you wish to speak, why not do so when the national master was present? Why wait until he has departed? Hiki, I have little fondness for old men, rather. I find myself drawn to you, young man. The voice was enchanting, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated the soul. Li Yuni, aged and weary, set forth without glancing back. Young man, please do not depart. Young man, a woman's voice called out incessantly behind him. Little Jiu trailed closely, her tiny feet scampering with haste. Uncle Li, why do you not heed her words? Call him brother, brother. The young individuals, including Li Yinian, aside from Zhou Yi, have recently been persistently addressed as uncle and aunt by Xiaojiu, causing quite the headache. With the situation having already escalated, there is little that can be done in haste. It is best to let her be for a couple of days. Should she truly wish to communicate, she will undoubtedly find a way. Approaching her now would only lead to conditions being imposed, thereby relinquishing the initiative. How astute. Uncle Li, despite your youth, your cunning surpasses that of Changwei. Aware of my youth, yet you still call me uncle? Call me brother instead. Very well, Uncle Li. This night marks the most frenetic since Emperor Shouqi ascended the throne. Having received the military emblem from Yuhong, he summoned 60,000 imperial troops from the outer camps into the city, opened the Zhuke Gate, and personally stationed himself at the Taiji Palace. High-ranking officials were summoned in the dead of night to convene and work tirelessly, as edicts poured forth from the Zhuke Gate. Urgent documents raced out of the capital from all 4 city gates. The sounds of galloping hooves, clashing swords, and cries echoed through the streets. A cacophony of joy for some and sorrow for others. The court of the Great Sui is undergoing a transformation. Upon returning to the Warm House Palace, Zhou Yi found the eastern sky lightening. The journey was fraught with peril, yet with Li Yinian holding a golden token. He escorted her to the boundaries of the inner palace at the Ziqing Gate before departing with ease. Zhou Yi felt a warm glow in her heart. Arriving at the entrance of the Warm House Palace, she found the doors tightly shut. After knocking for some time, they finally opened upon recognizing her voice, and a young eunuch hurried inside to announce her arrival. Yuzhen has returned? Splendid. A stately woman emerged from within, the elegant Empress Dowager Zhao, the biological mother of Shou Yi and her brother. Dressed in splendid attire, it was evident she had not slept a wink throughout the night. Zhou Yi smiled radiantly. Performing a respectful bow, mother, I have returned. The Empress Dowager quickly closed the distance, embracing Zhou Yi tightly, exclaiming, Yuzhen, you have come back. Where on earth have you been in the dead of night? You nearly drove your mother to despair. The outside is in utter chaos. And I almost lost my mind searching for you. I left a letter on my bedside. Did you not see it, mother? Joey replied. A letter? Enough of that. What matters is that you are back. Where have you been? The situation outside is a complete mess. The Yangla Palace is surrounded. It is truly frightening. I went outside the city with my royal brother to quell the unrest. We even defeated several bandits. Oh dear. A young lady should not speak in such a manner. You truly frighten me. I speak the truth, mother. I must inform you, Uncle Yuheng is dead. He was vanquished by my brother and brother Anian. What? Yuheng is dead? Your brother was involved? This implicates our family deeply. What shall we do? The Empress Dowager's delicate brows furrowed, her expression tense and anxious. Rest assured, mother, my royal brother is about to take control. He has achieved merit in quelling the unrest. Furthermore, brother Enian and the national master are still present. Joey remained composed, fully aware of the circumstances. How does Enian factor into this? Mother, you are unaware. My brother Enian is truly remarkable. The esteemed Renyong Colonel, conferred by my royal brother, has been granted an imperial blade. He is the orchestrator behind this turmoil. Zhou Yi recounted everything she knew in detail. The dowager consort Xiao listened intently, as if captivated by a tale. She understood that once Li Yunyong was mentioned, her foolish child would go on endlessly. The Renyong Colonel? A mere 9th rank? The position is rather insignificant. This indeed constitutes a merit. One should find an opportunity to mention it to your royal brother, to secure a more substantial title, lest it be unworthy of our beloved Princess Yuzhen. Oh mother, they are discussing serious matters. Joey felt a rare flush of embarrassment at her mother's teasing. What? The marriage of a royal princess is not a serious matter. There are only 2 princesses in the Great Sui. If you do not take the initiative, beware of being outpaced by the Emperor's own sister. Joey froze, her countenance pale. If her royal brother wished to win over Li Yunyong, such a scenario was indeed plausible. In a sudden burst, she stood up and declared, "This will not do. I must seek out my royal brother. I cannot allow that insufferable girl to steal my chance." In the Grand Ming Palace, Zhou Yi's sole disdain was directed towards the emperor's sister, Princess Chongping, Zhoulan. Oh dear, there is no need to rush at this moment. With the passing of the esteemed Uncle Yu Hong, the political landscape is tumultuous. Your royal brother is currently overwhelmed with pressing matters. He likely has no time to attend to these trifles. Joey considered this and sat back down. Mother, you usually remain aloof from the world. Yet today you perceive things with such clarity? Huh, you jest about your mother now. Just because your mother does not involve herself does not mean she lacks understanding. It is you who are eager to seek out your royal brother to arrange your marriage. Such occurrences have not transpired in the Great Sui royal family for centuries. Oh mother, Joey truly felt shy, her cheeks blooming with color, a sight to behold. The death of Yu Heng was indeed troublesome, a ripple that could unsettle the entire system. Emperor Zhou Qi worked tirelessly through the night to purge Yu Heng's supporters from the capital, capturing some, executing others. His actions both decisive and formidable. The capital is currently stable, but the headache lies with those generals outside the city, still commanding troops. Yu Heng had cultivated a significant number of young generals during his lifetime. Now, this group stands as the backbone of the Great Sui army. Detachment is inevitable, but only appeasement and gradual persuasion can be employed. In the Taiji Palace, within the Taiji Hall, the morning sunlight streamed through the grand entrance, casting a radiant square of light. Dust motes danced within the glow, their paths distinctly visible. The soft golden hue banished the lingering chill of the winter night, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Zhou Qi reclined upon the dragon throne. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no inclination to rest. He gazed upon this hall, once the epicenter of the Great Sui's glory, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Zhou Qi sighed and spoke. I believe I have erred. Your Majesty has committed no fault. The fault lies with the state of the world. The Right Chancellor, Pei Yuanzhong, stood at the foot of the steps, his countenance as pale as water. Chapter 36, A Gallant Ride Through the Dust. As the sun ascended, casting a gentle light that warmed the skin, only a month remained until the year's end. The streets became increasingly bustling, with people from all walks of life hurrying along. Regardless of the events of the previous night, they rose early, driven by the necessity of survival. Unlike any ordinary day, the Zhuke Gate was open, bustling with dignitaries greeting one another, while a long procession of sedan chairs belonging to officials awaited. Along the thoroughfare by Zhuke Gate, soldiers in armor stood guard at intervals, and groups of well-equipped imperial cavalry patrolled the periphery of the imperial city, clad in gleaming armor. Outside the northern gate of Feng, a throng of onlookers gathered, whispering and speculating amongst themselves. The armored soldiers formed a barrier, encircling the crowd, while behind them, bricklayers hurriedly repaired the damaged walls. Through the breach in the crumbled wall, one could glimpse the scene within, a desolate expanse of ruins. In the center of the devastation, the ground had collapsed, revealing a vast pit. Several brothels that once stood on the original site of Great Sui had seemingly vanished, as if struck by a meteor from the heavens. Women clapped their hands in delight, proclaiming that it was a deserved retribution. Lienian perched on the edge of the observatory of the Astronomical Bureau, gazing down at the serene morning vista of the capital. His expression languid and relaxed. Shunwan, clad in official robes, stood silently behind him, his gaze profound as he accompanied Li in admiring the tranquil scene before them. In the depths of the dungeon, a woman claimed to know who had taken away Qi. What is the rush? Let her be for a couple of days before addressing it. Lienian remained silent, gazing into the distance with a slight smile gracing his lips. Shinwen sighed and remarked, "Are you planning to become a hands-off manager? Does the national teacher truly believe that His Majesty can tolerate my presence? I wield the highest military strength of the Great Sui, share profound ties with the Qintian Observatory, and enjoy an unbreakable bond with the Third Prince. Moreover, I am indirectly responsible for the demise of the royal uncle, Yu Hong." Li Yunian turned his head, a warm smile gracing his lips, and continued, "There is no need for the national master to vie on my behalf. Regardless of the process, I have achieved my goal. Surely, Lord Shun will find his way to freedom." Shunwen fell silent, the child's understanding evoking a sense of tenderness. He bore a striking resemblance to his mother, possessing a temperament that was uncompetitive and unassuming, as if there were nothing in this world that captured her fancy. My mother had her eyes set on my father, who was indeed of a rather earnest disposition. Laughter erupted from both of them. Shinwen then presented a black bracelet, stating, "After dedicating my life to research, I have successfully created a nebulous stone with spatial capabilities." Lienian held the item in his hand, and the delicate bracelet felt surprisingly heavy. As he immersed himself in contemplation, he gazed within. The internal space was approximately half the size of the jade pendant resting on his chest, housing two cabinets. One was slightly elongated, filled with books neatly arranged and adorned with classification labels. The other was somewhat shorter, equipped with drawers that bore a resemblance to the medicine cabinet on the second floor, with each drawer labeled with the names of the contents. The meticulous appearance of the two cabinets was in perfect harmony with the character of the national master. Lienian suddenly burst into laughter and said, "This is a gift for Shiwe. I reckon she will weep aloud." Ha. Both of them chuckled heartily. With a flicker of thought, a wooden box materialized in his hand, which he then returned to Shinwen. "It is better to leave it with His Majesty. After all, it serves as a bargaining chip in his hands. If utilized wisely, it may prevent chaos in the world." Shinwen felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had failed to conceal his emotions. Lienian raised his palm, and a faint crimson glow emanated from his hand, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Qilin blood crystal. Shinwen suddenly realized, unable to suppress a chuckle, for the fortunes of one's descendants are destined to be their own. Lienian rose to his feet, raising his hand in a respectful gesture, offering a profound bow to Shinwen. Shinwen smiled with satisfaction as the white light beneath his feet intensified. Just before vanishing, he tossed a jade token, stating, "Before you depart, take along that wretched creature from the dungeon. This is her blood pact. Safeguard it well, for her life and death lie within your thoughts." The jade token felt icy to the touch, roughly the size of a thumb, its hue a vibrant green, translucent and radiant. At its center, a splash of crimson appeared, resembling blood that had dripped and gradually spread. A single character, Li, was engraved in the corner on the reverse side. Lienian sighed, feeling truly unable to let go. In the Dali Temple, Chen Sungju was in the process of moving belongings out of his cell. This morning, he received an edict indicating that due to his meritorious service in protecting the emperor, his past transgressions were forgiven, and he was reinstated to his former position. Initially, his defiance of the imperial will had undoubtedly caused the emperor some embarrassment. Fortunately, Chen Sungju was indifferent to such convoluted matters. He felt immense satisfaction merely in regaining his post. How fickle human nature can be. After spending several days in confinement, he now felt a twinge of reluctance to leave, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle bitterly. The jailer, sharp-eyed, noticed his demeanor and began to jest. "Master Chen, it's no big deal. If you enjoy it here, I can keep a spot for you. You can come back whenever you like." "Go on. Am I going to become addicted to living here?" Chen retorted playfully. Come to my house for drinks tonight. I've saved you a seat. Splendid. Such joyous news deserves a celebration, Shin Songju replied, beaming with delight as he gathered the last 2 bundles of case files and proceeded to his office. The office was modest, akin to a private room in a tavern, with each division of the Dali temple having its own chamber, totaling 6 in number. From a distance, he glimpsed shadows moving within the room, assuming his students were tidying up for him. Upon reaching the entrance, the person who greeted him filled Shin Songju with elation. Li Yinian swiftly seized a bundle of documents from Shin Songju's hands and placed it upon the writing desk within the room. There was also a graceful figure, delicately poised on tiptoe, diligently wiping the shelves with a cloth. As Shin Songju lifted his gaze, a fleeting familiarity struck him, causing him to stagger slightly. Nearly losing his balance, he set down the documents and instinctively knelt to pay his respects. However, Li Yinian promptly intercepted him, exclaiming, "We are all comrades here, Uncle Chun. What are you doing? The princess's well-being is of utmost importance." Shin Songju's words were laced with fervor. Observing this, Zhou Yi put away the cloth, beaming with a radiant smile, and remarked, "Lord Chun, you are being overly formal. You are a senior to Brother Yinian, thereby a senior to me as well. Oh dear, how the princess would be mortified if the Minister of Justice were to witness this. I would surely be forced to pack my belongings and return home." After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 settled into their seats. Li Yinian spoke up, "Uncle Chun, I have come to bid farewell." Shin Songju was taken aback. After yesterday's battle, was this not merely the beginning? Zhou Yi shared the same astonishment. "Yinian, where are you headed? I thought you intended to remain in the capital to showcase your talents." "I am uncertain for now. With the year-end approaching, I plan to return to my hometown, Jutsuin, to visit my elders. Then, I hope to seek out Senior Qilin. I have some clues in mind that require his guidance. There must be a more formidable mastermind behind the case in the capital, and I wish to pursue it further." Shin Songju nodded repeatedly. As a seasoned investigator, he understood the gravity of the situation well. Until the mastermind is apprehended, there will be endless repercussions. Indeed, each person has their aspirations. One's future does not necessarily have to unfold within the court. "When do you intend to depart?" "After finishing the banquet." "What banquet?" "Of course, the welcoming feast at Shen's residence." "Oh, haha, look at my forgetfulness. Excellent. My wife will undoubtedly be thrilled." Upon exiting the Dali temple, Zhou Yi's mood soured. She continuously cast glances at Li Yinian, fearful that he might truly be upset. Her lips pouted high, and she occasionally glanced at his expression. Li Yinian raised his gaze to the sky, which was a vast expanse of azure, unmarred by a single cloud, while the sun shone amiably, imparting a gentle coolness to the air. "Would you care to ride?" he inquired. "Ah, let us go. We shall procure a horse." With that, Li Yinian took Zhou Yi's hand, quickening his pace as they navigated through the bustling throngs, making their way directly to the western market. Upon entering through the northwest gate, they passed by a crystal-clear release pond, one of the few scenic water spots in Chang'an that welcomed the common folk. Elegant Buddhist structures and pavilions encircled the pond, with willows swaying gracefully in the breeze. The interiors were adorned with intricately carved beams and painted walls, a feast for the eyes. On this rare day of delightful weather, the banks of the pond were teeming with visitors, rendering passage nearly impossible. A canal, which connected the release pond, traversed the entirety of the western market, measuring 2 zhong in width and over a zhong in depth, serving as the water source for the pond and linking to the Yong'an Canal. Across the bank, the signs for horse vendors could be discerned, yet their progress came to a halt as they encountered the narrow stone bridge ahead, which had become congested with the flow of people. Li Yinian grasped Zhou Yi and brought her to the edge of the water channel, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. He called out loudly, "Esteemed guests on the opposite side, please make way." Without hesitation, he bent his knees in a deep squat and, with a sudden surge, leapt into the air. Accompanied by the gasps of astonished onlookers and Zhou Yi's startled exclamations, the pair soared gracefully, landing smoothly on the opposite bank. Cheers and applause erupted around them. Li Yinian set aside Zhou Yi, clasping his fists and glancing around to return the salutation. Embarrassed, Zhou Yi tugged at his sleeve, urging him to hurry. The proprietor of the horse market was a portly man from the western regions, tall with blue eyes and yellow hair. His speech was somewhat slurred, making it difficult to comprehend. Li Yinian dismissed the few ordinary horses at the front, and the western man gestured for them to follow him, leading them to the back where exquisite specimens had just arrived. As they walked, he occasionally cast a glance at Zhou Yi, continuously giving a thumbs up to Li Yinian. Li Yinian understood the situation and returned the gesture with a bow. He then turned to Zhou Yi and remarked, "I was praising you. I mentioned how beautiful you are." Zhou Yi's face lit up with a radiant smile. The man from the western regions nodded emphatically, then pointed at Li Yinian, giving him a hearty thumbs up. "I see," Zhou Yi said. "He must be saying you are handsome too. Oh, come on. Just look at his expression. He is clearly saying I'm lucky." The man from the western regions burst into hearty laughter, slapping Li Yinian on the shoulder. "Ha ha." Zhou Yi could not contain herself and joined in the laughter. Just as Li Yinian began to question the western man's ability to converse smoothly, his attention was suddenly captured by several horses in the backyard. Persian horses, Dewan horses, Turkic horses. Each one was tall, muscular, resplendently colored, and strikingly majestic. The Tianshan horse could only stand in the corner, resembling a mere green leaf. "You've arrived just in time. Your luck is splendid. Delay even a day, and they will be gone." Indeed, the love for horses was a universal trait among men, and the fluency of conversation with the shopkeeper mattered not at all. Throughout the transaction, there was not a single superfluous word spoken. With the market certificate established, both parties signed and sealed the deal, an impressive sum of 550,000 won. A saddle was included as well. Li Yinian chose the magnificent chestnut-colored Dewan horse. After securing the saddle, he effortlessly lifted Zhou Yi onto the horse, ensuring she sat comfortably, and led the steed out through the western gate of the market. Where to? Anywhere would suffice, yet with but a single horse, how could they ride? A staggering 55,000 won for just one. I certainly cannot afford two. So we shall make do. With that, Li Yinian mounted the horse, grasping the reins. The two of them shared a mount, and Zhou Yi found herself enveloped in Li Yinian's embrace, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, her delicate face nearly buried into her own shoulders. Upon witnessing this, Li Yinian took a striking scarlet fox fur cloak with a hood. The exquisite fabric, adorned with pure white fox fur at the hood and collar, featured golden ties that elegantly complemented the vibrant red and white. This combination exuded both passion and purity, making it a perfect fit for Zhou Yi. Once donned, the cloak flowed gracefully, exuding beauty while providing warmth. Zhou Yi gently caressed the cloak, unable to conceal her affection for it. Such a design was rare even within the palace, evoking her admiration. "This was left by my mother. From this day forth, it is yours." "Ah, hold on tight." Li Yinian tightened his grip on the horse's belly, gave a flick of the reins, and commanded, "Giddy up." The hooves soared, galloping forth with fervor. A scene of dandy youth, adorned in fine garments and fiery steeds, was about to unfold upon the streets of Chang'an. After traversing over 200 paces to the north, Li Yinian turned his horse's head eastward, entering the illustrious Great Cross Street. He urged the horse to accelerate. The steed whinnied in response. The sound of hooves was crisp, gradually intensifying. Passers-by hurriedly sidestepped, gesturing and whispering amongst themselves. Which family's wayward scion dared to wreak havoc upon Great Cross Street? Ahead lay the imperial city, with sentinels standing guard. Soon, he would reap the consequences of his actions. Great Cross Street spanned 40 zhang, ample space for unbridled gallop. Yet, this was the thoroughfare before the palace gates. Aside from urgent dispatches traversing 800 miles, none had ever dared to ride so recklessly. Li Yinian, disregarding the shouts of the soldiers by the roadside, urged his steed onward, galloping past with fervor. The sound of a horn echoed. Several royal guards on horseback swiftly followed in pursuit. Ahead, the soldiers, upon hearing the horn, quickly assembled, raising their shields, resolutely vowing to thwart this audacious rider. Li Yinian urged the steed once more, and the remarkable speed of the blood-sweating horse surged forth with full force. In a whirlwind of motion, his garments billowed as the wind howled past his ears. Just as they were about to collide with the shield wall, Zhou Yi was startled into a piercing scream. Li Yinian tightened his grip around the horse's belly, one arm embracing Zhou Yi's delicate waist while the other held the reins firmly. The horse leaped into the air, soaring to a height surpassing that of a person. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness enveloped Zhou Yi as she opened her eyes. Realizing that both she and the horse were gliding through the sky, time seemed to stand still, and the anxious expressions of the soldiers beneath them were vividly apparent. Turning to glance at Li Yinian, she found him gazing back at her, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. An exhilarating thrill, unlike anything she had ever experienced, surged within her, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. The gentle breeze swept away her hood, and Zhou Yi beamed with delight. As the chestnut horse landed, its body momentarily hesitated, yet seamlessly transitioned into a swift gallop once more. Ahead, at the palace gates, armored soldiers stood in formation, poised and ready. Liu chuckled lightly, tugging at the reins as he guided his steed towards Zhuke Avenue. The grand thoroughfare, spanning 50 zhang, stretched straight and seemingly ignited the conquering spirit of the spirited steed beneath him. With hoofs flying, he reached an unparalleled speed, leaving the few imperial guards trailing far behind. No need to pursue. They cannot catch up. Return and report to the higher-ups. One of them remarked. Do you not think the woman atop the horse resembles Princess Yuzhen? If you think so, then indeed she does. It is no longer a matter for us to concern ourselves with. The riders turned back towards the palace gates. In the capital, there had been young rascals galloping through the streets in the past. Yet none had dared to be so audacious upon Zhuke Avenue since the founding of the Great Sui. Such an unconventional act, however, drew the attention of countless onlookers along Zhuke Street. Through their gazes, envy was palpably more abundant than condemnation, particularly among young maidens and women. A tempest of emotions surged within, momentarily igniting dreams of a splendid future. Firstly, the magnificent Dewan steed beneath them was unattainable for the average person, who would toil a lifetime without respite to afford it. Even a high-ranking official would need years of diligent savings based solely on their annual salary, not to mention the subsequent costs of care and high-quality feed that surpassed the common fare. Secondly, the woman upon the horse, even from a distance of over 20 zhang, was discernible by her fashionable adornments, a jade comb, golden hairpins, and delicate tassels, all meticulously arranged. Her features were exquisite, her makeup refined, her complexion fair, and her smile radiant. Particularly striking was the vivid red fox fur cloak she wore, its innovative design fluttering in the breeze, unmistakably beyond what a commoner's daughter could command, further accentuating her noble grace. Lastly, the man encircling her was robust, donned in a martial crown, clothed in a wide-sleeved azure robe, with a pair of silver-white arm guards glimmering in the sunlight. A beautifully crafted dragon-shaped saber hung at his waist, clearly a weapon of distinction. While his appearance may not have been that of a dashing hero, his countenance bore the resolute demeanor of a formidable general. Together, they galloped along the Zhuke Avenue, a realm where mere mortals dare not tread, racing from north to south, dressed in vibrant attire upon a spirited steed. The sight of this heroic pair was nothing short of a breathtaking panorama. Chapter 37. In vivid detail today, South Morning Court convened at the Tai Chi Hall, a fact well known to the officials of various departments. They had not returned home the previous night, laboring tirelessly until dawn. As officials below the fourth rank entered the hall in succession, some appeared bewildered, the solemn and ancient atmosphere of the Tai Chi Hall weighing heavily upon them. Among these officials, the younger ones had never set foot in the Tai Chi Hall in their lifetimes. The court, usually brimming with officials, felt somewhat sparse today. Colleagues who had stood beside them yesterday had vanished without a trace. The uncertainty of life and death sent shivers down their spines. News spread rapidly. The most astute individuals of the Great Sui had spent the previous night ruminating on how to extricate themselves from the intricate web of relationships, preparing themselves with well-crafted speeches. Silence enveloped the grand hall, a pin drop audible in the stillness, as the Right Chancellor Pei Yuanzhong stood at the forefront, eyes closed in contemplation. The emperor was the first to speak, stating, "Surely, you all are aware of the events from last night. My uncle, General Yu Heng, unexpectedly passed away. The Grand General dedicated himself tirelessly to the great cause of our nation during his lifetime, achieving remarkable feats. Today, we shall deliberate on the proper arrangements for the posthumous affairs of our esteemed uncle, as well as the appropriate title to bestow upon him." The court erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs as the assembled nobles exchanged hushed conversations. Those astute individuals who had prepared extensively found their efforts rendered futile. Shun Wen inwardly sighed, having confirmed that His Majesty indeed could not tolerate Li Yinian. While ruthlessly eliminating Yu Heng's faction in the capital to solidify his imperial power and reap the benefits, the emperor simultaneously intended to elevate Yu Heng's status through the arrangements and posthumous title, aiming to appease the generals nurtured by Yu Heng within the military. Since the plan was to exalt Yu Heng, it naturally implied that Li Yinian could not be favored. Had it not been for Li Yinian holding the highest military might of the Great Sui, he too could have been wrongfully accused. However, matters of this nature fell beyond the purview of the national master. His presence at court was merely symbolic, serving more as a gesture than a practical contribution. At that moment, a young court official hurriedly entered from outside the hall, delivering a letter. The emperor's expression turned complex as he read it, and he commanded the senior court official beside him to pass it along. Upon reading the letter, the national master couldn't help but smile wryly, clasping his fists in apology on behalf of Li Yinian to the emperor. Li Yinian had galloped through the streets, toppling the guards at Mingda Gate, and departed the city with Princess Yuzhen. From the southern city gate to the distant peaks of Mount Zhongnan, the expanse of land in between comprises the southern suburbs of the capital. The terrain here is relatively flat, with clear streams and fertile fields stretching for miles. Sparse population and numerous streams and ponds characterize the area, where many noble families have established gardens and villas. A multitude of temples and pagodas are scattered about, enveloped in ethereal sounds and fragrant smoke. Particularly at the foot of Mount Zhongnan, it is a favored locale for scholars and literati to build their estates. The southern villa of Right Chancellor Pei Yuanzhong is renowned for its pure ambience and ethereal beauty. Li Yinian and the other person exited through the Mingda Gate, aimlessly continuing their journey for over 10 miles before slowing their pace. The surroundings were refreshingly tranquil, and their horse appeared somewhat fatigued. Zhou, in a fit of inexplicable mirth, suddenly burst into laughter. Once she began, she could not contain herself, her delicate shoulders trembling as she struggled to catch her breath. "You silly girl, surely you haven't lost your mind. I recalled the last time we ran so swiftly, it was at Wild Boar Ridge. That mother boar kept us at bay for an entire night, and when it abruptly charged at us, I nearly cried out in fright, even losing one of my shoes in the process. How amusing. And yet, you still dare to say, despite my warnings not to rush into the net, you charged out without a second thought." Li Yinian recalled the sight of Zhou, who was running swiftly while wailing in distress, and found it inexplicably amusing. The two of them struggled to contain their laughter. Li Yinian suddenly said with a serious expression, "Close your eyes. I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Zhou asked, half believing him, and then shut her eyes. "All right, you may open them." As Zhou beheld the object before her, her face instantly flushed crimson. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter once more. It was a tiny embroidered shoe, the very one that had been lost at Wild Boar Ridge all those years ago. Li Yinian dismounted and, leading his horse, walked away from the main road towards a gentle rise in the distance. This low hill, with its suitable gradient, was adorned with an expansive bamboo grove. Wisps of white steam danced among the bamboo, as if a delicate layer of cotton had been draped over the slope. As he gazed around, the landscape appeared desolate, with the bamboo forest standing as the sole splash of verdant color in the midst of winter. What captivated Li Yinian's attention was a tranquil pool of water at the foot of the mountain, exuding gentle wisps of steam that curled about a foot high, swaying gracefully in the breeze. A hot spring. Li Yinian deftly caught Zhou as she leaped from her steed, watching her swiftly dash towards the distant hot springs. Upon closer inspection, the water basin revealed significant human intervention. Encircled by bluish stone blocks, several streams meandered down the hillside, ultimately converging into the basin, producing a melodious sound. The few steps leading into the water were crafted from stone, facilitating access to the precious liquid. Shrouded in white mist, 2 hitching posts stood beside the pool, accompanied by 2 stone troughs, indicating that this was intentionally designed as a dismounting area. If this were indeed an estate, the absence of walls suggested a master of splendid leisure. Li Yinian filled half a stone trough with spring water, then took out a bag of fine feed and poured it into another stone trough. The mixture included dry corn kernels, beet pulp, and whole oats, seasoned with a pinch of salt, sweetened with honey, and then dried and cut into small pieces. This was a valuable treat, certainly more sumptuous than what most humans consume. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing in a moment of impulse that he had acquired yet another master to attend to. Patting the horse's neck, Li Yinian led Zhou up the hillside. The path ascending the slope was singular, winding in a zigzag manner, about 3 feet wide, paved with stone slabs. As they climbed, the bamboo forest deepened, and the surroundings became as tranquil as still water. A mist swirled at their feet, creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if they were stepping into a realm of immortals. Upon reaching the summit, a breathtaking view unfolded before them. What greeted their eyes was a valley, at the center of which lay a large lake, approximately an acre in size, its surface as smooth as a mirror, exuding wisps of steam. Encircling the lake, the trees stood densely, lush and verdant, forming a continuous expanse. On the opposite shore, the terrain gradually rose, where among the hillside forests, one could faintly discern scattered rooftops and eaves, along with pavilions and terraces. There was a waterside pavilion with a pointed roof at each corner, accompanied by a wooden corridor, extending over 20 paces into the lake. Nearby, the water was crystal clear, occasionally revealing small schools of fish swimming by. In the distance, white smoke rose, shrouded in mist, obscuring the view, yet the silhouette of another similar waterside pavilion could be vaguely discerned across the lake. Indeed, taking a boat would save considerable effort in traversing the terrain. Lienian couldn't help but exclaim, "This place, where the seasons remain evergreen, resembles a paradise beyond the mundane world." To possess such a precious piece of land in the outskirts of the capital surely indicates an extraordinary individual. Indeed, it belonged to the esteemed scholar of our time, the former Prime Minister, Song Yanqing. "Oh, you are aware of it?" "Yes, but you did not inquire." He. Observing Li Yunian in a predicament, Zhou Yi found great amusement. Li Yunian stood upright, bowing deeply towards the opposite shore. Prime Minister Song, of noble character, complimented the late emperor perfectly. Under their governance, the nation enjoyed decades of peace, with the populace living in prosperity and gratitude. And you, a mere warrior, still concern yourself with such matters? One must read. Without reading, one remains oblivious to the world. Suddenly, a resonant voice rang out. What a truth about ignorance without knowledge. Ha ha ha. The voice was seasoned, and the laughter was hearty. A refreshing breeze swept through, dispersing the mist over the lake. In the distance, the sound of oars cutting through the water emerged, as a small boat gracefully approached the shore. At the bow stood an elderly gentleman, not tall in stature, yet remarkably straight-backed. His hair was as white as snow, tied in a bun, and adorned with a soft fabric cap. His forehead was exceptionally prominent, with high cheekbones, and white eyebrows and beard, the ends of which drooped. His round, bright eyes shone with clarity, complemented by a straight nose with a well-defined bridge and full, fleshy nostrils. His lips were thick, embellished with a goatee. He was clad in a modest gray robe with wide sleeves, secured by a jade belt of azure hue, and his feet were encased in black cloth boots. His attire was understated, yet his aura was profound. Among those he resembled in gravitas was the national master, Shun Wan. Zhou Yi joyfully waved his hands towards the elder, calling out loudly, "Uncle Song." Li Yinian felt a deep sense of embarrassment, standing upright with a respectful bow, awaiting the small boat to dock. "Your Highness, I am Song Yanqing, and I humbly wish you peace." Upon stepping onto the wooden corridor, Song Yanqing bowed deeply. Zhou Yi, visibly anxious, could not restrain herself. After much effort in helping him rise, their gazes met. Zhou Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as she softly called out, "Uncle Song." Song Yanqing's eyes glistened with moisture as he gently patted the back of Zhou Yi's hand, saying, "You never come to see me. This old body of yours truly fears it may not wait for you any longer." Zhou Yi released her grip, her tears transforming into a smile. "Mother said I must not come, fearing that my royal brother might grow suspicious. I too have hesitated to visit. Whenever I think of Uncle Song, I am reminded of father, and it brings me sorrow. Good child, I have made you suffer unnecessarily." Song Yanqing gazed at Zhou Yi with profound affection. He was a promising young talent supported by the late Emperor Gaozu, slightly older than Emperor Wan, a capable minister left by Gaozu for Wen's governance. As fellow scholars, they shared common aspirations. While publicly they were a model of ruler and minister, privately they shared a deep camaraderie. In her childhood, Zhou Yi often followed the late emperor and came to see Song Yanqing most frequently, always addressing him as uncle, a title Emperor Wen wholeheartedly approved, forbidding any change. Zhou Yi turned to introduce Li Yinian, but was preempted by Song Yanqing. Li Yinian, a native of Jiaozhou, recently appointed as a 9th-rank righteous courage officer by the emperor, the chief strategist behind last night's turmoil resolution. Though the emperor has kept you in the shadows from this day forth, you shall leave a significant mark on the city of Chang'an. Uncle Song, what do you mean by leaving a significant mark? Zhou Yi inquired, puzzled. Dressed in fine garments and riding spirited steeds, galloping through the streets of Zhuke with the princess. Pray, how many in this realm can boast such a feat? Song Yanqing replied. Zhou Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Yinian bowed deeply, his head lowered in a manner reminiscent of a contrite student. He was astonished at how swiftly the news had spread through Song Yanqing's network. The two of them had barely paused for breath at the foot of the mountain, and yet the word had already reached others. Enough of that, come aboard. I have prepared a modest wine for us. We can depart after we dine. The three of them boarded the boat, with Song Yanqing standing at the bow. A gentle breeze stirred, and the small vessel seemed to glide forward of its own accord. Zhou Yi suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait a minute. How did Uncle Song know we had just left the city gate? A secret, a secret. Ha ha." Song Yanqing chuckled. The boat suddenly accelerated, causing Zhou Yi to stumble, and Li Yinian quickly moved to steady him. Song Yanqing recited softly, "When the golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm." In the capital, two significant events were rapidly unfolding. The first was the unexpected demise of the national uncle, rumored to be a consequence of divine retribution. It was said that he had practiced nefarious arts, consuming the essence of others. Last night, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A celestial being descended and struck the national uncle's head with a single blow. This news circulated cautiously in the streets, yet it was relayed with such conviction that it felt as if witnessed firsthand. The second event was poised to overshadow the first. Who were the two figures galloping down Zhuke Avenue that morning? The most credible account came from Mingda Gate, identifying the woman as Princess Yuzhen and the man as Li Yinian, a martial artist. Consequently, inquiries surged regarding Li Yinian's lineage. Officials with the surname Li were meticulously scrutinized, yet none matched his age or status. A talented scholar, having witnessed the scene, painted several portraits of the pair on horseback. The two looked striking together, exuding charm and grace. Their exquisite attire, makeup, headpieces, weapons, and capes were rendered with remarkable detail. The magnificent steed beneath them was depicted with vigorous strokes, showcasing its majestic beauty. The scholar raised the price to 10 taels per painting, only to find them snatched up in an instant. He was soon compelled to board a sedan chair, traveling from door to door to recreate the portraits for the young ladies of the households. A man from the western regions had someone replicate one of the paintings, amplifying its size and vibrancy, and framed it for display in his shop. A crowd quickly gathered. The western man pointed at the chestnut Dewan horse, proclaiming loudly, "That's the horse I sold him. It belongs to my family." As copies of the portrait proliferated, the price dwindled to 2 taels by the time it reached Dou Yuan in the afternoon. Enraged, Dou Yuan slammed the painting down before Douyin Xue. "So he's fickle, is he? After all I've done for him. Rest assured, when he returns, I shall break his legs." Douyin Xue cast a glance at the painting, fiddling with the hem of her garment, hesitating to speak. Noticing his sister's unusual demeanor, Dou Yuan seemed to understand something. "Do you know?" he inquired. Douyin Xue nodded and replied, "They are childhood sweethearts. They have known each other for a long time." Goodness, it is quite unexpected to discover that Li Yinian is indeed a master among the flowers. As the esteemed granddaughter of the Chaobang, must I truly become his subordinate? Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? Douyin Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Dou Yuan, being no novice in the realm of romance himself, found the situation increasingly perplexing. Thus, he inquired, "You two have not yet established your relationship, have you?" Douyin Xue nodded with great difficulty. "Retribution, dear sister, it is all my fault." "Retribution, indeed, it is retribution," Dou Yuan murmured as he exited the room. As Li Yinian and his companion returned from the southern outskirts, dusk was approaching. The setting sun cast its golden hues, barely allowing them to arrive in time for the banquet at the Chen residence. To avoid drawing attention, Li Yinian dismounted near the city gate, intending to lead his horse into the city. However, they had underestimated the extent of the morning's events, which had by now become common knowledge throughout the city. From a distance, Li Yinian noticed a throng at the city gate, with an increased number of soldiers attempting to disperse the crowd blocking the entrance. The gatekeeper of Mingda Gate, who had previously obstructed their passage, was now kneeling at the entrance, imploring, "Please forgive us, Your Highness." Xu Yi promptly dismounted and assisted the gatekeeper to his feet, smiling. "What wrong has General Lu committed? It is we who have been headstrong and unruly. We ought to offer you our sincerest apologies." The gatekeeper, trembling with fear, prepared to kneel again. "They have returned. Princess Yuzhen and her entourage are back," someone shouted, igniting a cacophony within the city. "Escort the princess into the city," the gatekeeper commanded loudly. Outside the gate, the crowd was uproarious. 2 ranks of shield bearers parted the masses, barely creating a narrow passageway. "The princess should mount and ride swiftly. Our guards at the southern gate are insufficient. We cannot withstand this overwhelming tide of people. Should any mishap occur, we would bear the burden of it." The gatekeeper expressed his concerns, which were not unfounded. As the passage created by the shield bearers grew increasingly constricted, Li Yinian made a swift decision. assisting Zhou Yi onto the horse before mounting himself. He tightened the reins and, with a commanding shout, urged the steed to gallop forward. The sound of hooves echoed through the archway, resonating into the city, and the crowd began to stir with excitement. Amidst a flurry of rapid hoofbeats, a crimson figure dashed past. The crowd erupted in cheers, filled with enthusiasm. My goodness! Both sides of Zhuke Street were teeming with spectators, all eager to catch a glimpse of the princess and her prospective groom. Li Yinian found himself in a state of bewilderment, realizing that the game had escalated far beyond expectations. He hastened his pace, hoping to conclude this arduous journey as swiftly as possible. The remarkable acceleration of the sweat-blood steed invigorated the crowd, their cheers reaching a crescendo once more. Zhou Yi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Li Yinian, in stark contrast, maintained his composure in the face of adversity. Observing Zhou Yi's discomfort, he erupted into laughter. As they raced along the Zhuke Tianjia, spanning over 10 miles, they left an indelible mark on this day, truly etching vibrant strokes into the annals of their tale. Chapter 38. The return of the year as night deepened. The Taiji Palace lay shrouded in darkness, save for the 2 instruments hall, which remained brightly lit. The palace maids and court officials toiled day and night to transport the emperor's accustomed belongings from the Daming Palace to the 2 instruments hall. Emperor Zhou showed no inclination to return to the Daming Palace. Ostensibly, he aimed to establish an image of a wise ruler enduring hardships and forging ahead. Yet in truth, he recoiled from confronting the Yangla Palace and the mother who had dominated his life for so long. He understood his mother and uncle all too well. They were selfish and greedy, akin to leeches draining the vitality of the Desui. Yu Hong, born of a commoner, had trained in martial arts. Having squandered much of his life in debauchery, he had achieved little, lingering in taverns and brothels. Quite unexpectedly, in midlife, he experienced a meteoric rise, breaking through to the unparalleled 4th rank. Taking advantage of the emperor's waning faculties in his later years, he conspired with the favored concubine to manipulate power dynamics, encroaching upon military authority. In the year prior to the emperor's death, a mere border skirmish was manipulated into a full-blown war. The favored concubine coaxed the ailing emperor into appointing Yu Heng as the Grand Marshal, leading troops into battle. Yu Heng, commanding a substantial army, meandered across the vast grasslands for several months, dispatching a few scouts and audaciously returning with claims of a great victory. Coincidentally, the emperor passed away during this time. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 retained military power, orchestrating a scheme to lure the northern king into the capital to vie for the throne. Once the crown prince and the northern king were mutually exhausted, they would stand to gain from the ensuing chaos. After achieving their objectives, Yu Hong leveraged the emperor's authority to elevate himself to the rank of general, commanding the entire military. In the subsequent decade, he transformed into a paramount figure of the state, wielding significant influence. The Yu family rose rapidly through ruthless means, extorting wealth, annexing land, and disregarding human life, becoming the foremost family in the capital. Their prominence was unparalleled, rivaling that of entire nations in wealth. In the capital, the Yu family held ownership of approximately 40 to 50% of the real estate. Their vast estates beyond the city were even more numerous. The sprawling Yu estate, constructed with the labor of tens of thousands, boasted numerous pavilions and terraces, arranged in a splendid manner. The walls were erected taller than the city walls, and those who visited claimed it was a realm unto itself, grander than the heavens. The military situation was equally dire. They embezzled military funds, profited from ghost soldiers, imposed illicit taxes, seized peasant lands, and falsified military achievements, an array of crimes that were nearly beyond reckoning. Whenever the emperor recalled these transgressions, he wished nothing more than to devour their flesh, drink their blood, and obliterate their lineage. On the writing desk lies a freshly received urgent report from Yuzhou, dispatched by Yu Heng's eldest son, Yu Banian. Several years prior, Yu Banian succeeded Ko Tingshan in overseeing Yuzhou, collaborating with the northern protector king, Zhou Bo, who commands Yingzhou, to confront the newly ascendant wolf clan of the Jin tribe from the northeast. Their relationship is one of mutual support and restraint. At present, the emperor perceives the direst scenario as Yu Banian feeling cornered and aligning with his uncle Zhou Bo to march southward, conspiring against the capital. However, the conditions Yu Banian has proposed incite the emperor's ire to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration. They include a royal burial for the late emperor at the accompanying mausoleum, sharing in the reverence of the ancestral temple, a 3-day mourning period during which the emperor would personally visit to express condolences and bestow a posthumous title of loyal and martial. Each stipulation represents the utmost respect accorded to a subject regarding their final arrangements. What merit or capability does Yu Heng possess to even lay claim to one of these honors? The mere posthumous title of loyal and martial would provoke fierce resistance from those literati who pride themselves on their integrity, valuing reputation and propriety above life itself. During his lifetime, they have ridden on his back, and even in death, they would not relent. At this moment, the emperor's heart is filled with malice toward his own uncle. During today's South Morning Court session, the ministers, long harboring grievances against Yu Heng, erupted into chaos. Ultimately failing to reach a consensus, they could only appoint Yin Min, the junior minister of the Honglu Temple, to preside over the mourning rites for the Yu family. Fortunately, the funeral of royal relatives is typically a protracted affair, often spanning several months from the moment of closing the eyes to burial. Though challenging, there remains time to navigate through it all. As for the rumors circulating in the streets regarding the national uncle practicing heretical arts, the imperial guards have apprehended a few individuals, temporarily quelling the matter. Yet, one cannot hide fire with paper. The truth will inevitably surface, especially considering the multitude of witnesses present at the time. Presumably, Yubanian has also dispatched individuals to investigate the circumstances then, knowing full well the perpetrators were from Fusang. Even if he traces the matter back to Li Yinian, he must weigh the consequences of invoking the wrath of divine powers. For now, as long as the Empress Dowager in Yongla Palace remains, the Yu family will not become overly aggressive. On the desk, there is also a painting depicting Li Yinian and Zhou Yi galloping through the celestial streets. The bearer of the painting, fuming with indignation, demands severe punishment for the two depicted figures, one of whom is his own sister, Princess Zhou Lan of Chongping. Zhou Lan has been in a rivalry with Zhou Yi since childhood, and witnessing her become the center of attention in the capital has driven her to shatter several porcelain ornaments in a fit of rage, insisting on seeking the emperor's stern retribution. After much persuasion, the emperor managed to calm her. Regardless, Li Yinian's close ties with the royal family are ultimately beneficial. At this moment, Li Yinian resides in the 7th level of the dungeon of the Astronomical Bureau. One of the cell doors stands ajar, and as he gazes at the small creature huddled in the corner, his eyes widen to the size of copper bells. A fluffy little creature, entirely snow-white, with a sharp snout reminiscent of a fox, ears that resemble those of a snow marten, and a tail almost equal in length to its body, exceedingly bushy, akin to a squirrel. Is this the young lad you called for? The little creature shrinks further into the corner, hiding behind its own tail. Its large eyes glimmer with tears. Do not be deceived. When the disciples endeavored to capture it, they exerted considerable effort. The speaker is the custodian of the dungeon, a short and stout old man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage, exuding a rosy complexion. He appears rather unremarkable, resembling a cook. He is one of the 4 third-grade sorcerers of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and has long been stationed in the capital. He is the disciple of the national master, Shenwan, and goes by the name Hu Zhongyuan. With a reclusive disposition, he prefers solitude and shuns social interaction, dedicating himself to the oversight of peculiar beings sent by disciples from all corners of the nation. Master Hu, what species is this? A tree fox. A rare type of fox. It possesses the ability to transform and can mimic human speech. Is it formidable? Why is it confined on the 7th level? It is merely feigning pity. This creature is capable of assuming human form and is a great demon. The Fox clan is categorized into 5 ranks based on cultivation: spirit, demon, devil, immortal, and celestial. This little being is at the pinnacle of the demon realm. The Fox clan? Are you unfamiliar with it? It does not belong to our realm. It occasionally manifests in the world due to fortuitous circumstances. You may delve into the text for further understanding. Li Yinian nodded and produced the jade pendant of vibrant green hue. Upon sighting the pendant, the young tree fox instantly became fierce, leaping forward with fervor. Its body swelled rapidly to nearly 10 feet in height, eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, and its visage transformed into one of repulsion. It opened its maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged towards the jade pendant with intent to bite. Li Yinian, in a moment of urgency, clutched the jade pendant tightly, and with a singular thought, flames erupted from his palm. Before him, a monstrous creature, towering a yard high, emitted a wretched scream, rolling on the ground while clutching its head. A thick plume of white smoke enveloped it, mingling with a foul scent of charred flesh. Its form rapidly diminished to that of a weasel, glaring at Li Yinian with malevolent eyes. Li Yinian's expression darkened like water as he intensified his assault. Li Yinian, may you meet a wretched fate. I shall tear you to shreds. The shrill and piercing cries reverberated through the dungeon. The little tree fox, in agony, thrashed against the walls, blood seeping from the corners of its eyes and mouth. Li Yinian approached it, crouched down, and extended his head before it, saying, "Come, give it a try." Their gazes locked, neither yielding an inch. The flames intensified once more, transforming into a resplendent golden hue. The little tree fox was enveloped in a blaze, instantly igniting with golden flames. A tremor emanating from its very soul weighed heavily upon it, almost shattering its composure. The ferocity in its eyes finally dissipated as it gazed incredulously at the young man before it. Enduring the excruciating pain, the little tree fox clasped its hands into fists and offered a bow to Li Yinian. Li Yinian extinguished the flames and said, "Tomorrow, I will take you away. From now on, you shall accompany me." The little tree fox bowed its head and replied, "Yes." "Li, is that your name?" "Indeed." Li Yinian chuckled. "Ali? It's quite a lovely name. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow, Ali." "All right," Ali replied. Hu Zhongyuan closed the prison door and cautioned, "One must not take everything it says at face value." Li Yinian performed a respectful bow and took his leave, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Master Uncle. I shall keep it close to my heart." After bidding farewell to Li Yinian, Hu Zhongyuan returned to the prison door of Ali and spoke in a low voice. "If he dies, I will scour the ends of the earth to find you and ensure he is buried with honor." Ali let out a mocking laugh, choosing to ignore him. Upon returning to the small courtyard of Huai Yuanfang, it was already late into the night. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and the light in the main room remained aglow. Before he could step inside, the door creaked open. With a dark expression, Shiyu emerged, wielding a thick stick the size of a bull's opening. She seized Li Yinian by the collar and dragged him into the main room. Seated at the square table were Do Yuan and his sister Do Yingxue, with two paintings displayed before them. Though the styles differed, the themes were strikingly similar. Li Yunian had only heard about Qinsong from others. This was his first encounter. He hurriedly took a seat, cradling the artwork in his hands, admiring it. However, the depiction of the blade seemed off, and the subject appeared somewhat wooden, lacking in vitality. Noticing the silence from the crowd, Li Yunian, feeling compelled, ventured a greeting. "Not asleep yet? Are we having a midnight snack? If not, I could whip something up for us to drink." Shiwei raised a large wooden stick, ready to strike, exclaiming, "Stop feigning ignorance. Speak, what on earth is going on? If I admit to a mistake, would you believe me?" Do Yuan abruptly snatched the portrait, pointing at the image, and declared, "Brother, your hands are already around her waist. The entire capital knows now. You must provide an explanation to our family's Yingxue today." "Brother," Do Yingxue, flustered and furious, interjected. Shiwei rolled her eyes, thinking, from the start of the siege on Xiangyang, your intentions were clear. Now, you're embarrassed? How uncharacteristic of you. Realizing there was no escaping the situation, Li Yunian sighed. He gathered his thoughts, unsure of where to begin. Previously, he had mentioned certain events, but had not elaborated. Thus, he decided today was the day to share. He commenced the tale from the moment the Qilin fell to the ground, shattering his family's ancestral home, recounting stories of Aunt Lu, Arya, Lu Songju, Wang Qinglang, Qilin Hall, Old Shui, Shouju, and the day spent alongside Shouyi. Li Yinian smiled and said, "She hails from a noble lineage, yet has never regarded me as a mere rustic child. She sincerely calls me Brother Yinian. Later, as you may know, I encountered Shiyue and Yingxue." "Wait, are you implying that you have seen a true Qilin and even conversed with it?" Do Yuan inquired. "Indeed, Lord Chen, Brother Wang, and Ma San have all witnessed it. The elder is quite affable," Li Yinian replied. Do Yuan was taken aback. There truly exists a divine beast, the Qilin. Suddenly, Do Yingxue recalled something and asked, "So, the Qilin blood crystal was obtained during that time?" "Yes, Lord Chun was imprisoned for it, and I ventured to the capital because of it. Fortunately, it has returned to its rightful owner, and my mission can be deemed accomplished." With that, Li Yinian rose, bowed respectfully to the Do siblings, and then placed a shard upon the table. "This time, I was able to trace back the blood crystal, and both my brother and Yingxue contributed significantly. I shall never forget this. This shard must return to its rightful owner. If I am fortunate enough to meet the elder again on my return, I shall endeavor to request a blood crystal for our old leader." Do Yuan picked up the shard and returned it to Li Yinian's hand, saying, "A hot potato. Of little use, best left at the Qintian monitor." As for my old man, he is rather indifferent. Such external possessions may not even pique his interest. Li Enian hesitated for a moment, gathered the fragments, and said, "Very well, let us store them with the national master for now, should the need arise. I shall retrieve them. As for the blood crystal, I cannot guarantee its efficacy. Let fate decide, for having it is certainly better than not." Shi Wei realized the conversation had strayed off course and interjected, "Wait, were we not discussing Zhou Yi? I suspect Enian's actions are, on one hand, a message to the emperor that, regardless of circumstances, he intends to maintain a cordial relationship with the royal family. On the other hand, it serves as a warning not to harbor any ill intentions towards the Zhou siblings," Doing Xue remarked. "That is about right. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I did not consider it thoroughly. Now that the news is widely known, it is quite helpless." Li Enian responded, "In that case, let it be. The princess must take the lead, while Ing Xue must take a step back. We can no longer yield." Dou Yuan suddenly stood up and declared, "Brother, you speak nonsense again." Dou Ing Xue exclaimed, flustered. "The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, with life hanging by a thread. The mystery surrounding our parents' case is convoluted, and I do not even know how long I shall live. I fear I may let down my beloved. It is wiser to take cautious steps and proceed one day at a time," Li Enian replied. "Bah, our family is also steeped in the ways of the martial world. Yet you speak of caution. I, Dou Yuan, have always had good fortune in gambling. I shall wager on you." Dou Yuan winked at his sister and patted Li Enian on the shoulder. Li Enian, perplexed, remarked, "Shall I proceed then?" "Indeed. Let us settle on this," laughed Dou Yuan. Doing Xue, overwhelmed by shyness, kept her head bowed. Shi Wei, taken aback, interjected, "Wait a moment, how have you two already become engaged?" Dou Yuan chuckled, "Sister Shi Wei, would you like to join in? However, you can only take the position of the third." "Pa, who would want to be the third?" Shi Wei retorted. Dou Yuan sidestepped gracefully, approaching Shi Wei, and said, "My elder brother is yet to marry. There is a position of the first available. Would you consider it, Sister Shi Wei?" Shi Wei brandished a hefty stick and chased Dou Yuan around the courtyard in a frenzy. The following morning, the group saw each other off at the city gate by the Ba Bridge. Chen Songju, Zhou Yi, Shi Wei, Dou Yuan, Wang Qinglang, and Xiao Jiao were all present. The old Taoist from Xuandu Temple remained carefree, as Xiao Jiao had evidently become a disciple of the Qin Tian supervisor. Recently, he had found a new target for mischief, persistently bothering the white-clad youth who guided and managed the fires. The two were of similar age, yet the white-clad youth wore a sour expression, disinterested in engaging. Doing Xue also set off on her journey, stating her intention to return to the Dongting headquarters for the new year, leaving Dou Yuan in the capital to attend to the affairs of their group before departing. Zhou Ju did not come, but sent a message wishing for a safe journey. Uncharacteristically, Zhou Yi did not shed tears. Instead, she smiled at Li Enian and said, "Brother Enian, I will await your return in the capital." "All right. Let us seal it with a pact." Li Yonian extended his finger, and the two made a pact, reminiscent of their previous farewell. 20 miles south of the city, within the confines of a grand estate, Qi Qing knelt in a hall, her hands folded before her and her forehead touching the ground. "Master, Li Yonian has departed from the capital. I implore you to allow me entry into the city to procure the fragments." Seated in the prominent master chair was a middle-aged man, slightly over 40, with a portly physique reminiscent of a country gentleman, his countenance stern. "Patience is required. All the surveillance within the city has been compromised, and my physical form still necessitates a period of adjustment." And what of the envoy's response? With a resounding clap, the middle-aged man struck the tea table beside him, shattering it to pieces. "Can you not see? The envoy is treating us as a litmus test." At such a critical juncture, Yu Heng still lingers at the street corner, waiting to reap the benefits. He deserves his fate. Qi Qing trembled violently, hurriedly shifting to the side and bowing her head, whispering, "Master, please exercise caution in your words." "Enough. The envoy has his own schemes, for the time being. We shall remain still and await further instructions." "Understood." Chapter 39. Zhou Yi's sister. On this journey home, Li Enian chose to travel by land. The sight of the was too striking, so before his departure, he visited a stable and exchanged it for a cerulean Tianshan steed. The Western region man was overjoyed, returning the original price in silver and generously gifting an additional Tianshan horse. They verbally agreed that in the future, Li Enian would exclusively purchase horses from his stable. Unbeknownst to Li Enian, on the very day he galloped through the celestial streets, the price of the chestnut Dewan horses within the city of Chang'an had soared by 30%. His steed, imbued with a tale of its own, was destined to fetch an even higher price. Likewise, the premium fox furs in the two markets had also seen a surge in value. Once a popular trend years ago, they had gradually fallen out of favor, only to suddenly regain their allure in recent days, with prices skyrocketing to the point of scarcity. On the streets of Chang'an, cloaks of fox fur mirroring that of Princess Yuzhen began to emerge, since the last incident of being recognized upon her exit from the palace, which had caused a considerable commotion. Shui had not ventured beyond the palace gates for several days. Nevertheless, her daily regalia and attire continued to circulate outside the palace, becoming a source of envy and imitation among the young ladies of nobility. Today, Zhou donned a male disguise. She wore a peony-embroidered cap, a short shirt adorned with a round collar and wide sleeves in a resplendent red and gold cloud pattern, complemented by a pair of silver metallic arm guards and a crimson leather belt embellished with a golden beast's head. Her lower attire consisted of black, wide-legged trousers, and her feet were clad in black leather military boots. The attire was vibrant and splendid, exuding an air of gallant elegance. Following closely behind her was the young palace maid, Qiulu, who was visibly flushed as she hurried to keep pace. As the appointed hour approached, Zhou quickened her steps, leaving Qiulu to struggle behind. The duo moved like the wind, nearly traversing the entirety of the Great Ming Palace. Exiting through the right silver platform gate, they crossed the corridor of the Xing'an Gate and then entered the Riying Gate, making their way towards the western inner courtyard of the old palace. Upon passing through a cluster of artificial rocks, Zhou found herself confronted by a throng of individuals. At the forefront was a familiar face, Zhou. Behind her stood several palace maids and young eunuchs, each bearing a fierce demeanor. In recent years, the Yongla Palace had gained prominence, and the servants had become accustomed to their newfound arrogance. Qiulu was seized by two of the palace maids beside Zhou and thrust against the rocky formation. "Zhou, what are you sneaking around for?" Zhou mocked. "Sister Lan, at your age, still resorting to such childish antics. What's the rush? Are you eager to meet your wild man, Brother Enian? It seems the ugly have a penchant for mischief. What you desire remains elusive." Zhou temper flared, particularly irked by such words from Zhou. In truth, Zhou was not unattractive. Her features were even more delicate than Zhou, possessing a refined elegance. Being 2 years her senior, she had a graceful and voluptuous figure, exuding a mature charm befitting a royal princess. However, her upbringing had rendered her accustomed to indulgence, and a certain bitterness often lingered in her expression, making her difficult to approach. It was not entirely her fault. Emperor Wen, a paragon of erudition and equity, had favored Zhou above all his 5 children in his later years. This favoritism had sown discord in Zhou heart from a young age. Furthermore, her biological mother frequently referred to concubine Xiao in disparaging terms, likening her to a seductress, which only deepened Zhou disdain for the lineage of the Greenhouse Palace. Following the emperor's passing, the Yu family had grown increasingly powerful, and their vendetta against Zhou had not abated, as they routinely sought to ambush her. This week, Zhou was as nimble as a rabbit, and despite her efforts, Zhou could not gain any significant advantage, leaving her in a fit of rage. Zhou, exasperated, shouted, "Shengui!" A burly figure, nearly 6 feet tall, emerged from behind the rockery. Shengui, a kitchen assistant, towering and robust, the mightiest of the palace attendants. With immense strength. "Seize her. Grab her hands. Today, I shall tear her mouth apart and reveal who the true ugly one is." Qiulu, terrified, cried out for help, but her mouth was swiftly covered. Zhou chuckled and remarked, "Sister Lan, we've been at this for years, yet you still haven't succeeded. Perhaps it's time for a change in dialogue?" Zhou face flushed with fury as she barked orders to her followers, tightening the encirclement. Zhou remained unfazed, gradually squatting down among the crowd, adopting a perfect horse stance, her gaze sharp, exuding an increasing aura of confidence. Shengui unwittingly swallowed nervously. He already hesitated to strike the princess, and Zhou presence further intimidated him. "Do not think that donning male attire grants you martial prowess. Today, I shall mar your face, and let those little harlots outside see how they can emulate you." "Ah, so this is driven by jealousy, is it?" Zhou, struck at her core, completely lost her temper, bellowing, "Ah, I want to rip her mouth apart. You all advance, or else each of you shall receive 20 lashes and be expelled from the palace." Upon hearing this, the crowd gritted their teeth and lunged at Zhou, determined to subdue her. However, the ensuing scene left Zhou eyes wide with astonishment. In mere few steps, Zhou evaded all their attacks, her body transforming into a silken ribbon. Weaving effortlessly through the throng, her hands danced gracefully, as if in a ballet. The palace maids, bound together by their flowing skirts, shrieked in humiliation as their garments tore with a sound akin to ripping fabric. Shenggui let out a bellow akin to a slaughtered pig, charging towards Zhou with fists as large as a clay pot. Zhou leaped high, executing a roundhouse kick that connected with Shenggui's rotund face, sending him flying over 2 paces, crashing against the rockery and losing consciousness. The remaining attendants, petrified, knelt in fear. In Zhoulan's eyes, a figure clad in brocade gracefully landed before her. She could not deny that, were it not for that infuriating face, he was indeed quite captivating. Zhou, relishing Zhoulan's astonished expression, inquired, "Sister Lan, did I frighten you?" Snapping back to reality, Zhoulan, wide-eyed, stammered, "Zhou, when did you learn martial arts?" "That's none of your concern. Now it's my turn to tear your mouth." With that, Zhou raised her hands and advanced towards her. Zhoulan, pale with fear, cried out, desperately covering her face. Curled up on the ground, she desperately kicked her small feet and rolled to evade. Upon witnessing this, Zhou chuckled and squatted down. After a prolonged wait, Zhoulan peeked through her fingers and noticed that Zhou had not made a move, feeling a sudden loss of composure as she sat up. Zhou extended her hand, startling Zhoulan into retreat, only to be firmly grasped by Zhou on the shoulder. With utmost care, Zhou brushed off the dust from Zhoulan's clothes and hair, meticulously arranging her appearance while scrutinizing her face. She remarked, "How could I ever bear to mar such a beautiful visage? Sister Lan, your face is simply irresistible." Zhoulan, perplexed, responded, "Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? Before ascending to the heavens, Father once said that beauty endures a bitter fate, especially for someone as enchanting as Sister Lan. He implored me that should I ever possess the means, I should support you. You are speaking nonsense. When has Father ever held me dear? In his heart, there has only ever been you. If Sister Lan does not believe me, she might inquire with the elders in the palace. The child who was once cradled in Father's hands and cherished above all else. Who could that be?" Zhoulan's eyes brimmed with tears as she shouted, "You are lying. You are deceiving me. I only discovered later that I was merely a substitute for you, Sister Lan." Seeing the disappointment etched on Zhou's face, Zhoulan felt bewildered, uttering dreamily, "Zhou, you seem different today." "Different in what way?" "You appear somewhat wiser, yet a touch melancholic. You are usually the happiest. When I see you smile, it irks me. Ha! My foolish sister, in this deep palace, who truly possesses wisdom? Who is genuinely happy? Can you discern?" Zhou helped Zhoulan to her feet, dusting her off with a smile. "Do not block my path in the future, if Sister Lan feels bored. She may come to play with me, I excel at that." With that, Zhou hurriedly led Xiaolu away. From a distance, they heard Zhoulan's voice calling out, "Xiaolu, do not play tricks on me. You are deceiving me." Xiaolu looked at Xiaolu, perplexed, and said, "Your Highness, you do indeed seem different today." "There is nothing different." "Do not speak foolishly." Zhou gazed up at the sky, wondering where Yunyan was at that moment. It turned out that when one thinks of someone too much, they may inadvertently become that person. Upon arriving at the astronomical bureau, Zhouju guided them to the 8th floor. 2 black and white spheres were thrown, forming a protective membrane of intertwined colors. Zhouju handed over a puppet, dropping a single drop of blood upon it. "Isn't this Master Yunyan?" Li Yunyan dissolved the blood pact, specifically leaving it for you." "Oh." A drop of blood fell. Bai Jingtang stretched languidly, surveying his surroundings, and commented, "Has that lad departed?" Zhouju replied, "Yes, it has been several days." Bai Jingtang glanced at Zhou and remarked, Your attire is rather splendid, flamboyant even. Rivaling my own." Zhou wore a radiant smile, while Bai Jingtang spoke in a melodious tone. "Have you come to an understanding? Why pursue martial arts?" Zhou declared spiritedly, "Brother Enian said that if I become formidable, I can alleviate everyone's worries and protect them. Are you afraid of pain? You have witnessed the state in which Li Enian was left after being beaten. Brother Enian mentioned that during the initial encounters, he wished for death, but later, a day without being struck made him feel utterly uncomfortable. This wretched boy, it seems he still hasn't been hit hard enough. However, he possesses extraordinary talent. He cannot be killed, but you are not the same." Bai Jing'ang turned his gaze towards Zhouju. Zhouju nodded and retrieved several sets of white martial attire and a few boxes of medicinal pills. The specially crafted garments could self-repair and self-clean, while the boxes contained life-saving elixirs for emergencies. There is also a restoration pod in the training room upstairs that I designed. Its efficacy surpasses that of the medicinal barrels. To be used after the session. Zhou Yi changed into her outfit and descended, her teeth chattering and her body trembling. Do not be afraid, no matter what. Do not close your eyes. Observe closely how I throw my punches. The two stood firm. Zhou hesitated for a moment but ultimately stepped out of the room. Lacking the courage to witness his sister being beaten into a state reminiscent of Lianian, Zhou Lan did not return to the Daming Palace. Instead, she dismissed those around her and approached the entrance of a palace alone. The eastern palace of the Old Palace, Ichuan Palace within the Ichuan North Garden. Outside the palace walls, soldiers patrolled, and the palace gate, worn and paint-chipped, stood tightly shut, creating a desolate atmosphere. Zhou Lan steeled herself and knocked on the door knocker. But no one responded for a while. Is the Empress Dowager in? Zhou Lan called out loudly, knocking on the door again. At last, footsteps echoed from within. And a woman's voice replied, Is it Princess Yuzhen who has arrived? A matron dressed in plain robes, with a keen gaze, led two palace maids to open the door. This is Princess Chomping? The matron exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly bowed. Zhou Lan stepped forward to assist the matron, saying, Lu Mama, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to visit the Empress Dowager. Inside the palace, everything was neat and clean, with bright halls. Several palace maids were tying warming straw ropes around the roots of a few saplings. Upon seeing Zhou Lan, they knelt in greeting from a distance. Since her brother ascended to the throne, Zhou Lan had not visited this place again. Her mother forbade her from coming, claiming it was the residence of the deposed crown prince, a source of bad luck. Now that the emperor had taken the throne, the privileges of the former crown prince had naturally vanished, leaving only a handful of palace maids and matrons to attend to essential daily needs. Observing the desolation, yet noting that the courtyard was tidily arranged, it was quite fitting for her elder brother's meticulous character. In the sunlit area outside the palace door stood a tea table with 2 teacups, beside a small stove boiling water, where a young palace maid waited. An elderly lady, with hair graying and wearing a protective headpiece, sat in a rocking chair next to the tea table, appearing half asleep while basking in the sun. On the opposite side of the table sat a middle-aged man clad in a plain shirt, in his 40s. His hair, a mix of black and silver, was neatly arranged into a bun, simply adorned with a jade hairpin. With prominent brows and bright eyes radiating warmth, he squinted slightly while engrossed in a book. He exuded the maturity of a seasoned scholar, reminiscent of a compiler from the Hanlin Academy. Once the eldest prince, now the esteemed duke, was Zhou Tai. Zhou Lan felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as if she were once again in the presence of her father, the emperor, among the 3 princes. The eldest bore the closest resemblance to him, as if he were cast from the same mold. Has Yuzhen arrived? The elderly empress, awakening with a gradual realization, slowly opened her eyes. Zhou Tai looked up, chuckling, and exclaimed, Mother, it is not Yuzhen, but rather my sister, Chongping. Lu Mama, please fetch a chair. As Zhou Lan stepped forward to pay her respects to the current Empress Dowager, Zhou Tai gently lifted her, saying, Sister, please rise, the ground is cold. Let us forego such formalities today, as the Empress Dowager does not place much importance on them. Your presence is what truly matters. The elderly lady straightened her posture and beckoned with a smile. Changping, come closer. I must have a good look at you. Yuzhen always says that among us. Sister Lan is the most beautiful. Lu Mama placed a chair beside the Empress Dowager, and Zhou Lan curtsied before taking her seat. The Empress Dowager gazed at Zhou Lan's visage, exclaiming in wonder, Indeed, you are even more exquisite than Yuzhen, possessing a regal air. Zhou Lan felt her cheeks flush and inquired, Your Majesty, does Yuzhen visit often? Ah, Yuzhen comes by periodically, claiming to be enamored with Lu Mama's culinary skills, particularly the honey osmanthus cake. That child certainly has a festive spirit. Zhou Tai interjected, Mother, perhaps we should first inquire if Chongping has come with any pressing matters before we indulge in casual conversation. How thoughtless of me. Chongping, do you have something of importance to discuss? Not particularly, Zhou Lan replied. I happened upon Yuzhen in the Western Garden, exchanged a few words, and thought to come and see you, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Zhou Lan's attire and noted a few untidy aspects, chuckling, Oh, were you bested by her yet again? Zhou Lan's cheeks turned crimson as she nodded. Zhou Tai laughed. Though Yuzhen may seem foolish, she possesses a keen intellect. Summoning her courage, Zhou Lan ventured, Your Majesty, today Yuzhen spoke of something peculiar. She mentioned that when I was young, the emperor kept me by his side. However, I have no recollection of this, and thus I have come to inquire if it is true. Zhou Tai's smile faded as he exchanged a troubled glance with the Empress Dowager. The elderly lady sighed and replied, "Zhou Lan, some matters, considering our current circumstances, must remain unspoken. Do you understand? I had thought that within this palace, only the Empress Dowager dared to speak the truth. Today, witnessing the reality of this place, it is indeed quite challenging." Zhou Lan's mind raced with myriad thoughts, and a notion began to form within her. Rising to take her leave, she assured, "Your Majesty, fret not. I comprehend your words. What has been said today shall remain locked within my heart." Seeing this, Zhou Tai felt a pang of concern and urged, "Chongping, sit a while longer, bask in the sunlight, and enjoy a cup of tea before departing." Having said that, he personally poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Lan and remarked, "This is the tea that His Majesty cherishes most dearly. When you were but a child, sitting on your father's lap, you would drink this as well, unafraid of its bitterness." Zhou Lan received the teacup with both hands, feeling its warmth. As she took a sip, an aromatic fragrance enveloped her, accompanied by a distinct bitterness. Chapter 40. A Night Exploration of Huyao City. Li Yinian had been away from the capital for 7 days, traversing through Lantian, Shanghua, and Wuguan, and had rested last night in Neixiang, completing a journey of over 1,100 miles. Given the abundance of time, the two did not rush, choosing to meander along the way. Their next destination was Dangzhou, not far from Xiangyang. They opted for a safer route, first heading east along the official road for 300 miles to Nanyang, then veering southwest for another 300 miles to reach Dangzhou. Although this path added an extra 300 miles to their journey, it was relatively flat and dotted with numerous post stations. However, Li Yinian decided to take a more direct route, a 300-mile private path devoid of post stations. This route was shorter, but more arduous. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, they needed to quicken their pace. Ahead lay a city named Huyao, approximately 30 miles away. According to the county records, this city occupied a midsection of the Lishui River, nestled between the two larger cities of Neixiang and Dangzhou, serving as a military garrison. Should they miss the closing of the city gates, they would have to spend the night outside. While Li Yinian was indifferent to this prospect, he was concerned for Yingxua, as the winter nights in the wilderness were exceedingly frigid. The narrow path wound southward along the Lishui River, characterized by significant undulations, making it difficult for horses and carts to traverse. The land was severely eroded, presenting a landscape of saline, alkaline sand and stone, unsuitable for cultivation, rendering the surrounding area desolate and devoid of human presence for miles. After surmounting a small hill, Huyu City came into view. The ochre earthen walls rose about 2 zhang high, forming a square fortification. Built against the Lishui River, warships were anchored upon its surface. On the remaining 3 sides, a moat had been excavated, approximately 10 zhang wide, fed by the Lishui. Outside the walls, it appeared to be the only cultivable land in the vicinity, with a network of paths traversing the fields, suggesting hundreds of acres of farmland. The sky was overcast and bleak, evoking a sense of a solitary fortress on the frontier. Ali peeked out from the collar of Li Yinian's garment, scanning the surroundings. Her gaze fixated upon a dilapidated brothel by the roadside, emitting soft sounds from her throat. Li Yinian followed Ali's gaze, his brow slightly furrowing. The lewd temple, established by the local populace, was dedicated to various mountain and wilderness deities, falling outside the purview of the imperial sacrificial regulations. In times past, the ignorant common folk, swayed by local sorcerers, flocked to the lewd temple to seek blessings and procure elixirs and holy waters. Many ultimately found themselves destitute, with families torn apart. The interests behind the lewd temple were deeply entwined with the local gentry, and despite repeated prohibitions, it persisted. When Emperor Wen ascended the throne, Prime Minister Song Yanqing withstood the pressure and issued a decree to dismantle over 3,000 lewd temples throughout the Great Sui territory. The ruins before them were likely remnants from that era. The entrance was lost to time, and within, weeds grew wildly, reaching nearly a man's height. Half of the main hall had collapsed, with bricks and window frames scattered across the ground. On the high platform inside, a mud statue remained, its form reduced to but half. The original deity it once represented now a mystery. The interior was shrouded in dimness, exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Situated on this hillside, isolated from any village or shop, it indeed bore an unsettling aura. Is there any explanation for this? Li Yinian inquired. There is a malevolent energy. Ali replied. A demon? It's hard to say. You all should depart first. I will remain to investigate further and will meet you in the city shortly. Ali leaped from Li Yinian's embrace, disappearing into the temple grounds. A flurry of snowflakes descended, landing on the tip of Li Yinian's nose, cold to the touch. Let us welcome the snow as we enter the city. Two swift steeds galloped down the hillside, hooves flying. Approaching the city gate, a sudden clamor of alarm rang out from the city walls. Within the gates, a squad of armed soldiers hastily emerged, forming a line to block the entrance. Shadows moved atop the wall, longbows extending from the parapets, aimed at the two travelers. An arrow shot forth, embedding itself in the ground at a distance. A figure clad in gleaming armor, appearing to be in his 40s and of official bearing, emerged atop the wall, shouting loudly, "Halt, travelers!" Leonian and his companion reined in their horses before the arrow feathers, gazing towards the gate of the city. "I am Leonian, a lowly officer of the 9th rank. We seek shelter for the night and kindly request the officer's leniency. The city of Huyao does not receive outsiders today. Please return the way you came." The gate began to close slowly as the soldiers retreated within. Two soldiers shouted for delay, hastily rushing past Leonian. Squeezing through the narrow opening before the gate was firmly shut. Something felt amiss. Indeed, it was overly deliberate. What should we do now? Snow had begun to fall, rendering the mountain paths treacherous. "Let us return to find Ollie," he suggested. Ingshue's expression turned troubled as she whispered, "You don't mean we must spend the night at that lewd temple, do you?" "Most likely." Ingshue, nearly in tears, scolded, "Ah, it's all your fault. You insisted on taking that shortcut. Haha, are you still afraid of demons? Just a few days ago, you were embracing Ollie every day. That is entirely different. Ollie is so adorable. Ollie's age could very well make her your great-grandmother." By the time they returned to the small hillside, darkness had enveloped the sky. The temperature plummeted, nearly reaching the point of freezing. Fluffy snowflakes began to fall, severely limiting visibility. The two tethered their horses at the entrance of the lewd temple and made their way into the courtyard. Leonian extracted a white orb, within which a hissing sound emanated, casting a luminous glow that illuminated the area around him for about 10 feet. The air was punctuated by the sound of chattering teeth and the intermittent breaths of nervousness. Ingshue's delicate face turned pale, her eyes widening in terror. Perceiving shadows lurking in every corner, a hand reached out, clasping hers and drawing her closer. A warm current radiated from the palm of the hand, coursing through her entire being in an instant, dispelling the chill that enveloped her and vanquishing the fear that gripped her heart, causing her complexion to gradually regain its color. "Ari, are you there?" Leonian inquired. After a prolonged silence, the hall remained enveloped in darkness. Leonian held the glowing orb aloft, guiding Do Ingshue forward with measured steps. The surroundings were eerily silent. Snow accumulated upon the tiles, growing heavier and emitting crisp sounds. The grass behind them rustled in the wind, prompting Ingshue to instinctively clutch Leonian's arm. A sporadic, rhythmic sound began to echo through the stillness. Leonian quickened his pace and arrived at the rear courtyard of the temple. Beneath the corridor, a diminutive figure swayed, seemingly engaged in some activity in the soil. Upon noticing the newcomer, the figure straightened up and turned around. Illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern, a small girl came into view. Appearing to be around 7 or 8 years of age, her hair was styled into 2 round buns atop her head. Her cherubic face was plump and fair, exuding a delicate charm. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with brightness, adorned with an adorable smile. Dressed in a pristine white skirt, she resembled a porcelain doll typically sold at the market. Leonian let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Ali, what are you up to?" Ali, taken aback, responded, "How did you all return?" "I was digging for treasures." "What treasures?" they queried. "Did you deliberately send us away to dig by yourself?" "Ah, hee. Look at what you're saying. I just stumbled upon something new. It was a spontaneous endeavor. Truly. Step aside, let me take a look." "Alas, just look. Why don't you trust me?" Ali leapt out of the pit, crossed her arms, squatted to the side, her face brimming with pride. As Leonian and the other gazed into the pit, a foul stench assailed their senses. There lay a severely decomposed human head, its eyes hollow like black voids. The face appeared gnawed upon by animals, missing chunks here and there, still clinging to remnants of flesh. White maggots wriggled out from the gaping holes, their mouths undulating before suddenly gaping wide, scattering a shower of maggots across the ground. Ingshue emitted a sharp scream, turning her head away and clinging tightly to Li Yinyan's arm. It seemed the body had been buried only a few days prior. "Ha! Behold, my precious." Ali laughed unabashedly. It was difficult to fathom that such a porcelain doll-like girl had just been digging up a dead man's head. Li Yinyan handed the luminous sphere to Ingshue and retrieved a pitch-black spade, swiftly unearthing the pit's surface. Instantly, a nauseating stench permeated the air, evoking a sense of revulsion. The lifeless body beneath the head was revealed, illuminated by the light, clad in iron armor, clearly a soldier. Only a slender strip of flesh connected the head to the torso, while the limbs remained intact. A gaping wound marred the abdomen, with the entrails twisted and shriveled, forming a dark, grotesque tangle outside the body. How many corpses lay here? Alu glanced around and remarked with a smile, all of them. Ingxiue felt her scalp tingle with horror. She leaped into the corridor, clutching a pillar as she retched. Though accustomed to the bloody scenes of the martial world, she had never encountered such a bizarre and repulsive sight. Li Nian handed the shovel to Ali and said, "Continue digging. I shall go to the entrance and take a look." Supporting Ingxiue, he stepped out of the sordid temple and stood upon the hillside, gazing towards Huyao City. The atmosphere was dim, yet the reflection of the accumulated snow allowed for a discernible outline of the city. At each of the four corners of the city stood a watchtower, illuminated by torches, where sentinels were faintly visible beside the flickering flames. After observing for a while, everything appeared normal on the surface, devoid of any apparent flaws. "I will go check on Ali. I shall accompany you." Ingxiue hurriedly stepped forward, clutching Li Nian's arm, unwilling to remain outside alone. In just a short while, Ali had unearthed several pits. It was evident that one of these pits contained a buried individual. Li Nian gazed intently at the individuals within the earthen pit, inquiring, "Is there anything of particular significance?" Arlie, unceasing in her efforts, pointed to a freshly excavated pit and remarked, "This one appears to be an official, as evidenced by the distinct armor he wears." Li Yunyan approached, crouching down. He held the luminous orb, directing its light into the pit. A reflection gleamed, an armor of radiant brightness. He brushed away the layer of snow covering the deceased's face, illuminating it further. Though severely swollen and damaged, there was an unsettling familiarity to the features. A moment's contemplation brought forth the answer. "Ali, how many years of cultivation does it require to transform into a designated individual in your realm?" "It depends on the species. For a tree, it may take a millennium to achieve such a transformation. For a fox, however, taking on human form is a simpler illusion, achievable in a century. To replicate one's voice, demeanor, and mannerisms accurately would necessitate at least 5 centuries. Is it truly such a lengthy endeavor? Do you believe becoming human is an effortless task? 99% of foxes are hindered at the threshold of enlightenment. Forget it. Sharing this with you will yield no understanding. Today, outside the city walls, I encountered this individual. He was the general standing atop the city gate tower." Ali ceased her activities, pausing in contemplation. What audacity! What do you mean?" "There are a total of 9 corpses here. 9 is the ultimate number, representing the utmost yang. Beyond 9, there is decline, a transition to yin. If my conjecture is correct, there must be similar locations elsewhere. Perhaps some sort of formation? Quite close. It resembles the 9-9 rebirth array. It seems there is an intention to resurrect something. 99 lives, turning into 81? This wretched creature possesses remarkable boldness." Li Yunyan rose to his feet, fist clenched, filled with righteous indignation. "Do not be hasty. I have examined the bite marks on the corpse. There may be 3 or more, and your chances of success are not guaranteed. If you were to take action, what conditions do you propose?" That is quite simple. The demon core shall belong to me." "Very well. Let us proceed." Young man, always so impatient. First, we must deal with the corpse, ensuring they lose a foothold. Remember to utilize the golden fire." Ali swayed her waist gracefully, making her way outside. On the day of their departure from the capital, Ali had pondered throughout the night and established 3 rules with Li Yunyan in the dungeon. Firstly, she would be permitted to absorb the excess yang energy radiating from him. Secondly, she would acknowledge him as her master, yet would not become a slave. Their relationship would be mutually beneficial and rooted in fairness. Thirdly, their past would remain unexamined, focusing solely on the present. Li Nian, without a moment's hesitation, assented, evading further entanglement, which was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Alalai stood within the hall, her gaze fixated upon the half-formed clay statue upon the elevated platform, lost in thought. Behind her, golden flames flickered, illuminating the surroundings intermittently. Ingxiue, with her eyes closed, pressed her palms together, silently reciting the Earth Store Sutra. The golden fire seemed to possess the power to purify all, as the corpses swiftly turned to ash in its embrace. Following the 9 flames, a subtle tranquility emerged in the grim courtyard. The 3 individuals stood upon the hillside, gazing into the distance at the earthen city. Alalai produced 2 small porcelain vials, stating, "Apply 2 drops to your eyelids, and within the span of an incense stick, you shall pierce through the illusions." Li Nian complied, casting a glance at Ali, who remained a delicate little girl. She remarked, "Is that of any use?" Ali scoffed dismissively and replied, "You underestimate me far too much. Let's devise a plan, master. I shall infiltrate the city to ascertain the location of the vile creatures. After Ingxue eliminates the sentinels on the walls, she will maintain vigilance. Ali, you will scout the vicinity of the city to determine if there are any additional burial sites. Should circumstances change, signal flares will be used to regroup." With that, he handed each of them 2 illuminating fireworks and bestowed an extra 3 upon Ingxue. Ali transformed into her true form and shot forth like lightning. Her movement so swift that she left no trace upon the snow, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Li Yinian and Ingxue stealthily approached the shadowed area beneath the city gate wall. With a single step, Ingxue placed her foot upon the handbow that Li Yinian had propped up with his hands. She leapt gracefully into the air, landing soundlessly upon the city wall. Crouching low, she made her way towards the watchtower nestled in the corner. A muffled grunt echoed, prompting Ingxue to stealthily move towards the next corner. Upon hearing a couple of muffled groans, Li Yonian leapt gracefully, landing atop the city wall. The interior of the city lay blanketed in a pristine white silence. The layout bore resemblance to that of the capital S districts, with a central intersection dividing the space into 4 segments. 3 of these were designated as residential areas, featuring a neat array of low barracks. In the northeastern corner, a spacious square unfolded, dominated by a 2-story brick and tile edifice, its interior glowing brightly and drawing attention. Surrounding the square was a ring of earthen houses, each uniquely shaped. It appeared that the communal activities were situated in this northeastern section. What struck Li Yonian as peculiar was the pervasive darkness within the 3 barack areas, even on a winter night. Surely there should be at least a coal fire for warmth? In the distance, Ingxue had dispatched the other 2 sentinels and beckoned towards him. Li Yinian ventured into the city, traversing the shadows of the barracks as he gradually approached the northeastern corner. Along the way, he pushed open several ajar gates, revealing empty interiors. The accumulated snow reached up to his ankles, crunching beneath his feet with each step. With no one around, Li Yinian quickened his pace towards the plaza. As he neared the square, the cacophony of noise grew progressively louder. From within the 2-story brick and tile structures, faint melodies and laughter echoed, starkly contrasting with the harshness of the wintry landscape. Chapter 41. A bloody feast. The last time he encountered such unrestrained laughter was in the brothels of the capital. Li Yinian could not help but lean closer to the crack of the door, peering inside. The room was ablaze with light. At its center, several long tables were joined together, forming an elevated platform about a yard wide and thigh-high. At each corner of the platform, wooden racks supported 4 cauldrons of crackling fire, providing warmth in addition to illumination. Surrounding this scene was a circle of long tables laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. A group of soldiers clad in coarse linen garments engaged in a drinking game, their cups clinking amidst raucous laughter and animated banter, their demeanor far from dignified. The atmosphere was rife with boisterous merriment, as wine jars toppled and spilled haphazardly. The main attraction unfolded upon the elevated platform. A young girl, perhaps 14 or 15 years of age, adorned in a jade-green skirt, reminiscent of a delicate courtesan, sat gracefully upon a chair, cradling a pipa in her hands. Her figure was elegantly curved. As her slender fingers plucked the strings, enchanting melodies filled the air, haunting and lingering, accompanied by the captivating strains. 2 tall women clad in flowing red gauze skirts leaped onto the platform, twisting their waists and dancing gracefully. Beneath the sheer fabric, their skin glowed like snow, their forms exquisite, their bosoms swayed, tantalizingly visible. With eyes like water, their gazes were alluring and beguiling, their ruby lips parting in playful invitation. Their delicate bare feet, resembling golden lotuses, beckoned with every enchanted step, captivating all who beheld them. Their song echoed the theme of a clandestine rendezvous, blossoms bloom in abundance. While the brocade lies idle, forgetting meals and sleep, I lean by the door, how to endure the stillness of the night. The scene was opulent and sensuous, akin to a dream of spring. Suddenly, the atmosphere became hushed as the soldiers watched with eyes alight, their faces flushed, gasping for breath. Li Yinian pondered silently. No wonder the barracks were deserted. Everyone had come here. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his view, a tipsy soldier swaying as he approached the entrance. Clutching a wine jug, the soldier burped and opened the door. After taking a few steps to the wall, he relieved himself. A shiver coursed through him, and as he turned, he collided headfirst into a fist, only to be dragged into a nearby earthen dwelling. Li Enian, impeccably dressed, applied 2 drops of medicinal liquid to his eyelids, then poured half a jar of white liquor onto his coarse hemp garments. Clutching the liquor jar, he stumbled into the grand hall. However, upon a cursory glance, the earlier allure had vanished entirely. The table was devoid of any semblance of chicken, duck, fish, or lamb. His arms and feet were starkly visible, and the sheep's head needed no further elaboration. The remaining, unidentifiable parts were beyond description. A wave of gastric acid surged up his throat, only to be forcefully swallowed back. The figures on the high platform were far from exquisite beauties. Rather, they were fox demons mimicking human postures. With sharp teeth and repugnant visages, the courtesan cradling a peepo was a small white fox, while the 2 flirtatious dancers were large red foxes. Surveying the surroundings, he found no other fox demons. From the kitchen came the resonant sound of thudding. Li Enian approached with unsteady steps, peering inside. Upon glancing in, he nearly succumbed to a surge of rage. A gray fox demon, encircled by a leather skirt, was chopping a bloodied thigh into pieces and tossing them into a boiling iron cauldron nearby. The gray fox, sensing something amiss, cast a wary glance in his direction. Li Enian shouted loudly, "Brother, hold on tight. There is no more food outside. Everyone is growing impatient." The gray fox replied with irritation, "Coming. Eat, eat, eat. You'll eat yourselves to death." Li Enian continued to clutch the wine jar, swaying as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found a reception hall, at the center of which lay a military simulation sand table. The furnishings, cabinets, tables, chairs, and tea tables, were of the simplest design, indicating that this desolate place held little promise of wealth. Adjacent to the reception hall were 2 independent chambers, presumably the quarters of the commanding officers. At the heart of the sand table, backed by the Li River, stood Tiger Yao City, adorned with a flag. Surrounding the city were 8 flags, scattered across the 8 cardinal points, one of which was planted upon the decrepit hill where the infamous temple resided. Indeed, as Ali had surmised, this was a grand reincarnation array, a formation of 9 returning to 1. Suddenly, a dull thump resonated from one of the adjacent chambers. Li Enian crouched low, concealed behind the sand table, and discreetly raised his gaze. A crimson fox emerged from one chamber and entered another. After a brief flare of light that illuminated and subsequently faded, voices resonated within the room. "At this rate, how long will it take to gather them all? Let them prepare. At midnight, we shall activate the grand formation, and it will be time to reap our harvest." Upon hearing the words, Li Enian's thoughts raced. With a nimble leap, he reached the staircase, his steps light and silent as he descended. At the foot of the stairs, he embraced a wine jar, feigning intoxication, and lay down. There were a total of 6 fox demons. The one in the side room was likely the leader, possibly transformed into a general. The situation had escalated suddenly, and this old creature had issued a death order. There were still dozens of bewildered souls on the 1st floor, under the circumstances. He could only proceed with caution, 1 step at a time. Then, a sound of footsteps echoed as a red fox descended the stairs. As it passed by Li Enian, its face contorted in disgust, it kicked aside his arm, which was draped across the stairs, and continued towards the platform. Suddenly, a pitch-black dagger pierced through its neck, causing the red fox's eyes to widen in shock. Immediately, a strong hand clamped over its mouth. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced horizontally across its throat, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, silently pooling on the ground. The red fox's eyes rolled back, and before it could emit even a faint sound, its body succumbed and fell limp. Li Yu, in his youth, laid the lifeless body of the red fox down into the shadows beneath the staircase. Subsequently, he grasped his dagger firmly in hand, stilled his breath, and stealthily made his way back to the kitchen. Just then, he encountered the gray fox, who was emerging while carrying an iron pot. "Oh dear, brother, allow me to carry that. The others are ravenous and in desperate need." The gray fox hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately handed over a pot of human flesh soup. Li Enian wore a sycophantic expression as he extended his hand to receive the iron pot. Suddenly, a furry claw seized his wrist. The gray fox spoke in a low voice. "You do not belong to this military camp." Li Enian chuckled, mutual understanding. Releasing the handle of the iron pot with one hand, he swung up a cauldron of scalding oil soup and poured it over the head of the gray fox. Unleashing a heart-rending roar, Li Enian executed a swift glide, maneuvering behind the gray fox. With one hand, he grasped the creature's neck, while the other brandished a dagger poised for a strike. In an instant, the gray fox shielded its eyes with its paws, and its body swelled dramatically, towering to an impressive height of 10 feet. Li Yinian thrust his blade into the expanding back of the gray fox, only to be immediately struck against the wall by the creature's powerful counterattack, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. The gray fox's eyes, likely seared blind, flailed about erratically like a headless fly. Li Yonian grasped the long fur on the back of the gray fox with one hand while tightly clutching the hilt of his dagger with the other, as if he were a parasite clinging to its host. Despite the beast's violent thrashing and scraping, he remained steadfastly attached. After a fierce struggle, both Li Yonian and the gray fox crashed through a brick wall, landing in the grand hall. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Li Yonian was the first to rise. He climbed back onto the back of the gray fox, his right hand relentlessly plunging the dagger into the nape of the creature's neck with furious precision. Blood gushed forth. In an instant, Li Yonian was transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. Gradually, the gray fox beneath him fell still. The physical resilience of this gray fox must have surpassed that of a Diamond Realm warrior, had the incident not occurred so abruptly. And had he not been blinded in one eye, it would have indeed posed a considerable challenge. Li Yinian rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and pointed at the 3 fox spirits atop the high platform. He exclaimed with a commanding voice, "Awaken! They are all fox spirits." The soldiers, gazing at the lifeless gray fox lying in a pool of blood, gradually shed their dazed expressions, and a flicker of clarity began to permeate their minds. As many soldiers regained their senses and surveyed their environment, a dawning realization struck them. This was soon followed by an overwhelming wave of terror and intense nausea, causing them to double over and retch uncontrollably. The little white fox leaped down from the platform and dashed towards the second floor. The 2 red foxes began to swell in size, reaching a towering height of around 8 feet. Their faces contorted in ferocity, with claws resembling weaponry. They charged into the crowd, unleashing a merciless onslaught, which instantly erupted into a cacophony of screams. The soldiers' psychological defenses crumbled entirely, rendering them as helpless lambs at the mercy of their predators. Li Yonian was alone, desperately holding back a red fox, yet he could not attend to the other. In the distance, several soldiers lay in pools of blood, and Li Yonian's heart raced with urgency. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. A chilling wind, laden with snowflakes, swept into the hall, causing the light to flicker as a figure appeared in the doorway. In the blink of an eye, arrows were drawn and loosed with seamless precision. A cold arrow pierced through the crowd, striking the red fox with pinpoint accuracy. Arrow after arrow followed, as if guided by an unseen force, each one skillfully embedding itself into the red fox. The creature, guarding its vital spots, retreated step by step. Yingxue, having heard the commotion, hastened to their aid. Li Yonian exhaled a sigh of relief and suddenly charged towards the crimson fox before him. The man and the fox engaged in a fierce struggle, their raw power clashing violently. In their tumultuous scuffle, they overturned tables and chairs, shattering pillars. The brick house trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yingxue, wielding her longbow, her eyes blazing like torches, aimed at the distant crimson fox. She shielded the conscious soldiers while dragging the wounded towards the exit. The fox, struck by an arrow, paced ominously, waiting for its opportunity. It was poised to spring at Yingxue, knowing that if it could close the distance, the woman would surely perish. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air. A companion, entangled with the young warrior, was overpowered. At that moment, the young warrior mounted his comrade, delivering punch after punch upon him. The sound of shattering bones echoed chillingly, instilling fear in the hearts of all. A torrent of fresh blood erupted from the fox's mouth, mingling with its shattered innards. At this rate, it could not endure many more blows. After much hesitation, the arrow-stricken fox finally gritted its teeth and charged towards the bow-wielding woman. Willing to trade a life for a life, Yingxue swiftly drew her bow, releasing arrow after arrow. The fox, with its robust physique, managed to shield its head and heart, enduring several arrows. The distance between them dwindled. Soon, it would savor the fragrant blood of the woman, awakening the beastly thirst for blood within the arrow-stricken fox. It was determined to tear her apart and avenge its sister. However, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over it. A primal instinct surged, leaving its fur standing on end. It felt like a small creature locked in the sights of a predator. Suddenly, a delicate, porcelain-like girl appeared behind the bow-wielding woman, peeking out and gazing this way. Her large, bright eyes sparkled as if they could speak. Yet, to the arrow-stricken fox, she embodied the source of its terror, a harbinger of death, a blade poised to strike. It desperately skidded to a halt and turned to flee into the hall. But there, it beheld the blood-soaked young warrior advancing towards it. Its sister lay lifeless on the ground, her ribs shattered, and her innards and blood pooling around her. The arrow-stricken fox let out a piercing howl. It hoped to summon the aid of the leader on the second floor, but received no response, its heart breaking in despair. Meanwhile, in a chamber on the second floor, a general clad in gleaming armor sat cross-legged upon a couch. Before him lay a circle of 9 corpses arranged meticulously. In the center stood an ancient 7-petal lotus lamp, flickering with eerie black flames. Beside the lotus lamp rested a wooden box about 3 feet long, containing a bone enveloped in dark mist. 2 feet in length, one end thick and the other tapered. It was indeed a phalange. The general's eyes were shut tight. Murmuring incantations, beads of sweat trickled down his face, soaking the bedding beneath him. The little white fox dared not enter the room or descend the stairs, its eyes darting anxiously towards the staircase, filled with urgency. Downstairs, silence reigned, while the surviving soldiers wept bitterly in the snowy expanse outside, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Lienian wiped the blood from the blade of his sword, the black dragon flame, upon the carcass of a crimson fox, the very creature that had been struck by an arrow. Its head lay severed in the snow outside, leaving a vivid trail of crimson, the scent of iron thick in the air. Ali, with a smile radiant as a blooming flower, levitated 3 blood-red orbs that emitted a faint glow. Presumably the demon cores. What is happening outside? Lienian inquired. Fear not. Not only has it lost one of its formations, but I have also added a little something to the others. Ali replied gleefully. Ingxue cast a glance towards the upper floor, sensing the malevolence that even she could not ignore, and asked with concern, what shall we do now? Ali stepped towards the door, the 3 demon cores gliding seamlessly into her abdomen, her expression one of sheer delight. Aren't you curious about whom it intends to resurrect? Do not linger idly. This house will soon crumble. Let us go outside and witness the spectacle. Lienian, filled with curiosity, pulled Ingxue outside. Ingxue, what is the story behind your bow and arrow? I found it on a sentinel. It works quite well. Have you practiced with it before? Have you used it while hunting? Ingxue was perplexed by the questions. Ali, growing impatient, interjected. What he means is that you might have chosen the wrong path for your cultivation. Lienian chuckled. I believe that the moment you grasped the longbow, it was as if you transformed into another person, exuding a sense of natural prowess. Your elegance is truly remarkable. Ingxue, feeling a tad bashful from the compliment, lifted the longbow in her hand and mimicked the motion of drawing it. She remarked, I cannot quite articulate it, but it feels as though I instinctively know how to wield it. Lienian felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, talent is an inexplicable phenomenon. The 3 stood resolutely in the square, gazing up at the second floor of the small building. Suddenly, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. In the sky, a black vortex materialized, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound. Following this, dark clouds gathered ominously, with lightning darting within, poised to strike. Bai Jingtang had witnessed such a scene before, while forcibly borrowing the strength of his second-tier cultivation. Aralai, reveling in the chaos, tossed a flare into the air, its brilliant white light illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Streams of ominous black smoke surged from all directions towards the second floor of the small building, then shot skyward, entering the vortex. Instantly, the vortex appeared to be awakened, crackling with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The atmosphere was nothing short of breathtaking. Lienian observed his eyelids twitching and inquired, Ali, are you capable of handling this? Are you not concerned about the possibility of self-immolation? Chapter 42. The celestial fox's path. Ali gazed at the swirling vortex and replied with a smile, do you ponder why we happened to pass through this place? Lienian was taken aback by the question, feeling utterly perplexed. He replied, is it not because I wish to take a shortcut? Ali, shrouded in mystery, pointed to the heavens and remarked, the lives that have passed are irreversible. Once lost, they are lost forever. Should anyone attempt to forcibly reverse this, they will inevitably face obstacles. Are you suggesting that we are deliberately led to this place? He inquired. With a light-hearted laugh, Ali responded. The way of the Tao is in harmony with nature. Ponder it for yourself. Lienian sighed and remarked, if we were to discuss it in this manner, it would indeed be endless. At that moment, a crimson glow suddenly enveloped the black vortex, and a stream of blood-tinged black smoke surged forth rapidly from within the whirlpool. Suddenly, lightning struck in unison from the dark clouds, precisely hitting the crimson-black smoke, a perfect strike. Within the crimson-black smoke, a deafening roar reverberated, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a dazzling flash of red light, it reformed once more, surging towards the second floor of the brick building. The severed phalanx before the official seemed to sense something, suddenly radiating a dark luminescence as it levitated. A stream of crimson-black mist descended from the heavens, enveloping the bone. The phalanx emitted a series of cracking sounds, as countless fine red threads emerged from the porous white bone, encasing it and writhing slowly. Subsequently, veins of varying thickness spiraled around the phalanx, expanding outward to outline the shape of a hand. A surge of vibrant life erupted as the half-phalanx autonomously grew, transforming into a complete phalanx, and then evolving into the skeletal structure of an entire hand. A colossal hand began to take form, rapidly materializing. The official, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with immense joy. Bow reverently towards the location of the colossal hand, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the venerable ancestor's arrival." A powerful vitality surges ceaselessly. The vessels continue to expand, as an arm, half a torso, and a leg gradually coalesce in the void. The physique is excessively grand. The roof was breached, and the floor was crushed. The already precarious two-story brick house ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash. In midair, the swiftly expanding veins finally delineated a complete form. With upright legs and the visage of a fox atop a human body, it stood an astonishing 5 zhang tall, manifesting flesh and bone from thin air. The scene was extraordinarily intense, and Li Yinian watched with great interest. Ying Xue's gaze was vacant. She stared blankly, unsure of how to react, feeling that the spectacles she had recently witnessed were becoming increasingly surreal. Ari danced with exuberance, running back and forth beside the giant, vociferously cheering, "Wonderful! Keep it up! You can do it!" Beneath the towering giant, a figure emerged, rising from the rubble. The official cradled a small white fox as he stepped forth from the debris. Upon their encounter, the two groups exchanged intense glances filled with animosity. Ying Xue drew the longbow to its full extent, entering a state of vigilance. Li Yinian's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, and indeed, the mastermind was this fox demon, transformed into a general. "My friend, is it not exceedingly improper for such a villain to scheme in this manner?" The general spoke coldly. Ali smiled and replied, "You possess great fortitude, my friend. Knowing that you are one step short of the formation, you still forcefully attempt to activate the grand array, even at the cost of your own cultivation." The general's expression darkened like water, and he said, "With the ancestor's return to the mortal realm, do you truly believe that you can escape?" Li Yinian stepped forward, declaring, "If we wished to depart, we would have done so long ago. How could we quell the fury within us without vanquishing you wretched beasts?" Upon hearing this, the official's forehead bulged with veins, his body swelling rapidly to reveal his true form, a towering black fox standing at 10 feet tall. Dark mist enveloped him, emanating a formidable presence that exuded a subtle yet palpable pressure. The black fox spoke in a deep voice. "A mere 6th-tier warrior dares to utter such arrogant words." Li Yinian brandished the black dragon flame, defiantly declaring, "What of a 6th-grade warrior? I shall cleave you with a single stroke. You foolish warrior, seeking your own